Chapter 1. I actually transmigrated into a book. Boom! In the wake of the sound of thunder, Ming Liui suddenly opened her eyes. However, before her eyes could focus, she felt a wave of dizziness. Her whole body was sore and weak, and she did not even have the strength to raise her little finger. Before Ming Liui could wonder where she was and what had happened to her, a memory that did not belong to her poured into her mind like a spring. After taking a long time to calm down, Ming Liui's mind finally stopped spinning, and she could sort out her thoughts. Ming Liui understood that she had actually transmigrated into a novel that she had read in her free time. This book was called The Salvation of the Disabled Boss. One could guess what kind of novel it was just by looking at the name. It could be said to be very boring, yet appealing. Ming Liui was also drawn by the name. The content was roughly about how the male protagonist, Yao Ziju, was once a decisive and overbearing CEO, but unexpectedly, he got injured by someone close to him. When he went out for an inspection, he was caught in a man-made landslide, resulting in him losing his vision and becoming paralyzed in both legs. The blessed one who had fallen from grace. Yao Ziju was in denial for a time. He even gave up on himself and became a shut-in, giving up on all treatment, and hoping that the life would be less torturous. He did not expect that his father would arrange a marriage for him on the advice of others, saying that it would bring him good fortune, and that he might get better. However, the injuries on his body were real. How could it all be offset by a wife? Mr. Yao was not concerned about this. He thought that even if his son was injured, the Yao family still had their reputation. The new wife could not come from a low family background. Yet in the end, it was original Ming Liui who married into the Yao family. Original Ming Liui already had a lover, but then she was suddenly forced to marry a disabled person. She immediately turned evil and became a vicious female supporting character who persecuted the male protagonist first thing in the morning. Abuse and torture came one after another. The worst was when he was pushed down the stairs, which was the direct cause of Yao Ziju's vegetative state. In the original story, the vegetative male protagonist, whom everyone thought would never wake again, miraculously woke up 3 months later. The first thing he did when he woke up was to take revenge, and the first person he targeted was his wife. One could imagine the tragic end, but at this moment, they had not reached the worst part of the story yet. So, there was still hope to turn the tides and mend the whole situation. By now, Ming Liui had managed to sort out her memories, which made her shiver uncontrollably. Her eyes slowly adapted to the light, and she felt as though someone had flipped a switch in her ears as sound began to pour in. Outside, the rainstorm continued with flashes of lightning and booming thunder, but the atmosphere in the room was even more worrying. Mr. Yao's body is normal, but he has not regained consciousness yet. The one who said this should be Yao Ziju's attending doctor. I just want to know when will he wake up? An older man asked anxiously. Ming Liui guessed that this person must be the father of Yao Ziju, Yao Gui. This, we can't be sure. Recovery depends on the individual. If Mr. Yao's will to live is not very strong, then he will probably remain in this state. I hope that all of you prepare yourselves in advance. What do you mean? Yao Gui suddenly shouted angrily. You're saying that my son is going to become a vegetable? What followed was a wave of chaotic noises, the advice of the doctors, the consoling of the nurses, and the family members being comforted repeatedly, along with their inquiries, sighing, and faint crying. Ming Liui closed her eyes in understanding. This was a hospital. Of course, she also realized that at this point in the storyline, original Ming Liui had already done all those bad things. How was she going to turn the situation around? In the original story, original Ming Liui had pushed Yao Ziju down the stairs, but Yao Ziju would not go down easy. The moment he fell, he grabbed her arm, and the two of them fell together. Then, one went into a coma, and the other suffered light injuries. What Ming Liui was about to face next was the crazy revenge that would take place 3 months later. Ming Liui sighed helplessly. In actuality, she was not an ordinary person before she transmigrated into the book. After all, ordinary people would not have the protection of a spiritual spring. Moreover, she was the youngest child in her family and had been doted on since she was young. No one could bear to be harsh to her. Therefore, she was disobedient and often went out to play alone. Maybe the heavens could not stand it anymore and transmigrated her into the book, and even went as far as to put her in the body of a vicious female supporting character with the same name as her. Was this to let her feel the malice of this world? Chapter 2. Your good fortune is yet to come. Ming Liui tried to examine her body. In an instant, her eyes widened in shock, like seeing thunder on a clear day. What was going on with her spiritual spring? Why was it on the brink of drying up? Ming Liui felt a myriad of emotions in her, but she did feel lucky. After all, the fountain was not completely dried up, which meant she still had hope. Otherwise, there were only two paths left for her. 1. Kill herself. 2. Go mad when the male protagonist took revenge and suffer all kinds of torture in a mental asylum. But so long as she had the spiritual spring, she still had hope to do something. Cough, water, water. Ming Liui pretended to have just woken up and tried to attract everyone's attention. But no one paid her any mind. The crowd seemed to have automatically blocked her out. Ming Liui felt a little embarrassed. She tried to move her body and found that the soreness had disappeared. She could now control this body, which did not belong to her. Her throat burned and she was extremely thirsty. Without a choice, she could only sit up slowly and pick up the kettle on the cabinet beside her. She wanted to pour herself a glass of water, but she had underestimated the weight of the kettle. She ended up using too much force and broke the glass beside her with the kettle spout. Crash! The sound of the glass shattering on the ground instantly drew everyone's attention. They also finally noticed that Ming Liui had woken up. Ming Liui opened her mouth awkwardly, thinking about how to greet them in a manner that fitted original Ming Liui, but then she was met with a wave of angry curses. Yao Gui was the first to speak, loudly scolding Ming Liui. What kind of care did you give Yao Ziju? As his wife, you didn't even ask how he was when you woke up. Instead, you start smashing things. I think it's all your fault that Ziju became like this. How dare you? If I had known you were so vicious, I wouldn't have agreed to letting you marry into the family. From Yao Gui's point of view, when the Cai family arranged a substitute for the marriage candidate, saying she was some kind of sister as an excuse, he was already dissatisfied. Now that his son had become like this, he was even more furious. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Ming Liui. From the looks of it, Yao Gui was going to kill her before Yao Ziju woke up 3 months later. Uncle Gui, please calm down. I'm sure there must be a misunderstanding here. What do you think, Liui? A young man spoke up to dissuade Yao Gui. Ming Liui found the man in the crowd. It was Yao Ziyang, Yao Ziju's cousin. Now that Yao Ziju was a vegetable, Yao Ziyang would completely take over the Yao Corporation. In his heart, he could not wait to applaud Ming Liui, so of course he would dissuade his uncle as a favor to her. After all, he had always held the image of a brotherly figure to others. Yao Gui sighed. Then tell me, why did all the housekeepers say that they saw you push Ziju down the stairs? Ming Liui's brain worked quickly. She widened her eyes and squeezed out a few drops of tears. She sobbed weakly. How could I have pushed him? If that's the case, why did I fall as well? Could it be that I would be willing to sacrifice my own life to harm my husband? I couldn't control the wheelchair and wanted to pull Ziju back. In the end, both of us fell down. Now that I've opened my eyes, you're accusing me of this. I almost lost my life. Ming Liui saw that everyone's expressions were wavering, so she continued to act even harder. My feelings for Ziju are sincere. Now that he's in trouble, you guys treat me like this. I want a divorce. I want to go home. At this point, Ming Liui's tears were real. She was in an unfamiliar environment, and everyone was a stranger to her. The family that she was familiar with and loved was no longer there. She was all alone in facing this dangerous and disastrous plot. The more Ming Liui cried, the more aggrieved she felt. She kept sobbing, making people who watched her feel pity for her. Seeing this, Yao Gui's heart also softened, feeling that his tone just now was too harsh. Others might not know this, but he knew that ever since Yao Ziju was injured, his personality changed greatly. Even towards his closest family members, he would either speak ill of them, or ignore them. Ming Liui was a young girl, but she was so sincere to his son. She must have been under a lot of pressure. He could not help but lower his voice as he said, in that case, you should live well with Ziju. He's just in a coma now, and all the indicators for his body show that everything's normal. Once he wakes, that's when your life will turn for the better." The air of hostility dissipated instantly, and Ming Liui's grievances had lessened. Since she had already transmigrated into the book, she believed that she would be able to turn the situation around and live the rest of her life in peace. Chapter 3. He is a vegetable, not a person. Ming Liui thought for a while and said, "Father, since all the indicators on Ziju are normal, and I'm feeling fine, let's all get discharged from the hospital. After all, how could the hospital be more comfortable than our home? It would also be convenient for me to take care of Ziju." Yao Gui turned to look at the attending doctor. With Mr. Yao's current condition, it is indeed better for him to return home than to stay in the hospital. A familiar environment would help him wake up. Yao Gui muttered to himself for a moment before waving his hand and settling the discharge procedures. He then arranged for Ming Liui and Yao Ziju to go home. After these things were arranged, Yao Gui took the lead and left, with everyone else following behind. In the end, only Ming Liui and Yao Ziju were left in the VIP ward. Ming Liui put on her slippers and slowly walked to Yao Ziju's side. Even after she had read the description in the original story, Ming Liu was still shocked by Yao Ziju's appearance. Even with his eyes tightly closed, his pale skin and cold face was still drop-dead gorgeous. Ming Liui could not resist reaching her hand out, her fingertips feeling his cold skin, and tracing the outline of his face over and over again. His eye sockets were very deep, the corners of his eyes were raised, the nose bridge was high, and his jawline was perfect. "Ah!" Ming Liui suddenly exclaimed. The moment she touched Yao Ziju, the dry spiritual spring in her body unexpectedly began to stir. When she moved her hand away, the fluctuations immediately stopped. Ming Liui felt a myriad of emotions. It would appear that all male protagonists were blessed by God. To think, this man was able to affect her spiritual spring when she did not belong to this world in the first place. This made Ming Liui, who had thought about leaving as soon as possible, waver. She could vaguely sense that in this book world, if she wanted to recover her spiritual spring, she had no choice but to rely on the male lead. Besides, Yao Ziju was going to be in a coma for 3 months, which meant that she had 3 months of safety. After making up her mind, Ming Liui said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, Yao Ziju. I know you must hate me to death now. However, I promise that I will completely disappear before you wake up. So, before that, please put up with me." Considering Yao Ziju's current situation, the Yao family did not bring him back to the main manor. Instead, they arranged for him to recuperate in a scenic villa. The housekeepers who had been taking care of Yao Ziju were also transferred over. At this time, Yao Ziju was properly placed on the large bed in the master bedroom by the caretakers. If you ignored the indwelling needle on his wrist, he would look like a sleeping prince. But Ming Liui could not calm down. Although they were legally married, and it was normal for them to sleep in the same bed, Ming Liui did not want to share a bed with a stranger. This villa was a last-minute decision for Ziju to recuperate in. It was already late at night, and there was no time to clean the other rooms. Ming Liui looked at the tired housekeepers and sighed before telling them to go rest. After taking another look at the only large bed in the room, Ming Liui turned around and walked to the bathroom. She comforted herself as she showered. He was already in a vegetative state and could not be considered a real man. Of course, as a girl, she would not take advantage of him either. It was just one night. Surely he would not be that petty, right? Besides, they were husband and wife now. This bed was considered a joint property of the married couple, so she had the right to use half of it, right? Ming Liui finished her shower and felt her heart was more or less prepared. She turned her head and looked at herself in the mirror. Original Ming Liui's appearance was a bit similar to her own appearance. She had a small, heart-shaped face with adorable almond eyes, porcelain white skin, a straight nose, and her lips were ruby red. No matter what, she was still a beautiful woman from a humble family. However, she could tell that original Ming Liui was not one who focused on her appearance. She had the most ordinary long hair, and it was a mess. However, despite the appearance of an airhead, she had a wicked heart. Ming Liui closed her eyes slightly, her long eyelashes casting a shadow under her eyes. She quietly convinced herself that she was fine. He's a puppet now, He's already a vegetable, so he's not a man. He is a vegetable, so I'm very safe now. He doesn't know anything anyway, so it doesn't matter even if I sleep with him. If he wants to pursue the matter, I'll run. Finally, Ming Liui came out from the bathroom with her chest puffed out in confidence. Yao Ziju, on the other hand, was still the same as before, without any changes. Perhaps he had also felt that this was no longer a hospital, and he looked much more peaceful than before. Seeing him like this made it less scary. Ming Liui lay against the side of the bed, but did not get close enough to touch the bed, because her wet hair had not been blown dry yet. She thought that it would be better to let it dry naturally, because she was exhausted, with the anxiety from the first day of her book Transmigration, and the fall this body had suffered. She succumbed to sleep in the end. Chapter 4. Dreamscape. A few hours later, Ming Liui suddenly woke up. Her pajamas were soaked down to her shoulders, and there was a large pool of water on the side of the bed. In her head, Ming Liui cried, "This is bad." It was all her fault for being too lazy. She thought she could just lean against the corner of the bed the whole night, but she ended up getting it wet anyway. She quickly got out of bed, changed into a clean set of pajamas, and dried her hair. Then, without any hesitation, she got under the covers. Of course, she tried her best to stay away from Yao Ziju, but she also had to avoid the wet sheets, so she kept herself in a straight sleeping position. She doubted she would be able to sleep like this, but without thinking, she accidentally drifted off again. Ming Liui quickly entered the realm of dreams. In her dream, she saw a girl who looked like her. Even though the other party did not say anything, she knew that it was original Ming Liui. Ming Liui followed her anxiously and saw original Ming Liui return home. She saw her parents looking worried and depressed. Her mother raised her head and said, "You're 22 years old. You can get married. You know about me and Yuhan." The host was surprised. Hearing Yuhan's name, Mr. Ming flew into a rage. Who the H*LL is Yuhan? He's cunning and irresponsible, an evil door. You have no sense of shame, but I do. Original Ming Liui was anxious. Dad, you don't understand him at all. He's not that kind of person. Your father and I have decided to marry you off to someone who has a big business, Mrs. Ming said callously. Hurry up and get ready. I don't want that. I want to be with Yuhan. Original Ming Liui was angry and distressed, but how could she struggle against her parents' wishes? In the blink of an eye, it became the next scene. Original Ming Liui had been taken away by several bodyguards. There was also a tall and elegant girl sitting in a Toyota Alphard outside. She sized up original Ming Liui and sneered. Yao Ziju was once the head of the Yao family, so you're actually getting off easy. Original Ming Liui was from an ordinary family. Her mother had been a housekeeper for the Cai family and became pregnant at the same time as the madam of the Cai family. Madam Cai was a compassionate person, and so arranged for Mrs. Ming to await their delivery dates together. Eventually, the two of them gave birth to their daughters around the same time. However, while the babies were both girls, the two had drastically different fates. Original Ming Liui did not go to college, and was immature. She met Yuhan in high school and the two of them slacked off together. Fortunately, original Ming Liui was still a conservative girl and had no actual contact with Yuhan. During this time, the Cai family came to visit. Ming Liui did not sleep well, and her forehead was covered in sweat. In the next second, the dream changed again. This time, original Ming Liui had married into the Yao family. At this time, she and Yao Ziju were the only ones left at home. Original Ming Liui was no longer pretending, and shouted at Yao Ziju, "You blind, crippled, and disabled man. No one would willingly marry you. Why don't you just go to H*LL? Yao Ziju sat in his wheelchair, his face pale and his lips tightly pursed. When Yao Ziju did not respond, original Ming Liui got even angrier. "You broke me and Yuhan apart. You deserve a terrible death. What kind of CEO are you? You're not even fit to carry someone's shoes. You're just a waste of air. Have you said enough? If you've said enough, then get lost." Yao Ziju's voice was as cold as ice. "You're asking me to get lost. It's your family that begged me to marry you. If someone has to leave, it should be you. I feel wretched just looking at a cripple like you." Original Ming Liui had lost her rationality long ago. Yao Ziju was already used to her insults, and when it came to dealing with someone like this, ignoring her was the best tactic. He fumbled around for the control buttons of his electric wheelchair and slowly left the room. Original Ming Liui was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. She scolded him like this every day, but this blind man, a cripple, who could only rely on others to live, was still proud and noble. This made her hate him even more. Why was he still so arrogant and free after destroying her life? However, Yao Ziju clenched his fists tightly in a place where original Ming Liui could not see. He never thought that he would marry a woman like this, who would only curse at him every day, yet treat him with love and respect in front of others. Even Yao Gui felt that although his daughter-in-law did not have a high education background, she was reasonable. Therefore, he did not worry about leaving them home alone together, and even gave her some authority in the Yao family. On the other hand, Yao Ziju, because of his sudden anger, had knocked over the water she handed him and the oatmeal she fed him. When Yao Gui saw this, he only shook his head and never asked Yao Ziju why he did it. As time went by, Yao Ziju became unwilling to tell his family about the verbal abuse he had suffered. No one knew that, when Yao Ziju found out he was going to get married, he naively thought that his father would choose someone who could bring light to his dark life, but in the end, as though she felt Yao Ziju's sadness, Ming Liui's tightly shut eyes made 2 streaks of tears as she dreamt. Chapter 5. The standard of a male lead in a novel. Ming Liui did not sleep well. She had a lot of dreams. When the sun shone on her face the next morning, she was forced to wake up. Ming Liui opened her eyes and was shocked by the situation in front of her. She was half lying on Yao Ziju's body, her arm on his chest and her legs on his legs. What was even more terrifying was that her hand had actually reached inside his night t-shirt and her fingers touched his warm skin. Ming Liui suddenly rolled out of bed, but she unconsciously took the whole blanket with her. Perhaps it was because of the excessive movement, the hem of Yao Ziju's pajamas got lifted. Ming Liui was wrapped in the blanket, her eyes staring unblinkingly at Yao Ziju, because he was too good-looking. The warm sunlight seemed to coat him in a layer of gold. The man's pajamas were pulled open, and his abdominal muscles were faintly visible, and the 2 long and straight legs of his lower body. He was just lying there, inducing a feeling in people where they could not help but sink into distracting thoughts. Ming Liui could not help but sigh. Was this the standard of a novel's male lead? Ming Liui's face was a little red because she had a bold and inappropriate thought. She had never touched a man's abdominal muscles before. She knew that he could not wake up at the moment, so she could not help her boldness. With a guilty heart, she reached out a sinful little hand and felt around the man's exposed abdomen. The moment she touched his body, the spiritual spring in her body actually started to fluctuate before she had the chance to properly feel his abdominal muscles. Ming Liui had to stop her exploration and close her eyes to adjust her breathing. After a night's rest, and who knew how many hours she had slept with Yao Ziju in her arms, the dried-up spiritual spring was finally stirring. Although it was not flowing out continuously, Ming Liui knew that at this speed, her spiritual spring would definitely recover before the male lead woke up. This caused Ming Liui to smile. Ming Liui might have been too excited, for she did not realize that a housekeeper had entered the room. The housekeeper, Xiao Fan, stood at the door, dumbfounded. She saw Master Yao's pajamas being pulled open, and the madam reached a hand inside with a satisfied smile on her face. When the master had been awake, Xiao Fan had also seen the madam treat him intimately. Why was she so energized when the master was in a vegetative state? Having taken care of the master and madam for so long, this was the first time Xiao Fan had encountered such a situation. Madam Yao usually liked to stay in bed, but Master Yao woke up early, so he would summon them early to wait upon him. After Ming Liui finished examining the spiritual spring, she felt better and opened her eyes. When she turned her head, she saw the housekeeper Xiao Fan, who was dumbfounded and at a loss for words. In an instant, Ming Liui's hand quickly retracted as though she had been electrocuted. Then, she awkwardly rearranged Yao Ziju's clothes and looked at the blanket on her body. She hurriedly pulled it out and covered Yao Ziju. Finally, she tidied herself up, half leaned against the head of the bed, and yawned like an upper-class lady. After doing all this, she pretended to have just noticed Xiao Fan's presence. "You're here? Hurry up and help Master Yao wash up." Xiao Fan sensed that the madam was a little different today. Even her voice had become soft and tender, making people feel comfortable listening to her. "Madam, you don't have to try so hard at acting. I'm not blind." Today was a new day for everyone. It was Ming Liui's first day living in the Yao family. It was also Yao Ziju's first day as a vegetable. As for Xiao Fan, it was her first day taking care of a vegetative person. Ming Liui felt that Xiao Fan had it the hardest. After all, she had to take care of a vegetable. She watched as Xiao Fan carried the warm water and gently wiped Yao Ziju's face with a towel. But in the next second, Xiao Fan's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Ming Liui followed her gaze and saw that the sheets around Yao Ziju were somewhat damp with sweat. Xiao Fan was clearly hesitant about what to do. "This kind of sweat will cause bed sores," Ming Liui said straight away. "Let's turn him over." "Yes, madam, I'll go get someone." Xiao Fan turned around and was about to call for someone. But Ming Liui stopped her and held up Yao Ziju's shoulder. "I'll hold his shoulders here, and you push from behind. Be gentle." But what Ming Liui did not expect was that Xiao Fan, who looked so thin, was actually so strong. With seemingly little strength, she turned Yao Ziju onto his stomach. Before Ming Liui could even pull back, Yao Ziju's entire body crashed into her chest, pressing her down on the bed. Ming Liui's face turned red. Chapter 6. Stolen Identity. "Xiao Fan, help me, quickly." Madame Yao's voice was so delicate and soft that it sent pleasant tingles up people's spines when they hear her. When Xiao Fan finally reacted, she quickly held up the master and allowed Madame Yao to crawl out from under him. The two of them then hurriedly changed the covers under Yao Ziju's body to dry ones. But because of this little episode, the blush on Ming Liui's face did not go away for a long time. She felt as if her whole body was on fire. "Xiao Fan, you can leave now. I'll handle the rest." "Madam, are you all right by yourself? You've never done this before, have you?" Ming Liui quickly nodded. Right now, she just needed some time alone to compose herself. After Xiao Fan left, Ming Liui collapsed as though she had lost all her breath. It was too embarrassing. When she calmed down, she picked up a towel and started to wipe the man's body. "I have no choice. I sent the housekeeper away, so I need to finish the work, even if I cry about it." Now that she was the only one wiping him, Ming Liui could not help but observe more carefully. Yao Ziju's skin was cold and pale, his Adam's apple was prominent, and his body was beautifully defined. She had to continue downwards after wiping the neck. Ming Liui whispered, "Pardon me." Then, she carefully undid Yao Ziju's pajamas and wiped his upper body. However, Ming Liui did not take off his pants. She felt that if Yao Ziju woke up and discovered that she had dared to take his pants off while he was unconscious, he would probably skin her alive. For the sake of staying alive, Ming Liui only rolled up Yao Ziju's pants, and became stunned by what she saw. Yao Ziju could not walk anymore, so his legs were very thin and weak, and his knees were heavily riddled with sutures from the surgery. Ming Liui was shocked and could not help but feel sorry for him. He used to be a proud elite. She did not know how he managed to get through those difficult days. The more Ming Liui thought about it, the sadder she felt. Her tears flowed uncontrollably, dripping onto Yao Ziju's knees. She could not help but stroke the hideous scars over and over again, somewhat hoping to smoothen the scars. However, Ming Liui did not see that Yao Ziju's eyelashes were trembling slightly. Of course, Ming Liui also did not know that Yao Ziju's heart was, at that moment, in a state of shock. His legs, which had lost all feeling long ago, felt like they had been stung by the tears of the woman beside him on the bed. That feeling was so real. Yao Ziju tried to open his eyes to see who would shed tears for him, but his eyelids felt like lead, and he could not open them. "Yao Ziju, I'll take good care of you for the next 3 months. When you wake up, you have to spare me." Yao Ziju heard a soft voice that seemed to have a magical power, which soothed his strained heart. He felt that the voice was similar to Ming Liui's, but he had never heard Ming Liui speak in any way other than with hysteria, so he did not recognize it. However, in the next second, Yao Ziju thought he was being ridiculous. After all, why would Ming Liui cry for him? Seeing him like this, she would probably clap her hands with glee, unless she found a new purpose. It must be this. Yao Yiju thought about it for a while, but he may have been too tired and ended up falling asleep. After Ming Lairii had finished wiping him down, she went to change her clothes. However, when she opened original Ming Lairii's wardrobe, she felt as if she was struck by lightning. What kind of taste did original Ming Lairii have? The cabinet was full of colorful clothes. Anyone who did not know better would think that a pallet had been knocked over inside. Ming Lairii searched for a long time until she finally chose one that was somewhat presentable. When Xiao Fan came in again and saw the madam, who looked completely different from usual, her eyes could not help but light up. She felt that the madam was becoming more beautiful. However, as a housekeeper, it was not her place to mention this. She only said, "Madam, breakfast is ready. A carer will come and feed master shortly." Ming Lairii nodded. Right then, she saw a carer holding some tubes that hospitals would use, which looked a bit like a gastrostomy tubes and nasogastric feeding tube. "Will he feel pain using this?" she asked subconsciously. "Don't worry, madam, this is for the patient. It makes it convenient for the master to eat. It won't hurt." The carer was a middle-aged woman who looked to be in her 30s, and seemed quite experienced. Ming Lairii did not say anything, and went to eat in the dining room. As she ate, she recalled the original story in the book. Even if she knew the overall plot of the story, she did not wish to live an aimless life the way original Ming Lairii did. Even if she were to die, she wanted it to be for a reason. Original Ming Lairii never knew that she was the actual daughter of the Cai family, even until her death. And Cai Rixi, the actual heroine of the story, was the housekeeper's daughter. Chapter 7. Let Go of Yao Ziju. The original Ming Lairii and Cai Rixi's switched lives were all because of Mrs. Ming's greed. She wanted her child to live a good life, so she swapped the two children in the delivery room. Initially, original Ming Lairii could have been an ordinary girl in the Ming family, living a peaceful and happy life. However, no one expected Cai Rixi to discover this secret. Cai Rixi knew long ago that she was not a child of the Cai family. She began to investigate the truth in secret and, in the end, she learned that she was actually the daughter of the housekeeper. Before she could recover from this revelation, another piece of shocking news came to her. Her rich and powerful fiancé Yao Ziju, whom she had never met before, had actually become a blind and crippled. Under this double stimulation, Cai Rixi chose to take a risk out of desperation and went to find the housekeeper from back then, who was her biological mother, saying she was threatened by the family, and had to marry a cripple. How could Mrs. Ming watch her own daughter suffer such grievances? She wanted to go to the Cai family and have them exchange her daughter back. However, Cai Rixi declined and told her plan. In the end, original Ming Lairii became Cai Rixi's cousin and married the disabled Yao Ziju in her place. The success of the whole plan was incredible. This made Cai Rixi think that she was chosen by destiny. This was the fate of original Ming Lairii. It is inescapable. And original Ming Lairii had walked right into a planned dead-end situation. After the original Ming Lairii had been dealt with, Cai Rixi, the female protagonist in the book, was fated to meet the male protagonist again. She moved the male protagonist with her gentleness and considerateness, and the two of them ended up happy together. While Ming Lairii recalled this, she felt a chill run down her spine. What kind of worldview-breaking plot is that? And now, she had become this unlucky female cannon fodder. Ming Lairii did not want to repeat the original Ming Lairii's mistakes, and she did not want to fight with the female lead. She was not the original Ming Lairii. She did not have any great ambitions, and she did not have any sense of belonging here. She just wanted to quietly finish her storyline, change her tragic fate, and escape to live a free life. Ming Lairii was thinking about this when she suddenly felt a wave of panic, as if someone had punched her in the heart. It was an inexplicable feeling. For some reason, she somehow knew that something had happened to Yao Ziju, so this instinct was useful. Thinking this, Ming Lairii clutched at her chest and ran to the master bedroom. When she opened the door, she was shocked. 10 minutes ago, even though Yao Ziju was in a vegetative state, he could still swallow and expel waste. Miss Ju was holding the gastric tubes, which were prepared just for him. Ordinarily, The intubation process should only take a few minutes, but the surprising thing was that the carer's attempts were unsuccessful. Miss Dew was getting a little impatient, and her actions were starting to become rough. Hence, when Ming Liui came upstairs, she saw that Miss Dew was forcefully intubating Yao Ziju. When Miss Dew saw Ming Liui, she did not try to hide her actions. Instead, she smiled and said, "Madam, you don't look well, it's better if you leave. I'm a professional, so don't worry. If I don't make such strong movements, Master Yao will only feel more uncomfortable. He might even lacerate his esophagus." Ming Liui looked at the carer's actions and expression, which were completely inconsistent, and only felt her hair stand on end. She pushed the carer away. "Let's not do this anymore. I'll feed him liquid food every day from now on. You can leave first." Miss Dew was a little surprised and angry, but the gentle smile on her face did not change. "Madam, you probably don't know, but although this gastric tube looks frightening, it's a very convenient way to feed him. Moreover, madam, you're so distinguished, how would you know how to take care of a patient? Besides, President Yao personally arranged this. I said, you can leave first. Did you not hear me? Pack up your things and get out. I'll explain to President Yao, you don't need to worry about it." At this moment, Ming Liui was like an enraged demon, absolutely furious. She would have to be blind to not see that this carer was just trying to show off her qualifications. Miss Dew sighed and put on an expression that said, "I don't know what's wrong with you." Then, she quietly packed her things and left, as if someone had given her some grievance. Ming Liui did not bother to pay the carer attention, and quickly checked on Yao Ziju's condition. The corner of Yao Ziju's mouth was slightly torn and there was a faint trace of blood, but it was unknown whether it was from his mouth or from his esophagus being cut. Ming Liui's heart ached. She did not know what the connection between her and the male lead was, but even if he was a stranger, Ming Liui could not bear to see him being treated like this. Not to mention, she felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. Chapter 8. She was too careless this time. The housekeeper, Xiao Fan, saw the madam's hurried movements and caught up with her. Seeing the madam's red-rimmed eyes, she immediately said, "I'll go get some congee for the master now." Ming Liui nodded as she wiped the blood from Yao Ziju's mouth with a handkerchief. The sweet lily bulb congee was served very quickly. It was extremely fragrant, and the white rice was very soft. Ming Liui scooped up a small spoonful and blew on it to make sure it was not too hot, then carefully fed it to Yao Ziju. Fortunately, Yao Ziju's swallowing reflex was being cooperative, allowing Ming Liui to feed him the first mouthful smoothly. As if encouraged by this, Ming Liui sped up the feeding, afraid that Yao Ziju would stop cooperating after a while. It could be said that whether it was in her previous life or this life, this was the first time Ming Liui took care of someone, let alone feed them. Her actions were not very skilled, but fortunately, she did not lack patience. Little by little, she fed him. Even when the congee accidentally spilled out, Ming Liui did not rush. She gently wiped Yao Ziju's mouth clean and continued feeding him. The entire process lasted almost an hour before the bowl of congee was finally finished. Ming Liui felt a sense of accomplishment and immediately smiled. "Mr. Yao, you can have only some lily bulb congee today. You've just started recovering today, so your stomach can only take light meals. Don't worry, I'll prepare even more delicious food for you in the future." Xiao Fan had not felt such a peaceful atmosphere at home in a long time, so she could not help but smile with as well. This home finally had a matriarch, and felt like a home at last. After Ming Liui finished her feeding session, she left to get some exercise. She was a little tired after maintaining the same posture for an hour. However, as she walked, she thought of Yao Ziju. Although people in a vegetative state did not consume a lot of energy like ordinary people would, it was necessary to maintain the body's nutrition. It was not enough to only have congee every day. At this moment, a small pickup truck drove in from outside. The driver was Xiao Lin, who was in charge of purchasing ingredients. The ingredients in the villa were brought in fresh every day. Of course, Xiao Lin did not deliver them specifically for Yao Ziju alone. He sent them to the main Yao family manor first, and then brought the rest here. Ming Liui's eyes lit up when she saw that Xiao Lin carried a box of fresh oranges. The vitamins in oranges were very high, and they were quite suitable as Yaoziju's supplements. Ming Liui immediately ordered the kitchen to make Yaoziju a glass of fresh orange juice and serve it to him. When Ming Liui returned to the master bedroom, Yaoziju had already been changed into a set of pajamas by the caretakers. She sat beside him and could not help but take a few more glances at him. She had met many people before, but Yaoziju's sleeping face would always steal her breath away. Yaoziju was just too good-looking. Ming Liui held her slightly red face and stared at his profile. Because of his illness, his originally cold, pale skin was now so bloodless that it almost looked translucent. His deep eye sockets, high nose bridge, sculpted jawline, and thin lips. Gulp! Ming Liui subconsciously swallowed her saliva. When she realized what she was doing, she immediately sat up. Oh no, her behavior was very dangerous. How could she be obsessed with the male lead's face? She thought about the possibility of committing herself into a mental asylum in the future. Fortunately, at the thought of this, Ming Liui's restless heart immediately calmed down. She could not help patting her slightly red face. At this moment, Xiaofan came upstairs with a glass of orange juice. Then, she saw the madam slapping her own face in front of the master. Madam is very abnormal today. Does she need to go to the hospital for a checkup? Could it be that madam is still in shock because of master's vegetative state? Ming Liui saw a person from the corner of her eye. She braced herself once more and said, "Give me the orange juice." "Yes, madam." Xiaofan quickly handed it over. This was just prepared in the kitchen. However, as soon as Xiaofan left, another housekeeper came in, an unfamiliar one. "I remember that you like orange juice too, madam, so I made another glass for you." Ming Liui did not think much and accepted it. In fact, original Ming Liui was the one who liked orange juice, but Ming Liui did not need to say that, so she accepted it without batting an eye. The housekeeper did not stay long after delivering the orange juice. While Ming Liui was not paying attention, the housekeeper stole a longing gaze at Yaoziju before she quickly left. Ming Liui looked at the glass of orange juice and thought that it tasted good. She was thirsty, so she took a big gulp first, then she frowned. This isn't freshly squeezed orange juice, it's like she used a large dose of blended orange juice to cover something up. She then picked up Yaoziju's glass. It tasted the same. Ming Liui's expression changed slightly. She had been too careless this time. Although most of the housekeepers here were brought in from the main manor, there were many people in charge of several aspects of the household, and many of them were new faces. Chapter 9. Empathy. Because of Yaoziju's injury and coma, the entire Yao Corporation was in turmoil. Ming Liui recalled that in the book she had read, Yaoziju's cousin, Yao Ziyang, was in a hurry to take over the CEO position, and had tried to assassinate Yaoziju. Ming Liui looked at the vegetative male protagonist and sighed. They all said that male protagonists were blessed, but she had never seen such a miserable example of one. Ming Liui turned around to call for Xiaofan. She thought about the plot of the original book. This Xiaofan was a housekeeper who took care of Yaoziju and had no ulterior motive. And so, Ming Liui entrusted her with the task of secretly observing the unfamiliar housekeeper, just to see who she was in close contact with. Actually, the kitchen had made 2 glasses of orange juice. Xiaofan had not realized it at the time. She had thought that the madam only wanted to give them to the master, so she brought the first glass up first. The other housekeeper saw that there was still 1 glass left and brought it upstairs. After all, Ming Liui was Yaoziju's legal wife. Even if Yaoziju died, Ming Liui still held authority, and some people did not want to end up on her bad side. After Ming Liui had finished giving Xiaofan her instructions, she went to the kitchen and told the staff to have 2 glasses of orange juice be delivered to the master bedroom on time every day. Now that the enemy was hiding in the dark, and she was out in the open, she could only bide her time. If she stopped the orange juice now, she did not know where the other party would cause trouble again, and it would be impossible to guard against. Ming Liui was not sure if there had been anything wrong with the 2 glasses of orange juice. After all, some of the storylines in the book were roughly written, so she could only pour away the orange juice that she had doubts about. Ming Liui looked at Yaoziju's completely defenseless appearance on the bed, revealing a fragility that could be destroyed at will. I really did not expect that one day, a man like you would need a little girl like me to protect you. To think that you're the male lead. I don't know where your male lead halo went, but your fate isn't any better than mine. Ming Liui massaged Yao Ziju's legs, and could not help but sigh as she thought of his experiences in the book. However, Ming Liui did not notice that Yao Ziju's eyelashes were trembling slightly. Yao Ziju could feel a pair of small hands, soft and delicate, pressing on his legs which were supposed to be numb. When Ming Liui touched his leg, he regained some consciousness. He wanted to struggle to get up, but he still could not move at all. It was like his hands and feet were tied, and he could not control his body at all. Powerlessness and despair overwhelmed him. The feeling was no better than dying, but he did not want to live a worthless life. In the next second, he heard a delicate female voice mumbling beside him. Yao Ziju, I'm not taking advantage of you, I'm just giving you a massage. It'll prevent your muscles from shriveling up. Ming Liui's babbled on. Yao Ziju was speechless. So what if she touched my ugly, crippled legs? I wanted to employ the caregivers at first, they're the professionals, after all. But now, I think they're all very suspicious, so let's forget it. You'll just have to tolerate having an amateur like me. Ming Liui continued to mumble as if she was talking to a tree. Yao Ziju was really confused. Who was this female voice? He listened attentively for a while, and did not hear anyone else's breathing. To a vegetable like him, why was she being so gentle and meticulous? Ming Liui said, it's a good thing we brought the chef from the old house. I'll let Xiaofan personally supervise lunch and have it sent up. At this, Yao Ziju noticed that there was a warm and comfortable feeling in his stomach. He had not felt this way in a long time. So, she fed him. Why did she do that? He was already in a vegetative state. What other reason would there be for her to put in such effort? Or, could it be that the salary was high? At this moment, Yao Ziju suddenly felt lucky that he was born into a rich family. If money could be used in exchange for a person's sincere treatment, he was willing to give up every penny. Perhaps she was tired, for the female voice slowly quieted down, and the leg massage was finished. As the pair of gentle hands left, his consciousness also slowly faded away, and he fell into a deep sleep. At this moment, Ming Liui was indeed tired and sleepy. She looked at the seat beside Yao Ziju and wanted to lie down. Although Yao Ziju was like a doll at her mercy, Ming Liui always remembered who he was: a decisive, cruel, and vicious male lead. She thought for a moment and promptly went to sleep in the guest room next door. The housekeepers had already tidied up the guest room. Although it was not as luxurious as the master bedroom, there was enough space for her to be alone. This made Ming Liui instantly like this room. She changed into her pajamas and flopped face down on the large bed. She would finally have a good night's sleep. However, not knowing how long she had slept, she suddenly felt her body temperature rise. Her throat was burning so much that it seemed to be smoking, and her lips were about to crack from the heat. Chapter 10. The escape plan is in indefinite progress. Ming Liui could not take it anymore and tiredly opened her eyes. Actually, tired was not quite right. It was more like her breathing was faint, as if she was about to die at any moment. She took deep breaths to calm down, and it was quite a while before she had the strength to explore her body's condition. Eventually, she discovered that the spiritual spring that had finally regained some vitality was actually showing that it was receding again, causing her to fall sick. What kind of being was the male lead? If she left him, her spiritual spring would slowly dry up. Ming Liui's mind spun when she thought of this. She felt that the male lead could not be the reason for this. She did not believe that a fictional character could affect her, a soul from another world, and her spiritual spring. Likewise, she thought that maybe it was caused by the glass of orange juice. So Ming Liui gulped down a large glass of water and tried to sleep again. But this time, Ming Liui slept for less than 2 minutes before she was forced to open her eyes. She felt like she was on fire. The glass of water she took did nothing to help because she felt even worse than before. Left with no choice, Ming Liui could only get up, put on her clothes, and return to Yao Ziju's room dejectedly. Then, a miraculous scene happened. When the spiritual spring in her body sensed the powerful aura of the male protagonist, its dry state instantly changed. Ming Liui could even feel the spiritual spring's happiness as she approached Yao Ziju. Her body had become comfortable, her body temperature returned to normal, her throat stopped burning, and her lips were not chapped anymore. Ming Liui helplessly collapsed on the sofa, looking at Yao Ziju's sleeping face. She felt that her escape plan was going to remain a work in progress. Xiao Fan knocked on the door of the master bedroom. "Madam, you have a call from President Yao." Ming Liui looked at the phone in the master bedroom and pressed the transfer button. "What's wrong, father? What's wrong with you? Why didn't I realize that you were so insensible before? If you chase the carer away, how will Ziju eat? What is the meaning of this?" Yao Gui immediately questioned her. Ming Liui was not angry. She had already guessed that Yao Gui would make this call, but she had not expected it to be so fast. It had not even been a day. She adjusted her emotions and said in an exaggerated tone, "Father, you didn't see it. That tube was so scary. Even the corner of Ziju's mouth was bleeding. I really couldn't bear to see it." As expected, Yao Gui's imposing manner weakened a little. "How is that possible? Miss Ju has been working for the Yao family for many years. She is patient and highly qualified. Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Ming Liui sneered, but her tone was full of heartache. "There's no problem with Ziju's swallowing and digestion, so I don't think we need to do anything regarding intubation. I'll feed him from now on, so you can rest assured now, all right? You're taking care of him. Do you even know how to take care of a patient?" Yao Gui did not hide his suspicion. Ming Liui immediately felt wronged, and could not help but reveal a coquettish tone. "I can learn." Yao Gui let out a long sigh. "All right, it's good that you have this intention. If you need anything, just let me know. I'll arrange for someone to do it." Hearing this, Ming Liui hesitated whether she should tell Yao Gui about the orange juice or not, but then she decided not to because this might alert the enemy. After all, if Yao Gui really cared about Yao Ziju, some things would not have happened. She changed to a more tactful manner, saying, "Father, if I feel that the servants here are not good, can I change them? What does it matter? It's fine even if you fire them. You're the matriarch there, so you have to maintain a stern attitude and not embarrass the Yao family. You should also not be petty," Yao Gui said with dissatisfaction. How could the master yield to the servant? The corners of Ming Liui's mouth curved. "Since father says so, then my mind is at ease." Yao Gui did not say anything more and hung up the phone. Ming Liui put down the phone with a smile. Now that she had listened to Yao Gui, she probably had an idea on what to do. She called Xiao Fan over and instructed her on how they would work together tomorrow. When Xiao Fan heard this, she could not help but nod excitedly. "Madam, leave it to me." There were a few people she could not tolerate, and now that she had the opportunity to deal with them, she could not help but feel a little happy. Ming Liui looked at Xiao Fan's grin, and tried to act nonchalant, but she could not resist a smile herself. However, she quickly took out her phone and started to look up on how to take care of a vegetative person. Now that she had accepted this task, no matter what the reason was, she had to do it well. Although this world was from a book, these were not fictional characters to her anymore. Moreover, many things were not described in detail in the book. For example, Yao Ziju's 3 months in a vegetative state was just written as a passing thought. No one knew how he had survived those 3 months. Chapter 11. The benefits of being in a vegetative state. Ming Liui went online to look up how to take care of a person in a vegetative state, and found a forum by family members of vegetative people. They all had family members who were sick. They shared their experiences with each other and, most importantly, had adjusted their mentality to cope with their issues. Ming Liui looked through the forum for a while and found a post from a netizen named Ling Ling. Her fiancé had been in a car accident and went into a coma. She had been forced several times by her family to break up with him, but she could not help going back to take care of him. Ming Liui's eyes turned red. She realized that compared to the experience of these netizens, her transmigration seemed to be nothing. After all, she knew the general direction of the future, and also knew that Yao Ziju would wake up in 3 months. There was hope in everything for her, but for the other family members, they were only facing a slow and endless wait. Ming Liui was actually a very emotional girl. She had been pampered by her family since she was young, so she was a little fragile, but she was kind. However, she was not a saint. She had her own way of dealing with things. Ming Liui was feeling uncomfortable and was about to put down her phone, when she accidentally pressed the send friend request button. The other party answered very quickly. By the time Ming Liui realized it, she had accidentally added the user, Ling Ling, as a friend. She looked at her phone and did not know what to say. However, Ling Ling sent her a message first. Ling Ling, good luck, friend. Don't give up. Hope is right ahead. Ming Liui's lips could not help but smile, and she replied, Ming Liui, let's do our best together. I'm a newbie in taking care of vegetative people. There are a lot of things I don't understand. Can I ask you for advice? Ling Ling, sure. Just like how I believe that my fiancé will wake up to marry me, I believe that the person you're taking care of will wake up as well. Ming Liui thought that Ling Ling had a sunny character, one who is truly gentle and kind. It was a mindset she was not able to emulate. Ling Ling, when you take care of a patient, you have to also take care of yourself. Don't give up on life. Love yourself. Ming Liui, thank you for your encouragement. If you need any help, please let me know as well. Ling Ling, my homepage serves as a donation site for the Charity Foundation for Vegetative People. It's to help the families who are suffering. If you have money to spare, you can support it. If there's an offline activity near a city, you're also welcome to participate. Surprised, Ming Liui replied. Ming Liui, I'm also in a city, so I'll participate in the offline activities. Then she tapped on the link. She thought she did not need money for herself, and she still had Yao Ziju's limitless credit card, so she donated all the allowance she had on hand. But there was a limit to the transaction amount. Ling Ling, you actually donated 200,000 yuan on your first try. Ming Liui, I'm sorry, is it too little? This is my newly registered account. It says that I can only pay 200,000 yuan at most. I will continue to donate tomorrow. Ling Ling was a little flustered now. Where did this rich and innocent person come from? Ling Ling, 200,000 yuan is already a lot. You don't have to donate any more tomorrow. Everyone is in a difficult situation, so it's fine as long as it's within your means to donate. By the way, are you a boy or a girl? Ming Liui nodded. She really did not think it was a lot. To be honest, whether it was original Ming Liui or the current Ming Liui, they had no concept of money. Original Ming Liui was sheltered and did not have any great ambitions. And the current Ming Liui was the young mistress of a rich family, and never had to worry about money issues. Thus, when she looked at the figure on her phone, it did not make her react much. 200,000 yuan was really just a fraction of her allowance. However, she quickly replied, Ming Liui, I'm a girl. Ling Ling, little sister, charitable deeds are from the heart indeed, but do not be so naive in other matters that you will just throw your money around. You should appraise your spending more carefully. Ming Liui, okay, thank you for the reminder. Ling Ling was a lively person, so she immediately asked the next question. Ling Ling, can I ask, how are you related to the afflicted family member? Ming Liui hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she still answered truthfully. Ming Liui, he is my husband. Ling Ling, then our situations are quite similar. The weather has been hot recently, and my fiancé has a low body temperature, and he stays cool all day. It's so comfortable to sleep with him in my arms. Ming Liui, Ling Ling, don't be shy. You're already a wife, so why can't you have this little perk? Besides, my fiancé used to take special care of his hair and applied all kinds of product on it, but now that it's lying flat, and I can touch his hair as I please. Ming Liui's mouth twitched. Ming Liui, you can do that? Ling Ling texted back proudly. Ling Ling, it's normal. Don't tell me you can resist not touching your husband. Isn't hugging and kissing a must? Ming Liui's face turned red. She did not think so. Chapter 12. Psychological Comfort. Of course, if you ignored Ming Liui's blushing face, her words were quite credible. She had no choice, she was guilty. Ling Ling, sister, be bold. This is our psychological comfort. After taking care of him for so long, it's normal to develop some interest. Besides, does a husband and wife have to keep their chastity? A vegetative person also needs to be caressed. He must know that his lover is still waiting for him. Ming Lairii tried to imagine the scene of her hugging and kissing Yaoziju, and then her little face became even redder. She was afraid that Lingling would go too far, so she tactfully turned her phone off. That night, it was time for Ming Lairii to feed Yaoziju again. After she had fed him with great effort, Ming Lairii stubbornly returned to her room. She thought it had been quite some time since she drank that orange juice, and there were no other side effects. Maybe if she left the male lead side, her spiritual spring would adapt. I have no choice, some things must be tried. However, she had underestimated the male lead's aura. Every time she tried to force herself to sleep, her body would be woken up by the burning sensation of her spiritual spring drying up. Ming Lairii was so distressed that she pounded her fists against the bed violently. In the end, she accepted her fate and snuck back into Yaoziju's room to sleep. Perhaps because of the conversation with Lingling, which made her feel less mentally stressed, she became less hesitant about climbing into Yaoziju's bed a second time. Before Ming Lairii went to bed, she said seriously beside Yaoziju, "I took care of you during the day, and took up half of your bed at night. That's not too much, is it?" Then, as if she had been convinced by someone, she quietly lifted the covers and lay down. Initially, she was still a little tense and could not relax, but soon she did. To be honest, she had secretly touched Yaoziju's abs this morning, and it felt wonderful. However, kissing and hugging were still a little too much, right? Even though she was Yaoziju's wife in name, their relationship had always been strained. Moreover, Yaoziju did not know that the current Ming Lairii was not the same as before. If Yaoziju woke up and discovered that he had been taken advantage of, he would probably kill her out of anger. Ming Lairii thought of Yaoziju's methods and could not help but shrink back. She thought it was better to forget about it. This was not a psychological comfort, this was a psychological threat. Just thinking about it right then made her hair stand on end. As Ming Lairii pondered, her thoughts slowly emptied, and her breathing became even. Beside Yaoziju, she slowly entered her dreams. After an unknown amount of time, Yaoziju only felt his thigh sink, as if someone's leg had landed on his body. If it was not for the fact that he could not move at this time, he would have thrown this person out. But in the next second, he did a mental double-take. How did he regain consciousness? He used his ears to listen carefully to the surrounding sounds. It was very quiet all around, and he could clearly hear the chirping of insects outside the window. Thus, it was easy to tell that it was nighttime. But what Yaoziju could not ignore was the sound of even breathing that came from a place very close to him. Along with the fragrance from the other person's body, it was a woman. How dare this woman put her leg on his body so shamelessly? And her arm was on his chest. He could not control his body, but he could clearly feel that the pressure was very uncomfortable. But in the next second, he found something even more unbearable. The woman's hair was right beside his neck. As she breathed, it brushed against the skin of his neck. It was as if someone was teasing him with a feather, making it itch unbearably. At this moment, he detected a light and elegant scent, like a mountain spring. He had never encountered this scent before. Even so, he was sure that this was the gentle and lingering scent of the mountain spring. Yaoziju usually hated touching people, but because of his good looks and high status, there was never a lack of beauties around him. Until one day, a woman tried to take advantage of him, and he broke her arm. From then on, no one dared to approach him. After Yaoziju married Ming Lairii, he really did want to accept her, but Ming Lairii's viciousness and coldness made him close his heart again. Who was this woman lying beside him now? She did not seem to be guarded against him at all. He could feel that her body was relaxed and unrestrained. Chapter 13. Let us test it. Yaoziju laughed at himself for a while. He almost forgot that he was a vegetable. Who would guard against a vegetable? He thought that the only person allowed to sleep beside him was Ming Lairii. But when he thought of the soft voice he had heard when he was briefly awake, and the gentle massage technique she had used, it could not be that vicious woman. So, who was this woman? For some reason, Yaoziju felt an indescribable sense of comfort and relaxation. If one ignored the weight on his body, of course. Yaoziju could feel the fresh air on the tip of his nose and the slight itchiness around his neck, and it felt like he was still alive. Therefore, he had a rare moment of peace and tranquility without any worries. Then, Yaoziju felt the weight on his body disappear, and the mattress area beside him bounced back into shape. The woman had turned over. She left him alone just like that. Yao Ziju suddenly felt a sense of regret and reluctance, as if a piece of his heart was missing. Soon, his consciousness began to blur. Just as Yao Ziju thought he was going to fall asleep again, a soft hand climbed onto his body again. His nerves jolted, and he became clear-headed once more. Her touch had returned. That soft little hand did not do anything else. It just rested softly on his hand, and her little finger seemed to hook into his fingers unconsciously. Then, they fell into silence again. Yao Ziju did not realize that his heart was already wavering with her every move. However, he was able to calmly figure out a rule on how he regained his consciousness. The first time he woke up was when someone cried for him. A pair of soft hands had been massaging the hideous scars on his legs. The second time he woke up, someone was also massaging his calf. It was the same pair of warm and slender hands. The third time he woke up was just now. The woman had placed her leg on his body. After she left, his consciousness began to blur, but the moment her fingers wrapped around his, he instantly regained his consciousness. The few times he had woken up seemed to be related to her. He questioned in his mind again, who was she? He felt like his life was being controlled by someone else, but Yao Ziju was not afraid. Instead, he was filled with joy. This was because there was finally something that piqued his interest in his dark and oppressive life. Early in the morning, Ming Lairia was woken up by the chirping of birds outside the window. She slowly opened her eyes and found that Yao Ziju's face was less than a centimeter away from her nose. Ming Lairia was already screaming in her heart. She had fallen asleep peacefully, but when she opened her eyes, she was like a sloth with her entire body wrapped around him. She looked at Yao Ziju's face. It looked very gentle, which meant he was not angry. So, that was that, Ming Lairia consoled herself. However, she still explained herself seriously. I heard that physical contact can help wake vegetative people, so I'm doing this for your own good. You'd better not be ungrateful. After that, Ming Lairia ran to wash up. After splashing her face with cold water a few times, the blush on her face finally disappeared. Then, she casually checked the time. Lingerling's message was the first to pop up. Sister, how is it? Did you get any spiritual comfort last night? Ming Lairia was speechless. Before she could reply, Xiaofan knocked on the door. Xiaofan whispered in Ming Lairia's ear, Madam, the people you asked for have been arranged. Ming Lairia nodded and gave her instructions. Don't tell anyone who they are. Just say that they are the doctors who check up on the master. Xiaofan nodded and went to make arrangements for the guests. Ever since Ming Lairia decided to personally take care of Yao Ziju, she would eat 3 meals a day with him. As per her instructions, Yao Ziju's breakfast was almond millet congee with a glass of orange juice. Her breakfast was a bowl of seafood noodles. Last night, when Xiaofan had gone to the kitchen to make the arrangements, she also mentioned that the madam liked orange juice very much, and had asked that the staff should not forget it every day. The eyes of a housekeeper who stood in the corner, Xiao Hong, lit up, and she quickly nodded. When Xiaofan went to the master bedroom with breakfast, Xiao Hong followed her upstairs with fresh orange juice. Ming Lairia picked up the glass of orange juice and sniffed it. This is the one you squeezed this morning? Yes, madam, Xiao Hong replied softly. Ming Lairia sneered. Xiaofan, she said, tell the inspectors to prepare the machine. Chapter 14. Call the police. Xiao Hong panicked. Madam, what do you mean by this? Please believe me, this really was freshly squeezed this morning. But when she saw that Ming Lairia did not move at all, she turned around and charged at Yao Ziju with a fierce look in her eyes. Ming Lairia was shocked. She did not expect Xiao Hong to be so reckless, and quickly went to grab her. The bodyguards, who were already waiting by the door, heard the noise and rushed in, tackling Xiao Hong to the ground. These people were all here for Yao Ziju. Ming Lairia originally wanted to handle this in front of Yao Ziju, but she had ignored the fact that these people would be desperate. If they really hurt Yao Ziju, everything would be lost. Ming Lairia thought for a moment, then moved everyone to the living room, leaving 2 bodyguards in the master bedroom to look after Yao Ziju. At that moment, the lab technicians had already gotten the orange juice sample and started running tests on it. Ming Lairia gathered all the employees in the villa, and everyone nervously waited for the results. However, there were also whispers. I've long heard that this new madam is not easy to deal with. It's only the second day since she left the main manor, and she's already making a move to establish her authority. That's right. She just said that the fresh juice was delicious yesterday, and all of a sudden, she calls for lab technicians. This person, TSK, she really is two-faced. But Xiaohong has been working here 4 years now. There shouldn't be any problems, right? Ming Liui turned a deaf ear to these discussions, but silently watched everyone's expressions. At this moment, the test results finally came out. Madam, there's a problem with the test results of this glass of orange juice. Besides some additives, there were also some other things. Ming Liui's eyes indicated for him to continue. At this, the lab technician continued speaking honestly. Madam, this orange juice is poisoned. Although the dosage is small, if it is accumulated over a long period of time, the consequences would be unpredictable. However, we only brought simple equipment today. We need to take the poison in the orange juice back to the laboratory for further research. The crowd began to stir, and everyone was panicking. Ming Liui smiled. All right, I understand. I won't trouble you with the follow-up. Don't worry, your fee will not be affected. Xiaohong thought that she had escaped a calamity. As soon as the lab technicians left, she quickly knelt down in front of Ming Liui. Madam, thank you for your kindness. I know my mistake now, truly. I was just confused for a moment. Thank you for letting me go. From now on, when did I say I'd let you go? Ming Liui interrupted Xiaohong's words, then turned to Xiaofan and said, someone poisoned us. There's solid evidence. Call the police. Xiaofan quickly went to call the police. The police arrived very quickly. Their presence made the crowd even more restless. A few of the more agitated ones wanted to escape, but they underestimated the police. Those showing any signs of suspicion were all taken away. Ming Liui also cooperated with the investigation, and even submitted a recording of Xiaohong admitting that she squeezed the orange juice herself. When Ming Liui returned, night had fallen. Xiaofan was almost done tidying up the villa. The most obvious change in the villa was that the number of servants had decreased significantly, and most of them were familiar faces. Seeing that Ming Liui had returned, everyone gathered in the living room. Ming Liui sighed. Her voice was tender and soft, but her tone was powerful. Don't worry, everyone. Those who have done wrong and harbor ill intentions will be punished. As for the rest of you, I hope that everyone will continue your duties as you have done in the past. However, if today's incident were to happen again, I want everyone to think carefully about it. There are no walls that can't be penetrated. If you're discovered, what will happen to Xiaohong will happen to you. If your family has any difficulties, you can tell me, I will help you, and the Yao family will help you. All of you have worked for the Yao family for many years, and I believe that we all have sentiments for each other, so don't let a little ill-gotten gain hurt our relationship. Besides, the Yao family is still here, and we have never said that we would leave you high and dry. Everyone had their own plans in their hearts. To be honest, they had all seen the master's heroic bearing before. Although he was serious, he was generous. Working for the Yao family, the salary and benefits were always high, so everyone was grateful. However, after the master's accident, it was inevitable that some people's inclinations would change, and others took advantage of these vulnerabilities. Moreover, the madam had previously been mean to the master, but now she was willing to protect him. Everyone's hearts were touched. Moreover, she had said that if they had any difficulties, they could look to the Yao family. The Yao family would not just ignore them. After Ming Liui finished speaking, she swept her gaze over everyone, then she went back to rest in her room. She looked at Yao Ziju and suddenly remembered something. She quickly went to find Xiaofan. Has the master had his lunch yet? Chapter 15. I'm in the same boat as you. Xiaofan nodded. Yes, I did. I fed him at noon. Did it go well? Ming Liui asked. I could be clumsy, so I tried for over an hour, and yet only managed to feed him half a bowl's worth, Xiaofan said. Isn't that equivalent to eating half a bowl of congee for the entire afternoon? Ming Liui's brows furrowed tightly. I really couldn't feed him. I was worried that he would be hungry, so I fed him some milk in the afternoon. After Xiao Fan finished speaking, she saw Ming Liui nod her head. Without any other instructions, she went to the kitchen to prepare Ming Liui's dinner. The master bedroom was silent once more. Ming Liui sat beside Yao Ziju and looked at his side profile. Eventually, she could not help reaching out and poking his face. Yao Ziju, why are you so disobedient? I was only gone for a while, why aren't you eating properly? Yao Ziju was confused. Ming Liui did not know that, because of her touch, Yao Ziju would regain his consciousness. Ming Liui continued mumbling to herself, Xiao Hong has been arrested by the police. All those with malicious intent have already been driven away. Yao Ziju was even more puzzled by this. Ming Liui continued, actually, I did not want to alert the enemy, but I was thinking what if I slip up one day? So with this, we can eat without worry. In the future, never mind, we'll deal with each move accordingly, but you have to be obedient. Yao Ziju was confused again. No one had ever spoken to him like this since he matured. If Ming Liui could lean on his chest at this time, she would definitely be able to hear his heartbeat beating like a drum. At this time, Ming Liui's phone suddenly rang. She carelessly answered the phone with one hand while her other hand continued to stroke Yao Ziju's face. Sister-in-law, I am Yao Ziyang. Oh, Yao Ziyang, what's the matter? Yao Ziju could only hear Ming Liui's voice. He suppressed the questions in his heart and silently listened. Yao Ziyang was tired of keeping up the farce with this stupid woman, and said in a cold voice, let's get straight to the point. I know you're not happy with a vegetable and your days are hard. I have a way for you to get rid of Yao Ziju and live a free life, but I just need you to not get in the way, sister-in-law. What do you think? Ming Liui thought furiously, Yao Ziyang, he's your older brother, how could you? Yao Ziyang gave a cold huff. Ming Liui, you can stop pretending now. If I weren't sure of your actual nature, I wouldn't be calling you. Yao Gui does not know about your methods, but I do. For the longest time, I did not let the Yao family know the truth. If not for me covering for you, do you think you could remain in the Yao family? Right now, you're waiting for Yao to wake up, but have you ever thought about what he'll do to you once he wakes? So, what do you want? I hope you won't meddle in other people's business like today, Yao Ziyang replied. You planted Xiao Hong? Ming Liui asked. She had her suspicions, but she did not think they would be revealed straight away. Don't get in my way again, or else you and your little lover will suffer for the rest of your lives, Yao Ziyang threatened. Ming Liui pondered for a moment. Okay, but you have tell me what you want to do. Otherwise, it'll be like today. You poisoned the orange juice, but I got set up as well. You're smart, but I'm not stupid. What do you think? Yao Ziyang sneered. Fine, I'll give you one more chance. But it will depend on your performance. Tomorrow, I'll arrange for someone to put a small dose of slow-acting poison in the milk. Ming Liui was shocked. So there was still a hidden threat in this house. But Yao Ziju had only been discharged from the hospital for 2 days, so why was Yao Ziyang so arrogant? He seemed to be in a hurry to kill Yao Ziju. Aren't you afraid that I'll tell Yao Gui about this? Yao Ziyang sneered. Go ahead. I'll be having an all-day meeting with Yao Gui tomorrow. If you do anything, I'll tell Yao Gui that you were the one who poisoned him. Do you think Yao Gui will believe you over me? He'll have you dealt with without even waiting for your explanation. Ming Liui, to actually ask such a question, do you think you're that important? Do you think that you're the madam of the Yao family now just because you dealt with a few housekeepers? Yao Ziyang's voice was like a venomous snake, waiting for an opportunity to strike. It sent chills down one's spine. Ming Liui understood clearly that if she were to fight him head-on, she would have no chance of winning. Her eyes flickered. Okay, I'll believe you this time. I'll feed him milk tomorrow. If anyone finds out, you'll have to protect me. I'm in the same boat as you now. Chapter 16. This is her true self. Hearing Ming Liui's words, Yao Ziyang almost laughed. Where did Yao Gui find this idiot? She's so easy to manipulate. If something really happened in the future, who would care about her? Besides, no matter who did the deed, wouldn't it be more exciting to have Yao Ziju's bed partner kill him? Thinking of this, Yao Ziyang's eyes flashed with madness. Yao Ziyang suppressed the excitement in his heart and calmly said, Don't worry, this slow-acting poison can last for 3 months and slowly induces organ failure. It's hard to trace. When I become the president of the Yao's group, I won't forget the part you played. Ming Liui's voice was timid. Okay. Hanging up the phone, Ming Liui angrily pounded the bed with her fist. There went her 3 months of peace. The more Ming Liui thought about it, the more she felt displeased. She began to vent her anger on Yao Ziju, but her tone was completely different from the one she had used on Yao Ziyang, as if she was acting coquettishly. Hurry up and wake up, I really can't stand this anymore. Even though Yao Ziju only had an inkling of the context, he still understood what was going on. He did not believe it at first, but now he was sure that this woman was Ming Liui. She wanted to poison him together with Yao Ziyang. No wonder she was so gentle before. I, Yao Ziju, am truly pathetic. To think that Ming Liui would save me from this darkness. I must be mad. If someone plots my death, I deserve it. However, he had never thought that Yao Ziyang would try to kill him. He had always thought that Yao Ziyang was an obedient and sensible younger brother. He was quiet in the company and rarely attracted anyone's attention. He did not expect that Ziyang was also a wolf in sheep's clothing. Being betrayed by his family made Yao Ziju even more disheartened. To H*LL with the Yao Corporation, or my freedom, if they want it, they can take it all. He thought that he had hit rock bottom by being in a vegetative state, but the worst was yet to come. His heart, which had been opened by that pair of soft, petite hands, was closed off again. The spiritual spring seemed to sense Yao Ziju's agitation, and it started to well up. This made Ming Liui exclaim in surprise, but before she could investigate carefully, Xiao Fan knocked on the door. Ming Liui reluctantly pulled back her divine sense and said, "Enter." Xiao Fan brought over a steaming bowl of bone broth noodles. "Madam, you must be tired after a long day. Have some noodles to warm your stomach." Ming Liui quickly ate 2 mouthfuls, then thought of something. "Come back tomorrow morning to get the bowl. I'll be going to bed shortly." After Xiao Fan left, Ming Liui locked the door and began to carefully examine herself. This time, she could clearly feel the dripping of the spiritual spring. Each drop was extremely precious. Ming Liui utilized her divine sense and gathered the spiritual water to the tip of her middle finger, then dripped it into the bone broth noodle. In an instant, the bone broth noodle soup, which did not look remarkable, suddenly glowed with a pure white luster. Ming Liui picked up the bowl and walked toward Yao Ziju. This time, she did not bother Xiao Fan to fetch another spoon, and just used her own spoon to feed Yao Ziju a mouthful of the soup. This mouthful seemed to have turned on a switch. The spiritual spring in Ming Liui's body instantly revitalized and flowed out continuously. Looking at Yao Ziju again, he no longer appeared as sick as before. His skin was glowing, and his legs, which had not been used for a long time and had grown flabby, were starting to tighten. Anyone could see the change in Yao Ziju with a single glance. Ming Liui did not dare to feed him more, worried that he might not be able to handle it. Seeing Yao Ziju's legs, she placed a drop of spiritual spring water on her palm, rubbed her palms together, and massaged his legs. At this moment, Yao Ziju could only sneer. She already intends to poison the milk, so this can't be anything good either. However, those delicate hands seemed to have some kind of magic. Every touch seemed to reach his heart, making his heart stir once more. Ming Liui massaged for a while and realized that she had worked up a sweat, so she went to wash up. She was worried that her body could not take it, so she dripped a little more of the spiritual water into the bathtub to improve the conditions of her body. After soaking for a while, Ming Liui fell asleep. Then, she was woken up by a strong stench. At that instant, she realized that her body was covered in black sweat. She then washed herself clean with water. The look in her eyes changed as she noticed that her skin color at that moment was no longer that of original Ming Liui. She quickly got up to look at herself in the mirror, as if trying to verify something. As expected, the person in the mirror right then had 90% of her own features prior to her transmigration. Her soulful almond-shaped eyes were now so bright that they seemed to be filled with stars. Her lips were a tender pink, and her skin was like a peeled egg, pale and tender without a single blemish. Ming Liui was so delighted that she almost jumped for joy. This was her true self. Chapter 17. The poisonous milk is served. Today was the 3rd time Ming Liui climbed into Yao Ziju's bed. This time, she was more used to it. She unhurriedly lifted the silk covers and lay down. In fact, she knew her sleeping habits very well. Even if she went to sleep on her back, she would definitely shift over to Yao Ziju's side during her sleep. Therefore, she was too lazy to argue with herself. Nothing was more important than her own comfort now. However, what she did not know was that Yao Ziju, as the male lead, was the blessed one, and had a strong attraction to the spiritual spring. It was also the spiritual spring that made her uncontrollably drawn to Yao Ziju. It was also because of their close proximity at night that the spiritual spring was able to restore its vitality. Very quickly, Ming Laiyi entered the realm of dreams. Without the control of human consciousness, her body unconsciously latched onto Yao Ziju. Yao Ziju's breath caught in his throat. How could this woman be so shameless? During the day, she was still thinking about how to poison him, but at night, she was blatantly taking advantage of him. But soon, the changes in his body caused Yao Ziju to temporarily forget about her. Unlike his usual sluggishness, his muscles today were light and energetic. His calf, which had been paralyzed for a long time, even felt somewhat warm. Yao Ziju's heart was filled with joy, but he quickly suppressed it. He did not know if the sudden improvement in his body was good or bad, because he did not know what it meant. Had Ming Laiyi done something? And that wicked woman was sleeping soundly beside him. Her body was wrapped around his, as if they were the most intimate partners in the world. He used to have the power to do anything he wanted. Under his leadership, the Yao Corporation rose higher and higher. At that time, he wanted the whole world to be beneath his feet and have everyone bow to him. Now, there seemed to be only Ming Laiyi left in his world. During the day, she had hidden her evil intentions and pretended to care for him. She had indeed obtained everyone's trust and remained by his side to gain benefits. At night, she acted as if nothing had happened and wrapped herself around him without fear. Yao Ziju huffed coldly in his heart. He swore to himself that if he could wake up, that would be the day of Ming Laiyi's death. He would make her wish she was dead. At this moment, the soft body next to Yao Ziju seemed to be having trouble sleeping. It gave a strong shudder and, as if seeking comfort, a fluffy little head rubbed against Yao Ziju's side a few times before it found a comfortable position and continued to sleep. Yao Ziju felt her kitten-like actions and changed his mind. If Ming Laiyi could please him like a little animal in the future, then he could be a little more merciful, and keep her by his side to play with her when he was free. The next morning, Yao Ziyan seemed to be very eager to see Ming Laiyi's loyalty. Without waiting for Ming Laiyi to wake up, a housekeeper knocked on the door to deliver the milk. Ming Laiyi bit her lip. She knew that she could not escape this, and neither could she pretend to not hear anything. She could only respond, "Come in." It was the maid, Xiaoxiu, who came in holding 2 cups of warm milk on a tray. Ming Laiyi's heart stuttered. "Why is there also a cup for me?" Xiaoxiu smiled. "I'm worried that the master wouldn't take it well. Milk shouldn't be wasted, so of course I had an extra portion prepared. What do you think, madam?" The alarm in Ming Laiyi's mind went off. This maid had arrived too early, and she did not have time to make preparations. Although Yao Ziyan had said that it was a slow-acting poison, there should not be any problems drinking it for the first time. However, this was only for normal people. Yao Ziju was in a vegetative state, and his immune system was already weak. Who knew what would happen if he drank this cup of poisoned milk? Ming Laiyi's mind was in turmoil, but her face remained serene. She calmly picked up the milk, then the spoon, and gently blew on it. Then, she signaled to Xiaoxiu that she could leave. "Madam," Xiaoxiu said unhurriedly, "please feed the master. If it's not convenient for you, I can do it." With furrowed brows, Ming Laiyi brought the spoon to Yao Ziju's mouth and fed him spoonful by spoonful. However, before the milk could reach his mouth, Ming Laiyi's hand bent slightly to the side, causing the milk to spill all over his body before it could enter his mouth. "Madam, you should be careful, this milk is very expensive, I think I should do it," Xiaoxiu spoke again. When Ming Laiyi heard this, she was immediately furious. She slammed the glass of milk on the table and was about to pick up her phone. "You're just a maid, and you dare talk to me like that? Who gave you the right? I'd like to ask Yao Ziyang if he was the one who incited this." Chapter 18. An embarrassing approach. When Xiaoxiu heard that Ming Laiyi was going to complain, she panicked and her tone became flattering. Madam, you're right. I've spoken out of turn, and I apologize. Please let me off this time. Ming Liui snorted coldly. I'm going to video call Yao Ziyang now. I have to show him how Yao Ziju drank the milk. I don't want to be set up by you again. Xiaoxu thought that Ming Liui was just bluffing. She did not expect her to actually make the call, and Yao Ziyang answered, "Sister-in-law?" Upon hearing Yao Ziyang's voice, Xiaoxu quickly explained, "I brought the milk as you ordered." Ming Liui did not say anything and just stared at Yao Ziyang. In the video, two voluptuous women were sleeping next to Yao Ziyang. Only then did Yao Ziyang remember his current state and felt a little awkward. He put on his bathrobe and went to the living room. Then, he took a good look at Ming Liui. It had only been a few days since he last saw Ming Liui in the hospital, but the current Ming Liui was completely different from the timid Ming Liui from before. It was still her, but she was so beautiful that it was as if she was bathed in a blanket of light. Even if she were to stand among statuesque models, Ming Liui would not be inferior in any way. She was a dazzling existence that could catch one's eye in an instant. Compared to her, when Yao Ziyang thought about the two sexy women on his bed, he felt that he drew the short straw last night. This Ming Liui was still his sister-in-law in name, and he knew how to behave in front of others. After a few months, he had gotten used to having a sister-in-law, but in reality, Ming Liui was younger than him. Thinking of this, Yao Ziyang's thoughts became a little bolder. "You seem a bit different from before," Ming Liui sneered in her heart. Her soul had transmigrated into this body, so of course she looked different. Yao Ziyang's eyes darkened. He had not tried a forbidden tryst in bed before. "If we had video called each other last night, I would have willingly interrupted the good time you were having with Yao Ziju. Do you want the honors instead?" Ming Liui asked. Yao Ziyang lowered his gaze slightly. "So tell me, what's the matter? Did he finish the milk? I'm here to file a complaint against your employee. She was very rude to me and did not respect me at all. Did you teach her this? I want you to fire her right now and remove her from my sight." Ming Liui huffed coldly. Yao Ziyang put on a look as if he understood. "I don't have time to play with you. I don't care what you want to do. You can fire the maid, just feed him the milk now." Ming Liui's tone suddenly became aggrieved. "You Yaos are always bullying me. Now, even a housekeeper can step on me and tell me what to do." If this dragged on, no one knew what would happen. Although Yao Ziyang liked women, he would not risk this operation. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Xiaoxu, leave first." "Yes, sir." Xiaoxu left in a hurry, afraid of being fired. "Can you feed him now?" Yao Ziyang said. Ming Liui put her phone to the side so that the camera could see her. Then she picked up the spoon and approached Yao Ziju. From Yao Ziyang's point of view, he could only see Yao Ziju's forehead. He was not sure if Ming Liui was really feeding him the milk. "Ming Liui, what are you doing?" Turn the camera to Yao Ziju. "You're so troublesome." Ming Liui could not help but mutter a complaint. "Ming Liui, I'm warning you one last time, this villa is not what it seems. Do you think you can buy people over with a few words? The entire villa is under my control, so you'd best proceed carefully." Yao Ziyang's expression changed slightly. Ming Liui understood that she could not put this off today, so she could only take a gamble. She muted the video call and held Yao Ziju's hand quietly. "I don't know if you can hear me, but Yao Ziju, I really don't have a choice. Now, Yao Ziyang wants to use the poisoned milk to harm you. He said it's a slow-acting poison, and it will only take effect after 3 months, but I don't know if he's telling the truth." When she said this, Ming Liui's face turned a little red, and she looked a little embarrassed. I have the spiritual spring now, so drinking this milk should be fine. In order to hide it from him, I can only trouble you. Don't come after me about this matter in the future." After saying that, Ming Liui unmuted the video call. She ignored the other party's curses and threats, picked up the milk, and took a big gulp. Then, Yao Ziyang saw Ming Liui, with a mouth full of milk, lean over and press her lips against Yao Ziju's. Chapter 19. Life's Dilemma. The morning sun shone on the young girl's face, giving her cheeks a gilded look. The young girl's red lips were pressed against the pale lips of the one lying on the bed. Ming Liui had not intended for things to develop this way. This was her first kiss, but it was not like she could do anything about it. She closed her eyes tightly and thought to herself in surprise, Yao Ziju's lips are so soft. Ming Liui was only absent-minded for a moment, causing a bit of milk to slip from her mouth and into Yao Ziju's mouth. She immediately realized her mistake and quickly focused, taking small gulps herself. Then, she wiped away the residue from Yao Ziju's mouth. It was uncertain if it was because Yao Ziyang did not say anything, or if Ming Liui was too focused, but in any case, Ming Liui was no longer aware of her surroundings. It was as if they were the only two left in the world. Just like that, she single-mindedly finished feeding him all the milk. The feeling of their lips touching seemed to be more wonderful than she had imagined. Coupled with her rapid heartbeat, Ming Liui felt like she was being lured into a sense of romance. After drinking the last mouthful, Ming Liui hurriedly showed the empty cup to Yao Ziyang on the other end of the video call. Then she hung up the phone with a click. She turned and rushed into the bathroom, stuck 2 fingers down her throat, and regurgitated as much milk as she could. Ming Liui had drunk a cup of poisoned milk on an empty stomach, so she vomited violently. At this time, she felt so uncomfortable that her eyes were filled with tears. She rinsed her mouth and ingested a drop of spiritual water. Then, she could not stay conscious any longer. With cold sweat on her head, she collapsed on the bed and fell asleep. Before she went to sleep, Ming Liui thought to herself that her first kiss was the worst. While Ming Liui was asleep, Yao Ziju began a new round of self-doubt. At that moment, his mind was in turmoil. When Ming Liui held his hand, he had already regained consciousness. In the past, he had always thought that this world was normal. He was also a firm materialist. However, the recent events were really difficult for him to explain with science. For example, he could only gain consciousness when Ming Liui touched him, and Ming Liui seemed to have become a completely different person. In the past, Ming Liui could not wait for him to die so that she could be free. Going by normal reasoning, she should be prying his mouth open and forcing the poisoned milk down his throat, right? But Ming Liui was willing to drink the poisoned milk for him. Even his biological parents would not be willing to go to this extent. What was Ming Liui thinking? And, in that kind of way, the girl's warm breath came close to him, and her soft lips, with the clear breath of the mountain spring, gently kissed his lips. Acting, Ming Liui was definitely acting. Yao Ziju could only use self-denial to explain the abnormality. Of course, if he could ignore the comfort and cleanliness of his body, the warm feeling in his stomach, the obvious improvement in his calf muscles, and the soft lingering touch on his lips. It had only been a few hours, but the woman beside him was in a completely different state than last night. Last night, Ming Liui was warm and soft, relaxed and comfortable, lying on the bed without restraint, like a little kitten that constantly needed sleep. But right at that moment, Ming Liui's entire form was trembling, and her body was covered in cold sweat. She was curled up, leaning lightly against his side. Yao Ziju could clearly feel her discomfort. She lay on her side, and her lips brushed against his arm. Unlike the warmth from before, her lips were cold. Yao Ziju's felt a chill in his heart, which twitched uncomfortably, and an unspeakable sadness enveloped him. Why did she have to do this? Yao Ziju's heart was burning with anger. How could he rely on a woman to protect him? But his current state. He tried to move his fingers, but no matter how much strength he used in his body, there was no reaction. Dispirited, he thought, what kind of life is this? The first half of his life was full of glory, and yet he had to live out the rest of his life as a vegetable. However, while he was conscious, he watched as his relatives constantly tried to harm him, and his wife shelter him from the onslaught, yet he was helpless. While Ming Liui slept, the entire villa had undergone a tremendous reassignment of staff. The previously vacant housekeeping positions were all filled by unfamiliar faces. There were also more bodyguards, and the entire villa became tense and quiet. Xiao Fan was finally allowed to come in at lunch. She had wanted to deliver breakfast much earlier, but was stopped by the bodyguard. She waited anxiously until noon before the bodyguard let her go in. Seeing Ming Liui's pale face, Xiao Fan's eyes reddened. "Madam, what's going on?" Chapter 20. The Imperial Physician. Seeing Xiao Fan like this, Ming Liui felt bad. "Don't worry, I'm fine. How's the situation outside?" A lot of bodyguards suddenly arrived, Xiao Fan replied quickly. There are also some housekeepers I don't recognize. The entire villa has been placed under their control. They didn't even let me come upstairs. Ming Liui lowered her eyes. She knew that Yao Ziyang still had a plan. He wanted to put her under house arrest and take the opportunity to poison Yao Ziju. Then, he would naturally push the blame on her. Yao Ziyang would never go easy on someone who knew his secret. Now, her only hope was Yao Gui. Although Yao Ziyang had already taken over most of Yao Gui's duties, Yao Gui still had the final say, be it in the family or the company. However, Ming Liui was not certain. She looked at Xiao Fan. You have to be strong. The master and I both need you. Xiao Fan nodded with determination. Don't worry, madam. I was abandoned by my parents as a child. It was the Yao family who gave me a job and allowed me to live. I'll protect you and master, even if I have to risk my life. To protect the Yao family's descendants. Ming Liui could not help but laugh. We don't have to risk our lives. We are not a lawless society. We just have to use the law for our own self-protection. I'll listen to you, madam. Xiao Fan nodded. Then you go down and keep an eye on them. I'm quite safe for now. You be careful, too. Let me know immediately if anything happens, Ming Liui said. Xiao Fan took her instructions and left. At this moment, Ming Liui was also desperately trying to come up with a good countermeasure. Right then, Lingling's timing could not have been better. Lingling, you know that prestigious family of traditional Chinese medicine physicians. The head of house's youngest son, Miao Ruoming, has recently returned to the country. I'm not sure if you've heard of him. He may be the youngest son, but he is most definitely the next head of the family with peerless healing skills. He studied overseas to refine his theoretical knowledge of Eastern medicine. Next week, he will be holding a medical forum in a city, with on-the-spot consultations available. Would you like to give it a try? Ming Liui's eyes lit up. Ming Liui, that's great. I'll make arrangements now. Ming Liui plotted in her heart. If she went to Yao Ziyang directly, he would undoubtedly not agree to it, but what if she were to approach Yao Gui instead? With that in mind, she began searching online for Miao Ruoming's details. Miao Ruoming, 33 years old, hailed from a family with generations of doctors. His ancestor was once an imperial physician in the palace. He became renowned since the age of 21 for his skills at diagnosing and curing illnesses, but he did not stop there as he continued to improve his craft. At this moment, Miao had yet to reach a city, but his appointment schedule was already fully booked. Even so, this was not an issue for the Yao family. It was only a pity that Yao Ziyang had ordered everyone to stay silent about the news, or Yao Gui would have sought Miao Ruoming's assistance much sooner. Ming Liui thought about it and called Yao Gui directly. When Yao Gui saw Ming Liui's call, he frowned. He had previously turned a blind eye to Ming Liui's antics in the Yao family as long as she did not go overboard. It was just that with increasing reports about what she had been up to, his impression of her had worsened. What is it? Ming Liui did not let his cold demeanor get to her as she went straight to the point. Father, do you know Miao Ruoming? He's the heir to a prestigious family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. He has recently returned to the country, and I want to invite him to come to our house to treat Ziju. Will you be able to make arrangements? Yao Gui was inwardly surprised at hearing this. He initially thought that Ming Liui was not able to stand being in the villa anymore and wanted to make a request to leave. Even though she was indeed making a request, it was a request related to Yao Ziju's welfare. I'll have someone make the arrangements. Is there anything else? Ming Liui hesitated for a moment. It's just that. There's been a sudden increase of people in the villa. Father, Yao Ziju needs to be undisturbed in his recovery. Shouldn't the housekeepers be dismissed? I can care for him myself. Nonsense. Do you think you'd be able to manage such a huge villa? Yao Gui snapped at her in response. Father, this time, without waiting for Ming Liui to continue on, Yao Gui interrupted her. Do you truly think I do not know about your schemes? Don't bring this up with me again. He hung up the phone. After all, Ming Liui was a young lady currently taking care of a vegetable. Who knew what would happen if she was allowed to have her way without the supervision of others? Seeing that Yao Gui had ended the call, Ming Liui realized that she had been too hasty. After all, She did not know what Yao Ziyang had said to Yao Gui. Even Yao Gui's attitude towards her had changed drastically. Ming Liui felt that her task was getting increasingly challenging, but at least there was one good news today. If Miao Ruiming could come and treat Yao Ziju, he would wake up earlier, and she would be free sooner. After a while, Ling Ling sent her another message. Ling Ling, oh, I forgot one important thing. You previously donated 200,000 yuan, correct? The chairperson of the charity foundation wants to invite you to visit the family members of the vegetative patients. Chapter 21. Sichuan Spicy Dish. Ming Liui definitely wanted to go. After all, she had not had the chance to socialize ever since she transmigrated into the novel. This was a rare opportunity to learn about this world. However, when she considered the fact that the villa was already under Yao Ziyang's control, if she were to head out, Ming Liui, I'll consider it. Ling Ling, I'll be there, too. It'll be even better if you can come. Ming Liui, that's great. I'll try to make it. Ling Ling, I've sent you the link to the invitation. I'll be expecting good news. Ming Liui tapped on the link. This invitation was fairly formal, embellished with the official seal of the charity foundation. With this, she might just be able to persuade Yao Ziyang. After some thinking, she sent the invitation directly to Yao Ziyang. Ming Liui knew that Yao Ziyang would reply immediately, so she put down her phone and went to manage her other duties. It was lunchtime, and both she and Yao Ziju had not even had their breakfast yet. As she was preoccupied with the news Ling Ling gave her, she did not know what was available for lunch. Now that she had taken a look at the menu, Ming Liui's expression faltered. A bowl of shredded chicken congee had been prepared for Yao Ziju. As for the other dishes, they were all spicy dishes. If she did not know any better, she would have thought that she had transmigrated to Sichuan. There was fragrant and spicy fish, mallow tofu, spicy deep-fried chicken, and cayenne pepper beef to name a few. Even the main dish was mala noodles covered in chili oil. Ming Liui was certain that there was something wrong with the bowl of shredded chicken congee. After all, people in vegetative states could not eat spicy food. In fact, Yao Ziyang was giving a pretty strong hint. Of course, she was not going to thank him for it. That being said, the dishes did rouse her curiosity, and she tasted a few mouthfuls of each. The numbing mala spiciness was of a moderate level, and the dishes tasted pretty good. However, she had a really low tolerance to spicy dishes, and her whole face became red from it. She paced to and fro in front of the door, muttering to herself loud enough to be heard by the bodyguards, "It's too spicy. Oh my God, my tongue feels like it's on fire." Then, taking the chance to head to the bathroom, she poured all the bowl of congee down the toilet. She scrubbed the bowl clear and refilled it with clean water. Ming Liui believed that if she poured the chili oil out of the bowl of mala noodles before giving them to Yao Ziju, he would not die and should be able to consume it. The spicy chicken, too. She could just discard the deep-fried skin and take out the tender meat within. Once the meat was rinsed with water, the spiciness should be reduced. Ming Liui rinsed the noodles repeatedly in water and mushed them into bits with a spoon. She took that and the chicken meat that was already washed, and fed them carefully to Yao Ziju. Ming Liui could not resist saying as she fed him, "I don't have to eat this to know that it probably doesn't taste good. However, there's nothing I can do about it, so you'll have to make do. Just bear with this for a while. I'll definitely figure something out." Fortunately, Yao Ziju had no issues with his swallowing reflex, and the process of feeding him went smoothly. Once Ming Liui was full, and was quite sure that Yao Ziju had eaten his fill too, she cleaned everything thoroughly to make sure that no one knew what she had done. After that, she walked to the door and told the bodyguard outside, "Get Xiao Fan to bring these down." Xiao Fan had been waiting outside the whole time. She hurried over the moment she heard Ming Liui's voice. She had been worried that the madam would be too concerned over her husband to have an appetite, but she had finished everything. "Do you have any further instructions, madam? Tell the kitchens to stop sending any spicy dishes. My stomach isn't feeling well after eating them," Ming Liui said. Xiao Fan nodded and left. It was nighttime before Yao Ziyang finally responded. "Yao Ziyang, it's good that you're thinking of going out, sister-in-law. I hope you have a great time." Ming Liui lowered her gaze. This Yao Ziyang was a cautious man, and even the contents of his message showed nothing suspicious. But just when she was about to put down the phone, the bodyguard outside the door knocked abruptly. Ming Liui went to open the door, and the bodyguard passed her another phone. Ming Liui's lips twitched. Isn't this guy being too paranoid? Was he afraid that she would record the conversation? She picked up the phone. Yao Ziyang, what do you want? Yao Ziyang's voice had completely changed from its previous polite tone to something sinister. You're trying to get through to Miao Ruoming and you're attending the vegetable charity event. Ming Liui, who would have thought that you were such a good actress? Ming Liui gave a cold laugh. I'm going to take that as a compliment. I am Madame Yao after all. All of these are well within my responsibilities. Yao Ziyang huffed disdainfully. I hope you remember that you're only acting. If I catch you doing anything funny, I can reassure you that you and Yao Ziju will die on the same day. Ming Liui rolled her eyes. Don't you have anything else besides death threats? I'm just bored to death at home. If it were you, won't you be out of your mind from having to face a vegetable every day? Yao Demon's eyes hardened. You may head out. If you're trying to take this chance to have a tryst with your ex-boyfriend, Yuhan, then I wouldn't even have to do anything. Yao Gui will get rid of you first. Chapter 22. Acknowledging his wife. Yuhan? Ming Liui had forgotten about this person, and now he was all her mind could think of, because when she heard this name, her body actually became excited. Worried that something unexpected might happen, Ming Liui quickly made a noise in response and handed the phone back to the bodyguard. Ming Liui leaned against the door, breathing heavily. How could this be? When she heard the name Yuhan, her whole body became a little lighter, as if just a name was enough to bring joy to original Ming Liui. Ming Liui did not know how long it would take for her to fully control this body. Even if the appearance was 90% similar, this lack of control made her a little flustered. Suddenly, Ming Liui remembered that she had not fed Yao Ziju the spiritual spring water. She quickly focused and condensed a few drops on her fingertips before she carefully dripped them into his mouth. She thought for a moment before she also applied 2 drops of the spiritual water onto Yao Ziju's eyelids. Then, she gently massaged them with her fingers until the spiritual water was completely absorbed. Finally, it came to the daily calf massage. Yao Ziju had been blind for a while now. In this long period of time, other than the doctors who examined him by lifting his eyelids with rubber gloves, this was the first time someone had touched his eyelids. He had also never thought that Ming Liui would massage him so gently. Ming Liui's hands were the same as the last few times, warm and soft. Her delicate fingertips gently rotated around his eyes. Her hands seemed to have magic. It was just a few casual movements, but it seemed to have opened up his conception and governor vessels. That gentle power seemed to strike the depths of his soul. Yao Ziju enjoyed the gentle touches so much that, when her hand left, he felt an unspeakable reluctance for it to stop. As if she had heard the call in his heart, she started to massage his legs again. It was only then did Yao Ziju realize that Ming Liui had not been caressing his blind eyes, she was just helping him massage them. Now, his ugly and disabled legs were about to be exposed to her again. Ever since he found out that Ming Liui was different, Yao Ziju had started to reevaluate her, and thought of her as a new person entirely. In fact, he was already calling her his wife in his heart. He did not know who she was, but he was sure that she was not the original Ming Liui. And she slept with him every night in an intimate position. The two of them had slept in each other's arms, so she must be his wife. Her breath was clean and fresh. He could smell the clear scent of the mountain spring whenever she got close to him. Her voice was as beautiful as honey as she softly told him what was happening every day. It made his heart feel warm. However, Yao Ziju's heart quickly sank. They were not in a good situation. In order to protect him, his wife had suffered many grievances, and even a bite of food required a lot of effort. However, Yao Ziju never heard her grumble. She was like a little sun, smiling as she faced the storm every day. Yao Ziju could not help but think that even though he was in a vegetative state, his wife still took care of him with such dedication. If he really woke up, would she stay by his side forever? But how could he bear to let her stay by his side? He was a blind and disabled person. Meanwhile, Yao Ziyang did not quite have the complicated feelings which Yao Ziju did. He could easily agree to Ming Lairei's request because he thought that she had no power to cause much trouble. After all, she was just a poor girl with no money or background. Who would take her seriously? Before, when Yao Ziju was in power, he could not cause much trouble either. But now that she was separated from the only person she could depend on, Yao Ziyang just wanted to see what Ming Lairai could do. Naturally, Ming Lairai had noticed Yao Ziyang's unconcerned attitude towards her, and the vigilance in her heart had also reduced a lot. This weekend was the consolation event for the Charity Foundation for Vegetative People. Original Ming Lairai must have never participated in such an event, let alone gained any experience in such events. As for Ming Lairai herself, she had always been a lively person, so she had never participated in such summer events. The only few times she had such experiences were from watching movies. Thinking that she had to make some form of preparation, Ming Lairai directly contacted Lingling. Ming Lairai, Lingling, the day after tomorrow is the event. Is there anything I need to pay attention to? It's my first time there, so I'm a little nervous. Lingling must have been looking at her phone the whole time, because she replied after a short while, Lingling, there are no special requirements. Everyone will be wearing the same white t-shirt prepared by the foundation. You can wear anything you want for your lower body, but I suggest you wear sports shoes. Otherwise, you might get tired by the end of the day. We'll all be together during of the event. You don't have to worry. If there's any problem, I'll let you know. Chapter 23. Going shopping. Seeing this, Ming Lairai recalled original Ming Lairei's cabinet of brightly colored clothes that looked like a dye palette. It was too difficult for her to choose a suitable piece of clothing from among the selections, so she might as well take this opportunity to shop. Ming Lairai thought for a while before she asked Lingling if she had time. Lingling was very happy. She thought that the foundation did not care about appearances, but on second thought, she figured that this young lady must have come from a very well-to-do family. Rich people often went shopping for clothes, whether they needed them or not. So, Lingling did not refuse her. The two of them agreed to meet at Panda Mall at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Ming Lairai had already packed up and was ready to head out. Just from her speed, it could be seen that Ming Lairai really wanted to go out for a breath of fresh air. The driver knew that Ming Lairai was going to Panda Mall, so he asked, Madam, Panda Mall is owned by the Yao family. Do you need us to clear out the area? Ming Lairai was stunned for a moment, then she quickly said, No need, I'm just going for a casual stroll. If everyone was cleared out of the mall, how was she to learn anything about this world? The driver did not say much and sent them to the main entrance of Panda Mall. Ming Lairai got off the car and walked in happily. In order to avoid any mistakes, the driver quickly notified the manager of Panda Mall. Panda Mall was one of the Yao family's businesses, and the prices there were relatively reasonable. Original Ming Lairai had never been here before. She had particularly extravagant spending habits. Although she had not wanted to marry Yao Ziju, she shamelessly indulged in the benefits of being the Yao family's madam. Once, because the manager of the mall was not notified in advance to give her a proper reception, she ended up making a huge fuss. Today, the madam did not ask for the mall to be cleared out, nor did she ask for any reception. She did not even bring any bodyguards to help carry her shopping bags, which made the driver very uneasy. When the manager of Panda Mall received the news, he was even more shocked. He quickly informed the protocol officers to arrange for 2 people to receive the madam. When the 2 tallest and most handsome men from the protocol office appeared in front of Ming Lairai, she was startled. Madam, we'll be the ones to receive you today. Ming Lairai quickly looked around to make sure that no one was looking in her direction. She let out a sigh of relief and then quickly said, I already said there's no need to receive me. You guys, hurry back. Don't disturb me. I'll walk around by myself, but don't tell anyone that I'm here. When the 2 handsome young men heard this, they obeyed and left. As soon as the 2 men left, Lingling showed up. She was wearing a lightweight sports outfit and followed Ming Lairei's directions to the rendezvous point. She saw a woman next to the mascot of Panda Mall and asked with uncertainty, Are you Ming Lairai? I'm you Lingling. It's me. You're finally here, Lingling. When Ming Lairai heard this, she instantly brightened up at seeing the cheerful lady before her. Wow, Lairai, you're so pretty. I just saw two handsome guys hitting on you. Yulingling gazed at the beautiful fairy in front of her, and her eyes gleamed. After all, who would be unmoved at seeing an attractive person? Ming Liui touched her nose awkwardly. She did not expect that Yulingling would catch sight of her at that time, but it was fine if she misunderstood. After all, the identity of a beautiful woman was easier than the identity of the Yao family's madam. Yulingling acted as if they have known each other for years, and clutched Ming Liui's arm straight away. Let's go then. I haven't gone shopping in a long time. Let's go. Ming Liui was also all smiles, letting Yulingling lead her into the mall. In the end, the two of them spent more than 3 hours shopping, and their hands were soon laden with shopping bags. Ming Liui was also very happy. Lingling, thank you so much for today. How about I treat you to dinner? No, Yulingling firmly declined. Then, afraid that Ming Liui would misunderstand, she quickly explained, I have to take care of my fiancé for tonight's dinner. I feel uneasy if I don't watch his meals for even a day. Let's meet another day. Ming Liui seemed affected by Yulingling's mood, and likewise, began to worry about Yao Ziju. Although she had given Xiao Fan instructions before she left, she was still worried that Xiao Fan might make a mistake. The two of them had similar family situations, so there was no need to say much. They could understand each other, which also strengthened their friendship. Yulingling was reluctant to go back so soon, so she led Ming Liui to buy a lot of skincare products. This men's lotion is especially suitable for my fiancé. Oh right, what's your husband's skin type? Mine has oily skin. What kind of skin does Yao Ziju have? Ming Liui thought for a moment. She had not seen his face get oily, or dry. Ming Liui was a little uncertain. Don't tell me you don't even know what your husband's skin is like, Yulingling asked in surprise. Chapter 24. Steps in Skincare. You do your fiancé's skincare every day? Ming Liui asked, puzzled. Of course, Yulingling affirmed. I've always treated my fiancé as a normal person. You hadn't read my post yet, right? I even shared a skincare method for vegetative people. Ming Liui suddenly felt ashamed. She thought she had been treating Yao Ziju well enough, but she could not compare to Yulingling at all. A true lover was really different from a couple like her and Yao Ziju who had no emotional foundation. Yulingling was able to attend to all of her fiancé's needs because she loved him deeply. Liui, I've always believed that it was my love that could awaken my fiancé, so I love him a little more every day. Ming Liui looked at Yulingling's happy face when she said this, and felt a little dazed. What was her motivation to wake Yao Ziju up? According to the plot, she was fated to be doomed. So right now, with her nurturing him with the spiritual spring and meticulously caring for him, was it only for love? She had never considered this before. Was love that important? On the way home, Ming Liui thought about this problem. The driver looked at Ming Liui's sullen face the entire way, and alarm bells were ringing inside his head. The mall was doomed, but when the driver sent Ming Liui to her house, he noticed that she was not making a fuss, so he left with a head full of questions. Ming Liui returned to the villa, put down her shopping bags, and rushed upstairs to see Yao Ziju. She did not know why, but she had been nervous until she saw Yao Ziju still lying on the bed, and her heart slowly calmed down. Ming Liui stared at Yao Ziju's profile for a while, then she suddenly reached out and touched his face carefully. Forgetting to give a proper explanation, she said, I'm sorry, I didn't think of applying skincare products for you these past few days, and I didn't even know what your skin type was. Today, I was so embarrassed in front of the other person, who also has a vegetative family member. Please forgive me, I'm not taking advantage of you, I just want to feel your skin. As Ming Liui spoke to Yao Ziju, she unconsciously used a pleading tone. Her voice was also relaxed. Finally, she touched Yao Ziju's entire face and began to study his features. In this regard, his skin texture was still within a reasonable range. His pores were not big, and he did not have any blackheads. To put it simply, Yao Ziju's skin quality was so good that it made people jealous. Curious, Ming Liui went to the bathroom. Ever since she arrived at this villa, she had not realized that this man needed skincare, and the skincare products that lined the entire sink were still sealed. But she really could not be blamed for this. She did not use skincare products herself, so how would she have thought about wiping a vegetative person's face? Moreover, she had a spiritual spring, so she naturally relied on it to maintain her skin. Ming Liui guessed that these skincare products were prepared for Yao Ziju by the housekeepers. She looked at the instruction label on the back of the packaging. They were all for moisturizing. In the end, Ming Liui could not resist taking a picture and sending it to Yu Lingling. Ming Liui, look, my husband also has skincare products. Yu Lingling, if you had unwrapped the packaging first and showed it to me, it would have been more believable. Ming Liui was at a loss for words. She had been too careless. Lingling, but these are not bad. The ingredients are safe, and the reputation is good. I hope you can give them to your husband tonight. Ha 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 ha. Ming Liui, definitely. Knock, knock, knock. There was suddenly a knocking on the door. Ming Liui guessed that Xiao Fan had brought dinner. She did not even look up when she said, "Come in." Xiao Fan was carrying in dinner when she saw the madam studying skincare products. She could not help but ask, "Madam, why are you looking at Master's skincare products?" "I haven't been doing his skincare recently, so I'm trying to find out how he uses them," Ming Liui said indifferently. Xiao Fan suddenly wanted to say something but stopped herself. Ming Liui gave her a strange look. "What's wrong?" Xiao Fan then said, "Madam, Master uses skincare products every day, not only on his face, but also body lotions. The male caregiver who cleans Master's body every day also applies lotions on him. It's just that they don't use this brand." Ming Liui, you silly girl. That was right, because she would usually stay out of the way of the caregiver who came to wipe Yao Ziju's body every day, so she did not know that he was so meticulous. As expected of a highly paid caregiver, he was very professional. The guilt in Ming Liui's heart was immediately reduced. However, she still tried to save her dignity. "The weather is dry. I'll help him wipe his face. His skin is so good, we must take good care of it." "Madam is so thoughtful," Xiao Fan said. Chapter 25. An Extra Helper. Ming nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. "Oh, right. What's for dinner tonight? It's not spicy food again, is it?" "No. You previously gave special instructions. They have to listen to you," Xian Fan said. Ming Liui got curious and went to take a look. At just a glance, she immediately felt like scolding someone. The dishes were indeed no longer spicy, but aside from the highly suspicious walnut congee, all the other dishes were not suitable for patients. There was grilled lamb chop, claypot seafood with tofu, and even the vegetable dish was stir-fried red shrimp with Chinese chives. These dishes were definitely not meant for Yao Ziju, but even if she were to eat them, there was no way her stomach could digest it properly. Ming Liui felt her temper rise. She turned and stormed downstairs. "Who made the dishes today?" The chef stepped forward in response. Ming Liui thought that the chef would have been replaced. However, what she knew from original Ming Liui's memories was that this person was brought over from the main manor. The chef quickly reported to Ming Liui, "Madam, these dishes were arranged by the main manor. I noticed that you've eaten something spicy for lunch, and the dishes for dinner are not light either. I was worried that you might have stomach discomfort, so I made a dish of Cantonese lotus root stir-fry, and prepared some vegetable congee. Would you like to have a try?" Ming Liui's felt touched. She did not think that there were still people concerned for her. Seeing that Ming Liui's expression was saddened, the chef became startled. "Madam, did I say something wrong?" "Thank you," Ming Liui said quietly. The chef replied, "Madam, you have my support. We're all waiting for the master to wake up. The villa is no longer like before. It feels like a prison now, with people watching our every move all the time. Please hang in there. I will make something else aside from the pre-arranged menu. If you'd like to eat something specific, you can have Xiao Fan pass on the message." "What's your name?" Ming Liui asked. The chef smiled sheepishly. "My name is Zhang Quan." Hearing this, Ming Liui's expression changed, because she remembered the name Zhang Quan. In the original novel, he and Xiao Fan always stood firmly by the male protagonist's side. Later, he was promoted and received a pay raise. And even his son was eventually hired to work in Yao Ziju's company. Ming Liui nodded in approval. "When the master wakes, I will tell him of everything you have done, and you will be rewarded." Jiang Quan's heart was filled with emotion. Madam believes that the master will wake, too. Ming Liui nodded with certainty. She could not tell others about the ending for the male protagonist, but it did not waver her belief in the male lead. Oh, that's right. Jiang Quan, have you recently noticed anything different about the congee that was served to the master? Jiang Quan thought about it for a while. Xiao Fan used to be the one who brought the food up for you and master, but now, it's Xiao Xu who brings it out of the kitchen first before giving it to Xiao Fan. Apart from this, nothing else is different. However, when I prepare meals, I am particular about the presentation of the food. The other day, I saw that the chopped spring onions I had used as garnish were mixed into the food, but I don't know who did it. So, I still remember that incident. Ming Liui continued to probe. Could it be that Xiao Xu had secretly eaten the congee meant for the master? Jiang Quan frowned. I don't think so. The Yao family does not mistreat their housekeepers. She wouldn't steal food, because there's no need for that. After Jiang Quan finished speaking, he hesitantly added, after all, most people still feel that it's a taboo to eat food meant for the sick. They're paranoid about falling sick from it. As he spoke, Ming Liui thought that this Jiang Quan was truly different. She was deliberately asking leading questions, but Jiang Quan was insistent on his own beliefs, and he had a clear train of thought. Ming Liui nodded her head and did not say much. After all, they were not able to converse for long in case someone eavesdropped on them. I'll go back to the room first. If you notice anything unusual, let me know immediately. After that, she purposely raised her voice. You're a good chef. You even know that I ate spicy food for lunch and made me congee to soothe my stomach. Thank you, madam, Jiang Quan said. After Ming Liui was done speaking, she returned to Yao Ziju's side with the stir-fry and congee Jiang Quan had prepared. She fed him the vegetable congee and ate a little herself. Then, she went to take a bath. She had just come out of the bathroom when she saw Yu Lingling's new message. Yu Lingling, just checking in. Let me see if you've unboxed those purchases. I just applied the new skincare products I bought today for my fiancé. His skin is so good after applying it. I couldn't resist kissing him a few more times. Ming Liui, I'll apply some right now. After sending the message, Ming Liui quickly ran to retrieve the skincare products and applied them onto Yao Ziju's face. As she was in a hurry, her actions were a little rough. Yao Ziju's face was a little red from her rough handling. Just looking at him, he gave off the impression of being angry. Ming Liui nodded in satisfaction at her own handiwork. She picked up her phone and took a picture of the lower half of Yao Ziju's face, then immediately sent it to Yu Lingling. Right after that, she composed her message. Ming Liui, I'm done with the application. Look at the picture. His skin really looks good. Yu Lingling. Chapter 26. It needs a personal answer. Ming Liui, you don't have to be so excited, right? Yu Lingling, I just want to say that your husband is too handsome. Just by looking at his chin, you can tell that his facial proportions must be unparalleled. You look at this face all day long. How do you hold yourself back? Ming Liui, Yu Lingling, but don't be so rough next time. Look at the picture you took. A vegetative person's face is usually pale, so how much strength did you use? Ming Liui, I'll be more careful next time. Yu Lingling, actually, you don't have to hold yourself back so much. Your husband's lips are so red. Did you just kiss him? Ming Liui, what kind of obscene words are you saying? Yu Lingling, I don't see you being shy in this picture when you basically manhandled his face. Ming Liui's face turned red after reading Yu Lingling's words. She suddenly turned off her phone and ignored her. Yao Ziju's mind was racing. He felt that his wife was a little different today because there was a faint fragrance in the air. Before he could carefully distinguish it, he realized that his wife was wiping his face. However, he did not know why his wife was a little different today. She was just not as gentle as usual. His face hurt a little. Then, he smelled the scent of his own skincare products. So, his wife was helping him with his skincare. That familiar pair of hands smacked his face, and it hurt a little. However, he understood why his wife was different today. She must have used skincare products. The light fragrance was very nice, and it made his heart soften even more. Before he could think further, his wife lay down beside him. Yao Ziju's heart beat faster. The madam was very close to him, and she told him about everything that happened today in a soft voice, as if she was telling him a bedtime story. Every time she said something, he would reply in his heart. Ming Liui said, I went shopping with Yulingling today. This was my first shopping trip here. I was so happy. Yao Ziju thought, Yulingling, a new friend. Ming Liui went on, do you still remember John Quan? He's a good chef, and he's loyal to you. Don't forget him when you wake up. I'll do as you ask, dear wife, Yao Ziju thought. Ming Liui continued on, just now, Yulingling said you were gorgeous. You must be very happy to hear that, right? Then, what do you think of me? Ming Liui said much more, but as she spoke, her voice quickly fell away. This made Yao Ziju's heart tighten. Yao Ziju, Yulingling said that the only thing that can wake a vegetative person is love, a lot of love. Do you need me to love you? Ming Liui's voice was very soft. Yao Ziju's heart sank. He pondered it, but this question needed a personal answer. In the blink of an eye, the weekend had arrived. It was the day for visiting the families with loved ones who were in vegetative states. Ming Liui woke up very early because today's matter was very important to her. In the past, she had often done good deeds. She was willing to help others and give them strength. Although her life was good now, after Yao Ziju wakes up, her life would definitely change. If she did not think of another way to live out her life in this world, it would be hard for her to survive in the future. Even though the Yao family was rich, she could not do something like transfer the Yao family's assets. No matter what, it was better to rely on herself than on others. Doing charity work was an aspiration of hers. It was just that she did not have the ability to realize it yet. Having the benefits of the Yao family name allowed her to go out and explore the world, which would help her in the future. Ming Liui wore a white t-shirt, a pair of jeans, and white sneakers. She looked very youthful and energetic. Satisfied with her outfit, she told Xiao Fan to take care of Yao Ziju and quickly left after she finished her breakfast. As the black Bentley sped along the road, Ming Liui watched as the surrounding scenery changed from bustling streets to rural countryside. At some point, the road became so narrow that her private car could not pass through. Ming Liui learned that Yulingling and head secretary Huang Jingting had arrived at the home of the first family they were visiting. She got out of the car. She was still a few hundred meters away, but she told the driver she would walk the rest of the way. It was morning, and the entire street was filled with market activity. All kinds of food vendors were out here selling buns, dumplings, deep-fried dough sticks, soy milk, and more. Ming Liui quickly passed through this place and arrived at her destination. Yulingling was the first to spot her, and she waved at her. Liui, over here. Ming Liui also smiled. She saw a middle-aged woman in her 40s standing beside Yulingling. Although she was wearing the same clothes, she still looked very elegant. Chapter 27. Consolation Visit. Without waiting for Ming Liui to speak, Yulingling quickly introduced them. Liui, this is the head secretary of the foundation, Huang Jingting. Head secretary Huang, this is Ming Liui. Huang Jingting looked at Ming Liui with a smile, unable to hide the admiration she felt. Ming Liui was so young, yet she could donate 200,000 yuan in one go. If it were not for the daily transfer limit, she would have donated even more. Because of this, Huang Jingting naturally thought that Ming Liui was a charming young lady. She had not expected her to be well-dressed and approachable. She did not even complain when she walked into such a narrow alley. Actually, a similar incident had happened before. Other rich people who came to visit them thought they were better than others, and insisted on staying in their cars. The reason for this was that they could not let their limited edition shoes get stained with oil, let alone wear them outside. They drove the car into the alley, causing all the vendors to close down for the day. In the end, it did not achieve the effect of consolation at all, and it was very unsightly. On top of that, when it came to the families, the rich people made all kinds of complaints. They only smiled when it was time to take photographs. It was precisely because of this that Huang Jingting had been very skeptical when she chose Ming Liui to visit the families. She had communicated in advance for fear that such a situation would occur. If it were not for Yulingling's recommendation, she would have been scared of this kind of rich young lady. The family members were on the 4th floor, so the three of them did not waste any time and quickly went upstairs. Although the corridor was old and dilapidated, it was very clean. There were no messy advertisement stickers on the walls. It could be seen that the people here loved their homes. When she arrived at door number 401, Huan Jingting knocked on the door 3 times. The person who answered the door must have been notified much earlier and had been on standby, so the door was opened instantly. The person who answered the door was a little girl who looked to be about 5 or 6 years old. She looked at the 3 of them timidly and said, "Hello. Are you here to see my father?" Huan Jingting quickly crouched down and looked her in the eye, saying, "That's right, I also know who you are. You're called He Lorong. Can I call you Rongrong?" He Lorong seemed to have just realized her shyness. She raised her little hand and quickly covered her mouth, then turned and ran. "Mommy, come quickly." Hong Huajin heard the noise and came out of the kitchen in a hurry. She brought slippers for Ming Liui and the others and welcomed them inside. "Have you had breakfast? I made wontons today. Do you want to have some?" Yulingling was just about to refuse when Huan Jingting reached out and patted her, then smiled and said, "We've all eaten a little before we came, but we still want to try your cooking, Miss Hong. It's good that you don't mind." Hong Huajin smiled. "Wontons are my favorite." "Thank you, Miss Hong," Yulingling finally said. "My husband's in the bedroom," Hong Huajin said with a gentle smile. "I'll take you to him first." Ming Liui and the others followed Hong Huajin to the bedroom. The little girl who opened the door, He Lorong, was already sitting by the bed waiting for them. Seeing them finally come in, she was no longer shy and revealed a sweet smile. There was also a boy in the bedroom who was about 17 or 18 years old. He was tall and lanky, but his body was very thin. His expression was calm, and he seemed quiet, but his eyes were very bright. "Feng, say hello to everyone," Hong Huajin said. He Yanfen spoke with the clear and smooth voice of a teenager. "Thank you, everyone, for coming to see my father." Yulingling laughed. "Miss Hong, your son is a really handsome boy. His grades must be good too, right? I don't need to worry about my son's academic performance. He has always been in first place." Speaking of her son, Hong Huajin's face was full of pride. "Then, all of you can have a chat first. I'll go and cook the wontons for you. It'll be ready soon." He Yanfen did not say anything. He just quietly went to his father's side. Half a year ago, Heiji had almost lost his life because of his act of bravery. Fortunately, he was saved, but he was also left in a vegetative state. However, no one expected the person Heiji saved to turn around and accuse his savior instead. He painted Heiji as someone who tried to harm him, but Heiji's evil intentions had backfired, and he was the one who got harmed instead. The He family even paid the other party a compensation of more than 800,000 yuan. The medical treatment and the compensation made the family, who were once an ordinary middle-class family, unable to bear the sudden financial burden. Heiji and Hong Huajin had worked hard for many years and had finally saved enough money to cover the down payment for their house. They did not expect all their money to be spent on this catastrophe before they could live in the new house. Since Heiji was in a vegetative state, he could not live without his family. He had a 5-year-old daughter at home. Hong Huajin was busy with work every day, so the heaviest burden fell on He Yanfen. Chapter 28. A Matchmaker. However, no matter what outsiders would say, Heiji was still a hero in the He family's eyes. Even though he was in a vegetative state now, the 2 children still deeply respected him, especially He Yanfen. As the eldest son, he was determined to take good care of his mother and sister in his father's place. He Yanfen was under much more pressure than other people his age, which made him even more taciturn. However, Ming Liui's expression changed, because when she found out that his name was He Yanfen, she thought his name sounded very familiar. She grew a little flustered, because the more anxious she became, the harder it was to recall why it was familiar. Forget it. Ming Liui decided not to think about it. Although the He family's financial situation was difficult now, it could still be seen that Heiji was very well taken care of. He was dressed neatly, and his face was also clean-shaven. Yulingling looked around and pointed at a wooden shelf on the side, asking, "What is this?" He Yanfen was silent for a few seconds before he answered, "This is a shelf I made for my father. I learned how to make it from the internet. With this, when I'm not at home, my mom can help my dad turn over. It's more convenient to change the sheets, clean up, and let my dad get some fresh air. Ming Lairii was touched. Although she also took care of Yao Ziju every day, most of the time it was the housekeepers who took care of him. She had done very little. Yulingaling's eyes were also brimming with tears when she heard this. She immediately said, "Head Secretary Huang, let's give them the money and help them." He Yanfeng seemed to feel uneasy and embarrassed to receive help from others for free. He said in a low voice, "Actually, we don't need the donation. I've already decided to go to work after I graduate from high school." Ming Lairii was about to say something when Hong Huijin's voice came from the kitchen. "The wontons are ready." When everyone looked over, He Yanfeng had already set up the table on the other side. Then he took the big bowl from his mother's hands and placed it on the table. He Lorong also quickly went to get bowls and chopsticks. Her small hands were not big, so she was very careful. Huang Jingting, Ming Lairii, and Yulingling moved some chairs. With everyone bustling about, the atmosphere was not as depressing as before. "It's been a long time since we've had guests. I'll use tea to substitute wine, to thank everyone for coming to see my husband." Hong Huijin's eyes were slightly red. Huang Jingting said, "As you know, we all have family members in vegetative states. It's only right for us to help each other. Don't be so stressed. But you've helped us a lot." Hong Huijin's voice was choking up. Yulingling was the best at changing the mood. Seeing Hong Huijin on the verge of tears, she quickly changed the topic. "I want to try a wonton. It's delicious." Following Yulingaling's words, everyone began to eat. Ming Lairii caught a glimpse of a red spot on the back of He Yanfeng's hand, and her eyes froze at the sight. She finally remembered who he was. He Yanfeng would become one of Yao Ziju's assistants in the future. In fact, he was more like a capable general. In the original novel, He Yanfeng did not quit school at all because someone sponsored his studies, so he could continue studying in peace. Before he graduated from college, he was recommended by his mentor to work on a project at the Yao Corporation because of his outstanding ability. As soon as he graduated, he immediately became the chief architect of the Yao Corporation's construction industry. But this was not the main point. The main point was that the ones who sponsored him was none other than the Cai family. Because of this, when He Yanfeng spoke up for Cai Rixi in front of Yao Ziju's good impression of Cai Rixi increased greatly, and he hated original Ming Lairii even more. Thinking of this, Ming Lairii had to be the first to sponsor He Yanfeng. Although she did not want to argue with the female lead, Cai Rixi, she had to ensure her own survival. She could not lose He Yanfeng's assistance. Ming Lairii did not expect that her visit today would bring such a pleasant surprise. However, she still had to remain calm. Given the He family's current situation, He Yanfeng would not easily accept help from others. If Ming Lairii spoke rashly, it would hurt his self-esteem, and it would not be worth it. Huang Jingting ate a few mouthfuls and put down her chopsticks. She recalled what she had said in the bedroom and said to He Yanfeng, "If your family is in trouble, everyone will help you. It's just that when you finish college and have the ability, you can still come and help others, just like what we're doing." He Yanfeng shook his head. "I'll pay it back to the foundation. I'll call as a loan, but I can't always rely on you." Ming Lairii did have the intention to win He Yanfeng over, but seeing him so straight-backed and stubborn, she could not help but feel a little distressed. He was still just a child. Chapter 29. I Will Sponsor. Huang Jingting took out a bank card from her pocket and handed it to Hong Huijin. "We managed to raise 410,000 yuan this time, but 2 of our friends who are patients need immediate surgery. Our situation is relatively better, so we can only give you 30,000 yuan this time. It's not much, but it's enough to cover Heej's treatment fees for a few months. We'll think of something else for the follow-up." With tears in his eyes, Hong Huijin took the bank card with both hands. Ming Lairii looked at He Yanfeng's clenched fist, as if he was bottling something up inside. Ming Lairii suddenly asked, "Head Secretary Huang, if I make them an offer in private, is it against the foundation's principles?" "I'm fine with it," Huang Jingting replied, "but you need to think it through by yourself." Ming Lairii suddenly smiled. "I'm not donating. I'm willing to lend money to He Yanfeng, but there are conditions." He Yanfeng suddenly looked up at Ming Lairii and, without waiting for her to continue, he immediately said, "I refuse." Ming Lairii's expression became a little awkward. To be honest, She had thought that the script would be, "I agree, no matter what the conditions are." She did not expect the other party to turn her down right away. Yu Lingling gave Ming Laoyi a complicated gaze. "Sister, are you even human? To think you'd take the opportunity to set your terms. Even though Feng rejected you, why don't you tell me what those conditions are?" Ming Laoyi looked into He Yanfeng's eyes. "Why won't listen to my conditions first? I want to rely on myself," He Yanfeng said honestly. Ming Laoyi pretended to sigh. "To be honest, I didn't pursue further studies after I graduated from high school. But I want to study now, so I need to find someone to tutor me." Hearing this, He Yanfeng's eyes wavered, but he still did not relent. Ming Laoyi did not want to give He Yanfeng too much pressure about accepting her help, so she tried a different tactic. "I'm at my wit's end and my husband became a vegetable. Aside from money, my life has nothing else, and I'm quite bored with that. I want to enrich myself with knowledge." "How do you plan to study?" He Yanfeng finally asked. Ming Laoyi thought for a moment and said, "I want to catch up on English. It'll be more convenient for me when I travel." "Aren't you planning to study?" He Yanfeng coldly replied. "Why do you still want to have fun?" "Yes, I plan to study abroad," Ming Laoyi quickly corrected. Yu Lingling was the first to laugh, and everyone else burst out laughing as well. Huang Jingting said, "Feng, she's telling the truth. Laoyi's family is well off, and she donated 200,000 yuan on the first day. If it weren't for Lingling stopping her, she would have continued to donate every day. So don't worry, sponsoring your studies would not burden her at all." He Yanfeng looked at his mother, seemingly asking for her opinion. Hong Huijin nodded with joyful tears in her eyes. As a mother, how could she not hope for her child to have an outstanding future? Moreover, she believed in her son. He would definitely be able to repay Ming Laoyi. He Yanfeng looked at Ming Laoyi again. "Then, how much do you want to loan me?" "To test the waters," Ming Laoyi said. "How about 2 million? Is that enough?" Everyone at the table was shocked. 2 million? That was too much. He Yanfeng was still a student. Even if all his family's expenditures were put together, he still had no need for that much money. He Yanfeng stared blankly for a moment, then got up and took out a sheet of white paper. Solemnly, he wrote down the details of the IOU, and handed it to Ming Laoyi. "Within 3 years, I will definitely return the principal amount, with interest." Ming Laoyi accepted the IOU. "Hurry up and eat. The wontons are getting cold." He Yanfeng bit his lips and said in a low voice, "Thank you." The tears in Hong Huijin's eyes fell uncontrollably, but she quickly wiped them away and ate a few more wontons to try to hide it. Yu Lingling was still in shock, and she pulled Ming Laoyi's hand. "Mrs. Moneybags, me, too. Could you loan me 2 million, as well? The kind of loan that doesn't have an IOU, no interest, and no deadline, okay?" Ming Laoyi smiled and said, "Then, what can you teach me?" "Mathematics." Yu Lingling immediately cried, "It's not fair, math is too hard." Ming Laoyi gave her a wonton. "Even having a mouth full of food won't keep you quiet." Yu Lingling huffed and took another bite of wonton. "Miss Hong's wontons are so delicious." Ming Laoyi said, "Miss Hong, can I bring a bowl of this back with me? I want to let my husband try it." "Me, too. My fiancé will definitely like it," Yu Lingling said. Hong Huijin knew that they were talking about their vegetative family members. A myriad of emotions welled up inside her as she nodded. After Ming Laoyi and the other 2 ladies left the He family, Huang Jingting finally spoke up. "Laoyi, I know Feng is a good kid, so I didn't stop you. But you can't be so impulsive in the future. You should know that the world is big and everyone has different ideas. Some people wouldn't be so grateful, and may even become worse. Do you understand?" Chapter 30. Allergy. Ming Laoyi nodded. "Relax, I've thought this through." Yu Lingling said, "Mrs. Moneybags, let me hug you." Ming Laoyi grinned and hugged Yu Lingling, and both women ended up laughing giddily. Huang Jingting looked at the 2 and could not help but smile at their antics. She said, "You transferred so much money all of a sudden, wouldn't your family?" "It's fine, Head Secretary Huang. This is my own spending money. My family won't have a say about it." When she got married, the Yao family gave her 50 million yuan, including an additional monthly allowance. Furthermore, He Yanfeng will return the money to her eventually. No matter how she looked at it, this decision was to her benefit. Huan Jingting's mind was finally at ease. I actually contacted various parties for Feng to seek financial aid. You've really helped me out of a tight spot here. Ming Liui thought in her mind, you're the one who has actually helped me. He Yanfeng may very well be my savior in the future. Meanwhile, at the villa, when Ming Liui returned, Xiao Fan saw that she was holding a transparent food container. The housekeeper seemed a little confused. Madam, what is this? These are wontons I brought back from the family I visited. They're delicious. I'm going to let the master try some while they're still warm, Ming Liui said and went upstairs to the master bedroom. Xiao Fan quickly fetched some eating utensils. After all, there was no way Yao Ziju could eat a whole wonton unassisted. Ming Liui washed her hands thoroughly before she sat down by the bedside. She realized that no matter how many times she gazed at him, she still thought that Yao Ziju was really handsome. Even just by lying there, he exuded an air of regality. With a smile on her face, Ming Liui took the utensils Xiao Fan brought, and mushed up the wonton. After that, she began to feed it to Yao Ziju. Xiao Fan noticed that when Ming Liui fed Yao Ziju, she made it look easy. Why was it that when she herself tried to feed the master, it always turned into a struggle? However, she boiled it down to her own lack of grace, and casually asked, by the way, madam, what filling was used for the wonton? The aroma is quite familiar. Ming Liui replied as she fed Yao Ziju, it's shepherd's purse. It was freshly plucked, too. They grew it themselves. Shepherd's purse. The color drained from Xiao Fan's face and she quickly grabbed Ming Liui's arm. Madam, please stop feeding him. Master is allergic to shepherd's purse. Ming Liui panicked as well. Without missing a beat, she reached into Yao Ziju's mouth and pried all the food out. Ming Liui's fingers slid around inside Yao Ziju's oral cavity. She did not think much about it, and only breathed a sigh of relief once she had gotten all the shepherd's purse filling out. It was a good thing she had not fed him much yet. At that moment, her senses caught up with her. Yao Ziju's tongue did not have that higher temperature, but Ming Liui's fingers instantly felt like they were being burnt. As if she had been scalded, she reflexively withdrew her hand and her fingers slipped out of Yao Ziju's mouth. It unintentionally brought with it a thin, silvery trail of saliva, and the sight of it was enough to give her impure thoughts. Ming Liui felt her entire body heat up, and even the corners of her eyes were becoming a little red. The unfamiliar feeling coursing through her body made her nervous. Her mind would not stop replaying the sensation of Yao Ziju's tongue and the memory of her fingers sliding around inside his mouth. Ming Liui shook her head forcefully as she desperately tried to get the thoughts out of her head. However, her mind would not obey. In fact, the spiritual spring in her body stirred. It seemed to become quite cheerful, so filled with life that it made her restless. At seeing what played out before her, Xiao Fan did not know why, but she felt too embarrassed to look at them. The madam was only getting the wonton out, but she was just too shy to look. Ming Liui's fingers made Yao Ziju swallow reflexively. At seeing the movement of his Adam's apple, even Ming Liui averted her gaze. She would not be so bold as to gaze directly at this work of wonder. At that moment, Yao Ziju's heart was also a swirl of emotions. When his wife fed him the first mouthful, he was already conscious. When he heard his wife say that it was shepherd's purse, his heart turned cold. That was something he was allergic to, and the effects on him were more severe than poison. Right at that moment, he thought she might have finally stopped pretending. Then, what was the point of her gentleness these past few days? Had he been too naive? Before he could wallow in his sorrow, a delicate finger reached into his mouth, carefully probed around, and scooped out all the shepherd's purse. Yao Ziju had always been level-headed, but he was currently having a rollercoaster of emotions in his heart. He once lived a life of being a peerless elite with status high above everyone else, and yet here he was, at the mercy of someone else. Her fingers even reached inside his mouth. It was not a nice feeling for someone to have full control over his life and his feelings. But towards Ming Liui, Yao Ziju could not bear to hold any grudges. Even the warm sensation against his tongue gave him a sense of euphoria. Yao Ziju's heart was so full of emotion, he even felt that, for a moment, his soul was in a trance. Chapter 31. Stretching Exercises. I really didn't know you were allergic to shepherd's purse. I'm sorry, Ming Liui's voice whispered into his ear. Yao Ziju could only feel the warmth in his ears. He had not expected his wife to be so good at flirting. Even though he could not move his body, he could not help but feel a little restless. Xiao Fan, you have to keep this a secret for me, Ming Liui cried. Yao Ziju answered in his heart, I already know, dear wife, don't try to worm yourself out of this. Madam, it's normal that you didn't know what the master is allergic to. After all, you used to. Xian Fan spoke with hesitance. What did I do in the past? Ming Liui asked, puzzled. Back then, you were not concerned about these matters. You even created some folk remedies, saying that you were treating the master's illness. Xiao Fan was a little afraid to say the last part. Yao Ziju's mind was filled with memories of the past. Original Ming Liui had wanted him to die sooner, so she would find suspicious things for him to eat or apply on himself from time to time. The hatred in her heart was too strong, and those things she fed him were all to mess with him. Once, during the hot weather of July, original Ming Liui applied some black powder to his legs. Then, she added a pair of heated knee guards and set the temperature setting to the highest. It was so hot that he could not stand it and wanted to yank the knee guards off. Original Ming Liui then immediately went off to complain to Yao Gui. Yao Gui had sighed and came to find him, telling him how attentive Liui was, and asking him to cooperate. Yao Ziju had wanted to blow up with rage a few times, but he suppressed it after hearing Yao Gui's sigh. He understood that Yao Gui felt terrible because of his disability, and it even forced Yao Gui to take care of the Yao Corporation when he was supposed to be retired. Yao Ziju did not want Yao Gui to worry about his personal matters. However, his legs were soon scalded red, and rashes appeared. At that time, he heard original Ming Liui exclaim in delight, this is a sign of improvement with the toxins being expelled from his body. Ziju's legs can't feel anything. I'll apply it to his knees and the toxins can be expelled from there. Upon hearing this, no one cared. Hence, Yao Ziju had suffered a lot at the hands of original Ming Liui. Because she did not care about her own life at all, it was even more unlikely for her to care if he had an allergic reaction. However, the woman beside him was different. Even though he was a vegetable, and there was no one else around, she still dutifully took care of him. And when he could not help but have suspicions, his wife would soothe him with her gentleness. Every night before she went to bed, she would share with him what had happened that day. Yao Ziju could feel the warmth emanating from her heart. While he had no idea what might have happened in between the transition, he knew of one thing, this person and original Ming Liui were not the same. That night, Ming Liui did not neglect Yao Ziju's skincare, but this time she was much gentler and did not make his face red. She took an interest in this matter, and even looked forward to doing Yao Ziju's skincare every day. Ming Liui even shared her skincare experience with Yu Lingling. She had bought 2 facial treatment devices while out with her friend, one for herself and one for Yao Ziju. Ming Liui had already tried it, and it felt very comfortable. Now she was eager to try it out on Yao Ziju. She added some spiritual spring water into the device, then she turned it on and gently applied it along the contours of his face. Yao Ziju's face constantly changed shape to match the device's movements, which brought Ming Liui boundless amusement. In the end, Ming Liui could not resist reaching out with her hands and pressing his cheeks together, causing his mouth to form a pout, making him look like a cheeky, handsome boy. At the sight, Ming Liui burst out laughing. When Ming Liui was done goofing around, she put the device away and helped Yao Ziju clean up. She rolled onto the bed without any of the hesitance she once had. Her feelings for Yao Ziju had changed from fear to friendship. She felt that they were already cordial with each other, so they could be considered friends. Of course, this was only while he had yet to regain consciousness. Ming Liui lay on the bed and watched the aerobics video Yu Lingling had sent her. It was the kind that could be done with a vegetative person. For example, sit-ups could be done by placing both legs under his body, making it a 2-person exercise. Another example was to do face-down yoga stretches on the bed, using his hand to cushion her forehead. She basically had to just figure out a way to exercise with a vegetable. Ming Liui thought about it for a moment before she adjusted Yao Ziju's hands on the bed, palms facing up. She then adjusted herself into a kneeling position, with her arms hanging naturally by her sides. Then, she leaned forward, bent down, and smacked her face against his palm. Chapter 32. The doctor is here. Ming Liui quickly adjusted her position, touching only her forehead to his palm. She then stretched her hands behind her. At some point, she could not help letting her attention wander to the place where their skin touched. Their warmth pressed against each other. Ming Liui felt that her body temperature was higher than Yao Ziju's, and it made her forehead feel a little cold. His large hands were long and slender, and his palms were dry and comfortable. Ming Liui could not help thinking that at least this vegetable was of some use. The next morning, Yao Gui brought Miao Ruoming to see Yao Ziju. This was the first time Yao Gui had come to the villa since he sent Yao Ziju here to recuperate. As soon as he entered, he thought that the place seemed different. Yao Gui's brows furrowed slightly, and just as he was about to speak, he heard Yao Ziyang say, "President Yao would like some privacy. You may all leave first." After the bodyguards left, Yao Gui felt a little better. However, he could not help but look at Yao Ziyang with an unreadable expression. Ming Liui heard the voice and quickly went downstairs to greet them, but they had all welcomed themselves into the villa without waiting for her. When she arrived at the door, Yao Gui's expression changed again. It had only been a few weeks since they last met, but Ming Liui seemed to have become a completely different person. Her complexion exuded a healthy glow. This made Yao Gui's heart sink. If Ming Liui's complexion looked this radiant, then clearly she has not been taking proper care of Yao Ziju. He had also heard terrible rumors about her recently. Yao Gui ignored Ming Liui and went straight upstairs. However, when Yao Gui saw Yao Ziju, he found that his son was in a much better state than before. His skin was flawless, and there was even a smile on his face, like someone who had just entered a sweet dream. In an instant, Yao Gui's prejudice against Ming Liui decreased. After all, if there was no matriarch of caliber here, the house would not have been able to handle everything with such detail. Ming Liui did not have time to read Yao Gui's mood because the first thing she noticed was the young man, Miao Ruoming, who came from the prominent family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. The man looked almost the same as his pictures. The only difference was that he seemed gentler than portrayed in the pictures, and his demeanor was not as cold either. Ming Liui could not wait for Miao Ruoming to see Yao Ziju, but because Yao Ziyang was also next to her, she lowered her eyes and quickly masked her emotions. "Dr. Miao, can I trouble you to take a look at my son's condition?" Miao Ruoming took a step forward and looked at Ming Liui as if he was asking for her opinion. Ming Liui felt his respect and instantly had a good impression of him. She quickly went up to Miao Ruoming and told him about Yao Ziju's situation. Miao Ruoming listened and nodded in silent approval. Such details were definitely not recited casually, but obtained from meticulous care. He started to assess Yao Ziju's condition. First, he noticed that Yao Ziju's face did not become loose from lack of muscle use, and he looked no different from an ordinary person. Then, there was Yao Ziju's calves. They did not shrink as he had expected them to, probably because they were massaged every day. If Miao Ruoming's opinion of Ming Liui had simply been that she was thoughtful, he currently felt that she was actually quite conscientious. After Miao Ruoming finished his examination, he muttered to himself, "I'm only 60% sure about Mr. Yao's condition, but the next step might be a little complicated. He needs to apply a hot medicinal compress on his face and legs every day." After he finished speaking, he looked at Ming Liui. "Actually, this is not the troublesome part. It's just that someone needs to pay attention to his condition at all times. Because he is in a vegetative state, his senses are slow, and it's easy for him to get scalded by the heat." Ming Liui nodded. "I understand." Miao Ruoming continued on, "I will also treat him with acupuncture. However, my schedule is fully booked, so I will list out the acupuncture points. When I am not around, you may seek other doctors to do the treatment. The treatment should be a 2-week course. After that, if I still happen to be in a city, I will inform beforehand so that I may come over and have a look at his condition." Hearing that there was a 60% chance of success, Yao Gui was overjoyed. "Hurry up and bring me my checkbook. We can talk about this after he wakes up," Miao Ruoming said, waving his hand. "Thank you so much, Dr. Miao," Yao Gui said. It's still early, so I'm sure you haven't had breakfast yet. Let's have breakfast first, then you can perform the acupuncture on Ziju. Miao Ruiming's schedule was already full. He had squeezed in the time to come see Yao Ziju, and he even sacrificed his sleep, so, naturally, he had not had his breakfast yet. I would like to check on Mr. Yao's breakfast first, he said after some thought. Ming Liui quickly motioned for Xiao Fan to bring Yao Ziju's breakfast. Ming Liui took the Chinese yum congee that was prepared this morning, and got ready to feed it to Yao Ziju under everyone's gaze. Chapter 33. The Breakfast Storm. When the spoon was about to reach Yao Ziju's mouth, however, she stopped and turned to hand the congee over to Miao Ruiming. Dr. Miao, this is made by our kitchen staff. Can you help me take a look and see if it's suitable for vegetative people? If there's anything that's not suitable, we'll quickly improve it. Miao Ruiming took the bowl, stirred it with a spoon, and smelled it. Yao Ziyang's hands slowly clenched. He thought that Miao Ruiming was just taking a whiff, so he certainly would not find anything wrong. To think that Miao Ruiming would then try it in the next second, Yao Ziyang quickly cut in. Dr. Miao, wait a moment. My brother likes cleanliness, so the food prepared for him can only pass his lips and no one else's. I can ask the kitchen to make you another bowl. Miao Ruiming frowned slightly and ignored Yao Ziyang's words. He put a drop of the congee on the back of his hand with the spoon and tasted it with his mouth. This way, he did not have to touch the spoon with his mouth. Ming Liui was also very nervous. Yao Ziyang's hands trembled with anger, but he still kept his cool. With such a small amount, he definitely wouldn't notice anything. In the next second, Miao Ruiming said, the rice is crushed finely, and the taste is light. There's no problem eating it this way. Yao Ziyang heaved a sigh of relief. However, Miao Ruiming continued, it's just that this time, the yam is not that fresh, and lacks taste. The nutritional value will also be affected. Mr. Yao's diet is limited right now, every ounce of nutrition is precious. It's better to make another bowl. Yao Ziyang hurriedly said, hurry up and take it downstairs. What's wrong with the kitchen? Ming Liui also let out a sigh of relief. She had been afraid that Miao Ruiming would not notice the problem. She was also worried that something out of her control would happen again, so she quickly said, it will take time for the kitchen to make another bowl. Let's go have breakfast first. Miao Ruiming had noticed that there was something wrong with the bowl of Chinese yum congee, and Ming Liui had obviously let him find out on purpose. However, he also realized that Ming Liui did not want to continue the subject, so he refrained from saying anything more. After everyone was seated, the kitchen began sending out the dishes. Xiao Fan initially wanted to serve breakfast with the other staff, but Ming Liui had given her a look and asked her to stay behind. Instead, Ming Liui said to Xiaoxiu, thank you for your hard work. Don't let the guests wait too long, and start serving the food. She also explained to everyone, Xiaoxiu has been in charge of these things recently. Xiao Fan has already worked hard enough to take care of Ziju and me. It's all thanks to Ziyang's compassion that he arranged us such a capable helper. Yao Ziyang feigned calmness on the surface as he nodded, but his heart was filled with suspicion. He was unsure of whether Ming Liui was doing it on purpose, but she was definitely trying to clear herself of any ties with the kitchen staff. He could only hope that the latter would not mess up. When Yao Gui heard Ming Liui's words, he glanced at Yao Ziyang a few more times. After a while, Xiaoxiu served everyone a bowl of chicken soup noodles. Yao Ziyang was about to explain, but Yao Gui flew into a rage. There is a distinguished guest here. A bowl of noodles is just being neglectful. Didn't the kitchen make breakfast? Yao Ziyang's eyelids twitched. I heard that Dr. Miao likes to eat noodles, so I had the kitchen prepare this. Of course, it's not just one bowl of noodles. Xiaoxiu, bring out the other breakfast dishes. After receiving Yao Ziyang's instructions, Xiaoxiu left hesitantly, which made Yao Gui frown again. During this time, because he was worried that Ming Liui would try to exchange the food meant for Yao Ziju, all the other dishes were the kinds that were unsuitable for a patient. It was just that, when all these were served to the current guests at the table, everyone's expressions were complicated. There was steamed chicken feet, beef chow fun, sweet and sour pork ribs, lotus leaf chicken. Ming Liui picked up her chopsticks and, out of habit, took some food for Yaogui first before she began eating. Because Miao Ruoming was still there, Yaogui ate the chicken soup noodles with a sullen face and did not touch the other dishes on the table. After all, he was old, and these other dishes were not easy for him to digest, let alone a patient. Moreover, no one should be eating such greasy food in the morning. Miao Ruoming actually did not mind as long as there was something to eat. But in his head, he was laughing. A breakfast like this was definitely not meant for the sickly Yao Ziju. It almost seemed too deliberate. The Yao family's internal conflict was even more intense than he had imagined. By the time everyone was done eating, the new bowl of congee that the kitchen had prepared for Yao Ziju was ready. Ming Liui looked at the new bowl of Chinese yum congee that was brought in, and her eyes filled with joy. She invited Miao Ruoming to feed Yao Ziju. After she and Miao Ruoming left the dining room, Yaogui finally spoke. Ziyang, you're already busy enough with the company. Don't interfere with this villa's matters. Look at the breakfast you prepared. What do you think it says about us? Chapter 34. I'm not dead yet. Yao Ziyang's forehead was covered in sweat. Maybe it's what sister-in-law likes. She would arrange for the kitchen to prepare whatever she wants to eat. At that moment, Xiaoxu suddenly walked over and stood beside Yao Ziyang. Today's menu has been served. Is there anything else you want to add? Yao Ziyang wanted to kill Xiaoxu right then. He was afraid that she would say more unnecessary things, so he quickly dismissed her. Yao Gui's expression was unreadable. The staff in this villa seem to listen to you more. Yao Ziyang's face turned pale. It's not like that, I just wanted to help sister-in-law share her burden. Alright, wait here then. I'll go check on Ziju. Yao Gui interrupted him. With that, Yao Gui quietly went upstairs to Yao Ziju's room. He saw Ming Liui feeding Yao Ziju the Chinese yum congee spoon by spoon. Her movements seemed neither fast nor slow, and every time Yao Ziju swallowed, she would immediately follow up with another spoonful in a skillful motion. Even so, Yao Gui did not let go of his suspicion and said, I'll do it, I haven't seen Ziju in a long time. Ming Liui did not refuse and promptly gave up her seat. Yao Gui carefully held the first spoonful to Yao Ziju's mouth. However, it was his first time taking care of someone, so he did not prepare the right amount. Before the food reached Yao Ziju's mouth, it was already on his neck. Ming Liui reacted quickly, worried that Yao Ziju would get scalded, and quickly wiped it with a handkerchief. For the next attempt, Yao Gui did not put too much congee on the spoon, but Yao Ziju did not cooperate as he had expected. His mouth was very small, and it was not easy to feed him. The spoon tilted a little, and the congee spilled out from the corner of Yao Ziju's mouth. I'll do it, Ming Liui said. Yao Gui stood up awkwardly and returned the bowl to Ming Liui. This time, he could feel Ming Liui's care for Yao Ziju. Miao Ruoming seemed to have seen through Yao Gui's concerns and could not help but say, Madam Yao has already put in a lot of effort. I noticed that Mr. Yao's legs have not atrophied, and his body is in good condition. This is the result of constant massage and care. With this treatment, I believe that Mr. Yao will regain consciousness. As a doctor, he only had his patients in his eyes. Seeing that Yao Ziyang was not in the room, his next words seemed directed at Ming Liui, but he was actually trying to knock Yao Gui down a peg. Madam Yao, with all due respect, the nutrition from the congee is not enough for Mr. Yao's health. We still need to prepare some other things to supplement him. Ming Liui naturally understood, and her eyes lit up. She quickly nodded. It's my fault for not taking good care of him. I'll pay more attention to this matter. Then, she waited for Yao Gui's reaction. As expected, Yao Gui said, I'll leave the villa to you. If there's anything you can't solve, just come to me. Ming Liui hurriedly said, Father, I think there are too many servants in the villa now. No matter how careful they are, it's inevitable that they'll make a lot of noise. It's not conducive to Ziju's recuperation. How many of them can you take back to the main manor? Yao Gui did not refuse. This issue was immediately settled, which caused Ming Liui's heart to finally relax. Miao Ruoming looked at Ming Liui's honest expression and gave a small smile. I shall perform acupuncture on Mr. Yao. Please give us some privacy, everyone. Ming Liui was in a good mood, so she left the room without delay, bringing her muddle-headed father-in-law with her. To say that Yaogui did not care about his father-son relationship was far from true. He truly wished for Yao Ziju's recovery, but if he really cared, whether it was original Ming Liui's fault or someone else who caused this, Yaogui would not have been so ignorant. At the end of the day, Yao Ziju was a convenient tool for Yaogui, a weapon that could make the Yao Corporation better. He did not want his interests to be destroyed. When Miao Ruoming finished performing the acupuncture on Yao Ziju, he got ready to leave. He could still stay in a city for 2 more days, which meant that he could perform acupuncture on Yao Ziju twice more. Seeing that Miao Ruoming's forehead was covered in sweat, Ming Liui quickly said, "Father, Ziyang, Dr. Miao has to go." Yao Ziyang immediately went to see him off. However, when he returned, he found that all the housekeepers had been gathered. He then heard Yaogui say, "Liui, you can choose a few to stay and take care of you. I'll bring the rest with me." Ming Liui pretended to be afraid. "Well, Ziyang is good at managing people, so he should choose." Hearing this, the anger Yaogui had been suppressing the whole day finally exploded. "Is Yao Ziyang the one in charge of the Yao family now? I'm not dead yet." Yao Ziyang was so angry that he almost fainted. He had never seen Ming Liui so obedient before. When did she become a yes man? Chapter 35. Meeting frankly. Ming Liui was worried that Yaogui would be angry, so she patted his back to comfort him. Then she pointed to a few familiar faces among the housekeepers. Hearing that she had asked Zhang Quan to stay, Yaogui frowned. "He made the Konggi today, right? How careless, why would you want to keep him?" "No, father," Ming Liui explained, "Zhang Quan is in charge of lunch and dinner." Yaogui did not say anymore and left with the rest of the housekeepers. Yao Ziyang did not say a word. He knew that this was only the start of a challenge he had to endure. There was no way Yaogui would let him off the hook. However, he was not afraid. No matter what Yaogui would say or do, he would always have a backup plan. However, Yaogui did not say anything until they reached the company. He just closed his eyes and rested. This made Yao Ziyang's heart beat a little faster. The moment the car stopped, Yaogui's sharp eyes suddenly opened. To Yao Ziyang, that gaze was like a sharp sword, making him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. He did not dare to reveal any flaws, because he knew Yaogui's methods too well. Unexpectedly, Yaogui only said, "You've been working hard recently." After that, he got out of the car. Yao Ziyang heaved a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and did not speak for a long time. After Yaogui and the others left, the villa was finally restored to its harmonious atmosphere. Ming Liui, especially, felt more relaxed. It could only be said that Yao Ziyang had underestimated his enemy. She saw that Yao Ziju's body was covered in a thin layer of sweat from the acupuncture session. After his sweating had gone down, she quickly arranged for a housekeeper to give Yao Ziju a proper bath. Before this, he had only been wiped down. Ming Liui took this opportunity to give him some spiritual water. Ming Liui got a housekeeper to help prepare the bath. After Yao Ziju was placed in the bathtub, Ming Liui asked the housekeeper to leave. She had covered her eyes with both hands, but still could not resist peeking at him through the gaps between her fingers. She saw that the man in the bathtub was already covered in bubbles, which prevented her from seeing Yao Ziju's body. Ming Liui immediately let out a sigh of relief. Although they had slept together on the same bed, and she had touched him, she was really unprepared to see such a naked Yao Ziju. She tried to draw more spiritual water for Yao Ziju, but she could not concentrate. Maybe it was because of the high temperature, or Yao Ziju's strong presence. The qi and blood in her body surged, and the heat in her body forced her to pace back and forth. But the more anxious she got, the harder it was for her to concentrate. She had to go out for some fresh air. After a long while, she finally managed to produce half a cup of water from her spiritual spring. After that, she really could not concentrate enough to make more. She opened the bathroom door with the cup in her hand and was shocked to see Yao Ziju's entire body sliding further down the bathtub. The bubbles were about to reach his nose. Worried that he would choke on the water, Ming Liui quickly ran inside. However, she was more of a liability in her panic state. Just as she was one step away from the bathroom, she slipped and fell into the bathtub before she could react, causing her to end up on top of Yao Ziju. As expected, Yao Ziju was flawless. But Ming Lyri did not have time to blush. She struggled in the water for a while and finally stuck her head out. But because there were too many bubbles in the water, her eyes got blurry. She ignored the blurriness as she fumbled around in the water and held Yao Ziju's arms, raising him up a little in the bathtub. After that, Ming Lyri was finally able to clean the soap out of her eyes. When she opened them, Yao Ziju's face was right in front of hers. The steam made his face look like it was glowing. Ming Lyri's nose was only an inch away from Yao Ziju's. She could even see the fine hairs on his face. It was a good thing he did not open his eyes now, otherwise. At that moment, the caregiver who attended to Yao Ziju, Zhao Qian, knocked on the bathroom door. He heard the noises from inside. "Madam, do you require assistance?" Zhao Qian was a man of few words, but he was very meticulous in his work. He was also the one who routinely tended to Yao Ziju's skin care, which Ming Lyri had previously neglected. Ming Lyri had not realized it before, but Zhao Qian's young male voice gave him the impression of being calm and reliable. After letting out a sigh, Ming Lyri finally remembered that she had asked Zhao Qian to leave the room earlier so that she could draw some spiritual water for Yao Ziju. But where was the water? Ming Lyri looked around and found the cup containing the spiritual water in the bathtub. The water must have all spilled into the bathtub as well. Ming Lyri patted her chest. Luckily, she was fine. She stood up and said, "You may come in and give the master a bath and a massage." Zhao Qian heard her and entered the room. He saw the mess in the bathroom, but his eyes did not look at Ming Lyri at all. He lowered his head and said to Xiao Fan, who was outside, "Fetch a bath towel for the madam." Chapter 36. Plans to leave. Ming Lyri said, "Give the master a good massage. Don't leave him alone. He slipped down the bathtub just now." "I understand, madam. Please dry yourself. Be careful not to catch a cold," Zhao Qian said calmly. It was only then did Ming Lyri remember the embarrassing state she was in. She wore a thin nightdress, and now it was entirely plastered to her body. Fortunately, Zhao Qian did not look in her direction, or she would have been too embarrassed. Xiao Fan came over with a towel and asked, "Madam, are you going to take a shower with the master? Should we leave for a while then?" Ming Lyri did not say anything. She just smiled and left with the towel. After Ming Lyri left, Zhao Qian began to focus on giving Yao Ziju a bath and a massage. He did not know if it was his imagination, but when his hands were in the bath water, he felt like he was full of energy and vigor. When Yao Ziju regained consciousness, he was already in the bathtub. He knew that a doctor had come to perform acupuncture on him today, and he had heard the doctor's voice when his wife was feeding him. Perhaps it was the effect of the acupuncture, but Yao Ziju felt a huge change in himself when he was soaked in the hot water. He even felt like he could control his body at any moment. However, try as he might, he still could not move his body. Before he could feel depressed about it, his surroundings became very quiet. There was no one beside him, and he felt the water reach his mouth. If this continued, he might drown in the bathtub. He wanted to call for help, but he was powerless. If it was in the past, he might have thought that death would be a relief, but his life was different now. He wanted to live. In the midst of his despair, hurried footsteps could be heard, followed by a splash, and a fragrant, gentle body pressed against his. Yao Ziju's heart filled with joy. She would always arrive to save him, bringing him hope time and time again. After that, he also felt the thin clothes his wife wore stick to her body after being soaked by the water. She was pressing her entire body on top of him. Yao Ziju could clearly feel the softness of her chest struggling against his. Finally, she seemed to find her strength and lifted him up, then she left. Yao Ziju felt lonely without her in his arms. He felt useless. For him, even a bath could be life-threatening. He did not know if his wife had been injured. When Yao Ziju heard that his wife had left, he thought about how he could still check on his wife's condition when they slept together later that night, so he focused on himself. It had been half a month since he fell into a vegetative state, and he really felt that his body was getting better, but it was taking too long. Now, every time he gained consciousness, he would focus on one place to try and mobilize his muscles. Although the effect was minimal, he would not give up. He knew that someone was waiting for him to wake up. Today, in particular, He felt an endless flow of energy coursing into him from the water of the bathtub. Yao Ziju felt that this was his opportunity. At this time, Zhao Qing had finished bathing Yao Ziju and was wrapping up his task. Ming Lairii had even cleaned herself up. She checked the time and saw that only half an hour had passed. Thinking that the spiritual water should not be wasted, she ordered, "The master hasn't taken a proper bath in a long time, let him soak a little longer." "Yes," Zhao Qing replied. He finished his work and went to the door to keep watch from a distance. At such a distance, he could always ensure the safety of the master and madam, as well as prevent himself from hearing their conversation. Ming Lairii sighed to herself. This person was really reliable. As expected of the male lead, he would always have helpers around him. Ming Lairii did not know that her arrival had interrupted Yao Ziju's efforts. She began to talk to him about what had happened today. Yao Ziju also shifted his attention from his little finger to his wife. Her voice carried a hint of coyness. "Yao Ziju, I finally got rid of the bad guys today. We don't have to worry about food poisoning anymore. Also, Dr. Miao came to see you today. He said that he was only 60% sure that you would wake up, but I think he was lying, because I know that you have a 100% chance of waking up. And I also know when you will wake up. You'll be able to wake up in about 2 months. Yao Ziju was greatly confused by this. "So, I really don't have much time left. I'll start learning a few more languages tomorrow. I've already contacted Hu Yanfen and asked him to come over as soon as possible. After all, you won't let me off easy when you wake up. It's better for me to go abroad. I haven't been to college before. You won't hate me so much after a few years, right?" Ming Lairii said analytically. Chapter 37. The Little Finger Moves. Yao Ziju was in shock. It was as though he could not understand what his wife was saying. He had always felt that this person was not Ming Lairii, but her words now confused him. And she was leaving. He had not even seen her with his own eyes, and she was already planning to leave. Yao Ziju's heart ached. There was still less than 2 months left. He could not just let himself be unconscious like this. But he was perplexed. How did his wife know the exact time he would wake up? He could not find anything out at this moment, and could only wait for the reasons to unravel in time. He had to wake up before his wife left. If she dared to leave without saying goodbye, he really did not know what he would do. After Yao Ziju's body had soaked enough, his body was then cleaned up. During this time, Ming Lairii took the opportunity to contact Hu Yanfen. She had to bring forward her language classes. After that, she contacted Yu Lingling, who usually contacted her first. Ming Lairii started chatting with Yu Lingling while lying on the bed. Ming Lairii, "Lingling, I have good news for you. Dr. Miao Ruoming came to my house today to treat my husband. He said that there is a 60% chance that my husband will wake up. Yu Lingling, what kind of astonishing display of wealth and power is this? Miao Ruoming actually went to your house for a consultation. Lairii, what kind of family do you come from?" Ming Lairii thought about it. She was just an ordinary substitute wife. Ming Lairii, "My husband's family has connections. Yu Lingling, I want to have such a network, too. I really envy you, Lairii. Ming Lairii, how about this? The next time Dr. Miao comes, I'll help you ask if he can go to your house for a consultation. Whether he will agree or not, will still depend on Dr. Miao. Yu Lingling, there's a next time. Just how much wealth and power are we talking here? How many times can Miao Ruoming go to your house?" Ming Lairii, "I'll make the arrangements. If it's not convenient for him, you can bring your fiancé to my house. I'll ask him if he could see one more patient. Yu Lingling, Lairii, I'm truly grateful to you. I feel like my life has brightened up ever since I met you. Ming Lairii, you are my little sunshine. By the way, Lingling, do you have any other charity organizations other than the Foundation for Vegetative People?" Seeing this, Yu Lingling was even more excited. She called Ming Lairii straight away and told her in great detail about the counseling support club she was going to organize. It was all for the sake of the families of those who were in vegetative states, such as children like Hu Yanfen and Hu Lorong. In the long run, people in their situation tend to develop psychological problems such as low self-esteem and lack of self-confidence. Ming Lairii officially joined without having to say a word. This made her the second member of the club. Ming Liuai recently discovered a problem. Yao Ziju sweated very easily. She thought it might be the effect of the spiritual spring and acupuncture, but what she did not know was that it was the result of Yao Ziju's efforts to move his body. Lately, Yao Ziju was regaining his consciousness more frequently. Before, he was only conscious when Ming Liuai was around, and as soon as she was gone, he immediately lost consciousness. But recently, even when Ming Liuai was not with him, he could still hold on to his consciousness for a while. The last bath session especially left him feeling like he could stay awake for a long time, which was the reason why he kept sweating. He was constantly trying to gather his strength, starting from his fingers, and kept repeating his attempts. However, before his consciousness blurred, he was still unable to move his fingers. Meanwhile, Ming Liuai had been researching all kinds of culinary food that could be fed to vegetative people. She would even add the spiritual water into it. Of course, she also gave Yu Lingling a portion of the enhanced food, saying that it was a newly made fruit puree and that everyone should try it. She definitely could not tell her about the spiritual spring. Ming Liuai fed the fruit puree to Yao Ziju, but he could not give her a reaction to show if it was delicious. However, Yao Ziju was excited because this was the first time he could taste the flavors in food. The liquid food from before had made his mouth numb. He could occasionally detect a distinct taste like that of spring water only when his wife fed him. However, it was different this time. The fresh smell was even stronger than before. This filled Yao Ziju's body with energy, and he tried to move his little finger again. Eventually, his little finger actually twitched slightly. Yao Ziju's hand happened to be in Ming Liuai's blind spot, so she did not see the change. She only saw that Yao Ziju was sweating again. So, after feeding him the fruit puree, she quickly called Zhao Qing to help Yao Ziju change his clothes. Chapter 38. Yao Ziju's Strategy. As soon as Ming Liuai left, Yao Ziju's fingers twitched again. He was overjoyed. If the first time was a fluke, what about the second time? At the thought of being able to sleep with his wife at night, his heart softened, and he wished that he could hook his little finger onto his wife's hand. Later that night, Ming Liuai saw to hers and Yao Ziju's skincare regimen as usual, and even did a bit of two-person yoga. The need for a second person in this activity was actually quite obsolete. However, this was also the most relaxed moment of the day for Ming Liuai, as she carefully and brazenly toyed with Yao Ziju's body. Yao Ziju was not used to it at first, but when Ming Liuai's smooth forehead was placed in his palm, if he were to give any reaction, it would have been a smile. Ming Liuai tossed and turned for a while, and then whispered, "You've been sleeping for so long. If you don't wake up, will you lose all your abs? Let me help you check." After saying this, Ming Liuai stretched out her sinful little hand, lifted his pajamas, and touched him without mercy. Indeed, his abdominal muscles were not as obvious as before. Ming Liuai studied the muscles carefully, but of course, her hands did not stop touching them. Yao Ziju was the first man whose abdominal muscles she got to touch. Yao Ziju felt her movements and guessed that his abdominal muscles were losing their integrity, but it was not a huge concern for him. After all, he could still continue to exercise, even if his legs were paralyzed. As long as he could wake up, his muscles would also be restored. Before Yao Ziju's sadness could show itself, his thoughts were interrupted by Ming Liuai. "I know you definitely can't bear to lose the abs you've worked so hard to build, so don't worry, I'll touch it every day from now on, and you can give testimonials about how they once existed." After she finished speaking, she touched him a few more times. Yao Ziju thought to himself, "So my wife likes abdominal muscles." After a while, Ming Liuai fell asleep. Yao Ziju began to count down in his heart. 3, 2, 1. In the next second, Ming Liuai turned around and hugged him like a sloth. Her thighs were on his body, her arms were on his chest, her face was on his shoulder, and his neck was covered by her breaths. There was also her unique scent of spring water, which enveloped her entire body. Yao Ziju really wanted to open his eyes and look at this delicate girl. He laughed in his heart. It seemed that the little finger that he had practiced with all his heart and soul was useless. She was already in his arms, holding her fingers was no longer important. Even so, Yao Ziju still could not help but try. His little finger trembled as he uncurled it, but his wife's hand was still out of reach. This made him feel a little disappointed. In the end, he could only hold on to a little butt of her pajamas. His heart still softened at this. Yao Ziju thought they were quite intimate with each other. His wife was able to show her true self to him without holding back. He thought, this must be what being a married couple is like. Just like that, Yao Ziju fell asleep with contentment. The next morning, Miao Ruoming came over. At that time, Ming Laiui was feeding Yao Ziju some freshly made fruit puree, the kind that had spiritual water added to it. Miao Ruoming was moved when he saw this. He thought that he might have overworked himself. Why else would he think that a fruit puree meant for a vegetative patient looked so delicious? Ming Laiui saw his expression and thought that Miao Ruoming had not eaten breakfast again, so she quickly greeted him and offered to get him breakfast. I ate today, Miao Ruoming explained awkwardly. I'm just curious about what you're feeding him. Ming Laiui immediately understood. She said a few simple words about the food, while giving up her seat to the doctor. Miao Ruoming began to take Yao Ziju's pulse, and his face slowly changed. Last time, Yao Ziju's pulse was weak, but today it had changed greatly and was much stronger. He had not expected there to be such a huge change with just one day of acupuncture treatment. He pondered for a while and asked with a frown, "Did you do anything else besides acupuncture yesterday?" "I gave him a bath," Ming Laiui said. Miao Ruoming nodded. "It seems that the effects of the acupuncture and bath are very good. His pulse has improved significantly. I estimate that the effect of using a medicine compress will be quite beneficial." After Miao Ruoming finished the acupuncture session, Xiao Fan prepared the medicinal compress and placed them on Yao Ziju's knees and eyes. Miao Ruoming said to Ming Laiui, "This temperature is just right for the knees, but it's a little hot for the eyes. You'll need to add a towel to layer it." Ming Laiui nodded solemnly. "I'll keep that in mind." Miao Ruoming nodded. Seeing that his time was almost up, he got ready to leave. "Dr. Miao," Ming Laiui quickly stepped forward and asked, "Dr. Miao, do you have a slot open in your schedule?" "There has been a change in my schedule. I'll be in a city for the entire week, so I can come give an acupuncture session every morning," Miao Ruoming said. Chapter 39. Special Fetishes. Ming Laiui was overjoyed, but then she hesitated. "I have a friend whose fiancé is also in a vegetative state. He's also from a city. If you're free, can I help him make an appointment with you?" Ming Laiui paused, and only continued when she saw that Miao Ruoming did not speak. "That friend of mine is a very good person. She even organized charity donations for the Charity Foundation for Vegetative People, and even formed a support club for people who have vegetative family members, to provide counseling on their psychological problems." Miao Ruoming said, "My schedule has been changed, but can they come here instead? I don't have that much time. How about the day after tomorrow?" Ming Laiui nodded, indicating that this arrangement was highly agreeable. Miao Ruoming smiled and turned to leave. Ming Laiui saw him off, and even gave him a small bag of snacks for the road. Miao Ruoming returned to his car and saw the fruit paste inside the bag. With great interest, he tried some of it. The taste was actually more refreshing than he had imagined. It seemed that he would not be bored during his time providing treatment for the Yao family. In the master bedroom, Ming Laiui flipped the compress over from time to time, afraid that Yao Ziju would be scalded by the hot medicinal compress. Yao Ziju was actually in a terrible mood. The original Ming Laiui had used a hot compress on his skin before, which had been a bad experience for him. Although his skin did not have any adverse reactions, he could not accept it psychologically. If he could move at this moment, he would have thrown the compress away without hesitation. Ming Laiui seemed to feel his uneasiness, and she flipped the compress again and again. Although the instructions said to leave them for 30 minutes, for some reason, Ming Laiui's mind was tied to Yao Ziju's, and a bad memory came to the surface. It was a memory of how original Ming Laiui had caused the rashes on Yao Ziju's knees. Ming Laiui was worried that Yao Ziju's skin would react to the hot compress, and felt that it was better to take it slow. As Ming Laiui gently turned the compress, Yao Ziju's itch to throw the compress away only grew stronger. Yao Ziju's breathing became restless, like a trapped beast that could not find an exit. He mentally banged his head against the walls of his mind, and his consciousness blurred. Suddenly, He felt his mouth being pried opened and a small stream of clear water flowed into his mouth. His wife was carefully feeding him water. The woman was like an elf with the aura of a clear mountain spring, which also doused most of his anxiety. However, he still wanted to take the compress away, especially the one on his eyes. It was suffocating. Ming Liui looked at the time. It had only been more than 10 minutes. She hesitated for a moment, but still took off the compresses. Yao Ziju, it's not that I don't want to give you enough time, I'm just worried that you won't be able to get used to it. Let's call it a day, we'll try again tomorrow. Don't be mad at me for this. With that said, he quickly took the compress away. At this moment, Yao Ziju only felt that Ming Liui's voice was heavenly. How could he be mad at her? Without the compress, the suffocating feeling in his mind instantly disappeared. He also heard his wife continue to say in his ear, "Your skin isn't red, and you don't have rashes or any allergic reactions. We'll add another 10 minutes tomorrow." After finding out that his skin was fine, Yao Ziju's nervousness disappeared. This sentence was like magic, and the shadow of doubt in his heart was also removed. His memories of the past did not feel as heavy as before. Yao Ziju thought that his wife must be an angel sent to him by the heavens. Yao Ziju did not expect to feel so moved by her actions so quickly. The next day, after the acupuncture session, Yao Ziju heard Ming Liui excitedly say, "This angelic headband is pretty, this pink apron is pretty, too, and these false eyelashes would definitely suit Yao Ziju. He has pale, cold-toned skin, so he'll be fine with any lipstick color." With that, Yao Ziju felt a headband being placed on his head, an apron tied around his body, false eyelashes attached to his eyes, and even some rouge was smeared on his lips. Ming Liui sighed from the bottom of her heart. A good-looking person was really invincible. The next second, she took out her camera and took a picture of her handiwork. Yao Ziju did not understand. Was this a special fetish of hers? Ming Liui quickly gave him an answer. "A man dressed as a woman. I now have blackmail material on you. If you dare to take revenge on me, or torture me in the future, I'll publish your cross-dressing picture. You rich and powerful people are most afraid of getting your reputation ruined. Are you scared now?" Yao Ziju was confused. He began to wonder why his wife had asked him to spare her life. She even had to constantly guard against him taking revenge, and even escape abroad. Could she really be Ming Liui? Yao Ziju's heart sank. However, he could not help but find an excuse for his wife. He felt that there must be a reason. His wife was definitely different. He firmly believed that she was not the original Ming Liui. She knew too many things, the past, the present, and even the future. However, once he woke up, he believed that the future would definitely be in his hands. Satisfied, Ming Liui finished taking his pictures. She then quickly shared the news about Miao Ruoming with Yulingling. Chapter 40. Destiny's Nemesis. Yulingling, really? I did not expect Miao Ruoming to actually agree. Thank you so much. Send me the address, I'll go over early tomorrow. Ming Liui, I'll get my driver to pick you up. You just need to prepare in advance. Yulingling, I'm so lucky to have Mrs. Moneybags as a friend. Ming Liui, I'll talk to you later. I still have class with Hu Yanfeng later, and I'm going to the bookstore in the afternoon to get some books. If you have time, let's go together. Although Hu Yanfeng was still a minor, Ming Liui still chose to have lessons with him in the living room. After all, a man and a woman still required vigilance when alone in a room together, especially at this critical moment after pubescence. In the afternoon, Ming Liui took Yulingling to the bookstore. They decided to have an afternoon tea along the way. Yulingling saw that there were a lot of people at the bookstore today and thought it was a little unusual. Is there an event today? Ming Liui was also very surprised, but she did not think too much about it. The two of them picked up a lot of books, and even some novelty gadgets. Just as Ming Liui casually picked up a book on basic level English and began flipping through it, a familiar female voice came from beside her. Ming Liui, is that really you? You're actually learning basic English now? Ming Liui raised her head and saw Cai Rixie standing in front of her, all dressed up. She could not help but curse in her heart. The enemy of fate is here. Ming Liui was the one who had married Yao Ziju in place of her. She was also the young mistress of the Cai family. When Yao Ziju woke from his coma, this Cai Rixi would swoop in to reap the rewards. In order to take hold of the Cai and Yao families, she incited Yao Ziju to take revenge on Ming Liuai. Half of Ming Liuai's fate in the book was caused by Cai Rixi. Ming Liuai's body trembled without her realizing it. That was the memory of her physical body, which made her feel angry and afraid. However, Ming Liuai did not come alone this time. Yu Lingling was beside her. She held on to Ming Liuai's trembling body and looked at Cai Rixi. "Hey, who's this?" People who don't know better would think that a peacock had escaped the zoo. "What's with the flashy outfit?" Cai Rixi's face was tense, and her eyes narrowed slightly. Before she could speak, Yao Ziyang rushed over. Ming Liuai wanted to shout, "Oh, great, here comes another on." Yao Ziyang was looking for Cai Rixi, but he did not expect to bump into Ming Liuai. "Why are you here?" Yu Lingling answered straight away. "Does your family own the bookstore?" "Who are you? Who cares why we're here?" Yao Ziyang was about to say that this business was indeed owned by the Yao family, but he was interrupted by Cai Rixi. "Liuai, I'm holding a press conference for my new book today. If you want to come, I'll get the staff to arrange it for you." Then, she thought of something and continued, "By the way, are you going to start learning English again? It's just that, I don't think it's suitable for you to study basic English by yourself. After all, you did not attend school all that much. I suggest you find a teacher. If you need anything, feel free to find me." "Why are you suddenly learning English?" Yao Ziju frowned. At that moment, Ming Liuai's body finally regained its composure, and she could speak normally. "Do I need to report to you what I'm learning?" With that said, she got ready to leave with Yu Lingling. She did not want to waste time on Cai Rixi. However, Ming Liuai's reaction surprised Cai Rixi. In the past, Ming Liuai was a yes-man and could at most wield a little more authority at home. But now that Yao Ziju was in a vegetative state, what was her title of Madam Yao worth? With Yao Ziyang here, she actually dared to talk like this. Cai Rixi really did not understand where Ming Liuai's confidence came from. Whether it was in terms of education or class status, she was superior to Ming Liuai. Even if she were the real young mistress of the Cai family, what could she do? Ming Liuai did not have the fate of becoming a young mistress. She was only destined to pave the way for Cai Rixi. Thinking about how Ming Liuai had trembled when she first saw her, her heart felt even more carefree. But how did Ming Liuai recover so quickly? Yao Ziyang could not stand it anymore. "Ming Liuai, don't be so ungrateful. Not just anyone can attend this press conference for Cai Rixi's new book. It's hard to even get a ticket. Here, take this ticket and go have fun." Ming Liuai simply rolled her eyes. For Cai Rixi's new book, if it were not for the Cai family's publicity and connections, would there have been a press conference to speak of? However, she could not be bothered to waste time here. Looking at Cai Rixi's proud appearance, she said to Yao Ziyang, "Yao Ziyang, what's wrong with you? Why are you helping an outsider to belittle me?" Then, she pulled Yu Lingling and left. Yao Ziyang's face turned green. Why did it sound like they had an abnormal relationship? Cai Rixi's expression turned even uglier. She had come into contact with Yao Ziyang because Yao Ziju was crippled. This meant that she changed her fiancé from Yao Ziju to Yao Ziyang. However, this B***TCH Ming Liuai had snatched everything away. Chapter 41. You know, she's my sister-in-law. Ming Liuai pulled Yu Lingling's hand and quickly walked out of the store. They had already said enough, so Yao Ziyang would be left with a headache and Cai Rixi would just be confused. Ming Liuai whispered to Yu Lingling, who was also confused, "Lingling, I'm going to kill you later. Why did we get so unlucky and run into them?" A person dressed like a lady walked past them. When she saw Ming Liuai, she thought she looked very familiar. When she came back to her senses and wanted to take a closer look, she did not see Ming Liuai anymore. The lady shook her head and suppressed the sense of familiarity. She quickly walked in to support her daughter, Cai Rixi. "Ma'am." Cai saw that Cai Rixi and Yao Ziyang were talking about something, but from their expressions, they did not seem to be very happy. So, she did not disturb them. She found a seat and sat down. Cai Rixi said angrily, "Yao Ziyang, what's the meaning of this? Ming Liuai said that, and you didn't even refute her. Are you with Ming Liuai?" Yao Ziyang had a helpless look on his face, not knowing what to say. He really did not expect Ming Liui to say something like that. Furthermore, while Yao Ziyang was still in control of everything, he was a threat to Ming Liui, so she should not have been able to say something like that. However, Ming Liui's sweet voice and desolate eyes made Yao Ziyang's entire body go numb, and his brain shut down in fear. By the time he could react, Ming Liui had already fled. Yao Ziyang had no choice but to explain himself. You know, she's my sister-in-law. I didn't want to embarrass her too much. Baby, don't be angry. I was wrong. You're the boss today. Please forgive me this once, okay? Cai Rixi knew that Yao Ziyang had already given in. If they continued to make a scene, it would not be in line with Cai Rixi's usual generous and decent character. She could only put this matter aside for the time being. She asked with a charming look on her face, "Do I look good today?" Yao Ziyang heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Cai Rixi's question. If this continued, Yao Ziyang really didn't know what to do. Moreover, there were so many people present. "Yes, you look especially good today. No one is as pretty as you are." Cai Rixi nodded in satisfaction. She turned around and saw her mother waiting at the side. She immediately ran over and hugged her. Cai Rixi's mother patted Cai Rixi's head lovingly and gently said, "You're already so big, yet you still want to act cute. You're amazing, my dear girl. Don't be nervous." Cai Rixi nodded and straightened up to go to the waiting area. She pondered as she walked. Cai Rixi wanted to have both the Yao family and the Cai family. So, no matter who it was, if they dared to stand in her way, Cai Rixi would tear them apart. Ming Liui brought Yu Lingling all the way to the shopping mall and found a cafe to sit down in. After all, they had jogged all the way, and she did not want Yao Ziyang to catch up. Yu Lingling did not wait for them to sit down and immediately asked, "Liui, do you know those two drama queens? Why do you want to know? Hurry up and tell me, I'm too curious." Ming Liui heard Yu Lingling's question and a smile appeared on her face. How should she frame this? To put it nicely, they were actually family. Ming Liui smiled and said mysteriously, "We can be considered destined enemies." Yu Lingling suddenly understood. Was this the kind of drama that usually played out with destined enemies? In other words, it was a huge drama, and it was a live version. Yu Lingling said with a smile, "I understand. It's a feud between the rich and powerful." Ming Liui thought for a moment and did not say anything about her relationship with the Yao family. That was her family's matter, and dirty laundry should not be spread around. Ming Liui still understood this principle, so she could only hide it. "That woman used to like my husband. As for that man, he's a relative of my husband's family." Hearing this, Yu Lingling's face was filled with curiosity. She did not expect it to be so exciting. From what had just happened, it definitely was not as simple as Ming Liui had stated. Curious once more, Yu Lingling asked, "Liui, this is simply a real-life version of a rich family TV series. Does this relative like you? Don't tell me you guys are in a love rectangle. That's too vicious. Liui, is this relative of yours already with that woman?" Chapter 42. We're sisters, how could I let you suffer? Ming Liui did not expect that with just a few words, Yu Lingling would actually come up with such a huge scene in her head. It was like a melodramatic plot from a TV drama. Ming Liui waved her hand and said indifferently, "I don't know either. Although they're relatives, that's their story. My husband and I met after that." When Yu Lingling heard this, she remembered that Ming Liui's husband was in a vegetative state. Before he became a vegetable, there must have been a love-hate triangle. Ming Liui said, "Lingling, it's all thanks to you. Thank you. You helped me fight them off." Yu Lingling waved her hand smugly. This was nothing. They were only arguing verbally just now. If it came down to a fight, she could do it. In any case, she could not let her sister get hurt, especially by that Cai Rixi. One look and Yu Lingling could tell she was not a good person. "It's fine. Even if we had to go another dozen rounds, I'd still stand by you. We're sisters, how could I let you suffer?" Ming Liui looked at Yu Lingling and felt warm inside. This was the first time someone had treated her so sincerely, and the only one who had treated her so well. Ming Liui took out the gift she had prepared for Yu Lingling and smiled. "Lingling, I just learned how to make these things. It might not be that good, but the ingredients are quite fresh, so it should taste good. Yulingling took the lunchbox and hugged Ming Liuai. Although it was only a small gesture, it was the thought that mattered, and it made her very happy. Yulingling rubbed Ming Liuai's face and said happily, "Thank you, Liuai. You're the best." Then, Yulingling looked at Ming Liuai's face in disbelief. She could not help but pinch her face a few times. The texture was simply too good. Yulingling exclaimed, "Liuai, your skin is so good. It's so soft and smooth. How did you take such good care of it?" Ming Liuai laughed. Yulingling's skin was not bad at all, yet she was still envious of Ming Liuai. "This little girl is really too cute. It's so nice to have such a cute sister," Ming Liuai said with a smile. "Maybe it's because I ate a lot of fruit puree." Yulingling blinked her big eyes and stared at Ming Liuai. If eating the fruit puree was really so effective, then all the girls in the world would have good skin like this. If that were true, how could there be a girl with bad skin then? Yulingling said, "Liuai, you seem to have become naughty. Why don't you just say drink more hot water?" Ming Liuai's face turned slightly red. These were all the words of a jerk. If you have a problem, drink more hot water. In the words of a jerk, hot water is omnipotent. There was nothing that hot water could not solve. But recently, Ming Liuai had really eaten a lot of fruit puree. She said, "I really did eat a lot of fruit puree. Go back and try it. If it doesn't work, come to me." Yulingling laughed but did not say anything else. Actually, all women took care of themselves. They just had to pay more attention to the food they ate. There are plenty of food that would irritate the skin. Yulingling glanced at the time and said, "Let's go and buy some books. I still have to go back and have dinner with fiancé. I also have to provide medical services tomorrow, so I need to go back and prepare well today." Ming Liuai nodded. It was getting late, and there was still a vegetative husband waiting for her at home. She could not waste Yulingling's time. They both had other things to do. "That's right. I have to go back and finish the homework Hu Yamfeng left for me." Cai Rixi was also about to finish up her work. Her mother had gone back earlier. Yao Ziyang had also left for a period of time during the event. He only came back to fetch Cai Rixi when she was almost done here. Yao Ziyang was an expert in love. When he came back, he brought a huge bouquet of roses to celebrate and make Cai Rixi happy. Cai Rixi also cooperated by pretending to be surprised and hugged Yao Ziyang enthusiastically. However, Ming Liuai's appearance today and the changes in her body made Cai Rixi feel an uncontrollable sense of danger. She was a little anxious. Cai Rixi felt that she had to speed up her relationship with Yao Ziyang. In the world of adults, there were not many words to say. In the end, there was only the result. The process was not important. At night, Cai Rixi and Yao Ziyang went back to Yao Ziyang's house together. However, a beautiful woman at the entrance cursed at him. "Yao Ziyang, you be ****starred. Chapter 43, Going against her in everything. After the woman at the door finished shouting, she rushed up to Yao Ziyang, ready to slap him across the face. Yao Ziyang was obviously used to this kind of thing and had a lot of experience. He instinctively blocked the woman's hand, without a second thought. Looking at the situation before her, Cai Rixi's first thought was not to stay away from Yao Ziyang, the scumbag, but to be very upset. Everything that happened today was going against her. She had wanted to push forward her relationship with Yao Ziyang, but now that someone was making such a scene, she was not in the mood to continue. Cai Rixi knew very well that if she were to be with her previous fiancé Yao Ziju, she would never encounter such a disgusting thing in her life. If she were to be with the current Vice President Yao, she would probably see all kinds of women in the future. Thinking of this, Cai Rixi's face suddenly darkened, but she did not know that this time, Yao Ziyang was really the one who was wronged. Yao Ziyang wanted to take over Yao Ziju's position, so the backing of the Cai family was indispensable. If Cai Rixi had been born into an ordinary rich family, he could still maintain some advantage over her, albeit with some slyness. However, the Cai family was famous for being honest and pure in comparison to the other wealthy families. The husband and wife loved each other, and the family was harmonious. Another problem was that Cai Rixi enjoyed literature and art, and she was very good at literature. Yao Ziyang could imagine that Cai Rixi would not have any feelings for anyone. Thus, he had broken up with the various women he once enjoyed and cut ties with them completely. Yao Ziyang had always been generous that way. When they broke up, he did not let these women suffer any losses. He gave them a lot of money and considered it an amicable parting. Every woman who took the money was extremely happy and left in satisfaction. Only Zhong Ziniyu insisted on helping her best friend vent her anger. When Yao Ziyang first got together with Ren Rora, this Zhong Ziniyu came to warn him not to bully Ren Rora. Now that Yao Ziyang had broken up with Ren Rora, Zhong Ziniyu naturally wanted to settle the score with him. Yao Ziyang saw that Cai Rixi was still by his side, so he suppressed his anger and said, "Zhong Ziniyu, what does this matter have to do with you? Must you meddle in other people's business? If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask Ren Rora and let her explain it to you. We broke up peacefully. Don't make a scene here." Only then did Cai Rixi understand that there was nothing wrong between the two of them. It was just that this girl was speaking up for her best friend. In this case, things were much easier to handle. Cai Rixi took out her phone and pretended to dial as she spoke. "This person looks extremely violent. Ziyang, let's just call the police." Hearing this, Yao Ziyang quickly held Cai Rixi in his arms. He did not expect that this matter would scare Cai Rixi. This would not do. He had to comfort her and not let Cai Rixi have any misunderstandings. Yao Ziyang said gently, "Don't worry, I'm here. I won't let this lunatic hurt you." Zhong Ziniyu was still considered a celebrity and her reputation was still very important. When she heard that Cai Rixi was going to call the police, her anger dissipated almost instantly. She looked at Cai Rixi and tried to persuade her, "Listen to me, woman. Open your eyes. Don't jump into bed with the devil. He's a scumbag. He would cheat you of your feelings and even defile your body." When Yao Ziyang heard this, he was furious. Both of them were willing parties. How could she say that? Just as he was about to make a move on Zhong Ziniyu, she was already prepared for it. She quickly took out the pepper spray from her bag and sprayed Yao Ziyang with it. She glared at him fiercely, and before he could react, she slipped away. Yao Ziyang acted like a gentleman, blocking all the pepper spray to prevent it from hurting Cai Rixi. Although it did not hit his face, his clothes had become lighter in color, and his skin was in pain. He could not help but hiss, but he hugged Cai Rixi, and said mournfully, "I'm sorry for scaring you. I promise, such a thing won't happen again in the future. Rixi, will you trust me?" Cai Rixi struggled out of Yao Ziyang's arms and checked his skin. After all, even a little bit of pepper spray was still quite strong. Seeing Cai Rixi care so much about him, Yao Ziyang felt proud. He endured the pain and said to Cai Rixi, "It's all right, I'm fine. Go back and take a shower. You'll be fine after you change into a set of clean clothes." *** winking face ***. Chapter 44 It's all Ming Liui's fault. Even though Yao Ziyang said he was very forgiving, he had already put the blame for tonight's incident on Ming Liui. If it had not been for Ming Liui, Yao Ziyang would not have thought that his previous woman was boring and ended up getting to know Ren Rora. This was all Ming Liui's fault. That was why Yao Ziyang had such an encounter tonight and was even humiliated in front of Cai Rixi. Yao Ziyang thought darkly in his heart, Ming Liui has been living too comfortably recently. Miao Ruoming came early the next morning. Yao Ziju's body had new changes every day, which made Miao Ruoming very curious. To satisfy his curiosity, he first checked Yao Ziju's skin, where the medicine was applied, to confirm if there was any allergy or burns. Meanwhile, Ming Liui was like a child who had not finished her homework, and was afraid of being found by the teacher. She stood nervously at the side, her hands anxiously clasped together. Ming Liui felt that no matter how good Miao Ruoming was, he should not be able to tell that she took off the compress early. At this time, Miao Ruoming suddenly asked, "How long did you use the compress for yesterday?" Ming Liui frowned. What she was afraid of really happened. She thought he would not notice, but he did. However, Ming Liui did this for Yao Ziju's sake, so she spoke as if she was not afraid of death. "That's right, I think Yao Ziju might not be used to it, so I think it's not time yet to use the compress on him. But the time difference isn't too great. I only took it off about 5 to 10 minutes early." Miao Ruoming looked at Ming Liui curiously. Yao Ziju was in a vegetative state now, Even if there was any discomfort, it was impossible to notice it immediately. So how did Ming Liui manage this? Miao Ruoming asked casually. Is that so? Then how did you find out about his discomfort? Ming Liui saw Miao Ruoming's expression and was a little flustered. She was afraid of angering this great god of medicine. If Miao Ruoming got angry and left, what would happen to Yao Ziju? In order to calm him down, Ming Liui spoke like a child admitting her mistake. Yes, I can feel it. I could feel that he was very uneasy, and that he had been scalded before. I'm afraid his skin would be particularly sensitive to this. There have been no problems these past 2 days, so today, I will definitely follow your instructions on the timing. When Miao Ruoming heard these words, he was silent and frowned. Ming Liui suddenly became even more fidgety. Geniuses have eccentric personalities. Now that she had changed the instructions set by this great god of medicine, would he leave? Ming Liui nervously said, Dr. Miao, please don't be angry. I didn't mean to disobey your advice. Miao Ruoming was not angry at all, but felt that he might have made a mistake. If she had really followed his instructions every day, it was likely to cause some kind of harm to the patient. Miao Ruoming asked with a smile, am I that scary? When Ming Liui heard this, she understood that Miao Ruoming was not angry, he was just trying to scare her. Miao Ruoming contemplated for a moment. He felt that Ming Liui had done a good job. You're doing the right thing. I'll do things one step at a time according to the patient's condition. As a family member, of course you would understand the patient better than the doctor. Ming Liui heaved a sigh of relief. She thought this god of medicine would get angry and walk away, not caring about Yao Ziju anymore. But the next sentence made Ming Liui anxious again. Miao Ruoming continued, but you were wrong for not contacting me in time and communicating with me. You only told me the truth when I asked you. In the future, if such a situation occurs again, you must contact me immediately. Otherwise, it might affect his condition. Ming Liui nodded nervously and promised that she would contact him immediately if she had any problems in the future. She would never make such a mistake again. Miao Ruoming looked at Ming Liui's anxious expression and could not help but want to tease her. If you're still like this next time, I won't come again. As I expected, the great Miao is still fuming. If he doesn't come again, what would happen to Yao Ziju? Ming Liui had to make sure that Miao Ruoming was not furious for the sake of Yao Ziju's recovery. Ming Liui immediately apologized. No, I know what to do in the future. It's my fault this time. Don't be angry, great Miao. I promise there won't be a next time. I'll contact you immediately if anything happens. Really, I will, great Miao. Trust me this once, okay. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chapter 45, That's very kind of you. When Miao Ruoming heard this, he nodded with satisfaction, but his eyes were looking at the fruit puree on the table. Ming Liui saw Miao Ruoming nod and finally breathed a sigh of relief. She noticed that Miao Ruoming was looking at the fruit puree and immediately said, Great Miao, you've worked very hard recently. I prepared some fruit puree and cookies for you today. You can eat it as a snack on the way back. Miao Ruoming said with a smile, That's very kind of you. Ming Liui had given the fruit puree to him before. After eating it, Miao Ruoming also tried to make it himself and even bought some from other places, but it was not as good as hers. Ming Liui looked at Miao Ruoming's expression and was a little surprised. This Miao Ruoming is indeed a great god. He actually knows what's what. Ming Liui's fruit puree had the spiritual spring water added to it. So not only was it delicious, it could also make people feel refreshed all day. Ming Liui saw that Miao Ruoming was preparing to continue with Yao Ziju's acupuncture, so she did not dare to stall any longer. She went downstairs to wait for Yu Lingling. Not long after that, the car that was sent to fetch Yu Lingling had returned. The driver helped Yu Lingling move her fiancé from the car to the wheelchair, and Yu Lingling pushed him in herself. Although Yu Lingling knew that Ming Liui was quite rich, she was still deeply shocked when she saw the villa in front of her. This was not a villa at all. It was clearly a manor, and the kind that could collect entrance tickets. Ming Liui saw Yu Lingling and quickly went toward her. Although she had heard about him many times, this was the first time she had seen Yu Lingling's fiancé. He sat in a wheelchair and looked very clean and gentle. His hair and clothes were very neat. When Ming Liui saw Yu Lingling's fiancé in this state, she suddenly felt a little sad. Yulingling, however, still had a very optimistic look and said cheerfully, Lyri, I'm here. Thank you so much. Ming Lyri took a deep breath and sorted out her emotions. She wore a gentle smile on her face. No matter what, she could not show her sadness and let the cheerful and optimistic Yulingling feel sad. Ming Lyri asked with a smile, was the journey smooth? Yulingling smiled and nodded. What was there to complain about? This kind of luxury car could be said to be unimpeded on the road. Other cars would hurriedly avoid it when they saw it, not daring to block the way. Yulingling said, it's quite smooth. Lyri, you're so considerate. Oh right, let me introduce you. This is my fiancé, Jufeng. Then, Yulingling leaned close to Jufeng's ear. Although he looked like this now, Yulingling still loved him deeply, and still believed that he would recover slowly. She said with a smile, dear, this is Lyri. I often talk about her. What do you think? Isn't she beautiful? She was so optimistic and cheerful that Ming Lyri's sad heart was once again affected by the little sunshine known as Yulingling. There was nothing that could not be overcome, so she must adopt a positive attitude. Ming Lyri said with a smile, your fiancé is also very handsome. After that, Ming Lyri remembered that she seemed to have made Miao Ruoming angry today. She did not know if Miao Ruoming would help her later. With the fruit puree, there should not be a problem. She just had to be careful with her words, so Ming Lyri whispered, Lingling, I offended the great Miao today. He might be very unhappy. We have to be careful when we speak later. Yulingling saw Ming Lyri's expression and blinked her eyes, giving her a gesture of reassurance. Although Yulingling was not very familiar with Miao Ruoming, Yulingling was very good at socializing. Yulingling said with a smile, don't worry, as long as I'm here. There's no atmosphere that can't be warmed up by me. Ming Lyri did not expect Yulingling to be so loud. She wanted to cover Yulingling's mouth immediately. After all, Miao Ruoming was upstairs, and he was not deaf. She did not want there to be any bad impressions, so Ming Lyri quickly said, Lingling, be quieter. He's upstairs, be careful not to let him overhear us. As soon as she finished speaking, Miao Ruoming was already approaching from afar. As soon as he came over, he heard Ming Lyri's words. Miao Ruoming was also very curious. As he walked, he rolled up his sleeves and asked with a hint of playfulness in his eyes, what? Can you say that again? I can't hear you. Ming Lyri's face was filled with exasperation. She had a feeling as though she was talking behind someone's back and was caught red-handed by that person. Was this what it felt like to want to be swallowed whole by the ground? Chapter 46, You're Good. Ming Lyri looked at Miao Ruoming and was at a loss for words. This was the first time she had been caught red-handed in something. Yulingling saw Ming Lyri's mortification and immediately went forward. After all, the issue was caused by her own carelessness. Of course she had to help Ming Lyri resolve this embarrassment. Yulingling said with a smile, it's nothing. I'm just complimenting Dr. Miao for having a good personality, being so handsome, and having such brilliant medical skills. Miao Ruoming looked at Yulingling doubtfully. Since it was a compliment, what was there to hide? Or did the two of them say something else behind his back? But looking at Yulingling's confident face, Miao Ruoming had to believe that Yulingling was not lying. Miao Ruoming smiled and said casually, you should praise someone in person, to avoid any unnecessary misunderstanding. When Ming Lyri heard this, she suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that Miao Ruoming would be angry. After all, she still had to ask Miao Ruoming for help. When Yulingling heard Miao Ruoming's words, she knew that everything was fine. Of course, she had to take advantage of the situation to make Ming Lyri less embarrassed. So, Yulingling said with a silly smile, it's Lyri who's afraid of not singing enough praises. Now, I'll give you a compliment now. Hear me out and see if it's good. Ming Lyri stood beside her in silence. Yulingling was really good. It was true that there was no atmosphere that Lingling could not warm up. As long as it was a place with people, Yulingling was fine. Miao Ruoming smiled. He did not expect to meet such an interesting person. He waved his hand and gestured for Yulingling to begin. Yulingling immediately said, Dr. Miao, I've listened to your previous speeches. I loved your speech in the capital the most. At that time, You heard from an elder that he found a very precious wild ginseng on a snow-capped mountain, but for various reasons, he couldn't bring it back. You refused to admit defeat and went looking for that ginseng. You ran into the deep mountains alone and actually found it. I was thinking that a person like you, who is brave and intelligent, would be loved by the gods. You can definitely help my fiancé get better. Miao Ruoming originally thought that Yu Lingling was just bragging, as though the silk banners everyone saw were all about noble medical ethics and magical hands. In the end, this fair lady had done her homework, or she would not have said those things. Miao Ruoming also became serious and said to Yu Lingling, "Thank you for your trust. It will my honor to be able to cure your fiancé." When Ming Lairii heard this, she knew that Miao Ruoming wished to see the patient. She quickly brought everyone to a relatively quiet room. After Miao Ruoming asked about Ju Feng's condition, Miao Ruoming began to take his pulse. Ming Lairii took Yu Lingling out of the bedroom so that they would not disturb Miao Ruoming. Ming Lairii pulled Yu Lingling aside and said, "I'll wait outside. If you need anything, just call for me." Yu Lingling held Ming Lairii's hand nervously. This was her fiancé's hope, and also Yu Lingling's hope. She had wanted to find Miao Ruoming before, but never had the chance. Because he was taking a look at Ju Feng today, Yu Lingling finally saw hope, but she was even more afraid that she would get bad news. "Lairii, can you accompany me? I'm afraid of being too excited, and of being disappointed." It was Ming Lairii's first time seeing Yu Lingling so nervous. She knew that this was too important for Yu Lingling. Ming Lairii nodded and accompanied Yu Lingling back inside the room. She saw Miao Ruoming push up Ju Feng's eyelids. Yu Lingling immediately went forward and said to Miao Ruoming in a very serious tone, "Recently, Ju Feng would sometimes unconsciously open his eyes a little, but it doesn't seem like he can see anything." Even when a hand was in front of his eyes, there was no reaction. Miao Ruoming nodded. Although the patient's condition was a little bad, it was not completely impossible. The success rate might not be so high, but it was better than having no hope. Miao Ruoming took out a pen and paper he carried with him and wrote a prescription. He looked at the two of them with a very serious expression and said urgently to them, "Ju Feng suffered some brain damage. His recovery still needs time. We've already missed the best time for him to wake up, but we can still try. Most importantly, we can't give up hope. A miracle might happen." Chapter 47, Please Try It. After writing the prescription, Miao Ruoming handed it to Yu Lingling. Although the chances were slim, he could not give up. There were many miracles in medicine, and many people who had been thought to be impossible to recover were inexplicably cured. After thinking for a while, Miao Ruoming took the prescription back and wrote a phone number on it. He said solemnly, "This is my senior's number. He's more well-versed in this area. After you've taken this medicine, if I'm not here, you can call my senior directly. I'll talk to him and discuss the next course of treatment and plan together." Yu Lingling was very excited. She had only wanted Miao Ruoming to take a look, but she did not expect Dr. Miao to be so responsible. Not only did he give her the prescription, but he also thought about making sure she could continue her fiancé's treatment with someone else while he himself was out of town. Such a good doctor was rare these days. Yu Lingling held the prescription in her hand and spoke excitedly, Thank you, Dr. Miao. No matter what the result is, I'm really grateful to you." Ming Lairii was also excited. After coming into contact with Miao Ruoming, she knew what kind of person he was. He was very straightforward. As long as Miao Ruoming did not say no, then this person could still be saved. This also gave Yu Lingling hope. Miao Ruoming looked at the two ecstatic women and smiled. Then, he continued to speak very seriously, "Under safe circumstances, you can bring the patient outside to breathe in some fresh air." Yu Lingling immediately nodded. Before, she did not dare to take Ju Feng out, afraid that something bad would happen. But if Miao Ruoming said it was fine, then she would definitely take Ju Feng out more often. Ming Lairii was also very grateful to Miao Ruoming. After all, he initially only came to see Yao Ziju but was, at this moment, helping her friend as well. Ming Lairii said with a smile, "Dr. Miao, the weather is nice today. If you're not in a hurry, why don't you have lunch with us before you leave? The food today is quite ideal for us to bring out for a picnic in the courtyard." Miao Ruoming hesitated for a moment, and shook his head. After explaining that he had some things to take care of, he took the biscuits Ming Laiui prepared and got ready to leave. He looked at the color of the fruit puree and found that it was red. It was probably made from red dragon fruit. Before Miao Ruiming could leave, Ming Laiui called out to him and asked him to wait a moment. Ming Laiui turned around and ran into the kitchen. There were some freshly baked pizzas in the lunchbox. These were all made by Ming Laiui herself. She did not dare to say that they were delicious, but they were not too bad. Ming Laiui came out with the lunchbox and handed it to Miao Ruiming. She was a little embarrassed. After all, she did not know if Miao Ruiming would eat such things. Dr. Miao, would you like to have this food? I made this today. If you don't mind, please try it. Miao Ruiming originally wanted to refuse, but when he heard that it was Ming Laiui's cooking, he suddenly became a little interested. Miao Ruiming had medical ethics. As long as he received the consultation fee, he would never take any additional monetary gifts. However, Miao Ruiming still liked the food made by Ming Laiui, so he did not refuse. He took the lunchbox, smiled, and said, "Thank you." Ming Laiui smiled and saw Miao Ruiming to his car. Perhaps it was because he often dealt with Chinese herbs. Miao Ruiming could always feel the spiritual aura of all things in the world. Miao Ruiming once thought that the 100-year-old ginseng that he had worked so hard to get would have the most spiritual power, but the food Ming Laiui gave him, even if it was just fruit puree and biscuits, was more spiritual than the ginseng. Even the fast food pizza looked fresh and pleasant. He did not know if it was an illusion, but every time he ate the fruit puree, Miao Ruiming would feel refreshed all day. After Ming Laiui sent him off, she and Yu Lingling prepared for a picnic. They were worried about whether it would be too hot, but when the two walked under the big tree, they learned what it was like to enjoy the tree's shade. Ming Laiui's place was in the suburbs, and the temperature was lower than in the city. Now, with the support of the large trees, the occasional breeze was actually quite comfortable, and there was no feeling of sweltering heat at all. Yu Lingling had forgotten when was the last time she had brought Jufeng out, and was so excited that she did not know what to do. Ming Laiui arranged for the servants to set up the place and said, "Lingling, you can push Jufeng around first. I'll bring my husband down." Dr. Miao said earlier that he needs to breathe in fresh air regularly, too. We can't waste such good weather. *******. Chapter 48, Taking Him Out Without Permission. Translator window.pubfuturetag equals window.pubfuturetag, window.pubfuturetag.push, unit 68523D6F4F9BAF3F067B654A, ID PF15550-1, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Ming Laiui went upstairs to help Yao Ziju with the preparations. However, Yao Ziju had such a distinguished status, and he was also the male lead, so he could not go out in his pajamas. After some thought, Ming Laiui asked the servants to help her change Yao Ziju into a more comfortable set of clothes. At this moment, without Yao Ziju's consent, she was going to take him outside and meet people. When Yao Ziju woke up, he would probably rip her head off. Thinking of this, Ming Laiui felt a little scared and decided to give Yao Ziju a sun hat with a veil. No one would see his face this way, nor would it affect his breathing. Ming Laiui thought it was a clever idea, so she quickly found a sun hat with a veil and happily put it on Yao Ziju. Everyone stared at Yao Ziju with a strange look. The light-colored casual clothes were very suitable for him, and when he was fitted into them, he looked very pure and refined. However, after the hat and veil was put on him, his whole outlook seemed very strange. It could even be said that his disposition was a little feminine. Everyone just shook their heads, thinking that they must have perceived it wrongly. How could Yao Ziju have such a feminine look? Ming Laiui also found it strange, so she whispered in Yao Ziju's ear, "I'll buy you a suitable one next time. Just put up with it for now." After that, Ming Laiui gestured to the servants as though she was afraid that Yao Ziju would wake up at any second. Everyone came forward and helped Yao Ziju onto the wheelchair. Ming Laiui was quite satisfied. Lingling was not an outsider, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Just like that, she pushed Yao Ziju and prepared to take the elevator down. Speaking of which, this was the first time Ming Laiui used the elevator. Normally, Ming Lairia would think that the elevator was too far, and that it would be much faster to go up and down the stairs. What Ming Lairia did not know was that Yao Ziju was very nervous. After all, before he became a vegetable, his last memory was being pushed down the stairs by Ming Lairia. Feeling the wheelchair moving forward, Yao Ziju became more and more anxious, as if everything was being reenacted, as if he was about to experience the feeling of being pushed down the stairs again. That particular night, Ming Lairiai's every word rang in his ears, stimulating every nerve in his body. That night, Ming Lairia was like a madwoman, loudly shouting, "You're a cripple, and a blind man. Perhaps you're just in a lot of pain. I'm doing this for your own good. I'm sending you on your way. You have to thank me properly when you die. Yao Ziju, no one will come to save you now. Go to H*LL, ha ha ha." The wheelchair continued to move forward. Yao Ziju's soul was in extreme pain, and his consciousness was gradually blurring. The last time he was in this kind of pain, it was his wife who had gently helped him. Now, he could only shout for his wife in his heart. In his subconsciousness, these two words seemed to be an incantation that could protect him, bringing a glimmer of hope and light to his chaotic world. After the elevator came up, Ming Lairia pushed Yao Ziju into the elevator. When they entered it, a small crack made the wheelchair shake a few times. Yao Ziju became even more frightened, feeling that the pain from that night was about to repeat itself. Ming Lairia seemed to feel Yao Ziju's uneasiness, and patted him lightly, whispering, "Are you not used to leaving the bedroom? Don't be afraid. Let's go out and get some fresh air, okay?" Yao Ziju heard the gentle voice and gradually regained his consciousness. But in this enclosed space, Yao Ziju was even more frightened. He felt like he was slowly sinking into a swamp, and there was only an endless abyss waiting for him. When the elevator reached the first floor, the fresh air rushed in and his wife's gentle voice sounded again, "We're on the first floor. Are you ready? We're going to the courtyard now." As the wheelchair moved forward, the air was filled with the fresh smell of plants. The wind blew, and the leaves rustled in the wind. There was also the sound of birds chirping and the brisk steps behind him. Yao Ziju was like a drowning man who suddenly emerged from the water, greedily breathing in the fresh air. Ming Lairia stopped when she saw Yao Ziju's chest rising and falling. She walked from the back of the wheelchair to stop in front of Yao Ziju, squatted down, and gently lifted the veil on his face to check if it was letting enough air in. Why else would he look like this? Ming Lairiai's body was half leaning on Yao Ziju's leg, and as she leaned forward slightly, her body came very close to his. Yao Ziju could smell the scent of the mountain spring, which was unique to his wife. Chapter 49, Good Times. Under the big tree, there was a large blue and red checkered picnic cloth. The servants were very careful to put a waterproof mat under it, as well as a few layers of soft cushions to ensure that the madam and her friends could enjoy this time. Although it was a picnic at home, Ming Lairia still prepared a sumptuous meal. The picnic basket was filled with beautiful tableware and had a small tent for decoration. Balloons and flowers were placed around it. There was also a sumptuous spread laid out, completing the atmosphere. Seeing this, Yulingling gave up on walking around the yard and sat on the mat, waiting for Ming Lairia to return. When she saw Ming Lairia pushing Yao Ziju over from a distance, Yulingling shouted, "Lairia, come here quickly. I can't wait." Ming Lairia increased her speed without realizing it, not wanting to make Yulingling wait too long. Yulingling saw that Yao Ziju was wearing a sun hat on his head and was immediately surprised. This seemed too stuffy, so Yulingling said, "You said you were going to bring him out to enjoy the breeze and sunshine. Why are you covering him up so much? You can't be so petty. You don't want me to see what your husband looks like." Ming Lairia immediately felt guilty. She was indeed afraid that Yulingling would see Yao Ziju's face. After all, she did not know if Yao Ziju was willing to let others see him. What if he got angry? Ming Lairia explained, "No, I'm afraid his skin is sensitive, and he might get sunburned. It's better this way." Yulingling saw Ming Lairia's expression and had already guessed that she did not want others to see Yao Ziju's face. Since Ming Lairia said so, there was nothing she could do. Yulingling snorted and said lightly, "You're no fun, Tilda." Ming Lairia did not pay this any mind. She pushed Yao Ziju onto the picnic mat and sat down beside Yulingling. Yulingling immediately took out her phone and said to Ming Liuai with excitement, "This is our date. Let's take a photo together." Ming Liuai mimicked Yulingling's pose and posed in front of the camera. The two of them smiled like flowers in bloom. At that moment, Xiaofan walked to them from afar. She seemed very anxious and panted as she spoke to Ming Liuai. "Madam, your teacher is here. He's waiting for you in the living room." Ming Liuai did not expect He Yanfeng to come so early, but fortunately, they had not started eating yet, so she could invite He Yanfeng over to have lunch together. Yulingling also knew him, so there was not any awkwardness. Ming Liuai immediately said, "Then ask Mr. He to come here and eat with us. Ling knows him too." Xiaofan nodded, then turned and left. Not long after that, He Yanfeng walked out to them. Despite the hot weather, his expression remained cold. When she spotted him, Yulingling waved, signaling He Yanfeng to come over quickly. He Yanfeng was a little cold and aloof, but he could not resist Yulingling's warm greeting. He unconsciously quickened his pace and even started to jog. He Yanfeng noticed his own movements and felt that it was a little unbelievable. It had been a long time since he had been greeted so warmly by someone. He ran over to the two of them and sat down. As soon as he did that, Yulingling immediately handed him a bottle of slightly cold soda. Looking at He Yanfeng, she spoke enthusiastically, "Long time no see, but you're still so handsome." Ming Liuai sat on the side, telling He Yanfeng not to be so reserved and to eat and drink as he pleased. Then, she took out a box specially prepared for Yao Ziju and Jufeng, preparing to give them some small snacks that only vegetative people could eat. Yulingling took the other box and opened it. "Wow, this looks delicious." Yulingling could not help but try it herself. It was cold and had a unique taste. The ones sold outside could not compare to this. Yulingling's smile was so large that it reached her eyes. "This is too delicious. I want to eat some after Jufeng." Ming Liuai smiled. Yulingling was really a child, actually fighting with Jufeng for food. These were specially prepared for Yao Ziju and Jufeng, and of course, for everyone else. Ming Liuai smiled and said, "These were specially prepared for them. There's something for us to eat over there. There's a lot of fruit inside. Don't fight with them over this snack. When we get back, we'll eat a lot of this fruit. It's more delicious than this." Chapter 50 Unmatched Beauty. Yulingling was instantly happy. Her good sister did not forget to prepare some good food for her. Ming Liuai carefully lifted Yao Ziju's veil, revealing his sharp chin and thin lips. Yulingling sighed. "Just by looking at his chin, I can tell that your husband is an unmatched beauty. Take it all off and let me see." Ming Liuai did not pay her any mind, and instead focused on feeding Yao Ziju. Yulingling made a tutting sound and also started feeding Jufeng. The scene at this moment was like two intimate couples, with the addition of He Yanfeng. Fortunately, He Yanfeng did not feel embarrassed at all. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. Ever since He Yanfeng's father had become a vegetable, He Yanfeng's family had suffered a heavy blow, and his life had been greatly affected. In school, the teachers would always look at He Yanfeng with pity, and some of the students would even talk about his father. This made He Yanfeng a little closed off, but at this moment, he watched Ming Liuai and Yulingling in awe under the sunshine. He Yanfeng suddenly felt as if he had gone back to the past, when his father had not yet fallen ill, and when the whole family was happy and harmonious. He Yanfeng suddenly understood that he should also be like Ming Liuai and Yulingling, loving and enjoying life, instead of shutting himself up like this. Although Yulingling fed Jufeng later than Ming Liuai, she finished feeding him first. This had something to do with Yulingling's usual eating speed. Seeing this, He Yanfeng joked with Yulingling, which was rare. "You're feeding him in such a hurry, are you rushing off somewhere?" At this, Yulingling finally looked at Ming Liuai. Why hadn't she finished feeding him yet? Doesn't this just make it look like I didn't care about Jufeng at all? Especially at this moment when He Yanfeng was making fun of her. Yulingling said with a pout, "Liuai, you're so slow. Hurry up, or I'll seem like a brutish fiancé." Ming Liuai pondered this. Yao Ziju was the male lead. If she fed him too roughly, when he woke up in the future, he would use this as a reason to wring her neck. By then, it would be too late to say anything, so Ming Liuai should just feed him slowly. Yulingling picked up the food Ming Liuai made and took a huge bite. There was so much fruit inside, and it was simply too satisfying. As she ate, Yulingling inadvertently turned her head and found that Jufeng's forehead was actually sweating. Yulingling hurriedly put down the food in her hands and took out a soft towel that she had prepared earlier. She gently wiped the sweat from Jufeng's forehead, then let him lean on her to wipe the sweat from his back. After he was dry, she took out a new towel and placed it on Jufeng's back to prevent him from getting drenched in sweat and feeling uncomfortable. After doing this, Yulingling handed the towel to Ming Liuai. "Wipe your husband's back, too." Ming Liuai had been busy feeding Yao Ziju, so she did not see Yulingling's actions. When she was suddenly asked to wipe Yao Ziju's back, Ming Liuai did not know what to do. Yulingling saw Ming Liuai's confusion and smiled. "You haven't cleaned your husband's back, have you? I'll teach you now. Let your husband lean on you. Then, you can put a soft towel inside his clothes and wipe him." Ming Liuai looked at the clothes that Yao Ziju had just changed into. Although she had cleaned him before, they had both been in pajamas, and they were in a private setting. With Yao Ziju dressed so neatly at this moment, Ming Liuai's face instantly turned red. Yulingling saw Ming Liuai's face turn red and immediately became suspicious. The two of them had been together for a long time. What was there to be shy about? "You're just wiping his back, right?" Yulingling asked in confusion. "You're already husband and wife. Why are you blushing?" Ming Liuai was afraid of being seen through, so she could only force herself to clean Yao Ziju's back. Following Yulingling's instructions, she let Yao Ziju lean on her body, then picked up a towel and lifted Yao Ziju's collar with trembling hands. Ming Liuai's eyes looked down slightly. She could see everything under Yao Ziju's clothes. Yao Ziju had been lying on the bed all day before this, and Ming Liuai could hardly see his back, even when she looked down his collar. Ming Liuai still saw Yao Ziju's backbone and his shoulder blades at the first glance. She swallowed her drool and reached her trembling hands into his shirt. At this time, she realized that Yao Ziju was really sweating. Feeling the heat from Yao Ziju's body, Ming Liuai felt that her fingers were a bit hot. She was so nervous that she wanted to take her hand back, but she could not ignore Yao Ziju. She bit her lips and persevered in helping him wipe his sweat. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chapter 51, Don't Touch Him. After wiping his sweat, Ming Liuai placed a soft towel on Yao Ziju's back to ensure that he would not feel uncomfortable from the sweat. After doing all this, Ming Liuai let out a sigh of relief, her body relaxing. However, Ming Liuai had underestimated Yao Ziju's weight. Just as Ming Liuai relaxed, she was pushed back by Yao Ziju's heavy body. She yelped, but before anyone could react, she fell to the ground. Yao Ziju's head fell between his knees. Fortunately, the wheelchair was very stable, so Yao Ziju did not fall to the ground. If he had fallen to the ground head first, he would have been disfigured. Fortunately, he was fine. Yulingling came over to help Ming Liuai up and said worriedly, "Liuai, are you alright?" He Yanfeng also wanted to help, but seeing Yulingling helping Ming Liuai up, he naturally went to help Yao Ziju. At this time, Ming Liuai saw that the veil on Yao Ziju's head could no longer cover his face, and immediately said, "Don't touch him, I'll do it." When He Yanfeng heard this, he immediately retracted his hand. Ming Liuai quickly went over and gently helped Yao Ziju up. However, she was still a little worried, so she whispered into Yao Ziju's ear and explained, "Yao Ziju, I didn't mean to do that, please don't blame me." After saying that, she heaved a sigh of relief. After all, this was the male lead. He would be a seriously powerful person in the future. Yulingling saw that Ming Liuai's arm was grazed and cried worriedly, "Liuai, your arm got scratched. Quickly, get the medicine and disinfect it." At this moment, Ming Liuai felt her arm being yanked by Yulingling. Fortunately, she fell on the picnic mat, otherwise she would have suffered even more damage. Yulingling took the medicine and cleaned Ming Liuai's wound, then put on a band-aid. Ming Liuai did not pay much attention to it. Such a small wound was not a big deal. She sat on the picnic mat with the two of them and continued to eat and chat. Yulingling seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked, "Liuai, is your English good?" Ming Liuai was currently learning English. She could not say that she was very good at it, but she was definitely a fast learner. This was not an exaggeration. After all, She had proof of this right next to her. Ming Liui said confidently, I don't know, but I learn really fast. You can ask my teacher. He Yanfeng nodded from the side. Ming Liui was indeed very smart, and she learned very quickly. After being taught once, Ming Liui could basically remember everything, and she did not make any mistakes during the test he gave her the next day. Ming Liui continued, I'm in the advanced class now. My goal is to go overseas in 2 months. He Yanfeng showed his expression to indicate that she was right. Actually, according to Ming Liui's current progress, it would not be a problem for her to go abroad soon. It was just that it was a little impossible for her to live abroad. He Yanfeng said indifferently, yes, if it's just shopping, there would be no problems. Ming Liui smiled awkwardly. She had just finished boasting, and now he had undermined her. Isn't this a little too disrespectful? But no matter, she had never learned well, so Ming Liui did not feel embarrassed at all. That's right. I need to learn how to communicate first. Then, I'll slowly learn the rest. Yulingling was confused when she heard what the two of them said. Isn't it enough to learn casual everyday communication? She still wants to learn more. Is Liui not planning to stay in the country? Yulingling asked in confusion, Liui, are you planning to travel and stay longer abroad? Ming Liui shook her head. Although going overseas would be nice, it was not as good as being in her own country. However, this was a chance to learn, so of course, she had to cherish it. She had never studied hard before. Ming Liui said softly, no, I'm just planning to study abroad. Yulingling's face was full of shock when she heard this. Ming Liui was already so rich, but she still wanted to study abroad. No wonder the rich people would only become richer, while the poor would only become poorer. Yulingling said, Liui, you're so rich, but you're still so hardworking. You're really admirable. I have to learn from you. Ming Liui smiled awkwardly. What hard work? She just wanted to learn a good foreign language now so that she would be ready to pack up and go abroad when Yao Ziju woke up. Of course, this was not the right time. Ming Liui said awkwardly, you don't have to learn from me. Everyone has different ideas. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chapter 52. I can't bear to part with you. Yulingling suddenly felt a little sad. They were such good friends, like sisters. If they were to separate in the future, she did not know when they would meet again, or if Ming Liui would come back. Yulingling said sadly, Liui, I can't bear to see you leave. If you leave, what about your husband? Speaking of Yao Ziju, Ming Liui immediately fell silent. She turned around to look at Yao Ziju and found that because her arm was in too much pain, she had not been able to adjust his hat and veil in time. Ming Liui got up and gently tidied up the veil for him. A gust of wind blew, and the veil was lifted slightly. Ming Liui saw a pair of long and narrow eyes. Yao Ziju's eyes were open. Ming Liui suddenly became nervous. Did Yao Ziju suddenly wake up? Ming Liui said uncertainly in a soft voice, Yao Ziju, are you awake? In the wheelchair, Yao Ziju did not react at all, and his eyes did not move at all. Ming Liui let out a sigh of relief, but she did not know what she was afraid of. According to the book, Yao Ziju would only wake up 2 months later. Furthermore, even if Yao Ziju woke up now, he would still be blind, and it would take some time for him to regain his sight. Ming Liui immediately felt guilty as she remembered the reason that might have caused him to open his eyes. It could be because when his body folded over just now, the velocity was too strong, and the eyes were uncontrolled, so the fall opened them unintentionally. Or maybe he was like Jufeng, and was showing some signs of improvement. In any case, it was impossible for him to wake up this early. But what Ming Liui did not know was that Yao Ziju was waiting for her answer. If she did leave, then what would Yao Ziju do? Although the two of them had never spoken a word to each other, they were still very close and slept on the same bed together. Ming Liui would help wipe his body every day, feed him food, and even give him a massage. She was concerned for him and took good care of him. The only thing he could do was rub her head when she snuggled him in her sleep. The rest was all Ming Liui's one-sided effort. Thinking of this, Yao Ziju felt that it was normal for Ming Liui to want to leave. Before, he thought that as long as he could recover, she would be willing to stay, but now it was clear that Ming Liui's future plans did not include Yao Ziju. Yao Ziju's heart was filled with unprecedented anger and frustration, but after a while, it weakened. The light in his heart seemed to have been turned off, and he fell into endless darkness. He felt extremely wretched, and the power in his body seemed to be on the verge of exploding. The spiritual spring in Ming Liui's body also began to stir. Whenever there was something wrong, it would let Ming Liui know, and there was something wrong with Yao Ziju at this moment. The spiritual spring had only been like this the first day she transmigrated here. It had been a while since she got this kind of feeling from her spiritual spring. Ming Liui stood up and anxiously paced back and forth, afraid that something would happen to Yao Ziju. If he suddenly woke up, he would not let her go easily. Ming Liui had no choice but to say this to everyone. My husband's clothes got a little wet from sweat just now. I'll bring him inside first, and rejoin you later. You don't have to be so polite, just treat this place like your own home. With that, Ming Liui quickly pushed Yao Ziju back into the room and told the servants to leave. Ming Liui poured half a cup of water, then condensed a dozen drops of spring water in one breath and added them to the water, slowly feeding it all to Yao Ziju. As Yao Ziju drank the spring water, the ripples in Ming Liui's body slowly calmed down. But Ming Liui knew why. She had gotten closer to Yao Ziju. She looked at his thin lips and had an urge to kiss them. Ming Liui felt a bit restless, and her body was heating up. In the end, she could not hold it in and settled for the next best thing. She laid on Yao Ziju's chest and felt his breathing, which made her feel at ease. But Ming Liui did not seem satisfied with just that. She unconsciously wrapped her arms around Yao Ziju's neck and rubbed her face against his like a kitten. Finally, she found a comfortable position and lay on his body. Sticking to Yao Ziju's body like this, the heat in Ming Liui's body dissipated, and she felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. After hugging him for a long time, Ming Liui finally remembered that Yu Lingling and He Yanfeng were still waiting for her outside. She could not stay here for too long. Ming Liui reluctantly got up, as if she was already used to this kind of intimacy. She did not feel embarrassed to hug Yao Ziju like this. Chapter 53. Did you do something embarrassing? Ming Liui looked at Yao Ziju lying on the bed, and although she really wanted to kiss him, she could not break down her inhibitions. She ordered Zhao Qing to clean Yao Ziju's body and change his clothes, and only then did Ming Liui feel at ease and return to the courtyard. Yu Lingling saw that Ming Liui had returned alone, and her face was still slightly red, so she joked, "Liui, why is your face so red? Did you do something embarrassing?" Ming Liui shyly gave Yu Lingling a pointed look. "This silly girl, what nonsense is she spewing? He Yanfeng is right there." Yu Lingling stuck out her tongue and blinked her eyes playfully, then she quickly changed the topic. "Liui, I didn't say anything just now. So, you're going to study abroad. What about your husband?" He Yanfeng also raised his head to look at Ming Liui. Yao Ziju could not live without her. If she left, what would happen to Yao Ziju? Ming Liui was silent for a moment, and then said with a smile, "Then we'll wait for him to wake up. Then, he won't need me anymore." Yu Lingling and He Yanfeng both revealed puzzled expressions. Since they were both awake, should the two of them not be together? Why did they have to separate? Ming Liui did not want to talk too much about this topic, so she smiled and talked about something else. Inside the room, Yao Ziju could feel two forces clashing with each other, as though his left and right hands were fighting each other. His body was covered in sweat, but it did not take long for the two divine weapons to merge together. It turned into a new force that crashed back and forth in his body. Yao Ziju felt like a seedling that was about to break out of the soil, or a butterfly that had just broken out of its cocoon. Feeling the violent impact of the force in his body, Yao Ziju lost consciousness again. In the afternoon, after sending Yu Lingling and Ju Feng off, Ming Liui learned English from He Yanfeng for a few hours. It was only by dinner time when Ming Liui realized that something was wrong with Yao Ziju. Usually, when Yao Ziju was being fed, he was very cooperative. But today, Yao Ziju's mouth was tightly shut, and she could not feed him anything, and Ming Liui did not want to force his mouth open. Although she was worried, she thought about how much spiritual water she had fed him at noon, so she did not have to worry too much. It was not too late at night, and normally, Ming Lairii would have been reading her books at this time. But today, for some reason, she just wanted to stick to Yao Ziju and did not want to leave. Ming Lairii finished washing up early and did a round of yoga on the bed before lying in Yao Ziju's arms. Her head was on his neck and her upper body was hanging on his torso. This position was very comfortable. Ming Lairii closed her eyes and fell asleep after some time. She did not know how long she had slept, but it seemed like something big had happened outside. There was a flurry of panicked voices, and everyone seemed very nervous. Ming Lairii, who was in a daze, also heard Xiao Fan calling her from outside. "Madam, madam, are you in the room? Madam, please wake up." Ming Lairii wanted to reply, but for some reason, her eyelids felt heavy, and her body felt weak. She could not make a sound. Ming Lairii was very anxious, but she quickly fell asleep again. After an unknown amount of time, Ming Lairii felt someone pull her up from the bed. She only woke up when she was kneeling on the ground. She saw Yao Gui, Yao Ziyang, and Miao Ruoming standing on the side. Xiao Fan, Zhao Qian, and the others were also guarding the door. Before Ming Lairii could say anything, she smelled a sour and stinky smell. She lowered her head and found that her body was stained with some black liquid. The smell came from this liquid. Ming Lairii knew what this was. Ming Lairii's body also expelled the same thing when she took a bath in the spring water, so this should be from Yao Ziju's body. Ming Lairii immediately got up in a hurry and saw that Yao Ziju seemed to have been reborn. But Yao Ziju was surrounded by this black sweat, especially the place where he was lying on. It was the dirtiest part, and looked as though he had fallen into a cesspit. Ming Lairii could not help but cover her nose. Yao Gui asked angrily, "You know it's smelly, and you still dare to cover your nose? How could Ziju be like this? What did you do to our Ziju?" Ming Lairii, give me a clear explanation now. Otherwise, no one is going to enjoy this day. Chapter 54, New and Old Hatred. To the side, Yao Ziyang's face was full of glee. Ming Lairii had dug her own grave, so she could not blame anyone else. With the new and old grudges added together, Yao Ziyang would not miss the chance to strike her while she was down, and immediately fanned the flames. "Chairman Yao, I was afraid that Ming Lairii would do something bad. That was why I had sent people to guard this place. I did not expect that right after we removed those people, Ming Lairii would treat Ziju like this. She's really too cruel." At this time, Ming Lairii did not have the mood to argue with them. All of this happened because she gave Yao Ziju the spiritual spring water to drink yesterday. She just did not know if it was good or bad. Ming Lairii looked at Miao Ruoming and asked, "Dr. Miao, how is Yao Ziju?" Miao Ruoming frowned and pondered. He did not know why Yao Ziju had become like this. Everything was fine before. As for whether it was Ming Lairii or not, it was not within Miao Ruoming's area of expertise. His pulse is not very good. He looks like he's about to die. We mustn't delay. He needs to be sent to the hospital for emergency treatment immediately. Hearing this answer, Yao Gui immediately slumped into his chair, his eyes dazed. Yao Ziyang, on the other hand, was overjoyed. He immediately wanted to buy time so that Yao Ziju's chances of being saved would be reduced. Yao Ziyang tried to hide his surprise, and rushed forward to push Ming Lairii. She was caught off guard and could not withstand such a strong force, and fell on the ground. Yao Ziyang said with a ferocious expression, "Ming Lairii, hurry up and tell us, what did you do to Ziju to cause him to be in this state?" He did not give Ming Lairii a chance to explain. What he needed to do now was to stall 4 times so that Yao Ziju could not be saved. At the same time, he could also take care of Ming Lairii and take revenge. Yao Ziyang's words were harsh. Miao Ruoming said that there was a chance to be cured before. It has only been a few days, and he has become like this. Ming Lairii, you should give us an explanation. Ming Lairii was also quite shocked when she heard this. According to her judgment, Yao Ziju had adjusted to the spiritual water for so long that the amount of spiritual water yesterday could not have harmed him at all. Moreover, Ming Lairii herself had also experienced this process, and it should have been the beginning of a good turn for the better. Ming Lairii once again stood up from the ground, and approached Yao Ziju. Seeing Yao Ziju's face glowing, it was impossible for him to look like he was about to die. Yao Ziyang did not pay Yao Ziju any mind, and immediately pulled Ming Laiui away, angrily saying, "Ming Laiui, don't be so shameless. From now on, don't even think about getting close to Ziju. Hold her down, don't let her move." A few bodyguards immediately walked in and pushed Ming Laiui to the side. Ming Laiui did not care at all, but she could not understand why he said he was about to die. Ming Laiui said to Miao Ruoming, "Impossible, it's impossible for him to be on the verge of death. Take a good look and check his pulse again." Miao Ruoming's face was also very serious. He thought that this matter was very strange, too. Logically speaking, if he was about to die, his face would not look better, but Yao Ziju's face was the complete opposite of what his pulse rate showed. Yao Ziju's pulse was very weak, and it was difficult to detect whether it was real or not. Occasionally, there was a strong pulse, as if he was struggling on the brink of death. No matter how you looked at it, this pulse was not very good. Miao Ruoming shook his head, and Ming Laiui said, "That's impossible, Yao Ziju will definitely be fine." As soon as she stopped speaking, a crisp sound rang out. Yao Ziyang raised his hand and gave Ming Laiui a slap. The force was very strong, and Ming Laiui's face instantly swelled up. She could smell of blood in her throat. Boom! The moment Yao Ziyang put down his hand, a sudden clap of thunder sounded outside. The thunderclap startled all the housekeepers, but Yao Ziyang did not care at all. He just wanted to stall, so he fiercely said, "Ming Laiui, stop pretending. Hurry up and tell me what you did. What's this stench on the bed?" Ming Laiui looked at Yao Ziju lying on the bed, not believing that there would be a problem. After she finished expelling the black sweat, her body had obviously become better. "How did it become like this?" Ming Laiui said, "That's Yao Ziju's sweat. It's just sweat." Yao Ziyang sneered. Sweat? However, he had never heard of anyone who could sweat like this. Even if there were people who had bad body odor, it was not as strong as this. There was also the problem with the color of the sweat. Yao Ziyang coldly asked, "This smell can travel so far. How could it be human sweat?" Chapter 55 I Almost Got Killed by You. Ming Laiui stared at Yao Ziju on the bed, frowning. The spring water was definitely not the problem, so why did Yao Ziju become like this? As though she had thought of something, Ming Laiui turned to Yao Ziyang and asked, "Why are you suddenly here?" Yao Ziyang remembered that last time when he had almost won Cai Rixi's heart, but because of Ming Laiui, Yao Ziyang had been pepper sprayed by that little B*tch Shongziniu. This time, he had to pay Ming Laiui back twofold. Yao Ziyang raised his hand and was about to continue slapping Ming Laiui. Another thunder rumbled outside the window, as if it was going to break the window and rush into the room. Even Yao Ziyang could not help but be afraid. His raised hand faltered, afraid that the next lightning strike would rush into the room and hit him. Yao Ziyang fiercely said, "If we hadn't come, you would have almost killed Ziju." As he spoke, Yao Ziyang grabbed Ming Laiui and pressed her face into the black liquid on the bed. Yao Ziyang's hand exerted more force, and Ming Laiui's face was also buried in the bed. Just as she was about to suffocate, Yao Ziyang released his hand. Ming Laiui raised her head and took deep breaths, looking at Yao Ziju who was lying quietly on the bed. His entire body was soaked in the black liquid, as if he had been reborn. His skin was smooth and shiny, and even if he was blind and crippled, he was still the main character of the book. However, Ming Laiui was just a supporting character who was bullied by others. She felt tired, and even thought that no matter what she did, it would not change the original ending. If Yao Ziju did not torture her, then someone else would. Yao Ziyang found that Ming Laiui had no power to resist, so he threw her onto the bed with all his might. At this time, Ming Laiui was very close to Yao Ziju, and she thought that if the ending was the same, it would be better to end it sooner. Ming Laiui silently leaned on Yao Ziju's arm. Tears uncontrollably fell from her eyes onto Yao Ziju's body. Ming Laiui closed her eyes, her heart filled with pain as she thought to herself, "Yao Ziju, I'm in so much pain. Can you save me?" Miao Ruoming looked at the endless drama and knew that it was not the time for this. The top priority was to send Yao Ziju to the hospital as soon as possible. Miao Ruoming turned to Yao Gui and said anxiously, "Chairman Yao, it's useless to force Ming Laiui to answer now. All of you should step back for a while." Before the ambulance arrives, I'll try using acupuncture treatment on him. Yaogui, who had been sitting stupefied by the side, suddenly came back to his senses when he heard Miao Ruoming's words. That's right, nothing else is important right now. As long as Yao Ziju can be saved, I would do anything. As for Ming Laiui, he could wait until Yao Ziju was saved. Yaogui said with a ferocious expression, Ming Laiui, if anything happens to Ziju, I will make sure you die with him. Ziyang, come outside with me right now. Ming Laiui, kneel here. Without my permission, you are not allowed to get up. I'll leave the rest to Dr. Miao. How could Yao Ziyang agree to Yaogui's orders when he heard them? This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he missed it, there might not be another chance like this. Yao Ziyang rushed to the bedside and placed his finger under Yao Ziju's nose, and said with a face full of fear, Ziju seems to be dead. He's not even breathing. When Yaogui heard this, he could not take the shock and fainted. The housekeeper who had been waiting outside the door rushed into the room and carried Yaogui to the guest room. Miao Ruoming did not believe Yao Ziyang's words. Instead, he was more worried that Yaogui could not take the shock and would suddenly pass away, so he quickly walked to the guest room. In the noisy room, only Yao Ziju, Ming Laiui and Yao Ziyang were left. Yao Ziyang could not hold back the glee in his heart. He had waited so long for this day, and he finally said, with a touch of madness, Yao Ziju. Yao Ziju is dead, he's actually dead. Yao Ziyang was extremely excited. He was dancing around in the bedroom. For so long, he had been waiting for this day. At this time, Yao Ziju's finger suddenly moved. Ming Laiui saw this and was so surprised that she forgot to breathe. Ming Laiui stared at Yao Ziju's face, afraid to miss any details. Yao Ziju's eyes did not open, but his hands slowly lifted, searching for Ming Laiui's face. He wanted to help her wipe the tears off her face, but Ming Laiui's tears flowed even more. Chapter 56, Extremely Aggrieved. Ming Laiui was extremely aggrieved at this time. She was like a child who was bullied by outsiders and would come home full of tears. She cried loudly and completely forgot the situation she was in. When Yao Ziju woke up, he would torture Ming Laiui like mad. Ming Laiui had been working hard on her English to try and build her own career. Also she could stay away from Yao Ziju. But now, she could not control herself. She just wanted to rely on Yao Ziju and trust him, as though thinking that as long as Yao Ziju was there, she would not be afraid of anything. At this moment, Yao Ziyang was in a state of euphoria. Finally, this day had come. From now on, the Yao family and the company would belong to him alone. Hearing Ming Laiui's crying, Yao Ziyang could not help but roar, "Shut up! Yao Ziju is all ready." Before he could finish, a hoarse and rough voice interrupted Yao Ziyang's words. This voice made Yao Ziyang freeze on the spot, not daring to move at all. Perhaps it was because he had not spoken for too long. His voice sounded quite heavy. "Shut your mouth." Yao Ziyang was rooted to the spot, thinking that he must have been too excited and was hallucinating. He quickly walked to the bed and saw that Yao Ziju did not open his eyes. His nervous mood immediately relaxed, but before he could say anything, Yao Ziju's mouth moved again, and he said coldly, "Yao Ziyang, who do you think you are? You think you're worthy of even saying my name?" Yao Ziyang's body started to tremble uncontrollably, as if his soul was being held in someone's grasp. He did not dare to speak at all, and just stood there trembling. Yao Ziju lost his patience, and said, "How should you address me?" Yao Ziyang stared at Yao Ziju in disbelief. Just now, Miao Ruoming said that he was about to die, and he had also tested his breathing. How did he suddenly survive, and even wake up? Yao Ziyang said in a trembling voice, "Be big brother." Yao Ziju was not very satisfied. His wife was right beside him. Was Yao Ziyang also blind? He did not even greet the madam, or was Yao Ziyang trying to do something? Yao Ziju said coldly, and, when Yao Ziyang heard this, he looked at Ming Laiui suspiciously. Could it be that Yao Ziju did not want him to just call her Ming Laiui? In this room, there were only 3 people. Other than himself, there were Yao Ziju and Ming Laiui. Yao Ziyang called out tentatively, "Sister-in-law." Yao Ziju was finally satisfied. He could not ignore his wife. As an underling, Yao Ziyang should have the awareness of an underling. As for the other things, they would talk about them later. Get lost, he said. Although Yao Ziju was only lying on the bed, surrounded by the foul liquid, the oppressive aura from him had already made Yao Ziyang's liver and guts want to shrivel up. Hearing the order to get lost, Yao Ziyang immediately scrambled out of the room. Only Yao Ziju and Ming Lairii were left in the room. The moment Ming Lairii heard Yao Ziju's words, she was so shocked that she remained unmoving on the ground. The room was silent, and the two of them did not say a word. Finally, it was Yao Ziju who coughed a few times to break the silence. Ming Lairii finally came back to her senses. She immediately got up, poured a cup of warm water, and naturally fed Yao Ziju some water like how she did it every day. However, Yao Ziju was already awake, and no longer in a vegetative state. Ming Lairi's approach and the action of feeding him water made Yao Ziju's ears turn red. Ming Lairii saw this and touched his forehead worriedly as she muttered to herself, "You don't have a fever, but why are your ears red?" Ming Lairi's voice was soft and charming. The power of her voice made Yao Ziju's face flush red. But he was already forcing himself to speak, and he really did need water. So, he obediently opened his mouth and let Ming Lairii feed him. After drinking the water, Yao Ziju felt that he was able to bear the embarrassment and was aware that he would soon fall into unconsciousness again, so he had to communicate with his wife before he fell unconscious. There was a question that Yao Ziju had always wanted to ask, and he softly said, "Dear." The hand Ming Lairii was holding the cup with trembled. She did not expect Yao Ziju to call her like this, but before she could say anything, Yao Ziju forced himself to calm down and asked a question that made her feel like she was dropped into an ice cellar. Yao Ziju felt better after drinking some water. His lips were moist and looked very soft, which could make one's imaginations run wild. Yao Ziju opened his mouth and sensed her presence beside him, so he coldly asked Ming Lairii, "Who are you?" Chapter 57, I am Ming Lairii. This sentence made Ming Lairii feel like she had fallen into an ice cellar, as if the one who had just called out dear was not Yao Ziju. Just as Yao Ziju was about to faint again, he heard an expected but unconfident answer, "I am Ming Lairii." With that, Ming Lairii lowered her head and quietly waited for Yao Ziju's judgment. However, after waiting for a long time, she still did not hear Yao Ziju's words. Ming Lairii carefully raised her head and found that Yao Ziju had passed out again. Ming Lairi's heart was panicking. It was not over. Yao Ziju had woken up and did not give Ming Lairii any time to flee. How could Yao Ziju suddenly wake up like this? This was completely different from the original storyline. Yao Ziju's last memory was when Ming Lairii chased him off the balcony. That sentence, "Who are you?" was like a hunter confirming his prey. Ming Lairii felt like a bullet was going to pierce her head at any moment. At this time, Ming Lairii was already considering whether she should pack her luggage and escape in the middle of the night. Before Ming Lairii could think of anything, the ambulance arrived. The housekeepers put Yao Ziju and Yao Gui into the ambulance. When Ming Lairii saw them get loaded into the ambulance, she immediately wanted to leave this place. However, it seemed that even the heavens did not want Ming Lairii to escape like this. The paramedic who came with the ambulance looked at the crowd and anxiously called out, "Who's the family member? We need a family member to come with us to the hospital." They did not know where Yao Ziyang had run off to. The housekeepers could only look at Ming Lairii. Ming Lairi's figure, which was originally trying to escape the scene, suddenly stopped in place. Ming Lairii had no choice but to smile awkwardly. "I'm the patient's family." Then, she braced herself and got into the ambulance. Ming Lu did not know what to do. Fortunately, Yao Gui's secretary was already at the hospital. The secretary would take care of the rest. Seeing the red and swollen palm print on Ming Lairi's face, the secretary immediately arranged for the nurse to apply an ice pack on Ming Lairi's face. Yao Ziju and his father were examined and sent to the ward. Both of them were fine. In the ward, the nurses and caregivers were all there, so Ming Lairii was completely useless. After such a long time, Ming Lairii was still in her pajamas. She had only taken a coat with her to the hospital. The hospital nurses had cleaned Yao Ziju's body. The sour liquid on Ming Lairi's body had dried up, and it was very pungent. Ming Lirio wanted to go back and take a bath as soon as possible, and then think about what to do next. She found an excuse and said to the secretary, "I'll go back to rest for a while and prepare some dinner for tonight." The secretary did not suspect anything and asked the driver to send Ming Lirio back. When Ming Lirio entered the house, she saw Xiao Fan anxiously pacing back and forth at the door. When Xiao Fan saw Ming Lirio return, she immediately went up and grabbed her hand. "Madam, how was it? Are you all right?" Seeing the red and swollen palm print on Ming Lirio's face, Xiao Fan's heart ached. Tears welled up in her eyes. Ming Lirio saw Xiao Fan's state and patted her shoulder with a smile on her face. "I'm fine. The master is awake, too. Chairman Yao is also fine." Ming Lirio originally wanted to ask about what had happened, but before she could ask, Xiao Fan started rambling on about what had happened. It turned out that the housekeepers were woken up by the sour smell in the house and asked about it. Everyone searched for a while and found that the smell came from Ming Lirio and Yao Ziju's bedroom. Xiao Fan immediately began to knock on the door, wanting to ask the madam what was going on, but there was no response. The smell was very strange. The servants subconsciously thought that something had happened inside. After thinking about it, the other housekeepers thought that Xiao Fan could not handle it. They were afraid of being punished, so one of them reported this to Yao Gui. What happened next was that Ming Lirio was dragged from the bed and onto the ground by Yao Ziyang. Ming Lirio had personally experienced the events that followed. After hearing what happened while she was asleep, Ming Lirio suddenly remembered that Yao Ziyang was nowhere to be found. She immediately asked, "Xiao Fan, where's Yao Ziyang?" Xiao Fan frowned. Today's matter was particularly chaotic. Xiao Fan had been worried about the madam, so she did not pay much attention to anyone else. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Fan remembered something and smacked her own head. "Madam, I remember now. Yao Ziyang only appeared after you guys left in the ambulance. He did not say anything. He just looked terrible." Chapter 58. Her plans were far from ready. After Ming Lirio heard Xiao Fan's words, she nodded and ordered the housekeepers to prepare dinner for Yao Ziju and his father. She quickly went back to her room to take a shower. After all, the smell on her was just too bad. And after all that had happened, Ming Lirio needed time to sort everything out. Firstly, when she had slept separately from Yao Ziju, the spiritual spring had dried up so quickly that even she herself could not stand it. After being near Yao Ziju for a while, Ming Lirio found that the spiritual spring was gradually getting better, and Yao Ziju had also woken up from it. Ming Lirio guessed that the spiritual spring might dry up again after leaving Yao Ziju, so she could try it tonight. Secondly, she had to leave the Yao family, or else she might lose her life. She originally planned to study abroad, but she was still deciding on which school and country to do that in. With the fast-changing events, her plans were far from ready, and Yao Ziju was already waking up. Ming Lirio could only move out of the Yao family for the time being. Fortunately, the money in her card was enough to feed her for the rest of her life. However, she needed to reconsider going abroad. After all, this money was not enough to live on abroad. Thinking of Yao Ziju, Ming Lirio's heart was filled with complicated emotions. After sleeping together for so long, perhaps she should bid him farewell, or see what his attitude was. In her heart, she felt a little optimistic. After she had contemplated everything, Ming Lirio immediately decided to sleep alone tonight to see if the spiritual spring would dry up again. The next day, she would sneak out of the Yao family, or else she might lose her life at any time. That night, Ming Lirio did not personally send the food to the hospital. Instead, she gave the food box to the driver. At midnight, Ming Lirio secretly went to the hospital. The lights in the inpatient department were off, and the lights in the corridor were adjusted to a brightness suitable for nighttime. Ming Lirio walked into Yao Ziju's room. A nurse was resting on the bed next to her. The nurse heard her voice and got up to see Ming Lirio. She was about to say something, but Ming Lirio gestured for her to keep quiet and pointed at the door, signaling the nurse to wait outside. The nurse immediately walked out. Ming Lirio carefully looked at Yao Ziju on the bed. Although she had seen him countless times before, she still felt that Yao Ziju's appearance was very stunning. Ming Lirio sat quietly on the chair beside the bed, and just like before, she reached out to feel Yao Ziju's body temperature. But when she remembered that Yao Ziju had woken up, Ming Laiui pulled her hand back. She looked at Yao Ziju helplessly, and after a moment of silence, she bit her lip and softly said to him, "Yao Ziju, you woke up so soon. I'm so happy for you." Yao Ziju was lying on the bed, and his eyelashes were moving slightly, but Ming Laiui did not notice. She looked at Yao Ziju's face with a complicated expression. After tomorrow, they might not see each other again. The Ming Laiui from before did a lot of wrong things, but I've been taking good care of you all this time, to make up for the harm that Ming Laiui caused you. I'm not trying to use morality to guilt trip you. It's fine if you don't want to forgive me. I don't know if you heard what I said before, when I said that I will leave before you wake up. I didn't want to break my promise, but you woke up too suddenly, and I'm not ready yet. But don't worry, I'll definitely leave after tonight. You're so powerful. Even if I leave, I believe you'll be fine. Your eyes and legs will also get better. Please forget the pain that Ming Laiui had caused you, and also forget the dark days that you had to endure. You will always be proud and live on with confidence. As she spoke, Ming Laiui seemed to have thought of something and laughed at herself. If she had transmigrated earlier, could all of this have been avoided? Would Yao Ziju have ended up like this? Ming Laiui continued, "Even if I stay, I'll only remind you of those dark days. I'm sure you don't want to see me." As she spoke, Ming Laiui's eyes reddened. These past few days, she had taken care of Yao Ziju with all her heart, and perhaps she had developed some feelings for him. Ming Laiui's voice was hoarse as she continued, "That's all. Yao Ziju, you have to take good care of yourself in the future. I'm leaving now." Chapter 59. I won't let you leave. Ming Laiui had said so much, but she could not say the word goodbye. She could only stand up and get ready to leave. But just as she was about to leave, a hand suddenly grabbed her arm and Yao Ziju said domineeringly, "Ming Laiui, I won't let you leave. Don't you dare run from me." Although these words were very fierce, they broke Ming Laiui's last line of defense. Ming Laiui turned around and hugged Yao Ziju. Yao Ziju struggled a little, but Ming Laiui hugged him even tighter. When Yao Ziju heard Ming Laiui's soft cry, his body suddenly stopped moving. However, Yao Ziju could not fully accept the Ming Laiui at that moment, so he could only pretend to be cold. "Don't cry. If you keep crying, I'll throw you out." Hearing this, Ming Laiui was stunned for a moment, but then she remembered that Yao Ziju had just woken up, so he should not have that much strength. This might be the last time she could be so presumptuous, so Ming Laiui continued to cry. However, she had experienced too much today, and she cried herself to sleep in the end. Yao Ziju was helpless. He could only use all his strength to shimmy to the side, leaving a space on the bed. Then he counted to 3 in his heart. Just like before, even in her sleep, his wife would automatically crawl into his arms. A smile appeared on his face. But when he thought of his wife, Yao Ziju's smile disappeared. This woman who wanted him to die had suddenly become so quiet and gentle. Her angry voice had also become soft and gentle. Even if there was no one around, she still took care of him sincerely. Yao Ziju could not accept it, and he could not believe that someone who hated him so much would suddenly become so good. There must be something wrong. Before things were made clear, Ming Laiui could only be Ming Laiui. The sky was dusky, and Ming Laiui slept uncomfortably. She tried to stretch, but when she raised her hand, she almost tumbled down the bed. Ming Laiui was puzzled. Why did the bed suddenly become so small? She opened her eyes, and let out a shriek in her mind. God, oh God, what's going on? Why was she lying in Yao Ziju's bed, with her head on his arm, and sharing a blanket with him? Ming Laiui was fully awake for a moment, and then the memories of last night flooded into her mind. Faced with such a situation, Ming Laiui bitterly smiled and could only admit at once that her plans had failed completely. Whether it was to test the spiritual spring, or to leave the Yao family, Ming Laiui raised her hands to her face as she panicked. She did not know if she should continue with this fidgeting, and she did not dare to look up at Yao Ziju. After all, she had come to say goodbye last night, but she ended up falling asleep next to Yao Ziju. A deep and magnetic voice said, "Since you're awake, hurry up and get down." Yao Ziju's voice rang in her ears, and his breath hit Ming Lairiai's neck without warning, causing her to shiver unconsciously. Yao Ziju had actually woken up at this time, and she immediately got off the bed. Yao Ziju saw Ming Lairii get off the bed and thought of what she said last night. He knew that she was probably trying to run away. Although he did not know what was going on, he could not let her run away like that. If you try to run, I'll have your legs broken. Feed me breakfast later. Ming Lairii immediately stood rooted to the spot. She thought to herself in dissatisfaction, he had just woken up, and already wants to break my legs. But whether it was a real punishment waiting for her, Ming Lairii did not dare to even ask about it. Instead, she opened her mouth and stuttered, all right. Yao Ziju seemed satisfied with Ming Lairiai's obedience, and a smile appeared on his face. Ming Lairii quickly ran to the bathroom in the ward. The first thing she saw was the handprint on her face. The red and swollen patch had disappeared, but there was still a trace. Ming Lairii knew that she could not run anymore, so she sighed and composed herself. She washed up and walked out of the bathroom. Just then, she saw a nurse bring in some food. The nurse was startled. She did not see Ming Lairii come inside yesterday. The nurse saw the marks on Ming Lairiai's face, and suddenly felt a sense of justice. She thought of some articles she had read, then she looked at Yao Ziju on the bed, and then at Ming Lairii. She deliberately lowered her voice and said to Ming Lairii, "Madam, your face. Are you being bullied? If you need any help, just tell me. I'll take you to a safe place and help you call the police. Don't be afraid." Chapter 60. Did he bully you? Ming Lairii was stunned, and did not know how to answer. The nurse waited for a long time, but Ming Lairii did not say anything. She thought that Ming Lairii was scared, so she turned around and saw that Yao Ziju's eyes were closed. The nurse grew even more displeased, and she pointed at Yao Ziju. "Did he bully you?" Ming Lairii came back to her senses and laughed out loud. This nurse was so cute. How could she say that the person lying on the bed still had the strength to hit someone? "It's good enough that I don't bully Yao Ziju myself," Ming Lairii said in a low voice. "You're the best." "Thank you, but he's not the one who bullied me." Ming Lairii thought that Yao Ziju would definitely make things difficult for Yao Ziyang in the future, and he would also avenge himself. After all, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. It could be said that Ming Lairii was now on the same side as Yao Ziju. Thinking of this, Ming Lairii continued, "He's on my side now." When the nurse heard Ming Lairii's words, her expression showed that she understood. Ming Lairii took the food cart from the nurse. Yao Ziju had specifically said that he wanted her to feed him. The nurse must be very busy, so Ming Lairii said softly, "I'll take care of the rest." "Thank you." The nurse passed the food cart to Ming Lairii, but she was still a little worried. After all, there was a clear palm print on Ming Lairii's face. Perhaps Ming Lairii was afraid, so she did not dare say much. The nurse whispered in her ear, "Don't be afraid. If they bully you, just tell me. We're all girls, we have to help each other." Ming Lairii nodded with a bright smile on her face. Although Yao Ziju could not see, it made his ears more sensitive. He could clearly hear their words. When he heard Ming Lairii come over, he asked coldly, "What happened to your face?" Ming Lairii immediately recalled the terrifying incident yesterday. Before she could speak, Yao Ziju's hand twitched. He remembered the feeling of Lairii falling on the back of his hand yesterday. There was no temperature, but Yao Ziju felt as though the back of his hand was burned. Ming Lairii saw Yao Ziju's hand twitching and quickly asked, "What happened to your hand? Are you uncomfortable? Should I call for a nurse?" Ming Lairii's 3 consecutive questions made Yao Ziju's heart sour. Ming Lairii suffered so much grievance, but she always cared for him, as if he was already Ming Lairii's closest and dearest person. But if that was the case, why did she want to leave? If Yao Ziju had been on the fence before, he was now certain that, even if it is Ming Lairii, Yao Ziju did not want to let her go. Since he had already provoked her, he would have to take responsibility for the rest of his life. Yao Ziju did not respond to Ming Lairii's questions. He was thinking about the conversation between the nurse and Ming Lairii. What exactly happened? Who dared to attack Ming Lairii? Yao Ziju coldly asked again, "What's wrong with your face?" Ming Lairii finally registered what he had said, but she did not know what Yao Ziju was thinking, so she did not know whether she should tell him or not. Yao Ziju sighed, knowing that Ming Liui still did not believe him, so he said exasperatedly, "You're not willing to tell me, didn't you just say that you were on my side?" Ming Liui then realized that Yao Ziju had overheard everything she said to the nurse, so she immediately felt embarrassed and blushed. "Yao Ziyang thought I had killed you, so he slapped me twice." After saying that, Ming Liui wanted to give herself 2 more slaps. It was obviously a complaint, but why did she phrase it as though he was serving out justice by punishing her? She could not even make a proper complaint. Yao Ziju heard Ming Liui's words, and the pressure around him suddenly dropped. His face became very dark, and he suppressed the anger in his heart. Ming Liui had almost killed him before, but this time, it was definitely not the case. Yao Ziju asked lightly, "Did you, this time?" Ming Liui did not know how to answer. She just let out a sound, not understanding what Yao Ziju meant. What did he mean by this time? Yao Ziju's face was cold, and his voice was calm as he asked, "Did you try to kill me this time?" Ming Liui immediately reacted, "Isn't this a loaded question?" Even though Yao Ziju was the male lead, his question was too direct. Ming Liui was so scared that she hiccuped, and kept hiccuping, one after another, unable to stop. Chapter 61, Do You Believe Me? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, window.pubfuturetag equals window.pubfuturetag, window.pubfuturetag.push, Unit, 68523D6F4F9BAF3F067B654A, ID, PF15550-1, Endless Fantasy Translation. Ming Liui kept hiccuping. Yao Ziju was speechless. Was he really that scary? A single sentence could scare Ming Liui to this extent. Or did Ming Liui simply want to kill him? Otherwise, why would she be afraid? Ming Liui looked at Yao Ziju's face and said while hiccuping, "Hic, I say, hic, I didn't, hic, want to harm you. Do you believe me, hic?" Yao Ziju felt Ming Liui's change, and everything that had happened before appeared in his mind. Ming Liui's ferocious face when she pushed him down and the insults she had said all made it impossible for Yao Ziju to judge. But with Ming Liui being so good to him nowadays, Yao Ziju could not be sure. After a moment of silence, he said, "Can I trust you?" Ming Liui let out a soft sigh. Yao Ziju's words were not in response to her words. Instead, he pressed her step by step and asked her questions in return. Fortunately, Ming Liui was not Yao Ziju's enemy on the negotiation table, otherwise, she would have been forced into a corner by Yao Ziju without even knowing. If Yao Ziju could see her now, he would definitely see the incomparably clear look in her eyes, as though she could see through his heart. Ming Liui did not have any intention to harm anyone, so she spoke very frankly, "Absolutely, hic." Yao Ziju felt Ming Liui's honesty and also believed in her. No one else would take care of him like this. These days, although he could not speak, every time Ming Liui cleaned his body, he could feel the sincerity of her words. Yao Ziju was not a wishy-washy person. If you doubt someone, do not use them. If you use someone, do not doubt them. "Alright, I'll believe you from now on." Ming Liui smiled widely when she heard Yao Ziju's words, but the hiccuping did not go away at all. This hiccuping was caused by Yao Ziju, and, of course, could only be rid of using the same methods. Yao Ziju knew that he had to scare her again, so he said with a smile, "Next, let's talk about how we should settle the matter of you taking advantage of me." Ming Liui did not expect Yao Ziju to say such words and was immediately dumbstruck. This, when did I take advantage of Yao Ziju? It was all because Yao Ziju couldn't move, so I helped him clean his body and checked out his abs, chest muscles, and other parts of his body. Yao Ziju heard Ming Liui stop hiccuping and said mildly, "Alright, let's eat." Ming Liui immediately let out a breath of relief. Luckily Yao Ziju did not keep asking questions, and she also realized that she did not hiccup anymore. So, Yao Ziju was not questioning her at all, but helping her. Thinking of this, Ming Liui's lips curved into a smile. She took the thermal container and sat by the bed. When she opened the container, the smell of chicken soup came out. Ming Liui smelled it and immediately knew that this was the cooking of Chef Zhang Quan. Ming Liui happily said, "Yao Ziju, smell this chicken soup. This aroma, this has to be Zhang Quan's German-style specialty, it's too fragrant. Hearing this, Yao Ziju also sniffed the chicken soup. It was indeed very fragrant. He felt so hungry that he could not help but swallow his saliva. Ming Liui turned around to pick up the spoon and added some spiritual spring water into the soup. Then, she ladled a spoonful and carefully blew on it. When she felt that the temperature was right, she brought it to Yao Ziju's mouth. Yao Ziju may have been in a coma before, but when he was awake and being fed like this, he was not used to it. He could only drink the soup stiffly. When he was in a vegetative state, although sometimes he was conscious, the food he ate was tasteless. Today's chicken soup hit his taste buds and awakened his tongue in an instant. After the chicken soup entered his stomach, Yao Ziju let out a sigh of relief. It was better to be awake, knowing what was good and what was bad. Ming Liui was waiting for Yao Ziju's reaction. After all, with Yao Ziju being awake, there were some issues where she needed his opinion on. Yao Ziju looked at Ming Liui and said indifferently, "Next time, don't blow until it gets so cold." Ming Liui was speechless. He was so troublesome when awake. She was only worried that he would burn his tongue. Otherwise, she would not have blown on his food so carefully. Now, he even dared to dislike it. As expected, he was cuter and more obedient when he was in a vegetative state. He was 100 times better than when he was conscious. Chapter 62, Discharged. Previously, the time to apply medicine on Yao Ziju would be after breakfast, but now that he was awake and Miao Ruoming did not come to see him, Ming Liui did not know what to do. She quickly realized that since Yao Ziju was awake, she should ask for his opinion. Usually, you would have your medicine applied at this time. Now that you're awake, do you still need it? Yao Ziju turned to Ming Liui and remembered that she had said last night that his eyes and legs would recover. Perhaps it had something to do with the physiotherapy. Although Yao Ziju did not want to agree, sensing Ming Liui's concerned eyes, he could not say no, so he just said to her indifferently, "It can be applied." Hearing Yao Ziju's words, Ming Liui immediately started looking for the medicine compress, but she could not find it. Only then did she remember that the compress was at home this whole time, and she did not bring it with her to the hospital. She had come here yesterday to say goodbye, so she did not take it with her. Ming Liui smacked her head and turned to Yao Ziju apologetically. "The medicine compress is at home. I'll get someone to send them over now." Yao Ziju waved his hand. He had had enough of the hospital. It was not as comfortable as home, and Ming Liui did not seem to be used to it. So why not just leave the hospital and go home? He could recover at home, and there were many servants, so she did not have to worry about it all by herself. Yao Ziju said to Ming Liui with a calm expression, "Forget it. I'll be discharged later. I'll go home and apply the medicine." When Ming Liui heard this, she was stunned for a moment. He's going to be discharged so soon? He had only been here for a short while. Would there be a problem if he went home now? It's better to stay in the hospital for a while. Although it's convenient at home, it still wouldn't be as safe as the hospital. Ming Liui looked at Yao Ziju with a face full of worry, and said softly, "Isn't it too early to be discharged? The doctor won't let you be discharged when you've just woken up, right?" Yao Ziju snorted, not deigning to answer such a pointless question. When he was asleep, everyone wanted to make the decision for him, but now that he was awake, he was the only one who could make decisions for himself. Besides, he had already had his body checked, and all that was left was to wait for the results. Not long afterwards, the doctor came in with a series of medical reports. Yao Ziju had been in a vegetative state for a while, but fortunately, it had not been too long, and he had not suffered any substantial damage. He had been well taken care of and was now fit to be discharged. However, Yao Ziju had woken up a little too suddenly, so there might be a problem. The doctor said, "Although your body is fine now, we still suggest that you stay in the hospital for a few more days for observation. I'm also recommending some rehabilitation training in the hospital. You can be discharged after we're sure that there are no problems." Yao Ziju did not even need to think about it. He rejected the offer right away. It was not because he did not want to spend the money, nor because he did not trust the hospital. He just did not want to stay in the hospital any longer. Rehabilitation training could be done at home, and physical examinations could be done at the hospital regularly. Yao Ziju waved his hand and said coldly, "Since the examination shows that everything is normal, I want to be discharged today." The doctor knew the Yao family very well. Before Yao Ziju's accident, he was a man who only said what was necessary. Now that Yao Ziju had made his wishes clear, the doctor did not dare say any more. According to the results of the physical examination, Yao Ziju's body was indeed fine, and he would only require some rehabilitation training after this. The doctor nodded and said softly, "All right. Chairman Yao can also be discharged. You can go through the discharge procedures together." There was a bell next to Yao Ziju's pillow, which was specially prepared by Yao Gui's secretary. As soon as it rang, the secretary's phone would ring as well. This way, he could come to Yao Ziju's side at the first moment and wait for his orders. Yao Ziju rang the bell, and the secretary, who had been waiting outside, came into the ward at once. "I'll be discharged together with the chairman. See to it at once." As soon as the secretary left, Yao Gui walked in. He had fainted due to a heart attack, but after some rest, he was fine. Yao Gui had woken up and rushed over to see Yao Ziju. The moment he entered the ward, he saw Yao Ziju sitting on the bed. He was a little excited, and when he walked to the bed, he saw an eyesore standing there. Thinking of Yao Ziju lying in the smelly black liquid and almost dying yesterday, Yao Gui was instantly enraged and questioned her angrily. "Ming Liui, what are you doing here? This time, it's all thanks to Ziju's good fortune. Otherwise, I would have made you wish you were dead." Chapter 63. I didn't hurt him. Ming Liui wanted to explain to Yao Gui that she had no intention of harming Yao Ziju, but before she could speak, Yao Ziju quickly cut in instead. He had to protect his wife. "I asked Ming Liui to come over." Ming Liui knew that Yao Ziju meant well, but she had to explain herself, otherwise, the conflict would only get worse. Yao Gui would not believe that Ming Liui would be nice to Yao Ziju. She patted Yao Ziju's arm to comfort him, then turned to Yao Gui and said, "Father, no, Chairman Yao. The black liquid yesterday was really Ziju's sweat. I also said that it's a sign of improvement. It's true. I have no reason to lie to you. I did not harm him. Now that Ziju has woken up, can you trust me?" Although Yao Ziju had already woken up, Yao Gui still would not let down his guard. Who knew what would happen in the future? Yao Gui did not want to talk to Ming Liui, so he looked at Yao Ziju and said, "You just woke up. Why don't you stay in the hospital for a few days for observation?" Yao Ziju shook his head. Ming Liui did not feel well here, and neither did he, so it was better to go home. Besides, the checkup showed that everything was fine, so there was no need to continue staying in the hospital. He said, "No, let's go home." Yao Gui still wanted to persuade him, but seeing Yao Ziju's determined expression, he knew that it would be useless to say anything. However, he did not dare to let Yao Ziju go back alone with Ming Liui, so he hesitated for a moment and said lightly, "Then come back to my place with me, just like before." Yao Ziju shook his head again. Even Ming Liui was not used to this current place, let alone Yao Gui's. Ming Liui would only feel more awkward. Yao Ziju also believed that Ming Liui would take good care of him. "No need, you can go back. Ming Liui and I will return to our place." Yao Gui let out a helpless sigh. He originally thought that with his son awake, everything would be fine, and his family would be happy. However, he did not expect Yao Ziju's temper to be the same as before, cold, stubborn, and strange. In fact, Yao Ziju had mixed feelings towards Yao Gui. He knew that his father was concerned and loved him, but this fatherly love was like a landslide. Yao Gui always did things that would only hurt him more. For example, Yao Gui made Yao Ziju marry Ming Liui, and made Yao Ziju cooperate with Ming Liui as she used some kind of unknown remedy to torture him. These were all things that Yao Ziju could not accept. Yet at the current moment when he heard Ming Liui call him father, her voice was very delicate, which made Yao Ziju's heart move. Thinking about it, it would sound even better to call him darling from now on. Yao Ziju's mood was on the edge of a struggle every day. Ming Liui harmed me, Ming Liui took care of me, Ming Liui tortured me, and Ming Liui fed me. Yao Ziju's mood was like a vertical drop roller coaster. It would rise to the top one moment, and then fall to the bottom in the next. In order to prevent himself from having a mental breakdown, Yaoziju secretly decided that when he got home, he would have to ask Ming Liuai about it. As someone who was once invincible in the business world, Yaoziju knew how to grasp a person's weakness. He had already discovered that Ming Liuai seemed to be particularly afraid of him. With just a few questions, Ming Liuai became so scared that she kept hiccuping. For the next few moments, Yaoziju deliberately put on a cold face and did not speak. No matter what Ming Liuai said, Yaoziju would not answer. Ming Liuai was also frightened by Yaoziju's countenance, even thinking that this was the final piece before the storm. Ming Liuai's voice became softer and softer, like a child who had done something wrong. She was a little remorseful. She could have escaped, but in the end, things had turned out like this. It seemed that Ming Liuai could not escape from Yaoziju's evil clutches. The silence in the car was terrifying. Ming Liuai did not dare to say anything. The car smoothly stopped in front of the house. The servants had long received the news and had been waiting at the door for a long time. It was a good thing that the master had woken up. Everyone's faces were full of joy. Ming Liuai did not wait for anyone to open the door for her and got out of the car herself. She calculated in her heart that if she ran away quickly like it was a 100-meter dash, what was the probability of her escaping successfully? But who knew that when the driver opened the car door, the cold presence from Yaoziju's body made Ming Liuai shiver. In this hot summer, it was like falling into an ice cellar. The atmosphere became extremely cold, and she could not feel any warmth at all. Chapter 64. How many grievances has she suffered? Ming Liuai, who originally wanted to run away, immediately retracted her feet and gave up the idea. She silently cooperated with the crowd and put Yaoziju on the wheelchair. After Yaoziju was seated, Ming Liuai said, "Ziju, I'll push you inside. The rest of you, resume your duties." Before Ming Liuai could touch the wheelchair, Yaoziju pressed a button and controlled the wheelchair to slowly move forward. Ming Liuai could only helplessly follow behind. She was worried that it might not be safe, so she still grabbed the handle of the wheelchair and helped adjust the direction from time to time. Clatter! The wheelchair was still stuck. Yaoziju did not say anything as he quietly waited for Ming Liuai to help. Ming Liuai did not dare to say anything either. She pushed the wheelchair forward slightly, and it smoothly entered the house. The layout of the house felt much harder to navigate than the courtyard they just came in from. Although Yaoziju was also quite familiar with the villa, he did not rashly continue to control himself. The housekeepers stood around them, and seeing that the master and madam remained silent, they naturally did not dare to speak either, but instead watched the two enthusiastically. Although Yaoziju could not see it, he could feel the eager eyes of these people. He knew that they had been helping him clean up the place while he was unconscious, so he said to them lightly, "You've all worked hard over the past month, expect a bonus on your next payday." This deep and magnetic voice echoed through the room. When everyone heard it, they were very excited. When Ming Liuai was here, the villa was protected by the madam of the house. Now that Yaoziju was awake, the family had a pillar of support. Everyone whispered to each other, "Now that the master is awake, we won't be bullied anymore." That's right. Previously, the main manor sent over whomever they pleased, and they wanted to oversee everything. That's right. Some of them even wanted to bully the madam. It's so infuriating. It's good that the master is awake. Not only do we get a salary, but we also get a bonus. Yaoziju frowned when he heard the crowd's words. During the time when he was unconscious, many people had come to find trouble, and they even dared to bully his wife. He did not know how much she had suffered. "I'm tired, let's go upstairs and rest." Ming Liuai felt everyone's joy and was also very happy, but when she heard Yaoziju's cold voice, her joy immediately disappeared. Her face sank, and she agreed in a low voice. She pushed his wheelchair to the elevator and instructed Xiao Fan, prepare the medicine. Zhaoqiang, come with me and help the master bathe. Old Zhang, you can also prepare lunch now. Make it light." Yaoziju listened to Ming Liuai's arrangements and nodded. Everything was arranged in an orderly manner, like an exemplary madam of the house. During this period of time, Ming Liuai must have worked hard. Such a big household required her to arrange everything. After going upstairs, while Yaoziju took a bath, Ming Lairii took some of her daily necessities and slowly moved them into her room next door. Now that Yao Ziju was awake, even though they were husband and wife in name, their relationship was very tense, and Ming Lairii was afraid that Yao Ziju would suddenly strangle her in the middle of the night. Thinking of this, Ming Lairii thought she felt some pain in her neck. It was safer to sleep alone. Yao Ziju finished his bath and came out. He heard Ming Lairi's movements, but he did not know what she was doing. This made Yao Ziju feel very annoyed. He could not help but coldly say to Ming Lairii, "It's too noisy, don't run around." Ming Lairii immediately stopped what she was doing and looked at the impatient expression on Yao Ziju's face. She was even more convinced that it was better to sleep separately at night, or else she might be strangled to death. Ming Lairii explained, "I was afraid of disturbing your rest, so I moved my things to the next room." With this sentence, the already frosty atmosphere instantly dropped to the freezing point. Yao Ziju's face darkened even more. He sneered and said through his teeth, "You have a lot of nerve, Ming Lairii." Ming Lairii had been pampered since she was young, and she understood very well what a familial atmosphere should be like. Although she did not know why Yao Ziju was suddenly unhappy, she immediately stopped her actions and changed the topic to ease the awkwardness. "You're done with your bath. It's about time. I should start applying your medicine." Chapter 65 is wanted to show off. Yao Ziju did not say anything else. Ming Lairii helped him apply medicine, compress away with ease, then sat to the side out of habit to observe his skin, afraid that there would be any other reactions, and that Yao Ziju would be scolded. After a while, Ming Lairii finally realized something. Yao Ziju was already awake, and he could feel everything. If he felt uncomfortable, he would tell her himself. Ming Lairii was suddenly at a loss for what to do. All the things she had been doing all this time were suddenly obsolete. Ming Lairii was afraid that the atmosphere would drop to freezing point again. If Yao Ziju fainted from anger, then it would be really hard to explain. Yao Gui would probably order someone to kill her at once. Ming Lairii decided to find a topic to talk about. "Old John's food is really delicious. I wonder what he'll make today. I'm looking forward to it. Ha ha ha." Yao Ziju's mouth seemed to have been sewn shut, and he did not seem to care about Ming Lairii at all. Compared to hearing from the others about her being bullied, Yao Ziju would rather have Ming Lairii say it herself, but her action of moving her things out had already angered him. Now that they were alone, Ming Lairii did not seem to have any intention of complaining. Her generosity showed that Yao Ziju's distrust and wariness towards her was particularly narrow-minded. He had finally woken up, and he really wanted to show off to her, but Ming Lairii did not say anything. This made Yao Ziju angry, so he did not say anything either. No matter how he thought about it, Ming Lairii did not seem like Ming Lairii. Yao Ziju still remembered that time when Ming Lairii had gone to the Yao family's mall to shop and thought that they did not receive her well, so she got angry on the spot. After she came back, she complained to everyone, but this Ming Lairii in front of him was quiet. Was she trying to hide it, or was he playing hard to get? This really made her seem a bit suspicious, and even more so for Yao Ziju. Ming Lairii saw that Yao Ziju did not say anything, so she could only continue to liven up the atmosphere. "Did you know that old John could make so many kinds of delicious food?" "I didn't. The main manor sent over all kinds of outlandish food. But old John is an all-rounder, I just realized that. He knows all the major cuisines, and all the food prepared by him are delicious, especially the Sichuan cuisines. When you've recovered more and can take heavier meals, you must try it." Hearing these words, Yao Ziju's mouth curved up slightly. Was she going to start complaining? That's right, there had to be some foreshadowing before a complaint. Yao Ziju focused his attention, waiting for Ming Lairi's next sentence. Ming Lairii did not notice anything wrong with Yao Ziju, and continued, "By the way, there's also Cantonese food. The Cantonese food made by old Zhang is also excellent." Yao Ziju listened quietly. "That's it. No, shouldn't she start complaining by now?" Ming Lairii seemed to have thought of something again, and did not notice anything wrong with Yao Ziju, as she continued to speak. "Of course, there's also soup. Old Zhang's soups are so good, and even though I've been drinking soup for a long time, I'm not sick of it." Yao Ziju's face instantly darkened. "If you want to complain, just complain. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Yao Ziju would eventually find out for himself whether old John's food is good or not. After a moment of silence, Yao Ziju could not help but say, "Get to the point, or shut up." When Ming Lairii heard this, she was stunned. The point? What was the main point? Ming Lairii pondered for a long time, but she still did not understand what the point was. She could only silently close her mouth and stop babbling, thinking about how she had not contacted Yu Lingling these past few days because she was busy. Ming Lairii directly took out her phone and started to message her. Yao Ziju found that Ming Lairii really did shut up, but then notifications started ringing from her phone. Yao Ziju was speechless. He had never been as speechless as he was today. Soon, it was time to remove the compress. The servant came up and took the compress away. Ming Lairii also put down her phone and got up to give Yao Ziju a leg massage. Yao Ziju felt his pants being rolled up by Ming Lairii and suddenly panicked. Although he had not seen his knees before after the accident, he had touched them countless times. He could feel the 2 ugly marks left by the stitches on his knees. Yao Ziju nervously said, "Don't touch me." Even Yao Ziju himself did not want to face his own scars, much less ask Ming Lairii to see them. Although he knew that Ming Lairii had seen them countless times, now that Yao Ziju was awake, he naturally could not accept it. Chapter 66, Be Obedient. Ming Lairii knew that Yao Ziju became an invalid because of the wound on his legs. Before, he was in a coma, so it was easy to treat him. Now that he was awake, Yao Ziju would resist, but this could not go on. If his legs were not massaged for a long time, it might lead to muscle atrophy, and his leg would recover even more slowly. Ming Lairii did not get angry. Instead, she gently said to Yao Ziju, "You have to be obedient. If you suffer from muscle atrophy, your recovery will be even slower. I'll give you a massage through your trouser legs for now, all right?" Yao Ziju promptly felt Ming Lairi's hand gently massaging his calf through his pants. This made him fall silent again. He could not tell if this person in front of him was Ming Lairii or not. She had been so eager for him to die, then she was gentle with him, and at this moment she was so considerate. Ming Lairii never felt bitter about taking care of Yao Ziju. At any rate, she had taken over original Ming Lairi's body, held the title of Mrs. Yao, and was even using original Ming Lairi's credit card. Taking care of Yao Ziju was considered original Ming Lairi's atonement, so there was nothing to whine about. The main thing was that if she told the truth, she would be sent to a mental hospital. While taking care of Yao Ziju, she also used the spring water to help him recover faster. When the time comes, Yao Ziju would give Ming Lairii her freedom, and Ming Lu could still have a good career with Yu Lingling. No matter how you looked at it, this was a win-win situation. But now that Yao Ziju had woken up, they needed to have a sit-down and discuss everything. Ming Lairii blinked her eyes and carefully observed Yao Ziju's expression. Although Yao Ziju was very quiet, he did not seem angry at all. It would be better to have a good talk with him now, otherwise, she would not have such an opportunity in the future. This also concerned her future, so she tried to broach the subject. "Yao Ziju, are you still tired? Shall we talk?" Yao Ziju furrowed his brows. He had just hinted for Ming Lairii to say as much as she could, but she did not say anything, and now she wanted to complain. "That's right. That must be it," Yao Ziju said faintly. According to his understanding of Ming Lairii, this was indeed her style. The gentle care just now was probably just the beginning. "What do you want to say?" Ming Lairii heard Yao Ziju's words and hesitated for a moment. She did not know what to say. Was she supposed to tell him directly that she wanted freedom, and wished to leave? Yao Ziju was afraid that he would be immediately enraged by what she had to say. He waited for a long time, but did not hear Ming Lairi's voice. His face instantly darkened as he asked indifferently, "You want to divorce me?" When Ming Lairii heard this, it was as if her secret had been discovered. Although she had this idea, she did not want to come right out and say it at this moment, but bit by bit. Seeing Yao Ziju's dark face, Ming Lairii swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. She immediately shook her head wildly, and quickly said to Yao Ziju, "No, no, I didn't mean that." Yao Ziju's words were still the same, so direct that it was embarrassing. Ming Lairii was very nervous now. Yao Ziju was giving her too much pressure. Even if she wanted to say something, she would have to think about it carefully, otherwise she might lose her life at any moment. Yao Ziju thought for a while. If it was not a divorce, then it must be money. Yao Ziju asked, "Do you want a second credit card?" What? Ming Liuai was stunned for a few seconds. She should have wanted freedom. How did it turn into wanting a second card? Ming Liuai did not say anything, yet Yao Ziju had already led the whole thing off topic. Whether it was a second card or not, it was not as important as her freedom. But before Ming Liuai could say anything, Yao Ziju's clear and cold voice continued, "I can give you a second credit card, but I have conditions." Ming Liuai was subconsciously distracted by Yao Ziju's words and completely forgot what she wanted to say. Although a second card was not very important, it was impossible to live life without money. No matter what she did, she would need money to support herself, especially when she planned to leave this place in the future. Ming Liuai looked at Yao Ziju's face and asked, "What are the conditions?" The corner of Yao Ziju's mouth curved up slightly. Was this silly girl so easy to fool? He coughed a few times to cover up his pride. Wanting to divorce was impossible. Before everything was made clear, he would never let Ming Liuai leave. Besides, during this time, Yao Ziju had already developed a sense of dependence on Ming Liuai. "You know that I'm blind, disabled, and was in a vegetative state. This period of time may not be much for ordinary people, but for the CEO of the Yao Corporation, it is indeed a little long." Chapter 67, Getting to Know You Again. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, window.pubfuturetag equals window.pubfuturetag, window.pubfuturetag.push, Unit, 68523D6F4F9BAF3F067B654A, ID, PF15550-1, Endless Fantasy Translation. Ever since he woke up, Yao Ziju had been thinking a lot, especially after the car accident. He had thought that his life would be dark for the rest of his life, but he had not expected that someone would open a crack in his frozen heart and let the warmth flow in again. Even though Ming Liuai had done some bad things before, it was all in the past. Yao Ziju wanted to give himself and Ming Liuai a chance to get to know each other again. Perhaps, everything would be different in the future. Yao Ziju also understood that the reason he could wake up so quickly was because of Ming Liuai's tender care, and also because he heard that Ming Liuai was going abroad to leave him. Before he could even consider his own situation, Yao Ziju became furious. The beast in his body broke out of its cage and miraculously woke up. So, no matter what, he would not let Ming Liuai leave him. But if he did not want Ming Liuai to leave, he had to find a reason that she could not refuse. It was not a good thing to be stubborn. It would only make Ming Liuai want to leave him even more. What Yao Ziju wanted to do was to make Ming Liuai willingly stay and never leave. Yao Ziju blinked his eyes, revealing a very pitiful expression that would make anyone's heart ache. "I need your help." Ever since he was injured, he knew that fame and fortune was not everything anymore. Even if he gave the company to Yao Ziyang, so what? However, if Yao Ziyang still tried to kill him or hurt the people around him, Yao Ziju would not let him go easily. He would make Yao Ziyang pay a painful price. Yao Ziju did not need Ming Liuai's help, because she could not even help herself, but it was a very awkward reason to keep her by his side. Yao Ziju frowned and thought for a moment. As if he had come to a very difficult decision, he lightly said, "If you help me get back the Yao Corporation, I'll give you what you want." Could he really satisfy what she wanted? There were no other conditions. Ming Liuai did not expect Yao Ziju to be like this, and it seemed like she was really moved by him. This result did not conflict with what she wanted to say. Ming Liuai knew that it would not be difficult for Yao Ziju to take back the Yao's group, and it would not take long. "Alright, it's a deal." But Ming Liuai did not realize that Yao Ziju was just playing the donkey and carrot game. First he showed weakness, then he would win with the last strike. What Ming Liuai wanted was freedom, but Yao Ziju called it a second credit card, which was completely different. Ming Liuai still did not know that Yao Ziju had secretly changed the concept, happily thinking that her negotiation had gone smoothly. Ming Liuai thought, "It's good to know the plot of the story." After knowing the future development, all these decisions were easy. Yao Ziju would take back the Yao family on his own, and Ming Liuai did not need to do anything. In Ming Liuai's eyes, freedom was beckoning her. She even thought that today was a good day. If Yao Ziju could drink alcohol, she would open a bottle to celebrate. The more Ming Liuai thought about it, the happier she was. Now, her fate had changed. From a supporting role who was about to be crushed by the male lead, she had a mutually beneficial friendship with the male lead as teammates who relied on each other. In the future, she did not have to worry about the male lead getting angry one day, or about someone suddenly coming to help the male lead destroy her. There would be no more surprise developments after this. Yao Ziju tried to suppress his pride. Although he could not see Ming Liuai's expression, he could feel her joy. In his eyes, Ming Liuai was quite cute. Not only did she take the bait, but she was blissfully unaware of it. Yao Ziju adjusted his mood and casually said, "Since we've already come to an agreement, you can tell me about what happened at home over the past 2 months." Ming Liuai hesitated for a moment. A lot of things had happened during this period of time, but most of them had already been resolved. It was fine for now. Yao Ziju had just woken up, so she could not let him be too tired. After all, there would not be so many things to do in the future. Ming Liuai thought for a moment and said to Yao Ziju in a gentle voice, "Nothing much happened here. I've already settled everything. Isn't it good? You don't have to worry so much now." Chapter 68. Why would you get beaten up if everything was fine? Yao Ziju knew that Ming Liuai was just trying to make him feel at ease, but from the housekeeper's whispers, he could guess that everyone had been having a hard time recently. Whether it was the people from the main manor or Yao Ziyang, they all came to find trouble, especially with Ming Liuai who got beaten up. Yao Ziju said coldly, "If everything was fine, why did you get beaten up?" Ming Liuai did not know what to say, and did not know if she should tell Yao Ziju about Yao Ziyang. After all, the Yao Ziju in the original book did not have any conflict with Yao Ziyang, and Yao Ziyang cared about him a lot. Ming Liuai thought for a moment and decided to tell him what she knew, and let Yao Ziju decide for himself whether to believe her or not. "I will tell you. You can decide for yourself whether you believe me or not, but you must not vent your anger on me." Yao Ziju nodded. Ming Liuai was the victim, so he would not be angry at her. Meanwhile, Ming Liuai suddenly felt like she was talking behind someone's back. Although what she said was the truth, she still got up worriedly and went to close the door. Yao Ziju heard Ming Liuai's footsteps, and soon felt a soft body lean against him. After Ming Liuai had closed the door, she did not sit on the sofa, but instead sat on the bed, leaning against Yao Ziju. Perhaps she was afraid of falling off the bed, so she arched her back a little. Yao Ziju was still not used to being so close to her, and subconsciously reached out to push Ming Liuai, trying to maintain some distance. Yao Ziju indifferently said to her, "Just say what you have to say. Why are you so close?" Although he said that, Yao Ziju's body seemed to be very familiar with Ming Liuai's. He originally wanted to push Ming Liuai's hand away, but he immediately hugged her, as if he was afraid that she would fall down. Ming Liuai did not think much of it, and mysteriously approached Yao Ziju's ear and whispered, "Yao Ziyang is trying to kill you. He forced me to feed you milk that had been poisoned." The woman's warm breath blew onto Yao Ziju's ears, and in that instant, his ears began to turn red. Ming Liuai also saw the change in his ears, and thought that he was too angry, so she immediately reached out her hand to touch his ears. Ming Liuai was very understanding, as anyone would be angry when they heard that their brother was trying to kill them, so she comforted him. "Don't be angry, I just pretended to feed you. I didn't let you swallow any of it, and sucked it in myself. You didn't get even a drop." When Yao Ziju heard this, the image of the two of them kissing appeared in his mind. He swallowed awkwardly. Ming Liuai also gulped when she said this. Yao Ziju immediately caught the main point. The sucking was great, but he did not know if he would have the chance to do it again in the future. Yao Ziju immediately said, "How did you make it seem like I took it?" Ming Liuai's face was full of confusion. Did he really need to ask? Do I have to demonstrate how I managed it? Would Yao Ziju think I'm trying to take advantage of him? At that time, Ming Liuai had no other choice. She could not just watch Yao Ziju drink the poison bit by bit. She looked at him and stammered, I just managed it, that's all. Don't sweat the details. As she spoke, Ming Lairii felt her body temperature rising. She used her hands to fan herself and tried to put some distance between them, but she forgot that she was on the bed. She lost her balance and was about to meet the carpet with her face when one of his hands wrapped around her waist. His hand exerted strength and Ming Lairii was immediately brought back onto the bed. She even fell into a warm embrace. Ming Lairii was dumbfounded, and before she could react, she felt Yaeziju grab the back of her neck. She had an expression of panic on her face, thinking that she would be thrown off the bed at any moment. But she did not expect that Yaeziju would gently knead the nape of her neck and pat her back. Ming Lairii actually felt a sense of comfort and gratitude. In the original story, Yaeziju was noble and handsome, but his methods were extremely cruel and vindictive. It would not end well for anyone who provoked him, as Yaeziju would definitely do everything he could to get revenge. But now, it seemed that he had no intention of attacking her. Ming Lairii let out a sigh of relief. After all, she had already formed a revolutionary friendship with Yaeziju. Chapter 69, I'll treat you well. Ming Lairii felt Yaeziju's kindness, and her body immediately relaxed. She even felt that Yaeziju's embrace was comfortable and safe. Ming Lairii wanted to hold him like this forever and never let go. She wanted to hold him like this every day. Feeling this comfort and safety, she could not help but say to Yaeziju, Yaeziju, I'll treat you well. Ming Lairii felt Yaeziju's body stiffen for a moment, but he quickly relaxed. Yaeziju did not say anything in reply, so Ming Lairii got up and looked at his face. After a long time, there was still no change in his expression. Ming Lairii once again lay on Yaeziju's chest and continued to talk about what had happened during this time. She talked about how she was caught secretly changing the juice, the food that was poisoned, the carer who messed around ignoring the fact that Yaeziju's mouth was torn, Yaeziyang's video threat to Ming Lairii, the main manner sending the most unpalatable ingredients, arranging the spiciest recipes, and old John secretly preparing food for her. Ming Lairii did not take credit for all these things, nor did she try to be humble. She just explained everything clearly to Yaeziju. However, Ming Lairii never mentioned anything about her joining the charity foundation or learning English. Yaeziju knew that Ming Lairii was hiding something, but he did not care. Although he did not want Ming Lairii to leave, he was not crazy enough to want her to become a parrot. Yaeziju had heard all these things before, so he said, It's been hard on you during this time. Thank you. Ming Lairii looked at Yaeziju with a smile. She had done all this so that she would not be turned into ash in the future. Ming Lairii was about to say something, but Yaeziju interrupted her. He may have forgiven her, but some things still had to be made clear. Yaeziju said coldly, Ming Lairii, don't play any tricks with me. I still remember the things you did before. Don't forget our agreement. No one knew when Yaeziju's hand had grabbed the back of Ming Lairii's neck again. Ming Lairii was as scared as a cat, and she shrank her body. She could feel that if Yaeziju exerted more force, her neck would snap. She also understood that Yaeziju would not easily let go of the past. But what Ming Lairii did not know was that Yaeziju was doing this to cover up the awkwardness he felt when he said thank you, so he deliberately said such harsh words to prevent Ming Lairii from getting carried away. The two of them had their own thoughts, and since they talked, Ming Lairii knew that she was temporarily out of danger. From the time she transmigrated into the story until Yaeziju woke up, Ming Lairii had been very nervous every day. At this moment, she was not nervous, and her body felt lighter. She did not have to worry about what would happen every day, or whether Yaeziju would immediately kill her when he woke up. However, all of this changed in the eyes of the housekeepers, and they whispered to each other, Madam really loves the master. Madam is so happy to see that he's awake. This is the miracle of love. Madam has awakened the master with love. That's right. The master has also changed. He did not lose his temper the whole day. The entire villa was enveloped in peace. Everyone thought that this was to the madam's credit. If it was not for the madam, the master might not have woken up. If it was not for her, we might have been bullied in all kinds of ways. And today, because of the madam, everything is heading in a good direction. Thank you, madam. Soon, it was time for dinner. Yaeziju did not want to eat on the bed anymore, so Ming Liui pushed his wheelchair and brought him to the dining room. Old Zhang was also very careful, and prepared the dishes in the right portions. Ming Liui helped Yao Ziju take some food and placed it in front of him so that he could eat a little of everything. Before he became a vegetable, Yao Ziju usually ate by himself, so eating here was no different to what he was used to. He ate very elegantly, but something was different today. In the past, he would eat alone, but today Ming Liui ate beside him and spoke loudly. "God, this mutton is so good. It's delicious, try it." Yao Ziju could not see what was on his plate, nor did he know where the mutton was. He could only listen to Ming Liui say it was delicious, but he could not taste it. This made Yao Ziju feel a little irritated. It was really not a good feeling. Chapter 70. Yes, it's delicious. Yao Ziju was getting more and more irritated. If it was delicious, she did not have to say it out loud. Did she not know that he could not even tell where the food was? Just as he was about to stop her from talking, he was fed a small piece of mutton as soon as he opened his mouth. Ming Liui looked at Yao Ziju with a smile and said softly, "Isn't it delicious?" To the side, Xiao Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. Madam actually dared to feed the master like this. He was a clean freak and especially hated it when others directly made decisions for him. Thinking that the master might be angry later, Xiao Fan quickly made a hand gesture to Ming Liui, indicating that Ming Liui should not do this, or else it would be disastrous for her. As expected, Xiao Fan saw Yao Ziju frown. Xiao Fan knew that a storm was brewing, and a very fierce storm at that. Ming Liui also noticed Xiao Fan's hand gesture and knew that she had made a terrible mistake. For a moment, she had forgotten about his misophobia. Ming Liui quickly explained, "I'm using clean chopsticks for you. I'm sorry for offending you. You can eat by yourself." Everyone could not help but wipe their sweat, but to everyone's surprise, Yao Ziju did not get angry. Instead, he silently chewed and savored the deliciousness of the mutton. This was the first proper meal he had with his wife since he woke up, although his wife was a bit noisy. After he had swallowed, Yao Ziju slowly said, "Yes, it's not bad." Ming Liui immediately let out a sigh of relief. It was a good thing she did not make Yao Ziju angry, or else it would be terrible. Xiao Fan stood not far away and looked at Yao Ziju in disbelief. When did the master's temper become so good? If it had been anyone else, they would have been dead by now. "Madam is really amazing," Yao Ziju said indifferently. "Ming Liui, sit beside me and give me some food." Ming Liui finally understood why Yao Ziju was not angry. It turned out that she was still needed. After all, she had been taking care of Yao Ziju all this time. After dinner, Ming Liui felt more tired than ever. In the past, when Yao Ziju was in a vegetative state, he was very obedient and ate whatever was given. Now that he was awake, he was not so easy to take care of. Why could he not eat the same dish 2 times in a row? After eating the meat, the next bite had to be the vegetables. This was healthy. If he did not like the fish, then he would only take 1 bite and that was it. He was simply too hard to serve. After Ming Liui had her fill, she returned to her room. She was really too tired. Right now, she just wanted to be alone. After taking a shower and changing into her pajamas, Ming Liui sat on the bed and sent Yu Lingling a message. "Lingling, have you had dinner?" Yu Lingling saw the message and was surprised. Ming Liui still has time to message me. At this time, shouldn't she be telling her husband about how much she had missed him? However, since Ming Liui sent her a message, she must have missed her best friend. It was better to let Liui spend more time with her husband. Yu Lingling quickly replied, "Liui, your husband just woke up. You should keep him company. Why are you still sending me messages? Stop playing with your phone. Say some sweet words to your hubby." By Tilda. Ming Liui looked at the message and was speechless. What is going through Yu Lingling's head? Meanwhile, Yao Ziju was waiting for her in the master bedroom. After dinner, Ming Liui seemed to have disappeared. As time passed, the housekeepers could feel the pressure around Yao Ziju getting lower and lower. After helping Yao Ziju wash up, the housekeepers quickly left. Only Yao Ziju was left in the room. Without Ming Liui by his side, Yao Ziju was not accustomed to it and even felt a little lonely. As the most stable caregiver, Zhao Qing felt that it was better to report the master's current situation to the madam. If this continued, there might be some accidents. Zhao Qing knocked on Ming Liui's door and said, "Madam, master seems to be waiting for you." Hearing this, Ming Liui quickly got off the bed, opened the door and thanked Zhao Qing. Then, she rushed to Yao Ziju's room. However, no sound came from inside after she had knocked and waited a long time. Ming Liui was a little worried, so she carefully opened the door a little, stuck her head inside, and said in a soft voice, "Yao Ziju, what's the matter?" When Yao Ziju heard Ming Liui's voice, he was a bit angry. What was she doing just now? Why did she only return now? "Of course I'm fine," Yao Ziju said angrily. He was just not used to not having Ming Liui by his side. Now that Ming Liui was here, she probably would not leave again. He could have a good night's rest. Yao Ziju said in a huff, "I'm fine." Chapter 71. What do you want to do? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, window.pubfuturetag equals window.pubfuturetag, window.pubfuturetag.push, Unit, 68523D6F4F9BAF3F067B654A, ID, PF15550-1, Endless Fantasy Translation. Ming Liui felt Yao Ziju's anger, so she whispered a good night to him and quickly ran back to her room. She did some pre-sleep yoga on the bed. Without Yao Ziju by her side, she could only use a stuffed toy as a substitute. However, after adjusting it a few times, she still felt uncomfortable, so she did a few yoga poses herself and lay down. Lying on the bed, Ming Liui looked at her favorite doll. She even thought that she would be able to sleep well tonight. But after closing her eyes, she kept rolling around until midnight and still could not find sleep. Ming Liui thought her body was just not used to this other bed, and that leaving Yao Ziju's room was why she could not fall asleep. If she did not sleep, she would have dark circles tomorrow. But no matter what she did, she could not fall asleep. Finally, she gritted her teeth, picked up the pillow and ran to the master bedroom. Yao Ziju must have fallen asleep at this time. Ming Liui quietly opened the door and carefully walked to the bed. Yao Ziju did not have any reaction, and Ming Liui let out a sigh of relief. According to the usual procedure, before going to bed, Ming Liui would sniff Yao Ziju's face to make sure that Zhao Qing had applied the skincare products on his face. She looked at his sleeping posture. Although he was already awake, his sleeping posture did not seem any different from before. He was still lying flat on his back, his hands naturally placed on both sides. Ming Liui looked at his hands. Silently, she placed her forehead on Yao Ziju's arm and did another round of pre-sleep yoga. Yao Ziju was just lying down and doing nothing, but Ming Liui felt that this kind of yoga was more effective. After doing the yoga, Ming Liui felt a little embarrassed. Thinking that she had only massaged Yao Ziju through his pants today, she decided to do it again. Yao Ziju was not asleep at all. He just wanted to see what Ming Liui was up to, coming back so late at night. Ming Liui had moved all her things out by herself during the day. Yao Ziju felt Ming Liui sniff his face like a puppy, then she did some yoga with his arm as her pillow. Then she moved to the end of the bed, trying to pull up his pants. Yao Ziju's body instantly stiffened, and he said in a cold voice, "Ming Liui, what are you doing?" Ming Liui had thought Yao Ziju was already asleep, but he was actually awake. Suddenly speaking at this time made Ming Liui jump in shock, not knowing how to answer Yao Ziju. Why didn't he say anything? It had come to this, and Ming Liui could not just run away, so she stuttered, I wanted tea to help you and massage your legs again." Ming Liui also knew that Yao Ziju cared about the scar on his legs. Although she had seen them countless times before, Yao Ziju was in a vegetative state at that time and could not feel it at all. With him being awake, Yao Ziju naturally would not let Ming Liui do it, but the spiritual spring water was already in her hand, so it would be a waste if she did not use it. Ming Liui continued, "It's nighttime, and it's dark. I can't see anything at all. Why don't I help you massage your legs?" Yao Ziju knew that Ming Liui had good intentions, but he still did not want her to continue massaging him. Although he could not see it, he could still feel with his hands, which made him very uncomfortable. The scars had already become his inner demons that would only go away once the scars fade as well. Yao Ziju declined without a second thought, "No need. Go to sleep now." If you don't, then get out. Ming Liui looked at the spring water in her hand and her heart ached. If she did not use it, it would be a waste. Besides, if she used the spiritual spring water to massage Yao Ziju's legs, they might heal faster. They were just scars. Why did he have to be so sensitive? Perhaps with more spiritual water, the scars could heal, which is a good thing. Ming Liui continued gently, "What are you afraid of? I can't take advantage of you. It's just a quick massage. It won't take long. Just bear with it for a while, okay?" Yao Ziju firmly opposed. Ming Liui was worried that the spiritual spring water would evaporate soon, but Yao Ziju was being so cold, so she became anxious and sad, and a sense of grievance welled up in her heart. It was clearly for Yao Ziju's sake, so why did he not appreciate it? Did he have to waste the spiritual water? Ming Liui's voice betrayed her sorrow. "Yao Ziju, why do you have to be like this? It's only for a while, all right?" Chapter 72, Don't Cry. Yao Ziju heard Ming Liui's sobbing tone and was immediately confused. He was angry at Ming Liui for moving to the next room, but now he was even more afraid of her crying. Her voice made him feel very guilty, as if he had wronged her. "Don't cry, I'll let you massage me." Hearing this, Ming Liui's eyes reddened, and she quickly pressed the spiritual spring water on Yao Ziju's scars. Yao Ziju felt Ming Liui touch the scars on his legs and suddenly became very nervous. He did not know if Ming Liui would dislike him or if she would find his legs disgusting. At this moment, Yao Ziju's shame and ugliness could not be hidden from Ming Liui. Ming Liui felt miffed as she massaged him. Everything she did was for Yao Ziju's sake, but this guy was still unwilling. Would he only feel better if she treated him like original Ming Liui did? Was he a masochist? Ming Liui pressed on Yao Ziju's leg, and the more she thought about it, the more wronged she felt. Is it so difficult to cooperate? No other patient would be as disobedient as you are. And you're always bullying me and being fierce to me. I just want you to get well soon. Is that so wrong? As Ming Liui spoke, she felt more and more aggrieved, and her tears could not stop falling. Yao Ziju felt her tears and immediately wanted to get up and hold her in his arms to comfort her. After all, it seemed like he was in the wrong. But who knew that Ming Liui would become even angrier? "Why are you moving around again? I'm giving you a massage. Be good and stay still." Ming Liui's soft voice seemed to have squeezed Yao Ziju's heart, and he felt his heart ache as well. He did not dare to move anymore. He did not know whether to lie down or sit up. Fortunately, Ming Liui finished the massage quickly. She rolled down Yao Ziju's pants legs and lay down on the pillow angrily, sobbing with her back to him. Yao Ziju had never encountered such a scene before. For a moment, he was at a loss, and did not know what to do, or how to make Ming Liui feel better. After thinking for a long time, Yao Ziju could not come up with a good idea, so he could only lie down and silently hold Ming Liui in his arms, trying to make her not angry. At first, Ming Liui was like a heavy stone, unmoving no matter how hard he tried. Yao Ziju did not give up and tried a few more times. Finally, Ming Liui was reluctantly pulled into his arms. Yao Ziju did not know what to say, so he could only silently pat her back, hoping to calm her down. But as he patted her, he heard her steady breathing. "She's asleep." Yao Ziju smiled and patted her for a while more, then he slowly fell asleep with her in his arms. In his half-awake state, a thought suddenly came to his mind. Being like this, he could move, hug, and comfort Ming Liui. It feels so nice. The morning sun shone into the room, and Ming Liui slowly opened her eyes. Just as she was about to turn around, she remembered that she had snuck into Yao Ziju's room and cried for a while. She suddenly felt a little embarrassed. She could take advantage of the fact that Yao Ziju might not have woken up yet, and run back to her room and pretend that she had not come in last night. She snuck a peek to her side. There was no one there. "Where's Yao Ziju?" Ming Liui was stunned for a moment. It seemed that Yao Ziju left the bed without Ming Liui knowing. Ming Liui quickly got up and changed her clothes, wanting to go out to find Yao Ziju. Just as she opened the door, she almost bumped into Xiao Fan. Ming Liui saw Xiao Fan and immediately asked, "What's wrong? Where did the master go?" Xiao Fan saw Ming Liui's anxious look and felt quite envious. The madam really loves the master. Otherwise, Why would she ask where the master was when she woke up? Xiaofan really hoped that she could meet someone who loved her just as much in the future. Xiaofan smacked her own head. How can I be so envious that I almost forgot about her question? She quickly said, Madam, you're finally awake. Everyone's waiting for you downstairs. Ming Liui was stunned. Everyone's waiting for me. Why are they waiting for me? It's fine for everyone to go about their duties. Do they have to wait for me to go downstairs and delegate work for them now? Isn't that the butler's job? Yao Ziju's already downstairs, so why can't he just make the arrangements? Ming Liui stared at Xiaofan with confusion. Why? Chapter 73, Fearless. Xiaofan did not know how to explain it. Anyway, this was not a small matter. It was not easy for the madam to send those people away, but the master invited them back. She did not know what the master was thinking. Perhaps the madam did not make it clear to him, so it ended up like this. Xiaofan hesitated for a moment before she quickly said, Madam, the master has sent someone to bring Xiaolan back. When Ming Liui heard this, she was a little confused. I'd just sent her away, but Yao Ziju had someone bring her back. Was it because I didn't explain it clearly to him? What was the point anyway? She was outed as one of Yao Ziyang's lackeys. Does he not believe me? Ming Liui looked at Xiaofan and asked, why did he bring her back? Xiaofan did not know why the master was doing this. It was clearly Xiaolan who had caused harm, but he still summoned her back. It must be because Madam had not explained things clearly to Master. Otherwise, this wouldn't happen. It seems that Madam doesn't know what's going on either. We have to take things one step at a time. Xiaofan said anxiously to the confused Ming Liui, Madam, you should hurry downstairs. Ming Liui followed Xiaofan downstairs and saw Yao Ziju sitting in his wheelchair. Although he had regained consciousness not long ago, he could actually sit upright. Ming Liui saw that Yao Ziju's appearance was even more alluring after he had awoken from his coma. Although his eyes were closed, he was like an exquisite statue that held a malevolent spirit inside. Even if he did not say a word, she could feel the imposing aura coming from Yao Ziju's body. It was hard to ignore. Xiaolan also had not expected Yao Ziju to wake up one day, but she was not afraid. She even thought that since Yao Ziyang could blatantly assign her here, she had nothing to fear. Xiaolan had never taken Yao Ziju and Ming Liui seriously, nor had she been polite to either of them before. And yet, she did not expect to be dragged back here again. From the beginning until now, Yao Ziju did not say a word, but Xiaolan felt like her heart was about to beat out of her chest. First, she was scared, then she gritted her teeth and wanted to fight to the death. She pounced on Yao Ziju, but was stopped by the bodyguards. Then, she began to make a scene and rolled around until she knelt down and begged for mercy. Please, please, let me go just this once. Those people forced me to do this. I'm just a servant. Listening to Xiaolan's harsh voice, Yao Ziju got a little ticked off. Since she had done something wrong, she had to pay the price. If she was let go just because she cried, then what reputation would he carry in front of others in the future? Yao Ziju was even more concerned that the crying would disturb Ming Liui's rest, so he spoke coldly, make her shut up. The madam must not be disturbed. When the bodyguards heard this, they immediately stuffed a cloth into Xiaolan's mouth so that she could not make a sound. After crying for a long time, Xiaolan knelt on the ground powerlessly. Her hair was a little messy, and she was in a sorry-looking state. When Ming Liui came downstairs and saw Xiaolan's state, she became frightened and immediately ran to Yao Ziju's side. Yao Ziju felt Ming Liui running to his side, and felt less tense. Xiaolan stared at Ming Liui as if she was looking at her savior, and immediately crawled to her feet. She wanted to say something, but she forgot that her mouth was blocked, so she could only make muffled sounds. Ming Liui could not understand a word, so she said, "Take it out and let her speak." The bodyguard frowned. The master was the one who asked him to silence her. If he took it out, would the master be angry? However, when he remembered that the master had told him that she should not to disturb the madam's rest, it was obvious that he was very concerned about her. If he did not listen to the madam, the consequences might be even more serious. The bodyguard stepped forward to remove the cloth from Xiaolan's mouth, and Xiaolan immediately cried out, "Madam, madam, save me." For a moment, the house was filled with Xiao Lan's screams. Ming Liuai was shocked by Xiao Lan's screams and quickly asked the bodyguards to muffle Xiao Lan's mouth again. Ming Liuai herself was not a saint. Xiao Lan took advantage of her position, bullied people, and even tried to poison Yao Ziju. She deserved this. What right did she have to beg Ming Liuai for mercy? Ming Liuai took a step back and yanked the hem of her clothes from Xiao Lan's clutches. If Xiao Lan had realized her wrongdoing at the time, she would not have ended up like this. All of this was her own undoing, and she did not deserve to be pitied. Ming Liuai tugged on Yao Ziju's clothes and whispered, "I don't care about this. You can deal with her however you want." Chapter 74. How will you deal with her? Ming Liuai stood behind Yao Ziju. Her mind was filled with a terrifying scene, and she could not help but shiver. Yao Ziju did not say anything, but waved his hand for the bodyguards to take the ex-housekeeper away. They could not do anything terrible in front of the madam. Ming Liuai could not help but ask when she saw Xiao Lan being taken away, "How will you deal with her?" Yao Ziju's face was solemn. Since she came to work at home, she should be one of his own employees. However, this woman was bribed and wanted to poison him, and she attempted this not just once or twice. She was also arrogant about her crimes. If it had not been for Ming Liuai's intervention, Yao Ziju would have been a dead man by now. "Of course, I'm going to crush her bones one by one, peel off her skin, pull out her tendons, and throw her into the wilderness." As soon as he finished speaking, Yao Ziju could feel Ming Liuai's fear. Her body was trembling. But these were his true intentions. Yao Ziju did not want his wife to think that he was a demon, or else Ming Liuai might run away. He smiled and asked, "You believe me?" Of course, Ming Liuai believed him. It was not like she had not read the original story where, after Yao Ziju woke up, he had launched a crazy revenge plot against those who wanted to kill him. It was normal for him to treat Xiao Lan like this now. There was nothing for Ming Liuai to not believe. She lowered her head, a trace of fear in her eyes, and whispered, "Oh, of course, I do." Although Yao Ziju thought this way, no matter what, this was a society ruled by the law. Everything had to be done by the book and with evidence. He would not do something like this so easily. However, Yao Ziju was still furious that Xiao Lan dared to do this. After hearing Ming Liuai's words, Yao Ziju was a little depressed. The madam actually believed it. Yao Ziju said coldly, "Do you think I'm that kind of person?" Ming Liuai roared in her heart. What other kind of person could he be? It was written clearly in the original story that Yao Ziju was a vengeful person who would not take any losses. Whoever did something wrong to him, he would definitely pay them back in double. Moreover, his methods were extremely brutal. What was there that Yao Ziju would not do? Although she was roaring in her heart, when it reached her mouth, Ming Liuai said in a low voice, "How can that be? You can't be that kind of person." Yao Ziju was amused by her words. Was he that scary? He had made Ming Liuai so wary, but what happened next had to be dealt with properly. He had to show evidence and put Xiao Lan in prison. Of course, things would not end so easily. Yao Ziju did not want to continue teasing Ming Liuai, so he said, "Don't worry, murder and arson are illegal. I wouldn't do such things." Ming Liuai screamed again in her heart, "It's good that you know it's illegal. You've done plenty of illegal things. Isn't kidnapping someone a restriction of personal freedom, which is also against the law? And yet you're still doing it." Ming Liuai only felt fear now. She calmed herself and said softly, "Of course, you can't do anything illegal." Yao Ziju laughed. He knew that Ming Liuai was probably not being sincere when she said those words. She was just afraid of him. There was no other way. It was hard to change Ming Liuai's mind in a short time. In the future, Ming Liuai would slowly understand him and not be so afraid of him. Yao Ziju patted the back of Ming Liuai's hand and said lightly, "We'll have another one, same time tomorrow." When Ming Liuai heard this, she was speechless. Good Lord, I thought this would be the last. When did this become an episode a day drama series? Even if she did not want to watch it, she would be forced to watch it every day. This was a bit too difficult. If she could, Ming Liuai hoped that tomorrow would be the finale so that she would not have to be fearful every day. If this was a TV drama, Ming Liuai thought that a villain like Yao Ziyang would be the ultimate villain, and even if he appeared, it would be in the last few episodes. However, she did not expect that in the afternoon, Yao Ziyang would actually come to the villa. Yao Ziyang seemed ignorant of what happened, and even brought a fruit basket and flowers, like someone who came to visit a beloved brother. After Yao Ziju learned that Yao Ziyang had arrived, he did not even want to go downstairs. The relationship between the two was obviously not that good. Yao Ziju sat in the wheelchair and let Ming Liui push him to the stairs. He decided to speak to Yao Ziyang there. Yao Ziju coldly said, "You still dare to come here?" Chapter 75. What should I do? As Yao Ziyang watched Yao Ziju's high and mighty attitude, his heart was filled with anger and his hands clenched into fists. He was so close to getting the entire Yao family into his hands, so close to getting rid of this useless Yao Ziju. At this moment, Yao Ziyang had no other choice but to put on a guilty look and said, "Brother, I was really scared that day. I overstepped my boundaries when I spoke. Please don't follow my poor example. We're brothers, don't take it to heart. I brought some fruits and nutritional supplements. I hope you can forgive me, brother." Although Yao Ziyang knew that Yao Ziju could not see him, he still kept a smile on his face, not daring to reveal his dark side. Hearing Yao Ziyang's words, Yao Ziju sat in his wheelchair and stayed silent for a while, purposely giving Yao Ziyang the cold shoulder. The crime had been committed, so he had to be punished. After a moment of silence, Yao Ziju said to Yao Ziyang coldly, "You dared to strike my wife in front of me. What should I do?" Hearing this, Yao Ziyang gritted his teeth. Although he did not want to do this, he had no choice. Yao Ziju was the boss after all. Yao Ziyang set down the items he brought and struck himself twice across the face. Hard. Just from hearing the loud smacks, he most likely used his full strength. Both strikes were on the same cheek, and so Yao Ziyang's face immediately swelled with a red handprint. Seeing this, Ming Liui was shocked. This Yao Ziyang was a ruthless man, to even strike himself so hard. It seemed that Yao Ziyang had been merciful that day. Ming Liui shuddered just thinking about it. If he had used the same strength when he struck her that day, she would probably be lying in the hospital still, unable to get up. Yao Ziyang's heart was filled with anger, but he could not do anything about it. He knew very well what kind of person Yao Ziju was, and if he could not give him a satisfactory answer, he might lose everything. Yao Ziyang panted heavily, and after calming himself down, he raised his head to look at Yao Ziju, still with a smile on his face. "I slapped myself twice. The first one was for sister-in-law. I apologize, sister-in-law. The second one was for big brother, for teaching me a lesson on discipline." Yao Ziju heard this and sneered. At this point, Ziyang should know what fear was. Although he did not know much about what happened when he was comatose, what he did know was that Yao Ziyang was the cause of most of their problems. If it were not for the lack of evidence, Yao Ziyang would have been dead by now. "When did I say that I would let you take my place? What right do you have to replace me? Are you even worthy?" Yao Ziju's words were like a double-edged sword. On the surface, it was a lesson, but the real meaning was to tell Yao Ziyang that the Yao Corporation would always be Yao Ziju's, and Yao Ziyang would never get a share of it. Yao Ziyang clenched his fists and tried his best to rein in his temper. He was so close to success, but things ended up like this. How could he be willing to accept this? All these years, Yao Ziyang had been enduring silently, listening to Yao Ziju's every word and never showing off his strength. He just wanted to wait for the day when he could completely replace Yao Ziju and take over the massive Yao Empire. Although the company was still under the control of Yao Gui and Yao Ziju, Yao Ziyang's power was not weak. The Yao Corporation had been around for 100 years. Yao Gui and Yao Ziyang's father, Yao Zheng, had been competing for the position of chairman back then, and it had been incredibly intense. However, Yao Zheng had lost by a slight margin in the end, and Yao Gui had taken over the company. As Yao Ziju grew, he slowly took over the company's affairs until he fully solidified his position as Yao Gui's successor. Even though Yao Zheng had lost that year, he still had a strong foundation and plenty of capital. He had been plotting for many years, and had been silently supporting Yao Ziyang to regain control of the company. However, Yao Ziju had never taken Yao Ziyang seriously, not even treating him as a brother. He only treated Yao Ziyang as a subordinate who could be ordered around at will. They were both members of the Yao family, so why was Yao Ziju born to be a superior? Why was it that Yao Ziyang could only remain silent behind Yao Ziju? Yao Ziyang did not say anything else. This was the first time he had dared to go against Yao Ziju. Yao Ziju's expression was dark and merciless as he turned around and left. Ming Liuai was dumbfounded. This was something she had never expected. After calming herself down, she said in shock, "Yao Ziju, aren't you being too heartless? Isn't this a direct confrontation?" Chapter 76, The Ambition of a Wolf. Yao Ziju's did not look happy about this either, but there was nothing he could do. So many things had happened recently, he had to make this decision. If he had not woken up that day, he might never have. Yao Ziyang had a debt of sin to pay, and it was time to collect the interest. Yao Ziju said emotionlessly, "If we don't do this, how would they show their true colors? Rather than letting them continue to be snakes in the grass, it's better to have things out in the open." Although Yao Ziju had humiliated Yao Ziyang, he was not happy at all. In the past, Yao Ziju trusted Yao Ziyang the most, and although he knew that Yao Ziyang looked obedient on the surface, he was actually a wolf in sheep's clothing. He never thought that Yao Ziyang would one day use such underhand means to deal with him, which made him furious. If his guess was right, Yao Ziyang was also the one who caused Yao Ziju to go blind and have his legs crippled, throwing him into a life of darkness. Yao Ziju naively thought that the war between the two would end up on the negotiating table, but now it seemed that Yao Ziyang was not worthy to be his opponent. He was just a piece of trash. He Xiang, the secretary of the Yao Corporation, came with several people from the sales department and reported to Yao Ziju in detail about everything that had happened in the company during his time away. It was not until evening when everyone finally came out of Yao Ziju's study. Just as they emerged from the room, a soft voice said to them, "Dinner's ready. It's getting late, why don't you all stay for dinner?" Everyone raised their heads and realized it was Ming Liuai. He Xiang was shocked. This was not the first time he saw her, but she looked completely different from before. In his memory, Ming Liuai always wore inappropriate makeup, exaggerated dresses, and jewelry that made her look like she was nouveau riche. But tonight, Ming Liuai wore a simple white dress, which perfectly complemented her figure. Her bare face was particularly astonishing, and her skin was smooth and shiny. She was a completely different person compared to the Ming Liuai of the past. If he had known better, He Xiang would have thought that the president had gotten a new wife. He looked at Ming Liuai and almost did not dare to address her. It was impossible for a person to change their style in just a few months, but he still asked tentatively, "Madam?" Ming Liuai smiled and nodded. He Xiang was a little surprised. It was the first time for the others to see Ming Liuai. They did not expect the madam to be so beautiful. They had heard talk of her before, but now that they saw her in person, they were all very surprised. Rumors really could not be trusted. One of them looked at Ming Liuai and could not help but say, "Madam, you're too beautiful." Ming Liuai graciously thanked him. He Xiang did not dare to rashly agree to the dinner invitation. The president had not said anything yet, and only when the president spoke would they dare to stay. Otherwise, it would be considered treasonous. Yao Ziju also knew that He Xiang was waiting for his permission, and it had been a hard day, so he said mildly, "You may stay." Hearing this, He Xiang nodded his head. Although he had followed Yao Ziju for many years, there were some rules that could never be broken. If anyone broke these rules, not only would they lose their job, they might even lose their lives at any time. When everyone heard that they could stay, they were all very happy and immediately said in unison, "Thank you, President." "Thank you, Madam." At the dinner table, although He Xiang and the others were there, Ming Liuai sat beside Yao Ziju very naturally and put food on his plate from time to time. He Xiang was even more surprised when he saw this scene. He knew that the president and the madam did not get along so well before, and the president used to not eat the food that the madam put on his plate. Why did everything change after the president woke up? Not only did he not push away the bowl and chopsticks, he even looked like he was enjoying it. He Xiang felt that things were not that simple. "I shouldn't stay too long. It would be best to finish my meal quickly and leave as soon as possible." Thinking of this, he started to chew faster. The rest of the team were quite smart and realized his intentions when they saw him eating quickly. They also promptly understood that, Although the madam and the president wanted them to stay for dinner, there might be some domestic problems here, so they should not stay too long. Everyone began to speed up, eating as quickly as possible and leaving just as fast to avoid getting caught in the fire. Yao Ziju suddenly spoke to He Xiang as he ate the food Ming Lai picked for him. Mr. He, my eyes are not good. My wife has been working very hard recently. Please get her a bowl of soup in my stead. Chapter 77. Could she be pregnant? He Xiang immediately got up and filled a bowl with some soup, then respectfully placed it in front of Ming Lai. Yao Ziju had smelled the soup when he came to the table just now. It should be hot and sour soup. But he remembered that Ming Lai used to hate eating sour food, so it seemed very strange that there was hot and sour soup today. He put down his chopsticks and waited to see Ming Lai's reaction, but she did not have any reaction. She only said thank you to He Xiang, then picked up the bowl and took 2 sips. Ming Lai even praised it. Old Zhang is really amazing. He can even make such good soup. You should all try it. Don't stand on ceremony. Yao Ziju immediately frowned. Although he had always felt that Ming Lai had changed, this change was a bit too great. Even her tastes had changed. If it was in the past, never mind tasting the soup, just having this dish present was enough to have Ming Lai flip the table and fly into a rage. Yao Ziju said to He Xiang again, Mr. He, what fruits are there on the table? He Xiang was extremely confused. Why would the president ask all these out of the blue? Even though he felt dubious, it was not right to question the president. The first thing a secretary had to know was to observe and execute the president's orders. As long as the president gave the order, he had to do it and never ask questions. He Xiang looked at the fruits on the table and immediately said, watermelon, plums, peaches. Before He Xiang could finish, Yao Ziju interrupted him. There would certainly be many fruits on the table, but there should not be any fruit here as sour as the plum. In the past, Ming Lai was very picky about her food. If a watermelon was not sweet, she would scold the housekeeper who bought the fruit. Yao Ziju decided to test her some more, so he casually said, my wife likes to eat sour things. Mr. He, get a plum for the madam. At this, Ming Lai also grew suspicious, but she did not say anything. She just took the plum from Mr. He and put it aside. Fruits should be eaten after meals, and at this moment, her meal was not done yet. Old Zhang's culinary skills were really superb, and every dish was delicious. Yao Ziju did not hear the sound of Ming Lai eating the fruit, so he said, why aren't you eating the plum? Ming Lai was quite exasperated, and could only take a bite of the plum. Although she knew that Yao Ziju was overbearing, she did not expect him to show it this much. He was even controlling what she ate. Is this the desire for control from a superior's perspective? Wouldn't everything I do from now on also be controlled? Swallowing the plum in her mouth, Ming Lai looked at Yao Ziju and said indifferently, it's not bad. It's just a little sour. Did you want me to help you try? Yao Ziju fell silent. Not only had Ming Lai's personality changed, but even her tastes had changed. This was too strange. Yao Ziju had tried to test Ming Lai, and the other subordinates were all growing confused. What is the president trying to say? The madam liked to eat sour things a lot. Could it be that she's pregnant? A few of them were very shocked. The president was usually very cold and aloof, so they really could not connect the president with the idea of fatherhood. The subordinates took another look at Yao Ziju. Thinking of his current physical condition, they could not help but give him a thumbs up in their hearts. He was already in such a state, but he was still so strong. No wonder he was the president. He was simply a role model for their generation. After dinner, Ming Lai saw the secretary and the others off. She felt very tired. She pushed Yao Ziju back to the master bedroom, and let Zhao Qing help him shower. Ming Lai also wanted to go back to her own room to shower. After a whole day, her body reeked of sweat. Before she left, she seemed to have thought of something, so she turned around and walked to Yao Ziju's side. She looked at him and said to Zhao Qing, you're in charge of only helping the master bathe. I'll deal with the skincare products later. Yao Ziju heard Ming Lai was about to leave again, and knew that she was going to go back to the other room. His mood had instantly darkened, but then lightened again when he heard Ming Lai's words. Zhao Qing also let out a breath of relief. He had felt the pressure around his master slowly drop, but then it suddenly got better. After Ming Luyi finished her bath, she dried her hair and packed her things, moving them back to the master bedroom. Yao Ziju had already finished his bath and was lying on the bed. Hearing the sound of Ming Luyi running back and forth, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Yao Ziju suppressed his joy and deliberately said to Ming Luyi in a very cold tone, moving back and forth so much, "You don't seem to mind the trouble. But you shouldn't have moved in the first place. It was unnecessary." Chapter 78, You Still Want to Do It Yourself? Ming Luyi did not get angry, she just took it as Yao Ziju's silent consent to give her half of the bed. She thought that after Yao Ziju woke up, she would be more comfortable sleeping alone, but it was not as comfortable as sleeping next to him. This time, she moved back and did not want to leave. Ming Luyi looked at Yao Ziju with a smile and said softly, "Thank you." Yao Ziju did not say anything else. He just lay there silently, waiting for Ming Luyi to apply the skincare products for him. When he was in a vegetative state and could not even speak, he had enjoyed the warm moments before bed. Of course, he had to experience it while conscious as well. Thinking of this, Yao Ziju could not help but smile, and his eyes softened. After Ming Luyi finished moving the last of her things, she came in and saw the warm light of the bedside lamp shining on Yao Ziju. He was lying there quietly with his eyes closed. Ming Luyi's eyes were filled with gentleness at this sight. Her heart also softened, and her steps became lighter. Yao Ziju felt Ming Luyi sit beside him and lean on him. He raised his head, but he heard Ming Luyi say, "Give me your hand." Ming Luyi thought that since he was already awake and could move, she should let Yao Ziju do his own skincare. After all, doing it for him was not good. After smearing the lotion on, he also had to pat it into his face. And this kind of action was somewhat tedious for him. Yao Ziju was silent for a moment. He had waited so long, and this was the result. After a moment of contemplation, he reached his hand out. Ming Luyi immediately poured the toner into his hands. Yao Ziju slapped his hands hard, and more than half of the toner splashed out. Then he rubbed his hands together, and the rest of the toner fell onto his lap. When he finally touched his face, there was barely anything left to apply. Ming Luyi watched Yao Ziju's actions and was stunned. Was this how Yao Ziju used to do his skincare? With such rough movements, how could he possibly take care of his own skin? Ming Luyi sighed helplessly and silently poured the toner onto her own hands. She rubbed her hands together a few times, and then gently patted Yao Ziju's face. Yao Ziju felt very satisfied, and took the opportunity to say, "Thank you. I don't really know how to use skincare products. I'll have to trouble you from now on." When Ming Luyi heard this, she did not doubt it, but a sense of pity welled up in her heart. Such a powerful president had been in a vegetative state for months, and now he can't even apply toner to his own face. And yet, he has to start cooking up plots and intrigues in the company as soon as he regained consciousness. It's just too hard and pitiful. Can't he take a few months to recuperate before starting work? Yao Ziju did not know that he had become a pitiful little boy. He felt Ming Luyi's soft and tender touches, her soft pats on his face, the fragrance of skincare products, and the refreshing smell of spring water. He was very satisfied, and it was not until Ming Luyi's hands left his body that he realized his toner-soaked clothes were a little uncomfortable. Yao Ziju frowned and reached out his hand to unbutton his pajamas. Ming Luyi saw his chest slowly being exposed, and her face immediately turned red. What does he want, taking off his clothes at this time? Is he trying to do something? Ming Luyi immediately pressed down on Yao Ziju's hand and nervously asked, What are you trying to do?" Yao Ziju did not understand. Of course, he had to change his clothes. How could he sleep in such wet clothes? And it was very uncomfortable. Did Ming Luyi not want him to change? But why was she so nervous? He did not know what Ming Luyi was thinking. Did she think he was doing something? Yao Ziju said, "I'm changing my clothes, of course. Can't you see that my clothes are all wet?" Hearing this, Ming Luyi suddenly realized that Yao Ziju needed to change his clothes. In his current state, it was not suitable for him to do anything. After all, Yao Ziju had just regained consciousness not long ago, and his body must be stiff and uncomfortable. Ming Luyi let out a sigh of relief, but she still could not let Yao Ziju take off his clothes like this. She snuck a glance at him and whispered, "Don't take them off yet, wait until I leave the room." Yao Ziju continued to unbutton his shirt. Why should he not take his pajamas off? Every time she cleaned his body, Ming Liuai would look at him from head to toe. So what was there to be shy about? He was only changing his clothes. It was not like he would do anything else. What was there to be nervous and shy about? Yao Ziju said coolly, "What are you afraid of? It's not like this is your first time seeing me undressed." Chapter 79, Abdominal Muscle Checkup. Although it was not the first time Ming Liuai saw Yao Ziju's body, at that time, he had not been conscious. Now that he had woken up, how could she still do this? It was a bit too roguish for her. Ming Liuai was also worried that she might not be able to resist the temptation and would do something bad. She immediately said, "Th, this is different. Wait a moment. I'll get you some clean clothes." With that, Ming Liuai quickly ran out of the room. When she came back, she saw that Yao Ziju had already taken off his clothes and put them aside. He had a soft look about him, and although his muscles had faded a little, there was still a kind of sexiness hidden under his skin. The man's most appealing part was revealed right then, and Ming Liuai could not control herself. Her hand slowly touched Yao Ziju's abdominal muscles, even though they were not as defined as they once were. Yao Ziju immediately tensed up when he felt Ming Liuai's hand on his abs. For the past 2 days, he had been doing some secret exercises under the conditions that his body allowed. Although his abs were not too defined, they were certainly not embarrassing to look at. Ming Liuai continued to examine Yao Ziju. She reached out her lecherous hand and ran them back and forth over his abs a few times. She could not help but swallow her saliva. If this continued, she could not be sure of what she would do. At this time, Yao Ziju's voice broke the spell. "Are you done molesting me?" Ming Liuai woke from her trance and quickly retracted her hand. She found that her fingers were very hot, and her face was somewhat red. Although she had seen it and even touched it many times, it had never felt as good as this time. Ming Liuai thought of her appearance just now and suddenly felt a little embarrassed, and stuttered, I'm just helping you check your abdominal muscles. They re not bad. Ha ha, ha." Yao Ziju raised an eyebrow at this. She probably wanted to eat him just now, right? If it was months before, Yao Ziju would not have let someone touch him like this, but he did not feel disgusted at all just now. He even felt good. Yao Ziju could sense Ming Liuai's mood and said, "Is that so? Then I'll have to trouble you to check on me once a day from now on. Would you like to check my pectoral muscles as well?" Ming Liuai's eyes instantly widened. Was such a wonderful thing allowed? By right, Yao Ziju should have rejected her, not allow her to sneak in an abs check. Now, he even wanted to get a pecs check as well. If she really did it, would it not be too much? Staring at Yao Ziju's chest, Ming Liuai unwittingly asked, "Can I really?" Yao Ziju immediately felt a bit regretful. For so many years, he had never let a woman ask him this question, let alone touch his abs. If this were to spread out, no one would believe it. They might even think that it was just Ming Liuai's imagination. In order to protect her innocence, Yao Ziju's face suddenly became serious. "Of course not. Now help me put on my clothes." Ming Liuai immediately felt a bit pitiful. If she had known, she would have touched him a little longer, including his chest muscles. Ming Liuai took the clothes and helped Yao Ziju put them on. Then she sat at the end of the bed and used the spiritual spring water to massage his lower legs. Yao Ziju still resisted, but when he thought about how Ming Liuai had cried out of frustration last time, he did not resist. After all this was done, Ming Liuai returned to Yao Ziju's side. Now it was time for the last thing before bed yoga. When Yao Ziju was in a vegetative state, it was fine to use a pillow or something to maintain the poses, but now that he was awake, she could not use the same methods. Ming Liuai thought for a moment and found a reasonable excuse. "Yao Ziju, you should do some yoga before bed to relax your body. It also helps with sleep. Would you like to do it with me?" After asking, Ming Liuai looked expectantly at Yao Ziju. She did not know if Yao Ziju would agree or not. If he did not, what would she do? Yao Ziju listened to Ming Liuai's lame excuse and wanted to laugh. What kind of yoga could he do in his current state? But he still wanted Ming Lairii to take care of him, so he lightly said, "All right, let's do it together." Ming Lairii did not think that Yao Ziju would actually agree, so she did not even need to use her prepared excuse. But this was good. If she said too much and Yao Ziju got angry, that would not be good. But Yao Ziju agreed so quickly. Was he serious? Ming Lairii looked at Yao Ziju in disbelief, and asked, "Why are you really agreeing to it?" Chapter 80. I'll help you do the pose. Ming Lairii knew that on the surface, it was called two-person yoga, but in fact, Yao Ziju's arm was used to support her forehead every time. There was no two-person yoga at all, but Yu Lingling had sent her a lot of references for the positions, so Ming Lairii felt that she could really try this yoga. There was one position that was not very difficult, so Ming Lairii said with a smile, "I'll help you do the pose." With that, Ming Lairii rolled up one of Yao Ziju's legs and faced him. Her left hand pulled Yao Ziju's right hand, and her right hand pulled his left hand. Then, she made a strange rotating movement with their hands. Yao Ziju did not pay attention to the posture, he was just a little nervous. Ming Lairii was actually holding his hand. Yao Ziju could not help but hold onto her hand, and as expected, it felt very comfortable. Ming Lairii did not even realize that she was being taken advantage of, thinking that Yao Ziju did not know how to do these things. She pulled her hand out and interlocked their fingers, making it easier for her to use more force. "Now we slowly twist the spine. We have to support each other." Ming Lairi's voice was calm and free from any underlying intentions, but Yao Ziju's heart raced. He thought he was a man with very strong self-control. Back when he had to socialize for business, he went to a lot of hostess bars, and would always able to resist all kinds of temptations. But at this moment, Ming Lairi's seduction was fatal. Yao Ziju could hardly control himself. He bit his lips and his breathing became heavy. Feeling the changes in his body, he suddenly let go and lay down. Ming Lairii immediately lost her balance and fell to the ground. Ming Lairii got up and righted herself. She looked at Yao Ziju's expression. It did not look too good. Yao Ziju's moods had always been unpredictable, just like in the original story. Ming Lairii did not dare to provoke Yao Ziju, so she could only lie down quietly on the side of the bed so that she could be further away from him. She closed her eyes and started to get drowsy. Just as she was about to fall asleep, her body unconsciously leaned towards Yao Ziju. Yao Ziju was desperately trying to suppress the desire in his body, but Ming Lairii, who was in his arms, did not seem to be aware of the danger, and continued to sleep soundly. This night was destined to be a difficult one for Yao Ziju. In the morning, when Ming Lairii woke up, she found herself in Yao Ziju's arms. Although she usually woke up like this, today was different. Yao Ziju was just like an emotionless pillow, letting Ming Lairii hug him. Ming Lairii noticed that something was wrong, so she peeked at him, wanting to roll back to her side of the bed, but before she could do anything, she heard Yao Ziju say, "You're awake." Ming Lairii then awkwardly stretched her back, as if she had just woken up. Yao Ziju turned to her and smiled, "Since you're awake, get up. We talked about this. It's time for another one." When Ming Lairii heard this, her face was filled with helplessness. Has this really become a drama? What is Yao Ziju going to do? Everything he does is unpredictable. Before Ming Lairii could say anything, she heard Yao Ziju say, "Do you really like old Zhang?" Ming Lairii frowned. Why did he suddenly ask this? What did Yao Ziju want to do to Zhang Quan? But the chef did not do anything wrong, so why did Yao Ziju ask about him? Ming Lairii said softly to Yao Ziju, "Old Zhang is a good person. What are you planning?" Yao Ziju noticed Ming Lairi's anxiousness and knew that she had misunderstood him. Yao Ziju had always been a person who did not like to explain himself, but this time he wanted to explain it to her. So he said, "What? You think I only know how to give punishments? Can't I reward someone?" Ming Lairii heard this and knew that she had misunderstood Yao Ziju. It was not a good thing to make the big boss angry so early in the morning, and this time, she was in the wrong. Ming Lairii immediately smiled and quickly said, "No, it's my bad. Mr. Yao is a person who rewards and punishes with good reasons." Yao Ziju was very pleased with Ming Lairi's fawning words, but he did not show it. He only gave a soft hum. When the two went downstairs, Xiao Fan had already put breakfast on the table. Yao Ziju took a few bites and said, "Call old Zhang over." Chapter 81, Give him. Xiao Fan suddenly felt a little nervous. The master had always been expressionless. Just by looking at his face, it was impossible to guess why he was looking for old Zhang. Could it be that the congee this morning is not to his liking? Xiao Fan really could not guess, so she could only look at the madam. Seeing that the madam's expression was normal as she ate, Xiao Fan felt slightly relieved. As long as the madam was acting normal, it meant that the matter was not serious. Xiao Fan turned around and walked to the kitchen. "Old Zhang, come here for a moment. The master is asking for you." Lao Zhang was very calm. He was very confident in his culinary skills. There was nothing he could not cook. He put down the things in his hands and followed Xiao Fan from the kitchen to the table. "Master, you asked for me." Yao Ziju put down his spoon and looked at Zhang Quan. He really did look like an honest man. It seemed that Zhang Quan had helped Ming Liui a lot in the past few weeks. Yao Ziju said to him, "The madam told me that while I was comatose, you had been taking care of us. Now that I'm awake, I want to express my gratitude to you." Old Zhang was flattered. Although he had helped the madam and master before, he was just a chef. How could he deserve the master's gratitude? Old Zhang calmed down and quickly said, "You're welcome, master. I was only doing what anyone should." Yao Ziju nodded. Very good. He's not arrogant, but humble. His culinary skills are also good. No wonder Ming Liui would praise old Zhang. He should be rewarded. Yao Ziju said to old Zhang, "You're welcome. If you have any difficulties or wishes, you can tell me. As long as I can grant it, it won't be a problem." Old Zhang thought about it and decided to decline. After all, the master was already giving him a good salary and a bonus. Just as he was about to decline, Ming Liui put down the spoon in her hand and looked up at old Zhang, smiling. "Old Zhang, I already said that you will be blessed. Now that the good fortune is here, what are you waiting for?" Hearing Ming Liui's words, old Zhang's face showed an awkward expression. For a moment, he did not know whether he should bring it up or not, and he did not know if it would be too much to ask for. He could only look at Ming Liui who sat beside Yao Ziju. Ming Liui nodded to old Zhang, indicating for him to speak. Seeing this, old Zhang was relieved. Since the madam had given her cue, there must be no problem. After thinking for a while, old Zhang said, "Master, my son just graduated, and his job isn't very stable. Can you give him a job instead? I would be indebted to you." Ming Liui heard old Zhang's words and could not believe it. Yao Ziju rarely rewarded anyone, let alone old Zhang, and this was all he wanted. Yao Ziju did not expect Zhang to make such a simple request, so he said slowly, "All right, I'll ask my secretary to arrange a job for your son today. We will also give him a house in one of the Yao family's properties to facilitate his commute to work." When old Zhang heard this, he was very surprised. It was already wonderful enough to get a job for his son, but the master even wanted to grant him a house. This was really too much. Old Zhang was a little scared and immediately shook his head. "Master, that would be too much. It's already good enough to have a job. A house is too expensive." Ming Liui also gave Yao Ziju a big thumbs up in her heart. As expected of the Yao Corporation's president, he was so generous in doing things. He just gave away a house, which was something that many people dreamed of. Ming Liui took the opportunity to say, "What about Xiao Fan? She was bullied by that Xiao Lan." When Xiao Fan heard Ming Liui's words, she immediately looked at Yao Ziju with a warm gaze. She did not know what he would reward her with. Yao Ziju frowned and thought for a moment, then raised his head and said mildly, "I'll give you a house as well. You'll be neighbors from now on." When Xiao Fan heard this, she almost jumped up in excitement. When she heard about the reward for old Zhang, Xiao Fan was very envious. She did not expect the madam to want a reward for her as well. Happiness always came so suddenly. Xiao Fan chirped, "Thank you, master." Ming Liui did not plan to let it end like this. Zhang Quan and Xiao Fan already had their rewards, so of course she could not forget Zhao Qing. During that period, Zhao Qing had helped her and Yao Ziju a lot. Ming Liui continued, "What about Zhao Qing's reward? Zhao Qing has been taking care of you with all his heart and soul. He's still helping you bathe every day." Chapter 82. Give a house to whomever you like. Yao Ziju heard Ming Liui's words and immediately frowned. If she continued to speak like this, it might not end. You know everything that happened during that difficult period. You can give a house to whomever you like. Just make sure to tell Mr. He promptly. He'll handle the arrangements. When Ming Liui heard this, she praised Yao Ziju even more in her heart. As expected of the president of an empire, this generosity was something ordinary people did not have. Giving away 1 or 2 houses was nothing. Ming Liui could even give a house to whomever she liked. Ming Liui said happily, "That's great." The villa was suddenly filled with a sea of changes. All the servants felt that they had followed the right person and were convinced by Yao Ziju's generosity. Of course, there was also the madam's kindness to them. If it were not for the madam, they might not have received such a reward. Xiao Fan asked in a low voice, "Madam, it has been hard on you, too, taking care of the master. What did he reward you with? Please share the news with us." Ming Liui immediately felt very embarrassed. "Xiao Fan, why must you bring up such a difficult topic? Yao Ziju not destroying me is already him showing kindness. After all, Yao Ziju's vegetative state was caused by original Ming Liui. Why should she get a reward?" When Yao Ziju heard Xiao Fan's question, he was a little embarrassed. He had been so focused on rewarding others that he had almost forgotten about his wife. But she could get whatever she wanted as long as she was beside him. Yao Ziju coldly said, "My inheritance is also her inheritance." Ming Liui was silent. This guy still holds a grudge. However, those were just worldly possessions, which Ming Liui did not care much for. After all, original Ming Liui had left behind a lot of money, enough for her to live lavishly. Ming Liui heard her phone ring and quickly took it out. She did not know who would be sending her a message so early. She unlocked her phone and saw that it was a WeChat message from Yulingling. "Liui, the foundation has organized another donation drive. It'll run for 1 month. Let's work hard together. Ming Liui saw the message and smiled. The money left by original Ming Liui would be enough for her to spend, even if she donated some to the foundation. Even with the interest, Ming Liui would be able to live a well-off life. She immediately typed, "Lingling, how much is the donation goal? I'll chip in. Yulingling saw Ming Liui's message and immediately frowned. Although she knew that Ming Liui was rich, she could not always rely on her like this. This time, Yulingling had to work hard no matter what, and should not take advantage of Ming Liui. Yulingling quickly replied, "Liui, I know you don't lack money, but I can't always let you take out your money like this. It's best if we can find some companies to support us and raise funds this way. Ming Liui saw the word companies and instantly thought of Yao Ziju who was beside her. Her calm eyes were instantly replaced by money. Such a big CEO, she could not just let the opportunity slip away. Ming Liui immediately said, "I also want a reward. Will money do? I want the money now." Yao Ziju was silent. She was so calm just now. Why was she suddenly asking for money? Could it be that she was hiding something from him? Money was a small matter, and Yao Ziju did not lack funds, so he coolly said, "I can give you the money, but you need to exchange it with something." When Ming Liui heard this, she was stunned for a moment. Exchange with something? Ming Liui did not have anything to exchange for money, and Yao Ziju should know about whatever little possessions she had. She asked Yao Ziju what he wanted first. "What do you want in exchange?" Yao Ziju had already thought about it, but he swallowed his words. He would talk about it later. Ming Liui could not run anyway, so he decided to see how much she needed first. "How much do you want? I can give you the money first." When Ming Liui heard this, she smiled. In her eyes, Yao Ziju just wanted to help her. As for what it was, he would tell her when she asked. If she had something, she would just give it to him. Ming Liui said, "We have a charity foundation for people in vegetative states. We're currently trying to raise funds. The amount is 1 million. I hope there will be a company that will sponsor us. This money will be used to help those with vegetative family members who are facing difficult times. This would help them improve their lives as well. As you know, taking care of a person who is in a coma consumes a lot of energy and money. Some families are in very poor living conditions just trying to take care of a family member who's in a coma." Chapter 83, Charity Budget. Yao Ziju did not expect Ming Liui to be doing something so meaningful. Every year, many families of vegetative patients would receive financial aid because these families lived impoverished lives. Besides, the Yao Corporation would allocate a large amount of money every year for charity, so there was no problem at all. The Yao Corporation donates a generous sum of money every year, so this amount is not a problem. With that, Yao Ziju decided to give He Xiang a call. Even though the company made a donation every year, he still needed to check how much funding was left. If there was not much left, then he would pay out of his own pocket to make up for it for Ming Liui's sake. Besides, this was also a good opportunity to promote the company, so it was a sure win. Yao Ziju picked up the phone and called He Xiang with the voice assistant. As soon as the call connected, he heard He Xiang's voice. "President Yao, do you have any orders?" Yao Ziju did not waste any time and promptly asked how much of the company's charity fund was left that day. If it was enough, he would ask He Xiang to transfer it all to Ming Liui so that she could contribute to the charity. He Xiang was silent for a moment when he heard Yao Ziju's words. Then, he picked up the report that was sent to him that morning, frowned, and quickly said, "Just the day before, the vice president reported the remaining budget. There is no more funding left." Yao Ziju immediately frowned. What was Yao Ziyang planning to do with such a large budget? What kind of charity project would require so much money? However, that was not important. What was important now was to get the money Ming Liui needed. Yao Ziju's face was cold, and he coolly said, "What kind of charity project is Yao Ziyang doing? Tell him to set aside 3 million. Hearing Yao Ziju's words, He Xiang fell silent. The vice president had already made the declaration in advance, and the company should be ready to transfer the funds by now. If he suddenly cut off the funds, the vice president might become very unhappy, but no matter what, Yao Ziju was the leader of Yao Corporation. After waiting for a long time, Yao Ziju said impatiently, "Is there a problem?" Hearing Yao Ziju's dissatisfaction, He Xiang immediately came back to his senses. Yao Ziyang was the vice president. If there was any problem, he could go to the president directly himself. The president would give the vice president his reasons. He Xiang was only a secretary. He Xiang took the phone and said respectfully, "No sir. I will carry out your instructions right away." Ming Liui listened as Yao Ziju settled the matter, and he had even allocated 3 million for her. She immediately gave him a thumbs up. He was indeed the president, to be so generous in charity. This could save more families of vegetative patients and give more people hope to live. After Yao Ziju hung up the phone, Ming Liui immediately said with admiration, "You're so cool, President Yao." Yao Ziju just nodded without showing any pride. The villa was filled with laughter and cheering. Over at Yao Ziyang's side, however, he was in a pinch. Yao Ziju had never asked about the charity fund before, and Yao Ziyang had been in charge of it all by himself. But now, the massive 10 million yuan had all been approved to go to a foundation that was under Yao Ziyang's name. Yao Ziyang could benefit from every bit of that money. He thought he was going to be promoted this year, so he did not set any plans for the charity budget. In the past, he would buy about 10 million yuan worth of materials. With some slight manipulation of the prices, the actual cost was only about 3 million. The rest of the money would go into Yao Ziyang's personal funds. Yao Ziyang used the money for personal relationships and other personal spending. This time, Yao Ziyang used the money to order a yacht for Cai Rixi. The yacht alone cost 7 million yuan, and the remaining money was just enough to pay the Yao Corporation's factory. This money was needed to cover both sides, but Yao Ziju suddenly asked for 3 million, so Yao Ziyang had no choice but to take out 3 million from his own personal funds. In the past, 3 million was nothing, but now it was different. Yao Ziyang had just declared war against Yao Ziju, and they were going to be pitting against each other in direct confrontation. Every penny was necessary at any critical point during the confrontation. However, with just a few words from Yao Ziju, Yao Ziyang had lost so much money. He had had enough of this kind of life. The most important thing now was to get the support of the Cai family. As for the other matters, they could wait for a while. Yao Ziyang looked at the time impatiently, but he had no choice but to call Cai Rixi and ask if she wanted to spend the night with him. Chapter 84, Making Money. Ming Lairii sat on the sofa. Charity work was a long-term commitment. If she was perfectly able-bodied and could earn her own money, she could not just rely on the savings left by the original Ming Lairii. Ming Lairii knew that it was only a matter of time before she ran out of money if she remained idle. If she wanted to earn money, she could not just rely on this one project. She had to have other money-making projects. These days, Ming Lairii found that Yao Ziju ate very fast. Even so, his table manners remained impeccable, his teeth neat and white, and his chin perfectly sculpted. With such outstanding features, he should consider starting a mukbang channel. These days, while Yao Ziju remained unaware, Ming Lairii would secretly take videos of him eating. Before, Ming Lairii would chat with Yao Ziju every time they ate, telling him what was good and what was not. Yao Ziju even thought that Ming Lairii was being annoying. But now, in order to make a good video and record the chewing sounds, Ming Lairii became very quiet when she ate. She did not even let the housekeepers get close to them to avoid affecting the video. Yao Ziju noticed that Ming Lairii had quieted down, and thought that he would be able to enjoy his good meal. However, in just one meal session, he was already feeling a little uncomfortable. He missed the Ming Lairii who was always chatting beside him, as that was the only way he could feel some liveliness. Yao Ziju had also asked her a few times why she suddenly stopped talking, but she would always reply in a coquettish manner. One should not converse when eating or sleeping. Yao Ziju could not see his surroundings, so his sense of hearing was magnified instead. While he had been annoyed by Ming Lairii's chattiness before, when he was suddenly unable to hear her voice, he became a little anxious. When he was eating, he would eat quickly and was not even choosy about his food, unlike before. He just wanted to finish quickly so that he could hear Ming Lairii's noisy chatter again. Ming Lairii used the username Clearly Eating to register an account. After uploading the first video, it immediately became a popular search result and occupied the top spot in the mukbang section. The man in the video had a perfect chin. The plate in front of him was filled with all kinds of delicious food, and it looked very appetizing. The man's utensil holding etiquette was also perfect. While his actions were very ordinary, and food would fall occasionally from the rather expensive-looking spoon, the man remained unfazed. He was clearly swallowing quickly, and even with large bites, yet he emitted a refined and chaste aura, and even exuded elegance. The scrolling comments on the screen ended up almost blocking the whole video. What godlike streamer is this? How could he look so cute, and yet so wild at the same time? When I saw the food falling off his spoon, I felt like catching them from the side. Where is this vlogger right now? I'll come feed you. Even without saying anything, he makes the food look so appetizing. He's like a perfect, large dog, so well behaved while eating, and so handsome, too. Ming Lairii looked at the comments on the screen and laughed out loud. A dog? If Yao Ziju knew that someone dared to describe him like that, he would probably strangle that person to death. Ming Lairii became bolder, and sometimes, she would even touch Yao Ziju's hair like she was touching a dog. Yao Ziju would brush her hand aside with displeasure each time. Do you not want your hand in more? This time, he said the same thing, but Ming Lairii was not afraid at all. After being with Yao Ziju for so long, she could feel that Yao Ziju would never hurt her. Furthermore, Yao Ziju's hair was really nice, and it felt really nice to touch. Ming Lairii looked at Yao Ziju with a smile and happily said, "I'm sorry, but your hair is messy, let me tidy it up for you." After Ming Lairii said that, she continued to look at her phone. The scrolling comments were densely packed on the screen. After all, such a food vlog was a rare sight, and the vlogger was so good-looking too. Ming Lairii saw the increasing views, and her heart was blooming with joy. If she had known that it would earn so much money, she would have made a video earlier. However, at that moment, she saw a particularly exclusive comment. "This food vlogger's hands are gorgeous, they're kind of erotic." Ming Lairii was a little confused. What was so erotic about this? How sexy could hands be? However, Yao Ziju's hands were really beautiful. Ming Lairii looked at his hands. Her mind was suddenly filled with the words her teacher once told her. There was no end to learning. If one did not understand something, just ask. Ming Lairii patted Yao Ziju and asked in confusion, "Yao Ziju, They all said that your hands are erotic. What does that mean? Chapter 85. I'll let you know from now on. Yao Ziju heard Ming Liui's question and was a little confused. Isn't it just Ming Liui and I here? Did someone come in? Why are there no movements at all? Yao Ziju was very confident in his hearing. As long as someone came in, he would definitely be able to hear them. Yao Ziju asked Ming Liui with a confused expression. They? Who's they? Did someone come in? Ming Liui promptly realized what she had done. She had let the cat out of the bag, but she could not tell Yao Ziju about this. After all, she had not gotten his permission, and these videos had been secretly taken. If Yao Ziju knew about this, he would be very angry, and Ming Liui would be in big trouble. She thought about it for a while and stammered. No, it's because I saw a blogger who had especially nice hands. The netizens all said that they are very erotic. Yao Ziju could not help but swallow his saliva when he heard this. Even though it seemed like he was a little abstinent before, he was still a human after all. Who did not watch M-rated movies when they were younger? Of course, Yao Ziju knew what these netizens were talking about. He said in a hoarse voice, I'll let you know in the future. Over the next few days, Miao Ruoming visited again. Because Yao Ziju had regained his consciousness, Yao Gui was sure that Miao Ruoming could cure Yao Ziju's eyes and legs, so he sent people to invite him over many times. Miao Ruoming was actually not sure in his heart. Even when Yao Ziju woke up this time, Miao Ruoming thought that it was not his doing, but he could not resist Yao Gui's continuous invitations. Moreover, Miao Ruoming did not want to offend the Yao's corporation over such a small matter, so he could only change his schedule and come over once a week to perform acupuncture on Yao Ziju. As usual, Ming Liui was afraid of disturbing Miao Ruoming, so she waited outside. Yao Ziju only asked his question after he heard that there was no one else in the room. Dr. Miao, I did not feel much during the acupuncture, but every time Ming my wife gives me a massage, there's always a really cold feeling. Dr. Miao, do you know the reason for this? Miao Ruoming heard Yao Ziju's words and thought that it might be his imagination. After all, there were always some inexplicable feelings between husband and wife, which was very normal. It was just like how some people in a vegetative state could not wake up no matter what they did, but they could be woken up by the call of their lover. Miao Ruoming still patiently explained to Yao Ziju by starting with a question. Did the madam use something special? Yao Ziju thought back carefully. In the days after he woke up, Ming Liui had not used anything else to massage him. Everything was normal. If she had used something or if there was a smell, Yao Ziju would have definitely remembered it. But why could he always feel her touch? Yao Ziju thought for a moment, then shook his head and said faintly, there was no smell at all, only a moist touch every time. Wait a minute. Dr. Miao, can you help me have a look at what the madam is using? After Miao Ruoming's acupuncture, Ming Liui came in with fruits and snacks. It was always like this, even when Yao Ziju was in a vegetative state at the time. Miao Ruoming saw that Ming Liui only brought in normal treats this time, and a touch of disappointment flashed in his eyes. There was no fruit puree. Miao Ruoming said regretfully, there isn't any more of your secret recipe fruit puree, madam. When Ming Liui heard this, she smiled. This Dr. Miao really knew his stuff. He knew that the fruit puree was good. Back then, she made the fruit puree because Yao Ziju could not eat, so she used the spiritual spring water to make it. Now that Yao Ziju was awake, Ming Liui did not have to work so hard. Ming Liui looked at Miao Ruoming. Now that the master has woken up, he does not need to eat light meals like fruit puree anymore, so I didn't make it. When Yao Ziju heard that it was made by his wife, he was instantly unhappy. She already said that it was her secret recipe, so of course it was for Yao Ziju. This Miao Ruoming still wanted some. What was he thinking? Yao Ziju snorted with dissatisfaction. Miao Ruoming immediately composed himself and coughed a few times awkwardly. He thought of Yao Ziju's words and quickly asked, Madam, just now, Mr. Yao told me that every time you massage him, he always feels a little moistness. Can you show me what kind of concoction you used? As you know, Mr. Yao has just regained consciousness, the doctor said. Some medicines can't be used indiscriminately. It may cause other symptoms. Chapter 86. Have I been discovered? Ming Liui fell silent. Has the spiritual spring water been discovered? I definitely can't say it out loud. If anyone finds out, I'll be taken to a medical school for dissection and research. This matter is too magical, and no one will believe it even if I say it out loud. Ming Liui composed herself and said to Miao Ruoming seriously, "It's not medicine. I just asked for some spring water from the mountains." Miao Ruoming heard this and became even more interested. According to Yao Ziju, there must be something special about this spring water, or maybe there was something in it. This was a relatively huge discovery, and if studied well, there might be some major medical breakthroughs. Miao Ruoming said to her, "Mr. Yao said that this spring water has some effect. Can you tell me where the spring water is?" When Ming Liui heard this, she felt a little guilty, but on second thought, there was spring water everywhere. She took the remaining spiritual spring water from the bedside and handed it to Miao Ruoming. It was not wrong to say that it was spring water, but this spring water did not come from the mountain, and there should be no way to tell the difference at a glance. Ming Liui said, "This is it. Plenty of mountains should have it." Miao Ruoming took a closer look. It was just ordinary water, there was nothing different about it. With this, Miao Ruoming was even more certain that the feeling was Yao Ziju's imagination. If this kind of water was useful, then all vegetative patients would have recovered by this point. Miao Ruoming smiled and said to the two with envy, "I think it's because the two of you have a deep connection. That's why Mr. Yao felt a little different when you massaged him. That's a good thing. Madam, please continue to treat Mr. Yao." This was not the first time Ming Liui heard someone say that her relationship with Yao Ziju was good. Thinking about how they slept together every day, Ming Liui's face immediately turned red. She did not deny it, but she felt a bit wronged. To think that Yao Ziju would hug her in his arms, and yet he was still guarded against her. He clearly had questions he wanted to ask, but he did not say them. After Miao Ruoming left, Ming Liui was like an angry pufferfish and rushed back into the room. Yao Ziju could have asked her directly, but now he had to ask through Miao Ruoming. He did not trust her at all. Ming Liui shouted at him, feeling greatly wronged, "Yao Ziju, do you think I'm trying to harm you? Fine, since you don't trust me, I have no reason to stay here. You're only shooting yourself in the foot." Originally, Ming Liui thought that one day, she would personally tell Yao Ziju about her origin, the matter of the spiritual spring, everything. But it seemed that Yao Ziju would always be on guard, completely treating her like she was original Ming Liui. Perhaps in Yao Ziju's heart, she was a vicious woman. What mutually beneficial friendship? All of this was fake. Ming Liui thought of this and became even angrier. She clenched her fists, her whole body began to tremble, and her brain could not think anymore. All that was left was grievance and anger. She had clearly taken care of Yao Ziju with all her heart, but this was the result. Ming Liui said unthinkingly, "You think I want to take care of you? You're so suspicious that you can't even distinguish between genuine and false feelings. You deserve to have a falling out with your brother. A person like you doesn't deserve to be treated well by others." Then, Ming Liui bit her lip, realizing that she had gone too far. But she was so angry that she did not want to apologize or admit her mistake. The temperature in the room seemed to have dropped to freezing point. Yao Ziju's face did not show any emotion, but his voice was a little hoarse. "Are you done? It's my turn now, right?" At this moment, Ming Liui was like a little rabbit in danger, wanting to immediately escape from this place. This place was really too dangerous. But just as she was about to run, she got too nervous and could not remain steady on her feet, and thought everything was spinning. Yao Ziju thought Ming Liui wanted to escape and pulled her into his arms. Ming Liui fell on Yao Ziju's body. He had just been through acupuncture, so Yao Ziju's body was still warm. Ming Liui tried to struggle away, but found that she could not. Yao Ziju held her tightly. He did not expect Ming Liui to be so angry, so he said with a smile, "What? After throwing your tantrum, you still think you can run?" Chapter 87, Kiss. Ming Liui was extremely terrified, and even thought that Yao Ziju would get angry and kick her out the door. However, Yao Ziju was frighteningly quiet. To Ming Liui, this was the calm before the storm. Yao Ziju reached out and lifted Ming Liui's chin, forcing her to raise her head. She struggled with all her might. Although Yao Ziju could not move and could not see, a man's strength was still far greater than a woman's. No matter how Ming Lairii struggled, she could not break free from Yao Ziju's control. Seeing Yao Ziju getting closer and closer, Ming Lairii became incredibly nervous and could only close her eyes. Yao Ziju could feel her fear and smiled. Nervous and could only close her eyes. Yao Ziju could feel her fear and smiled. Is that all? When Ming Lairii heard this, she opened her eyes and looked at Yao Ziju. However, she saw Yao Ziju's lips getting closer and closer, as if he was afraid that he could not find the right place. Yao Ziju's movements were very slow. Although he could not see, his movements were not awkward. Instead, he looked more like a predator slowly playing with his prey. Ming Lairii was so nervous that she almost forgot to breathe. In the end, Yao Ziju still managed to kiss Ming Lairi's lips, and only then did he begin his true plunder. Yao Ziju kissed Ming Lairii without restraint. Her lips were soft and full, making it impossible for him to stop with just a light taste. He just wanted to keep kissing her, and Ming Lairi's heart was racing from the intense stimulation. She felt as if she was suddenly in a vacuum, unable to breathe. She was on the verge of passing out from the lack of oxygen. At this moment, Yao Ziju also realized that Ming Lairii was not breathing. He was amused. This girl doesn't even know how to kiss. Yao Ziju moved away from her face a little and said softly, "Breathe." Only then did Ming Lairii react. She took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Yao Ziju rubbed his nose against Ming Lairi's, causing her to once again become nervous. Her eyelashes trembled, and the slight itch from her lashes made Yao Ziju feel a little uncomfortable. He hugged Ming Lairii and said calmly, "Are you ready this time? Don't move, and close your eyes." Ming Lairi's hands naturally wrapped around Yao Ziju's neck. Yao Ziju did not wait any longer and kissed her lips. This time, it was even more intense than the last time. Yao Ziju's tongue pried open Ming Lairi's mouth. He was like a general trying to occupy and plunder the city of Ming Lairi's mouth. An indescribable restlessness surged in Ming Lairi's body. The spiritual spring seemed to have a new life and kept flowing out. Ming Lairii slowly felt the beauty of the kiss. Her face blushed and she murmured. This soft and charming voice made Yao Ziju stop. At this moment, Yao Ziju's reason collapsed and his hand on Ming Lairi's waist tightened. Ming Lairi's legs went soft from the kiss. The secretion of dopamine made her feel an indescribable joy and comfort. After an unknown amount of time, Yao Ziju finally stopped and released his hand. He gently patted Ming Lairi's back as if he was coaxing a baby. After a long silence, Yao Ziju's voice was low and soft. "I'm sorry," he said. Ming Lairii heard these words and was instantly stunned. She looked up and stared at Yao Ziju. What was he sorry for? Could it be that Yao Ziju wanted to deny the kiss? Perhaps it was because she was wronged, or perhaps it was because the kiss just now was too intense. Ming Lairii could feel her eyes brim with tears, and they flowed out uncontrollably. Tears fell on Yao Ziju's body. He felt the tears like hot oil falling on his heart. Yao Ziju was very upset. This was the second time he had made Ming Lairii cry since he woke up. There were many things that needed to be explained, but Yao Ziju, who was always usually decisive, did not know where to start. He reached out and held Ming Lairi's face, then gently kissed her eyes and said, "Don't cry, okay?" Yao Ziju's tone slowly became more and more coaxing, and there was even a hint of nervousness that he himself did not notice. He had to explain this matter clearly to Ming Lairii to prevent further misunderstanding, or else his wife might run away once she left the room. Yao Ziju thought for a moment, then said softly to Ming Lairii, "I'm not suspicious of you. It's just that I discovered something very strange, so I want to confirm it with the doctor. I'm also scared that it's just my imagination, and in the end, it was just an illusory happiness." Chapter 88. Start over from the beginning. When Ming Lairii heard Yao Ziju say this, she was a little confused. What kind of feeling was this? Could it be that there was a problem with the spiritual spring? Impossible. Not only is he using it every day, but I'm using it as well. How could there be a problem? Ming Lairi's voice held a trace of doubt in it. "What do you feel?" Yao Ziju affectionately stroked Ming Lairi's hair. He had already accepted his fate, so what if it was Ming Lairii? During this time, his wife had spared no effort to take care of him, and was even able to notice all his discomfort in time. Just like a goddess, she had brought him warmth and sunshine. Ming Liui was so open and honest, there was no reason for Yao Ziju not to love his wife. After he regained consciousness, he gave everyone a reward except his wife. Yao Ziju had been struggling with what to do, but after today's events, he finally understood what his heart wanted. He stroked Ming Liui's hair and said nervously, "Dear, can we start over, from the beginning?" Ming Liui did not know what Yao Ziju was thinking. Just now, he was saying that he was happy from something that illusory, and now he was saying that he wanted to start over with her. But all of this was not important. Yao Ziju had called her his dear, and it was the first time since he woke up that he had called her that so gently and straightforwardly. In the past, he had always called her Ming Liui, as if he was calling not only her, but original Ming Liui as well. Only when there were guests in the house and in front of outsiders would Yao Ziju call her his wife, and it was without any emotion, as if it was just an indifferent title. But today, Ming Liui knew that it was different. Yao Ziju was calling her dear, and it was only her. Ming Liui's face suddenly reddened, and the tears in her eyes fell again. Yao Ziju felt Ming Liui's tears again and panicked. Did he say something wrong again? Or was Ming Liui unwilling to be with him? Although he was the CEO of the Yao Corporation, he was still a useless person who could only sit in a wheelchair and could not see anything. A normal person might not even be willing to stay with him. Before Yao Ziju could ponder further, he heard Ming Liui say, "Then, let's start over." After that, Yao Ziju felt his wife lie on his chest and wrapped her hands around his waist. He could feel that this was a true hug, and he hugged her back tightly, wanting to never be separated from her. With a smile on his face, he said, "Perhaps you won't believe it, but when I was still a vegetable, every time you touched me, I could receive stimuli from the outside world. Whether you were feeding me, or giving me a massage." There were also some whispers. Although I didn't catch everything, I knew all their voices. I also knew that you asked my father to get Miao Ruoming to perform acupuncture on me. What's amazing is that I didn't feel much when Miao Ruoming performed acupuncture and massaged me. Only you seem to be able to awaken my consciousness. I've also heard you say more than once that my eyes and legs will recover. I don't know if you were trying to comfort me or if you really think so, but every time you touch me, I feel like there's hope. With that, Yao Ziju hugged Ming Liui even more tightly, as if he was afraid that if he let go, Ming Liui would disappear. Only by holding her like this could Yao Ziju be at ease and believe that this was not a dream. Yao Ziju held Ming Liui with a smile on his face and said in a raspy voice, "My dear, did you know? It's not despair that is the scariest, it's hope." When Ming Liui heard this, she was shocked. She did not expect Yao Ziju to have heard everything. According to his description, Ming Liui guessed that all of this was because of the spiritual spring water. Otherwise, it would not have been so magical. Ming Liui raised her head and looked at Yao Ziju. She seemed to be joking, but she also said seriously, "Yao Ziju, I'm a goddess that came for you." Yao Ziju chuckled upon hearing this. Is there really a goddess in this world? If there is, it should be my wife. If she was not his goddess, how was he able to perceive feeling during that period of time? And how was he able to regain consciousness so quickly? His wife also said that his legs and eyes would recover in the future, so Yao Ziju said with a smile, "That's right, you're a goddess." Chapter 89, Pursue Me Earnestly. Hearing Yao Ziju's words, Ming Liui raised her head and looked at him seriously. This was like a dream, but it was so real. Since she had claimed to be a goddess, then she should not make it so easy to court one. Ming Liui's face was slightly red as she whispered to Yao Ziju with a smile, "Mr. Yao, you have to earnestly pursue me. It's not easy to win over a goddess." Yao Ziju looked at Ming Liui's cute appearance, and his heart trembling. Ming Liui really was different, but was that still important? The most important thing was that the two of them should be together, facing the future together. As long as Ming Liui was by his side, Yao Ziju would definitely get better and better. He lightly kissed Ming Liui and said, "Of course. Whatever other people's wives have, you shall have. What other wives don't have, you will still have." As soon as Yao Ziju finished speaking, Ming Liui's phone rang with a message tone. She retrieved her phone from the bed. She did not know who it was, but they sent their text at a great time. When Ming Lairii saw the message, her expression turned sour. It was Yuhan. Lairii, there's something you need to do. Return quickly. Yao Ziju could clearly feel that something was wrong with Ming Lairii, as if she was opposed to something. What news did she receive that would make her behave like this? It was reasonable to say that after Ming Lairii became his wife, no one would dare to provoke her, and the only possibility of this happening would be during the time he was unconscious. Yao Ziju frowned and asked, "Who sent you the message?" Ming Lairii looked at the name on the phone, not knowing what to say. After all, this person had virtually no contact with her, and only had some kind of relationship with original Ming Lairii. She had made it to this day without ever coming into contact with this person, either on the phone or in person. Ming Lairii frowned, and said to Yao Ziju with some difficulty, "It's probably my ex-boyfriend." Ming Lairii carefully recalled that in the original story, original Ming Lairii and Yuhan were a couple, but they were forcibly separated. But it was not quite right to call them a couple. After all, they had only been together for a few days and had not done anything. Yuhan's feelings for original Ming Lairii were not deep. Yuhan was just a well-known gangster in the area and had no ability to make money. However, when it came to spending money, he had always been extravagant. He usually pretended to be a dapper gent, but he would discreetly commit petty theft. Back then, original Ming Lairii was a relatively rebellious adolescent who was extremely fascinated by bad men like Yuhan. Traits that others thought were shortcomings, such as fighting, bad tempers, and punk hairstyles, were all considered handsome and heroic in the eyes of original Ming Lairii. And it was original Ming Lairii who took the initiative to pursue Yuhan. At first, Yuhan took no notice, but he could not resist the original Ming Lairii's generosity. She lived frugally, but spent all her money on Yuhan. That was a period of false lull as Yuhan was pretty much well behaved. After all, he had money to spend, so he had no reason to resort to petty crimes. Original Ming Lairii thought that it was her affections that saved Yuhan and made him turn over a new leaf, and that notion stirred her emotions so much that she thought it was true love. She did not expect that, in the end, she would marry into a rich family, and her phone was confiscated for a while. Slowly, original Ming Lairii felt too ashamed to contact Yuhan, and all her grievances were vented on Yao Ziju. Original Ming Lairii had remained unaware that, since she was whisked off to be Yao Ziju's wife, Yuhan had never paid her any mind, nor did he bother to ask about her whereabouts. It was only because he had no money and once again lived the same life as before that he would contact Ming Lairii this time. It could not be anything good. He probably did not have money and wanted to ask Ming Lairii for money. Ming Lairii thought about it. Before, original Ming Lairii was sincere to Yuhan. If something had really happened to Yuhan, she would not just ignore him. But now, she had just made up with Yao Ziju and expressed her feelings, so Ming Lairii would not cheat on him. Ming Lairii said honestly, "There are no other feelings between me and Yuhan. If you want to know, I can also read out all the messages for you. If you don't believe me, you can get someone else to read it to you. So, can I reply to this message?" Yao Ziju frowned as well. He knew that Ming Lairii did not marry into the family willingly, and that she had a boyfriend before. That was why her phone was confiscated for a long time after she joined the family. Now that the two were so honest, Yao Ziju had no objections. Then read out the message. 90 Extortion. Ming Lairii heard Yao Ziju's words and observed his expression. She let out a sigh of relief when she did not find any anger there. This matter might not be that simple. If it was just money he wanted, Yuhan could have just said it directly. There was no need to waste so much effort. Ming Lairii took out her phone and read the message. Yuhan sent a message saying that something had happened. "To be honest, we've never contacted each other much, even before our marriage. And now that you and Yao Ziyang have just declared war, Yuhan's sending me this message at this time. I think this is a setup. It could be Yao Ziyang making his move." Hearing Ming Lairi's analysis, Yao Ziju frowned. Yao Ziyang might have already made his move, but at this moment, there was no way for him to deal with Yao Ziju directly, so he could only send someone to attack from the side, and that person could only attack Ming Lairii. A flash of anger appeared on Yao Ziju's face, but there was nothing he could do, so he could only say indifferently, "Perhaps it is Yao Ziyang. Ask him what the problem is." Ming Liui heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yao Ziju believed in her. As for whether it was Yao Ziyang doing, she could ask him. If it was Yuhan who just wanted money from her, then too bad for him. Ming Liui was not a fool like original Ming Liui who would give money to little punks. Ming Liui tapped the phone and quickly replied, "What is it?" Yuhan looked at the change in name and the official reply. It was obvious that she was deliberately trying to distance herself from the matter. He sighed softly. It seemed that Ming Liui had really changed. As for whether Ming Liui would come forward, Yuhan was not sure. However, the situation forced him to speak up. Yuhan replied, "The store I'm working at got smashed up. The people who did it said they were after you. And because you and I are acquainted, they wrecked the place, and the boss wants me to pay for it. The compensation of damages is 150,000 yuan. I don't have that kind of money, and so I can only turn to you. After original Ming Liui left Yuhan, he went back to his carefree days. He missed the days when original Ming Liui would just give him money, but that was no longer an option. So, he decided to work hard and live a stable life. Because he was a gangster, many places did not want him, until he came to this barbecue stall. The owners were a relatively honest couple. Although the stall was not big, at night, there were always people who drank too much and caused trouble. The owners saw that Yuhan seemed to be able to control the crowd. He could also serve the orders and clean up. Whenever someone made trouble, they let Yuhan handle it. As long as Yuhan worked well, the owners were willing to hire him. Yuhan was also very serious at work, but good days like these did not last long. A group of people suddenly came in the day before yesterday. The leader came in without a word and smashed everything up. After he wrecked the place, he said it was for Yuhan. Yuhan was very confused at the time and did not know this person at all. It was not until after the damage was done that the leader sneered and said, "Today, I'm here to give you wealth. If you want compensation, go to Ming Liui. She's Mrs. Yao now. She's very rich. You can't hold me responsible for your ignorance, you'd just be asking for a beating." The boss and his wife were quite reasonable. They did not know this Ming Liui, and they did not want to extort money from her. However, this group of thugs had come and smashed everything in their stall indiscriminately. It was truly crossing the line. They could not just let things go like this, and had to deal with it as soon as possible. Moreover, this was a lawful society. There would always be people who would take care of it. The boss said, "We'll call the police." Yuhan knew that the boss and his wife were good people, but this matter began because he worked here. That was why these people came. He could not let such a good boss suffer such losses. He had to find a way to compensate the boss. Moreover, the thugs earlier were so brazen, they must not be afraid of the police. Yuhan said with a frown, "Yeah, I'll call the police. These people said they were coming for me, so I'll definitely compensate you. With the current state of the store, we won't be able to open for business for a while after renovation, so I'll also cover the turnover." Yuhan deliberately steered the topic away from Ming Liui. This was mostly because Yuhan was a little tempted and wanted to extort some money from Ming Liui. In any case, Ming Liui had been quite generous to him in the past, and it was all because of her that this happened. Obviously, he would try to extort more money from her, especially since Ming Liui married into a rich family, so it was impossible for her to be short on money. Ming Liui told Yao Ziju everything. There was a high probability that Yao Ziyang had sent people over. Otherwise, how could a little hooligan like Yuhan cause such big trouble? After Yao Ziju heard this, he frowned. If he wanted to confirm if it was Yao Ziyang, he had to see who the leader was. Ask Yuhan what the leader looked like. 91. How much does he want? Ming Liui nodded at Yao Ziju's words. If it was someone sent by Yao Ziyang, Yao Ziju might know them. After all, Yao Ziju had seen these people in the company before. Ming Liui immediately sent the inquiry. Yuhan carefully thought back and remembered the person's appearance. He replied, "The leader is a bald man, short, and has a very obvious mole under his ear." They had used band-aids to cover up their features, but they fell off during the chaos and I saw everything. Ming Liui reported these distinguishing features of the leader to Yao Ziju. He thought for a moment and confirmed that he had indeed seen this person before. He might have contracted some real estate projects for Yao Corporation before, and this person was very close to Yao Ziyang. He would even go straight to the head office to find Yao Ziyang. Yao Ziju said to Ming Liui very seriously, "This matter is indeed related to Yao Ziyang. Ask how much he wants." After Ming Liui got Yao Ziju's confirmation on Yao Ziyang's involvement in this, she sighed. "It's really Yao Ziyang's doing." Yao Ziyang could not deal with Yao Ziju directly, nor did he dare to do anything to her, so he sent people to attack from other angles. Using such underhand methods, this Yao Ziyang is the worst. Ming Liui thought for a while, then began to type a reply. "I'm very sorry you had to go through that. My husband will be fully in charge of this matter. However much money you need, we will bear it all." Yuan looked at the message and his eyes widened. He did not expect Ming Liui to be so forthright. Sure enough, Ming Liui married into a rich family and became a rich person. No wonder she left so suddenly without saying goodbye back then. She even said her husband would deal with it. It seemed that Ming Liui had a good relationship with this rich person. Thinking of how Ming Liui pursued him and tried to please him, Yuan suddenly felt upset. But then, he felt relieved. If a rich woman came to find him at that time, he would have happily left with that rich woman without saying goodbye as well. Ming Liui's choice was not wrong. As long as there was money to be earned, it was all good. As for other things, they were not important. Yuan thought about it and replied with an exorbitant price, "At least 600,000. If it's not enough, I'll tell you and ask for more." When Ming Liui saw this number, she was shocked and quickly told Yao Ziju. When Yao Ziju heard this, he sneered. This price was obviously more ridiculous than the actual price. This guy obviously wanted to extort them for more money, but the problem was that he dared to extort Yao Ziju. Yao Ziju coldly said, "Money is not a problem, but I won't give it this way. I need to change it into something." The next morning was different from usual. It was very lively and busy. This was the first time since he had woken up that Yao Ziju personally oversaw some matters. He Xiang had even come to the villa early to make arrangements for Yao Ziju. The secretary even brought a suit specially tailored for Yao Ziju, and a new outfit of the season for Ming Liui. In the bedroom, Ming Liui stood in front of a row of clothes, trying to carefully select an outfit for Yao Ziju. Today was the first time she was going out with Yao Ziju, so she had to sit down and make preparations. Furthermore, she was going to meet her ex-boyfriend, so she could not lose face. Ming Liui picked up the phone, checked the weather temperature, and picked out a suit. "It's a little hot today. How about this grey one?" A smile appeared on Yao Ziju's face. His wife was so nice. She even considered the weather and what kind of clothes to wear. Yao Ziju nodded, and Ming Liui called Zhao Qing over to help him change. Then, she went to pick her own clothes. Looking at the many clothes she owned, Ming Liui chose a knee-length Klein blue dress. After changing, she looked at herself in the mirror. The dress hugged her slender figure in all the right places. Satisfied, Ming Liui nodded to herself. She went to check on Yao Ziju after he was done being dressed. Although he was wheelchair-bound, he had an elegant and noble presence, and he looked like he was in high spirits. Ming Liui looked at him carefully and realized that he was not wearing a tie. She felt confused at this. Zhao Qing is a very steadfast person. How could he ignore such a thing? Yao Ziju sat in his wheelchair and felt someone staring at him. Then, he heard footsteps and was sure that Ming Liui had returned. Otherwise, no one would dare to look at him like that. Yao Ziju had a smile on his face as he looked at Ming Liui and said in a gentle voice, "Dear, you're back. Can you help me with my tie?" 92 I'll teach you. Ming Liui had not put on a tie for anyone before. Looking at the tie in front of her, she did not know which one to choose. After all, if the tie was not chosen well, it would ruin the outfit, especially when Yao Ziju was so particular about it. After waiting for a long time, Yao Ziju realized that Ming Liui had not said anything, and he understood that she was hesitating, so he said lightly, "Just pick one that's of a similar color to your outfit." Ming Liui looked at her own clothes. She was afraid that Klein blue was a bit too bright, so she deliberately chose a dark blue tie. This way, it would match better. Ming Liui took the tie and put it around Yao Ziju's neck, then she began to feel embarrassed. She did not know how to put on a tie at all. Ming Liuai whispered, "I don't know how to do this part either." Yao Ziju smiled as if he was pleased. Men were always obsessed with first-time events, especially their women's first time, such as the first kiss, the first hand-holding, the first hug, and so on. In short, the first time is very important. Yao Ziju said, "I'll teach you." Even though Yao Ziju could not see, he was still very skilled at tying the tie. After a few twists and turns, the tie was done. Ming Liuai even suspected that Yao Ziju was showing off his skills on purpose. His movements were so fast that she could not even see how he did it. She looked at Yao Ziju and said, "I didn't get to see it clearly. How many more times can you do it?" With that, Ming Liuai took out her phone and secretly recorded the process of Yao Ziju tying his tie. "If I post this online, will it also go viral?" Yao Ziju smiled and untied his tie again. Since his wife was willing to learn, he would naturally teach her well so that he could enjoy her tying his ties for him in the future. This time, Yao Ziju deliberately slowed down his movements and asked while tying his tie, "Did you see it clearly?" Ming Liuai looked at it a few times and finally understood how to do it. However, she had only seen it for a while, but not actually done it, so she did not know if it would work. "If I really try it, I don't think it'll look good, but it should be fine after a few more tries," Ming Liuai said to Yao Ziju in a soft voice. "I'll give it a try." Yao Ziju loosened his necktie with one hand, and this wild and erotic action was clearly captured by Ming Liuai. Ming Liuai watched Yao Ziju's movements, and her heart suddenly beat faster. It was really too sexy. After Yao Ziju loosened his necktie, he gestured for Ming Liuai to come over and try it out. She secretly replayed the video as she tried to tie it. In contrast to Yao Ziju's movements in the video, she put on the tie slowly, step by step. Fortunately, it was not too difficult. Ming Liuai was successful in the first attempt, and she smoothed out the wrinkles on the tie. Ming Liuai stood up and looked at her perfect husband, nodding her head in satisfaction. Ming Liuai said with a smile, "All done." Hearing this, Yao Ziju stretched out his hand to check. He found that Ming Liuai's tie was not bad, and was almost exactly like the ones he had done. His wife was indeed very smart. She learned it after watching a few times, and she really did a good job. A small smile emerged on Yao Ziju's face, along with a satisfied expression. He said, "Dear, you're amazing." The two of them were very sweet. Xia Fan, who had always been careless, could also feel it at this time. Standing at the side, she smiled as though she was a proud aunt. This is the look that Madam and Master should have. Although Zhao Qian, who had always been steadfast, did not have any expression on his face, one could still see comfort in his eyes. Who would not wish them well? Ming Liuai and Yao Ziju sat in a large Mercedes-Benz business car. The car slowly drove to the store where Yuhan was. When the car arrived, Yuhan was already standing at the door waiting. After the electric door opened, Ming Liuai got out of the car. Yuhan narrowed his eyes instantly. The woman in front of him had fair skin and was very beautiful. Her clothes were obviously very expensive, and she got out of the car. She immediately looked back inside the car, looking as if she was saying something funny to the people in the car. Her eyes were smiling. Yuhan almost did not recognize this woman. This woman is Ming Liuai. In his memory, Liuai's had not been so fair, and she had never dressed so tastefully. She was a completely different person from the one today. If Yuhan and Ming Liuai had met on the street today, Yuhan would probably not even know that this woman was Ming Liuai. He would even think that she was the daughter of some rich and powerful family. Yuhan's eyes kept running up and down Ming Liuai's body. Looking at Ming Liuai's exposed arms and legs, he could not stop clicking his tongue. Why had he not realized that Ming Liuai would be so beautiful when she was chasing him before? 93. The Big Shot. Yuhan came back to his senses and found that there was another person beside Ming Liuai. He was in a wheelchair, but despite that, the man was wearing a decent suit. The color of his tie and Ming Liuai's clothes reflected each other. This man's eyes were closed, but his appearance was still stunning. He was sitting in a wheelchair with a group of people waiting on him. He must be the Big Shot. He must be Ming Liuai's rich husband. Yuhan said, "Liuai, long time no see." Ming Liuri, I heard Yuhan calling her so intimately and immediately frowned. Original Ming Liuri, I liked Yuhan, but the current Ming Liuri, I did not like him, nor did she want to have anything to do with him. At this moment, Ming Liuri, I only belonged to Yao Ziju. Of course, Ming Liuri, I was also afraid that Yao Ziju would be angry. No one would allow other men to address their wives like this. Ming Liuri, I said coldly, just call me by my full name. Yuhan was a hooligan himself, so he did not feel the same sense of embarrassment as she had. The reason why he wanted Ming Liuri to come was to extort more money from her so that he could live a more comfortable life in the future. Nothing else was important. As long as he got the money, Yuhan was willing to do anything. Yuhan smiled, he was not angry. He looked at Yao Ziju and asked, "And you are?" Ming Liuri did not hide anything. Although Yao Ziju was sitting in a wheelchair and could not see, it would recover in the future. Even Yuhan did not have the courage to provoke Yao Ziju as he understood that it would not end well for him. In the future, everyone would know that Yao Ziju was her husband. Ming Liuri said confidently, "This is my husband, Yao Ziju." Yuhan saw that Yao Ziju had been closing his eyes the whole time and did not even look at him. Yuhan suddenly felt a little unhappy. This guy is too arrogant. So what if he's rich? Yao Ziju seemed to have noticed Yuhan's thoughts, but he did not pay it any mind. Instead, he spoke to Yuhan in a very frank manner. "I'm sorry, I have an eye illness." When Yuhan heard this, he then understood why Yao Ziju had been keeping his eyes closed. But if it's already like this, why didn't he just stay at home? Why does he have to get involved? Is he abusing Ming Liuri? However, looking at Ming Liuri's current appearance, Yuhan really wanted to rekindle his old feelings. Yuhan said smilingly, "Since you're sick, you should rest at home. It's such a small matter, there's no need to trouble yourself." Yao Ziju heard this and sneered. If he did not come, who knew if this hooligan would bully Ming Liuri? Money was a small matter, but if he molested Yao Ziju's wife, then he deserved to die. The fact that this good-for-nothing wanted to extort money from her was enough to convince Yao Ziju that he could not let Ming Liuri come alone. "My wife's matters should be treated as important matters. I can't possibly let her suffer any grievances." Yuhan did not expect Yao Ziju to say that. He smiled awkwardly. No matter who came today, they just had to pay. Ming Liuri stood aside and looked at Yao Ziju gently. Yao Ziju did not want to waste too much time here, so he asked directly, "Where's the boss?" Yuhan knew that the boss and his wife were honest and would not ask for too much money, but this was a rare opportunity. If he missed it, there would not be a next time. Moreover, they were from a rich family, so they would not care about such a small amount of money. After all, these rich people would find it troublesome and like to use money to solve their problems. Yuhan thought for a moment and said quickly, "Boss has given me full authority to handle this matter. You can discuss compensation with me directly." Yao Ziju also understood that this hooligan had everything planned out, and had not even invited the boss to come along. Yao Ziju was rich, but he was not stupid. He would not let this Yuhan succeed, and if there was a chance, he would teach this guy a good lesson. Yao Ziju said casually, "He's young, bring some people inside to check on the losses and tabulate the data." Mr. He immediately agreed and walked into the store with some people. They had thought that the store would be wrecked beyond repair, but when they went inside, it was not that serious at all. Only the glass door and some tables and chairs were damaged. The cashier counter and kitchen were fine, nothing there had been touched. Yuhan looked at the people who went inside and suddenly felt a little displeased. He even sent people in to check the damages. It's obvious he doesn't want to just go through me. It looks like I won't be getting my spoils today. 94 eccentric. Yuhan was very unhappy now. He could have just paid me directly, but instead he does this. In fact, Yuhan knew very well whether the store had suffered any losses. If he really calculated it, it did not amount to much at all. But Yuhan would not earn a single cent. Thinking of this, Yuhan said angrily, "Mr. Yao, is it worth it to neglect your business affairs to come here personally for something so trivial?" Ming Liuri listened to Yuhan's strange words and did not seem to understand their meaning. What does he mean by worth it? Didn't he call me to come here? Otherwise, I would not be here at all. Now that I'm here, you can't help but talk nonsense. You're just a little hooligan. Ming Liuri said coldly, "Since there are damages, of course we need professionals to fix the damage. The compensation will be paid in one lump sum, and it'll reduce unnecessary trouble for everyone. Yuhan heard Ming Liui's words and looked at her in disbelief. In the past, Ming Liui would rather go hungry than spend money for herself. Now, she was not even willing to pay for such a small amount. After marrying into a rich family, how did Ming Liui become like this? Yuhan said with dissatisfaction, Liui, you weren't like this before. You used to be so generous. Why have you become so calculative after marrying into a rich family? Life with the rich and powerful isn't easy, is it? It's not as free and happy as we used to be. Ming Liui heard Yuhan say this and wanted to seal up Yuhan's mouth. Who did this guy think he's talking to? The male protagonist is just right there, and he kills decisively and ruthlessly. Does this guy want to die? Ming Liui looked at Yuhan as if he was an idiot. She could have offered him more compensation money, but now it was impossible. Yao Ziju snorted and impatiently said, "Don't try any tricks on us. If you continue to spout nonsense, I won't let you get even a single cent." Yuhan seemed to have touched Yao Ziju's bottom line. Yao Ziju's face turned dark and hostility radiated from his body. His whole presence instantly became terrifying. Yuhan's face turned pale. He was probably scared, as he stood aside for a long time without saying a word. The losses for the stall were soon calculated. The place was not big, only a dozen tables and chairs. All the losses added up to about 40,000 yuan, including the cost of food stocks and the turnover rate, as the business would be closed for a few days. It was at most about 80,000 yuan. Xiang listed out all the numbers in front of everyone. Yao Ziju nodded and said coldly, "I'll give you another 100,000 yuan as compensation for emotional damage." When Xiang heard this, he had no doubts. This amount was nothing at all. One should know that the entire company could make more than this in a minute. Moreover, Yao Ziju was the president and had the power to mobilize all funds. Even so, he still had to follow procedures. Xiang turned to look at Yuhan and said in a cold tone, "According to protocol, the company's legal department will issue you a contract. The compensation will be directly transferred to the designated bank account. Mr. Yu, make sure to notify your employer. They will need to come and sign the contract in person." This was the first time in so many years that Yuhan was called Mr. Yu. But Yao Ziju had told him to shut up, so Yuhan did not dare to say anything. If he angered this big boss, not only would he not get the money, but he might also suddenly disappear. Yuhan helplessly cleared his throat a few times, showing that he wished to speak. Yao Ziju waved his hand to signal that Yuhan may speak. Yuhan did not have any great ambitions. He would usually just lie flat after falling down. But he felt a little embarrassed because of what he promised his boss yesterday. He had said that he would be fully responsible for this matter. But today, he had to dejectedly find the boss again and tell him about the contract. It was really too embarrassing. But if the boss did not come, he would not be able to get the money. He could not bear the responsibility himself, right? Yuhan could only reluctantly take out his phone and call his boss. "Bro, can you come here with sister-in-law?" The person in charge of the compensation said that the money can only be given to you. Yuhan hung up the phone and found that Ming Liui was whispering something in Yao Ziju's ear. Yao Ziju, who had been arrogant just now, suddenly became gentle. These rich people can really change their faces at will. They're so capricious, and they have no sense of restraint. I'd better be careful not to offend someone one day and die without even knowing it. 95 She's found a better life. Yuhan stood on the side and paced back and forth. The boss and his wife saw a lot of people gathered in front of their stall from a distance. In the middle of the crowd, there was a handsome young man in a suit and leather shoes sitting in a wheelchair. There was also a very beautiful girl standing beside him. Seeing such a large crowd, the honest boss and his wife were frightened. Xiang saw the two of them coming over and tried to speak as gently as possible. "Hello, are you the owners of this stall?" The two of them immediately nodded and looked at Yuhan. "Didn't this kid say that he would take full responsibility? Why do we need to come sign for the money? Why does it seem like this isn't a simple transaction?" After Xiang confirmed that these two people were the owners, he did not waste time with idle chit-chat. He immediately turned around and said to a bodyguard behind him, "Bring them out." A few bodyguards turned around at once and brought a few people out of the car. These people had some minor injuries on their bodies. They were not seriously injured, and were tied up very securely. When the owners saw these people, they were even more shocked. They did not expect the criminals to be caught so quickly. The owner even exclaimed, "That's right. These are the ones who suddenly came in and destroyed my establishment." A few of the gangsters, who were once so arrogant, now wanted to cry but had no tears. After they were identified, the bodyguards threw them into the car again and sent them straight to the police station. In a society ruled by law, of course, private punishment could not be used. Xiang held a tablet computer. The legal department had already drafted the contract and sent it over. The stall owner and his wife read the contract carefully. After confirming that there were no mistakes, they signed it on the spot. Just as they signed it, the owner's mobile phone rang. He took out his mobile phone and stared at it. The compensation for the losses and emotional damage had all been paid. At this time, Xiang looked at Yuhan and said indifferently, "Mr. Yu will also be unable to work during this period of time, so the Yao Corporation will be responsible for his salary. After the stall has been renovated and open for business once more, Mr. Yu may go to the Yao Corporation's finance department to collect the money after you have counted the days." Initially, Yuhan had stood by the side feeling sorry for himself. He obviously wanted to extort them for money, but he had not expected the other party to bring professionals and not give him a chance at all. With the money being transferred to the boss bank account, Yuhan had nothing to take. But when he heard what Xiang said, he could not help but be surprised. "What? Me, too?" Yuhan did not have any sense of shame as an ex-boyfriend. As long as they gave him money, it was fine. Originally, he thought he could put pressure on Ming Liuai, but after this incident, he understood that he was no match at all. He immediately dispelled all such thoughts. Isn't it better to earn money the legal way? Besides, he was still getting money, so Yuhan did not think about anything else after that. Some of the owners of the surrounding stalls had been standing at the entrance to watch the commotion from the beginning. Seeing that the people who had destroyed the stalls had been arrested, they cheered and believed that no one would come to cause trouble in the future. After all, this incident was a warning to those troublemakers. Although they were targeting Yuhan's stall, they were all on the same street after all. One of the other stall owners exclaimed in surprise, "Everyone, take a good look. Isn't that Ming Liuai?" Original Ming Liuai grew up here, so some of the surrounding owners could recognize her. Although Ming Liuai had changed now, she had frequented this area for more than 10 years. Ming Liuai and Yuhan had eaten in these places before, so some of the bosses recognized her and could not help but sigh. Ming Liuai has found a better life now. She's grown up. I've always seen her as a blessed child. A woman beside her was a little dissatisfied. Her daughter was about the same age as Ming Liuai, and she thought that her daughter was more attractive than Ming Liuai. But why was Ming Liuai so lucky to marry into a rich family, while her daughter amounted to nothing? The woman spoke in a condescending tone while she snacked on melon seeds. It might not be a blessing. Don't you see her wheelchair-bound husband? His eyes don't seem to be good either. So what if she has money? If something happened to Ming Liuai, could she still count on such a person to take care of her? They had been neighbors for decades, so everyone knew what kind of person this woman was. She was obviously jealous of Ming Liuai's good fortune. Everyone here knew that as long as someone's business was better than this woman's, she would curse them behind their backs. A few bosses could not stand it and immediately retorted, "They have so many bodyguards and servants at home. Does it have to be just the husband who takes care of her?" 96 Pretending not to hear. When the woman heard that someone actually dared to refute her like this, she became incensed. She was clearly referring to Ming Liuai, so how was it any of these busybodies' business? As if Ming Liuai would take care of them if they faced problems in the future. Would they not still have to depend on themselves in the end? Besides, even if they wanted to suck up to her, they would not be able to. The woman immediately said with dissatisfaction, "Then is it the same thing to have a lover serve you, compared to a servant?" The others still wanted to keep arguing. Ming Liuai frowned. She was afraid that Yao Ziju would hear her, so she quickly glared at the woman. The woman also felt Ming Liuai's gaze and immediately shut her mouth, not daring to say anything more. After all, she was a rich person now. If she got angry, the consequences would be too much for her. Ming Liui immediately ushered He Xiang and the others to get back inside the car. Since the matter here was settled, she immediately checked to see if Yao Ziju was angry. Seeing that there was no change in his expression, she let out a sigh of relief. No one would have been pleased to hear such things, let alone the proud Yao Ziju. Yao Ziju's eyes may be sightless, but his hearing was getting more sensitive, so of course he heard the crowd's chatter. Back then, he could pretend that he heard nothing, but at that moment, when he could sense that Ming Liui was next to him, his expression became dark. Nobody would want to hear others badmouth them, especially Yao Ziju, who was once a proud elite. Ming Liui seemed to have thought of something. She opened her bag and rummaged through it for a while before taking out a container of fruit puree she had prepared today. These were all specially made, and the taste would definitely be great. She had also added spiritual spring water to it, so anyone who ate it would feel refreshed, and their mood would also be much better. She put the container in Yao Ziju's hand and said gently, "Now that you're awake, you can eat by yourself. I made this fruit puree. I used to feed it to you when you were unconscious. Eat up. Does it taste familiar?" At this time, a smile finally appeared on Yao Ziju's face. He ate a spoonful of the fruit puree. The refreshing taste made him feel refreshed and soothed. He had to admit that Ming Liui's fruit puree was superb. No wonder Miao Ruoming had asked for it last time. Yao Ziju asked Ming Liui curiously, "This fruit puree is not bad. What did you add to it? It's so special." Of course, Ming Liui could not just say that it was made with spiritual spring water. Originally, Ming Liui had not planned to continue making this fruit puree after Yao Ziju had woken up, but on second thought, if Yao Ziju ate it more often, he might recover faster. Ming Liui had started making these in the morning. She said with mysteriously, "I can't tell you, but it'll help you recover faster." Yao Ziju was surprised to hear this. What kind of thing could make him recover faster? And Ming Liui seemed so confident. Even a miracle doctor like Miao Ruoming would not dare to say that he could recover faster. Yao Ziju smiled and muttered to himself, "I can really get better." When Ming Liui heard this, a smile appeared on her face. Of course he could recover. In the original story, Yao Ziju himself slowly recovered by himself, not to mention that he had her spiritual spring's blessing. It was only a matter of time before he recovered. Ming Liui looked at the unconfident Yao Ziju, and whispered in his ear, "It'll definitely be fine. And I've also eaten this fruit puree, now look at me, I've become so strong. I can even eat a whole cow, and I don't even get colds or headaches." Some things could not be said too confidently. Ming Liui had been so certain when she said all this, but that night when she returned home, she caught a cold. After Ming Liui returned home, she changed her clothes and immediately ran to the refrigerator to take out some ice cream. She turned on the air conditioner to the maximum setting and ate with big mouthfuls. Yao Ziju had pursed his lips and admonished her, "You're eating so much cold food with the air conditioner on. Be careful, your body won't be able to take it." Ming Liui had just taken a big bite of ice cream and agreed perfunctorily. She did not take it to heart at all. She had done this for a long time, yet nothing had happened. Yu Lingling had recommended a very good TV show. Ming Liui ate the ice cream, enjoyed the air conditioning, and drank cold drinks as she watched the show. She was very happy, so how could she stop? While she was watching the TV series, Ming Liui finished a large bucket of ice cream. But her show was not done yet. How could she run out of ice cream already? Ming Liui put on her shoes and quickly went to the refrigerator to get another bucket of ice cream. After eating that one as well, her body felt cold. It was especially comfortable in the summer. This was the feeling that summers should have. 97 Too clingy. After Ming Liui finished watching the TV series, she stood up and stretched. She looked around and decided to go find Yao Ziju and see what he was doing, but she did not find him in the bedroom or the study. She panicked. Yao Ziju seemed to have disappeared. Ming Liui immediately went to find Xiao Fan and anxiously asked, "Did my husband go out?" Xiao Fan had been doing her job when she was suddenly grabbed by Ming Liui. She was a little confused and thought that something had happened. Otherwise, the madam would not have been so flustered. But on second thought, it could not be anything. She must be worried about not being able to find the master. Xiao Fan said with a smile, "Madam, the master is in the gym. Madam is quite clingy. It has only been a while, but she actually misses the master so much. Ming Liui's mood immediately brightened. She thought Yao Ziju had gone out by himself. She quickly walked to the gym. In the gym, Yao Ziju was using a seated abdominal crunch machine under Zhao Qing's supervision. His clothes were almost soaked in sweat. Under the clothes, his muscle definition was visible. The reason why Yao Ziju was working out like this was because he knew that his wife seemed to like his muscles very much. So, as soon as his body felt better, he began to work out. When Zhao Qing saw the madam coming, he immediately handed the towel to him. But when Yao Ziju heard Ming Liui's voice, he still insisted on finishing his last set. Ming Liui walked to Yao Ziju's side. She wanted to take the towel and help Yao Ziju wipe the sweat off his body, but proved to be a little difficult. Just as the towel was about to touch Yao Ziju's body, he immediately grabbed Ming Liui's hand. He had just finished training, so the smell of sweat was particularly strong. Yao Ziju did not want her to feel disgusted by him, so he softly said, "The smell of sweat is a little strong, I can do this myself." They could not turn on the air conditioner in the gym, since it was easy to get sick if they turned it on right after training. Ming Liui stood there for a while and started to sweat. It was really uncomfortable. Even though she could see Yao Ziju's muscles, she did not want to stand there anymore, so she said, "Train well. Good luck. I'll be leaving first." After saying that, she immediately turned around and left. She did not know why, but when she spoke just now, her throat felt a little uncomfortable, but she did not pay much attention to it. When she returned to her room, Ming Liui immediately took a shower, turned on the air conditioner, and covered herself with a thin blanket to sleep. She did not know how much time had passed, but Ming Liui did not sleep peacefully, tossing and turning constantly. It was a very fitful sleep. Finally, when she heard someone call her name, she woke up in a daze and saw Yao Ziju facing her with a very serious expression. She was shocked. What happened? Yao Ziju sat by the bed, facing Ming Liui and looking very worried as he said, "Liui, you've caught a cold. Now that you're awake, have some congee, and take your medicine before you go to sleep." Ming Liui felt that her body was warm, but her spirit was still good. She thought she could get up and eat something. She threw aside her blanket and was about to get off the bed when, as soon as she stood up, her legs became a little weak, as if she could not use any strength at all. Her center of gravity suddenly tilted forward, and she let out a small yelp. She was falling. Yao Ziju immediately panicked when he heard her and reached out to catch her. Ming Liui was picked up by him mid-fall, and sat on Yao Ziju's lap without any warning. Ming Liui panicked even more. Yao Ziju's legs were not fully recovered yet, and sitting down like this would only make things worse. Ming Liui immediately wanted to stand up, but she could not exert any strength or control over her body. Yao Ziju felt her body moving around in his arms, her breath blew onto his neck, and he could not help but gulp. Ming Liui did not notice any of this. She just wanted to get up from Yao Ziju's body as soon as possible. If Yao Ziju's legs got worse, she would not be able to forgive herself. Yao Ziju was actually feeling worse, and if Ming Liui continued to move, he might not be able to resist anymore. So he said in a hoarse voice, "Don't move, sit still." Hearing Yao Ziju's words, Ming Liui immediately stopped moving and remained seated on his lap. She found that Yao Ziju's body was a little cold and very comfortable, so she could not help but burrow into his arms, and kept rubbing her face against his exposed skin. "I'd to drink some water." 98 Helpless. If Yao Ziju could see, he would find that the scene before him was rather erotic. Ming Liui's face was red, her usually lively eyes were half-lidded and slightly dazed, and her originally moist, plump lips were a little dry. As if she were parched, Ming Liui's lips were slightly parted. His imagination suddenly became a little too much for Yao Ziju to bear, and so he placed her back on the bed. He rang the bell and had Xiaofan come in with the breakfast tray. He fed Ming Liui some congee before Xiaofan fed her medicine. After wiping her face and making sure she was asleep, Yao Ziju went to the study, and dealt with some company matters with He Xiang's assistants. After a while, Yao Ziju returned to the bedroom and touched Ming Liui's forehead. Her temperature was still a little high, but it was much better than before. Ming Liui sensed Yao Ziju's presence and immediately snuggled up to him. She only woke up when she turned over and felt her body against Yao Ziju's chest. She felt a sense of comfort that came with feeling his warmth. She found a comfortable position in his arms and went back to sleep. Yao Ziju lovingly kissed her on the forehead. It seemed that every night, when his wife was dozing off, she would stick to him like this. During the day, she would always maintain a perfect personal space, neither too intimate nor too distant, which made Yao Ziju's heart itch, but he could not do anything about it, and that made him feel uncomfortable. Yao Ziju patted his wife's back out of habit. Although this would not bring down the fever, he believed that this kind of comfort would give Ming Liui the strength to get better. Because in the past when he was unconscious, his wife had comforted him like this, and it had brought him closer to regaining his consciousness bit by bit. Ming Liui was like a kitten enjoying his caresses while lying comfortably in his arms. Yao Ziju held Ming Liui and found that his wife did not need to say anything to make him understand a lot of things. Even though he could not take care of his wife personally, he could still give his wife a lot of love and strength, just like how his wife had done for him. After a night's rest, Ming Liui felt much better. She wanted to push the blanket off her body, but Yao Ziju's arm was still pressed down on the blanket, and Ming Liui could not pull it off gently. Yao Ziju was actually awake. When he felt his wife wanted to get up, he said, "You haven't recovered from your cold yet. Cover yourself with the blanket." Ming Liui knew that Yao Ziju was doing this for her own good, but after a night's rest, she had almost fully recovered. Her body was also feeling very uncomfortable, and she wanted to get out of bed and move around. If she lay there for a whole day, she would feel even more uncomfortable. She looked at Yao Ziju and said in a soft and gentle voice, "I'm already fine. I'm feeling a little sore. I want to get up and move around." However, Yao Ziju had no intention of letting her get up. She grabbed his arm and shook it a few times, signaling for him to let her get up. Yao Ziju could not stand it, so he sighed helplessly. It was good to get up and exercise. Yao Ziju raised his arm and said with some concern, then tried to get up slowly. "Put on your indoor slippers, and don't run around." Ming Liui recalled how she had fallen onto Yao Ziju's lap last night, so she made sure to move slowly this time. After making sure she was strong enough to stand firm, Ming Liui stood up from the bed. She did not feel anything when she was lying down, but once she stood up, she realized that her head was very dizzy and felt a little heavy. It was obviously a hot summer's day, but after getting up, she felt cold. After a few steps, she returned to the bed with a tearful face. Ming Liui was very uncomfortable, and as soon as she got under the blanket, her body felt too hot. She lifted her leg and kicked off the blanket. Yao Ziju felt Ming Liui's movements and immediately became worried. If this continued, his wife's cold might get worse. Was it too hot? Yao Ziju asked worriedly, "Why didn't you cover yourself with the blanket?" Ming Liui had wanted to cover herself with the blanket, but once she got in, she suddenly felt very hot. But when she got up, it was too cold. She had no choice but to kick the blanket away. She felt better this way. If she had known that this would happen, she would not have eaten so much ice cream yesterday, and she definitely would not have turned on the air conditioner. Ming Liui said pitifully, "I felt cold when I got out of bed, and then I felt hot when I got under the blanket. I'm so uncomfortable. Am I going to die soon? Why else would this be happening?" 99 Study hard. Yao Ziju smiled helplessly. It was just a cold. How could she be dying? Yesterday, he had already tried to warn her, but she did not listen, so there was nothing he could do. However, thinking about how much she was suffering, Yao Ziju became very concerned, especially when he heard Ming Liui say that she felt hot and cold at the same time. Yao Ziju stretched out his arm and said, "Come here, I'll give you a hug." Ming Liui raised her head and saw that Yao Ziju was wearing earphones, probably listening to something. She curiously went forward to listen in, but there was no sound. Yao Ziju knew that the madam had a child's temper when she was sick. He patiently asked, "Do you want to listen with me?" Ming Liui leaned on Yao Ziju's shoulder and nodded. Yao Ziju took off the earphones and fumbled around to put them in Ming Liui's ears. After listening for 2 minutes, Ming Liui immediately returned the earphones to Yao Ziju. It was all in English. She heard every word, but it seemed like she did not hear anything at all, because she did not understand anything. Ming Liui did not continue to lie in Yao Ziju's arms, but silently returned to her spot on the bed. She was a little embarrassed, but she was just curious and wanted to hear it. In the end, she just felt a little inadequate. Yao Ziju did not find anything wrong with Ming Liui's mood, and only thought that she just did not like these things. He touched Ming Liui and said, "Are you hungry? Shall I get Xiao Fan to bring breakfast up for you?" Ming Liui was still immersed in the feeling of being inadequate. Isn't it tiring to listen to such complicated English so early in the morning? He really doesn't slack off at all, does he? Would it really be so bad to slack off sometimes? Ming Liui pouted, and her voice carried a hint of questions as she mumbled softly, "I'm not hungry. My stomach doesn't feel good either. I don't feel like eating." Yao Ziju knew that after a cold, one's appetite would indeed get worse, and it would be very uncomfortable, but after a while, she had to eat something. She could not go on with an empty stomach, or else it would upset the stomach too much. Yao Ziju patted Ming Liui's back, his face full of love, and he really hoped that his wife would get better soon. "Then you should sleep a little more. It's still early." Ming Liui raised her head to look at the time on the wall. It was not even 6 o'clock yet. The sky always brightened early during the summer. When she woke up just now, she thought it was already 8 or 9 o'clock and did not notice the time. Yao Ziju had actually started to study and work so early. He was really hardworking. Ming Liui closed her eyes and thought that when she was done recovering, she would study hard. However, by that time, He Yanfeng would have already started his new semester, and would have no time to continue tutoring her. She would need to find a new teacher and continue to develop her own career. Thinking of her own career, Ming Liui did not feel drowsy anymore. She turned around and looked at Yao Ziju, then asked in a low voice, "Yao Ziju, are you busy right now?" Yao Ziju had his earphones on, but the volume was not loud. This was to ensure that he could hear Ming Liui's voice at all times, so that if anything happened, he could react. Hearing her words, Yao Ziju took off his earphones. "Is she not feeling well, or is there something wrong?" He promptly asked, "I'm not busy. What's the matter? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Ming Liui thought of the praise group she talked about with Yu Lingling, and immediately became spirited. Since Yao Ziju was not busy at this moment, they could use him for practice. This would help her in case she stammered when they got started later on, then they would not attract many guests. The current moment was a good time to train, so Ming Liui said to Yao Ziju, "Can I praise you now?" Yao Ziju was confused. Why does she have to praise me? It must be that she needs help with something. Otherwise, why would she praise me for no reason? I'll see what it is first. Ming Liui looked at Yao Ziju's confused face and smiled. Her voice was soft as she tried to please him with her words. "Well, Lingling and I made a praise group. I want to put in some practice on what to say. Is that okay?" What else could Yao Ziju do? His wife had already said so, and her voice was so alluring, so how could he resist? Besides, it was a very satisfying thing to be praised, especially by his wife, so he had no reason to refuse. He immediately nodded. Ming Liui looked at Yao Ziju's handsome face and said seriously, "Thank you for your visit, Mr. Yao. Today's a beautiful day, and we are open for business. Welcome." 100 Is that a compliment? Hearing this, Yao Ziju was even more confused. Didn't she say that she's going to praise me? How did it become a shopkeeper's greeting? Yao Ziju stared at Ming Liui in confusion. Ming Liui stretched out her hand and turned Yao Ziju's head and body around so that she could see the back of his head. Ming Liui continued to speak with a serious expression. "The back of your head is incredibly beautiful." Yao Ziju was speechless. He did not know what to say. This is called praising. Why did it sound like something an idiot would say? Maybe she's just nervous, so her words aren't very good. Ming Liui looked at Yao Ziju's palm again, and suddenly had an idea. She continued to speak, "Your fingers are also so beautiful. The joints are distinct, pale, and slender. Is it legal to have such perfect hands?" The more Yao Ziju listened, the more confused he became. Is this really a compliment? Why does it make me feel a little annoyed? Moreover, shouldn't she be praising someone for having good facial features and a good figure? What does that have to do with my hands? If she really praises someone like this in the future, she would probably get beaten up. Without waiting for Ming Lairii to continue, Yao Ziju immediately interrupted her and said casually, "You're too weird when you praise people. Is this really a compliment? It makes me feel like hitting someone." Ming Lairii was also confused by Yao Ziju's words. How can this be? I read about this recently. Those netizens said that whenever a girlfriend was angry, as long as they said this, their girlfriend would definitely be happy. What was wrong with that? Ming Lairii asked in confusion. I can't praise this, but that's what the internet said to do. Yao Ziju felt exasperated. If what the internet said really worked, then there would be no quarreling couples in the world, and no girlfriend that could not be coaxed. Yao Ziju rubbed his temple. It seemed like he had to teach Ming Lairii how to give compliments so that she would not annoy other people in the future. Yao Ziju said helplessly to her, when you praise someone, you have a little bit of sincerity, just like. Before Yao Ziju could finish, Ming Lairii suddenly sat up and gently touched his eyes. Yao Ziju immediately felt uncomfortable and opened his eyes slightly without his knowing. Ming Lairii stared into his eyes and was instantly mesmerized. As expected of the main character, his eyes are so beautiful. Ming Lairii inadvertently whispered, the people who say that the stars are beautiful must have never seen your eyes. Hearing this, Yao Ziju's eyes unwittingly blinked a few times. All of a sudden, he felt a faint light shining through the thick fog in his vision. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and soon, everything turned dark again. He laughed at himself. It really is just an illusion. How can my eyes recover so quickly? Ming Lairii looked at Yao Ziju's state and asked in bewilderment, did I say something wrong? Regardless, you can't treat your eyes like that. I'm not kidding, I really think your eyes are beautiful, I really do. Yao Ziju calmed himself down. It was just an illusion. He did not know if his eyes could actually get better, but his wife had said before that everything would be fine, not just his eyes, but his legs as well. When that time came, he would be able to take better care of his wife. After Yao Ziju's mood had stabilized, he said, are there any words that can be used to describe other people's inequalities? Ming Lairii continued to speak, but Yao Ziju did not hear her. He was still reminiscing the feeling of seeing the light just now. That long-lost sense of familiarity made Yao Ziju reminisce endlessly. Ming Lairii talked for a long time, but Yao Ziju did not say a word. She thought Yao Ziju was tired, so Ming Lairii stopped talking and slowly fell asleep. After some time, Ming Lairii woke up feeling very hungry. She turned around and found that Yao Ziju was no longer in bed. He had probably gone to the study to work. Ming Lairii felt much better after getting out of bed. She washed up and came down to find something to eat. Xiaofan saw Ming Lairii and quickly brought out the congee that had been kept warm in the kitchen. Ming Lairii looked at the rice congee Xiaofan had brought out and pouted. To begin with, my sense of taste has weakened, yet I still have to eat plain congee. I really don't want to eat this. Xiaofan had expected this. Sometimes, the madam was like a child. As long as she was coaxed like a child, she would be happy. Xiaofan put down the congee and entered the kitchen. She took out a small plate of pickled vegetables as if she was presenting a treasure. She looked around before approaching Ming Lairii, and whispered, the master said that you had not recovered yet and should eat only light meals, so he asked the kitchen to prepare plain congee. I knew that you might not want to eat it, so I secretly prepared some pickled vegetables for you. 101 The fever has subsided. Ming Lairii thanked Xiaofan and ate the pickled vegetables and congee. Xiaofan stood to the side with a temperature-measuring gun in her hand. She pointed it at Ming Lairi's forehead and it made 2 beeps. 36.7 degrees. The fever had completely subsided. Ming Lairii saw that her temperature was back to normal and was very happy. Having a fever was really uncomfortable. She secretly vowed that she would never eat ice cream again. After Ming Lairii finished her meal, she happily went upstairs to the study to tell Yao Ziju the good news. Yao Ziju heard the sound of Ming Lairii opening the door and hung up his call. Ming Lairii spoke with a hint of joy. My fever is gone, I'm fine now. Yao Ziju raised his hand and said, come here. Ming Lairii obediently placed her forehead on the back of Yao Ziju's hand. Yao Ziju put down his hand after trying it and said with a smile, "You're right, the fever has gone down. Have you had your congee? You still have to take your cold medicine later. I didn't ask the housekeepers to wake you up when I heard you sleeping so soundly just now." Ming Liui nodded. "I just had some food. I'll take my medicine in a while." "What are you busy with?" "Yao Ziyang's side is getting busy. Yang just reported this to me," said Yao Ziju lightly. Ming Liui immediately stepped forward and said, "You're so powerful, there won't be any problems. I'm going to the hospital tomorrow. Will you come with me?" Yao Ziju asked. At the same time, Ming Liui said, "There's an event tomorrow that I have to attend." Yao Ziju paused for a second and then said, "All right, go ahead. I'll wait for you to come back." Ming Liui accessed her clearly eating account. After such a long time, she deleted the videos of Yao Ziju eating and uploaded a new video. Ming Liui even specially left a message in the comments section. "Firstly, I would like to apologize to everyone. The person before who was video recorded did not agree to this, so I uploaded a different video instead. I felt that it was inappropriate and decided to delete the other videos. To make up for my apology, I will upload a new video to teach everyone how to tie the tie correctly." Of course, the subject did not give his consent this time either, but I'm not showing his face. Moreover, this video could help some people. I think that the person would not mind, right? In the video, the man was wearing a decent suit. He pulled off his tie with one hand, and his neckline was instantly opened, revealing his collarbone. He looked quite mesmerizing. Then, the man's hand held the tie and nimbly weaved it around, quickly tying the tie. At the end of the video, the man's deep and magnetic voice asked with a hint of a smile, "Have you learned it yet?" After the netizens saw the video, they left their comments. "Before watching the video, I thought that it wasn't good to upload this without permission, but now that I've watched it, I'm glad this was uploaded regardless. This hand has to be fake. His hands are so beautiful. I wish I could be ravaged by these hands. I haven't learned how to tie a tie, but I've learned how to pull it off." Friends, did you all see the end? This voice is simply too perfect. I think my ears got pregnant. Shouldn't he take responsibility? Ming Liui did not look at the comments, but just sent all the money she had received from the video to Yao Ziju. Yao Ziju was in a meeting when he suddenly received a message about a transfer. Bank transfer, 4,527 yuan. Immediately after that, there was an autoplay message that followed. "You earned this. Sorry. Thank you, Ming Liui." The message was vague and Yao Ziju was confused. He could only wait until the meeting was over before he asked what was going on. Ming Liui explained, "It's just that I took a video of you eating a few days ago, and I posted it on the internet. This money is a reward for the video, but I never ask for your permission. I've already deleted the videos, I'm sorry." Yao Ziju finally understood where the money came from and why she had apologized. He asked indifferently, "What was the video about?" Ming Liui whispered, It's a video of you eating. Only your mouth was shown." "Eating?" Yao Ziju asked with some doubt. "Even that can make money?" "That's right," said Ming Liui. "Although you eat fast, you're still very graceful. The netizens like it." "What about you?" Yao Ziju asked after a moment of silence. "Me?" Ming Liui asked, puzzled. "You like that video, too?" Yao Ziju asked. "In other words, do you like me, too?" Ming Liui thought of the video and looked at Yao Ziju's thin lips. She swallowed her saliva and said, "Of course I like it." Yao Ziju was very satisfied with the answer and nodded. "Okay, I'll give you permission. It's fine if you only show my mouth. We're husband and wife, and money is our shared property. You can keep half for yourself in the future." 102 I'll be your manager from now on. Ming Liui heard Yao Ziju's words and her eyes lit up. She said, "You agree to it? I'll be your manager from now on." At this moment, Yao Ziju finally understood why his wife had been eating so quietly recently. After thinking for a moment, he said, "I have one condition. You're not allowed to talk to me during dinner. I won't speak." Ming Liui agreed and immediately said, "Sure, no problem." Ming Liui attached another message on her latest video. He gave permission, laughing smiley. When the netizens saw this, they immediately followed up with comments. "Oh my god, why do I smell love in the air? Hey, What's your relationship to him? I'm so envious. Wait a minute, he agreed to it so suddenly. That should be in a follow-up video. Blogger, are you all tied up now? Are you trying to tell us something? Ming Liui bounced around happily. These netizens are really strange. Why can't they understand what I'm saying? After some discussion, Yao Ziju and Ming Liui decided on their schedule for the next day. In the morning, Ming Liui went to attend an event, and in the afternoon, she accompanied Yao Ziju to the hospital. Although her fever was gone, Ming Liui still felt weak. However, this did not affect her enthusiasm for the event. Ming Liui had her chauffeur drive over early in the morning and became the second person to arrive. The first was Huang Jingting. Huang Jingting had not seen Ming Liui in a while. The moment they met, she smiled and said, "Congratulations, Liui. Your husband has finally woken up. This is great news. Everyone is very happy for you." Ming Liui was feeling a bit regretful now. She should have brought Yao Ziju along. If he knew that there were so many strangers here who were happy because of his awakening, he would have also been quite happy. Soon, everyone arrived one after another. Yu Lingling arrived on time despite the traffic jam. Yu Lingling was friendly and lively, so she was very popular. No matter where she went, she would be the center of attention. As soon as Yu Lingling came in, everyone raised their hands and asked Yu Lingling to sit with them. Ming Liui also wanted to call Yu Lingling, but she was drowned out by the crowd's voices, so she awkwardly put her hand down. Yu Lingling immediately found Ming Liui. Ming Liui's skin was pale and smooth, and there was a faint glow to it. She was very eye-catching in the crowd. Yu Lingling waved to the others and naturally walked to sit beside Ming Liui. It was also Ming Liui's first time attending such a big meeting. Everyone was very curious about the unfamiliar and beautiful Ming Liui, so they were not surprised to see the enthusiastic Yu Lingling sit down next to her. Yu Lingling sat down and said, "Liui, I haven't seen you in days. I've missed you so much." When everyone heard this, they realized that the two already knew each other. As expected of Yu Lingling, there was no one she did not know. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Secretary Huang Jingting gestured for everyone to be quiet. Everyone quieted down and waited for her to speak. "I'm sure everyone knows what's the agenda for today's meeting," Huang Jingting said excitedly. "This time, we not only raised $1 million for the Vegetative Patients Rehabilitation Center, but we also exceeded our target and raised a total of $3 million. It's 3 times more than our original goal. Here, I would like to thank Miss Ming Liui for her help. She contacted the Yao Group to make a full donation for us. Everyone, let's give her a round of applause." Yu Lingling immediately clapped, and Ming Liui also gave everyone a smile. The main purpose of today's meeting is to make arrangements for the donations and condolences to the Rehabilitation Center this Sunday, Huang Jingting continued. "We wanted to invite the Yao Corporation to participate, but they have not yet replied." For the rest of the meeting, under the supervision of Huang Jingting, everyone was assigned their tasks. Yu Lingling and Ming Liui's praise team would also be attending the event for the first time, and they would be responsible for the atmosphere of the day. After the meeting, Yu Lingling asked, "Liui, have you been practicing your praising skills?" Ming Liui immediately said, "I've tried, but it might not work." Yu Lingling asked, "Why not? Tell me about it." Ming Liui told her about how she praised Yao Ziju, as well as the fact that she had to go to the hospital in the afternoon. "Wait a minute, you just said that you're going to the hospital in the afternoon after the meeting." Yu Lingling was a little shocked. "Liui, what were you thinking? Going to the hospital is more important. Even if you don't come, if there's anything important, I'd tell you. Your husband spoils you too much. He doesn't even mind you coming here instead of accompanying him to the hospital." 103 100% the perfect man. "He said he'll go in the afternoon," Ming Liui said with a sweet smile. Yu Lingling looked at Ming Liui as if she was an idiot. Yu Lingling said, "Liui, you haven't had a physical examination before, right? Many examinations are done on an empty stomach, don't you know that?" When Ming Liui heard this, she panicked. Ming Liui said, "He didn't tell me." Yu Lingling said enviously, "Your husband is so good. He's rich, handsome, independent, and he pampers you so much. He's the perfect man." When Ming Liui heard Yu Lingling say this, she said anxiously, "I'll be leaving then. With that, Ming Liui immediately ran to her car outside, and as she opened the door, she sent a voice message to Yao Ziju. Where are you now? I'll come to you now. Just as Ming Liui sent out the voice message, a voice came from inside the car. Yao Ziju said, Dear, I'm right here. Ming Liui suddenly turned around and saw Yao Ziju sitting in the back of the car, as if he had been waiting for her for a long time. Yao Ziju's face was a little pale, and his sleeves were rolled up, just enough to cover his elbow. Ming Liui took advantage of Yao Ziju's inattentiveness to stretch out her hand and roll up his sleeve. As expected, there was a bandage on his elbow. Ming Liui did not know if she was angry at herself for being insensible, or at Yao Ziju for not telling her. Ming Liui's tone was slightly dissatisfied as she asked, Why didn't you tell me? Hearing this, Yao Ziju felt a chill run down his spine, and his desire to live was aroused. Liui, I'm so hungry, I haven't eaten anything since this morning. Yao Ziju avoided the topic. The obvious words of weakness, coupled with Yao Ziju's cold appearance, made a huge contrast. Ming Liui looked at Yao Ziju's pale face, and her heart softened. Does it hurt? For Yao Ziju, this pain was nothing. Accidents, operations, and falling from the stairs were all more painful than this. But with his wife by his side, all his strength had disappeared. He did not need to be strong in front of her. Yao Ziju was a bit nervous. After hesitating for a moment, he said, It does. Ming Liui stood up and blew on Yao Ziju's elbow. She coaxed, I'll blow the pain away. Ming Liui had never taken care of anyone before, but she had seen others do this. She did not know how effective it was, so she could only stare at Yao Ziju's face. The effect is great, it doesn't hurt anymore. Yao Ziju smiled. Ming Liui was very surprised, but she did not think that Yao Ziju would cooperate with such a childish person like herself. So, Ming Liui believed that this method had a mysterious effect. Do you still need to go to the hospital in the afternoon? Ming Liui asked. Yao Ziju shook his head. Their car began to move smoothly down the road. This was the car that Ming Liui often took. She searched around in the car and, as expected, there were still snacks left in this car, an animal-shaped lollipop. Ming Liui tore open the packaging and placed the candy in Yao Ziju's hand. She said, This is for you. Yao Ziju sniffed it and realized it was chocolate-flavored, so he finished it in a few bites. Ming Liui helplessly said, It's not like there's no one at home. There's also Mr. He. Why didn't anyone prepare something for you to eat? Those people are too careless, dear. You must teach them a good lesson when we get home. Yao Ziju immediately said. Ming Liui sighed and said, Okay, hold on for a little longer. We'll be home in a while, and eat Zhang Quan's cooking. Yao Ziju also heaved a sigh of relief. The madam must have forgotten that he went to the hospital himself. This time, he managed to fool her. Yesterday, Yao Ziju's eyes had detected some light, but it had disappeared almost immediately. He was afraid that it had been an illusion, but this was a good opportunity for a checkup. However, his wife also had something to do, so he could only say that it was heaven's will for him to give his wife a surprise. This morning, he had drawn 7 tubes of blood on an empty stomach and had done many uncomfortable tests. He was very glad that his wife did not see those moments. The results of the examination were very good. All the indicators were rising little by little. The doctor was amazed that his eyes were actually recovering bit by bit. What's the result of the examination? Ming Liui asked. Yao Ziju hesitated for a moment and decided to keep it a secret. He said, Not very good. We still don't know the cause of my blindness. It might be a pressure on my spine, or it might be an undiscovered pressure in my brain. Ming Liui said in an easygoing manner, It's okay. I think you will recover. It's only a matter of time. Yao Ziju's lips curved into a smile. After hearing his wife's words, all the discomfort he felt after leaving the hospital had disappeared. 104 His wife has a magical ability. All of Yao Ziju's discomfort disappeared, and he could not help but think that his wife had a magical ability that could calm him down. When they got home and had something to eat, Yao Ziju finally had the energy to ask Liui if things went well during the meeting. Ming Liui thought of the meeting and felt a little sour in her heart. Being alone in the hospital, Yao Ziju must have felt lonely and vulnerable. If only she could have been by his side at that time. Ming Liui did not want the atmosphere to be too heavy, so she only talked about some interesting moments from the meeting. When Yao Ziju heard the applause they gave for Ming Liui, he smiled and said, "My wife is so glorious," suddenly referring to her as his wife made Ming Liui a little shy. Then, she thought of something and said, "They still don't know that I'm Madame Yao. I need to keep it a secret. The Yao Corporation is a big shot. We sent out invitations, but they haven't replied yet." With a smile on his face, Yao Ziju asked, "Do you want me to go?" Ming Liui did not know what to say. She had thought about it, but she was worried that Yao Ziju might actually go. After all, it was so far away, and it was very hard. However, even though she did not want to, she still hoped that he would go and listen to the kindness of strangers. After hesitating for a moment, Ming Liui said, "I don't want you to go. It's too tiring. You'll have another chance in the future." "Dear, I'm going to take a shower now. I'll have to trouble you to personally guide the caregivers on how to help me shower." Ming Liui's face was slightly red as she said, "You go in and take your bath. What do I know about?" Zhao Qian, who had always been calm and steady, looked embarrassed. He thought to himself, "Madam, Master, are you implying something about me?" That night, since Yao Ziju had started picking up work slowly, he spent a long time in the study every day, and Ming Liui lay on the bed first at night. In the past, the two of them had to go through the process together, but now Ming Liui had to do it alone. Fortunately, Ming Liui's pre-sleep yoga had a lot of new movements, so she did not need Yao Ziju to follow her. But today, Yao Ziju a lot of blood taken out during his physical examination, so Ming Liui told him to rest early. Yao Ziju agreed, but it was still past midnight by the time he returned to his room. Yao Ziju had become very familiar with the house at this point, and could do many things by himself. When he came out of the study, he could navigate his wheelchair back to his bedroom, go to the bathroom to wash up, and finally use the strength of his upper limbs to go to bed. All of Yao Ziju's movements were very gentle, as he did not want to wake his wife up. But after he laid down, he realized that his wife was not sleeping at all. "Dear, you haven't slept yet?" Yao Ziju asked after a while. Ming Liui turned around and pretended to be asleep. Yao Ziju laughed in his heart. Normally, his wife would have already wrapped herself around him, but today she did not, which meant she did not sleep at all. "Something on your mind?" asked Yao Ziju. Ming Liui was a little surprised. "Huh? How did you know I was still awake? Tell me, what's on your mind?" Yao Ziju asked casually. "You going to the hospital this morning? Why didn't you let me go with you?" Ming Liui asked. Yao Ziju frowned. He did not expect that his wife had been thinking about this. "You said you were going to an event, and you sounded happy about it. If you went to the hospital with me, all you'd see would be illness and pain." Tears welled up in Ming Liui's eyes. Her heart softened, and she hugged Yao Ziju as she cried. Ming Liui said, "We're already teammates, the most reliable teammates. How can you act on your own?" "Teammates?" Yao Ziju asked, puzzled. Ming Liui nodded and said, "Of course. As teammates, we have to rely on each other to get through this difficult period." "You think we're just teammates?" Yao Ziju gritted his teeth. "Am I wrong?" Ming Liui asked, puzzled. Yao Ziju suddenly turned over and pressed Ming Liui under him. Ming Liui's face instantly turned red from Yao Ziju's sudden action, and she braced her hands against his chest. Ming Liui's voice trembled as she said, "What are you planning?" The strong scent of masculinity was getting closer and closer. Yao Ziju said in a hoarse voice, "Teammates can do this, too." With that, Yao Ziju kissed Ming Liui on the lips. Ming Liui suspected that Yao Ziju's eyes had already recovered. Otherwise, how could he find the right spot so quickly? Not hearing Ming Liui's reply, Yao Ziju repeated his actions and pushed his body closer to hers. 105 Focus a little. Yao Ziju exuded his masculine pheromones and got closer to Ming Liui's ear. His deep voice was a little bewitching as he said, "Focus." Yao Ziju's upper body straightened up, one hand cupping Ming Liui's face. Ming Liui watched as Yao Ziju continued to kiss her. She knew that Yao Ziju was going to kiss her again, but did not expect that he was not just going for a light peck. He took it one step further. Ming Liui was both angry and embarrassed. She opened her mouth and gently bit Yao Ziju's lips. Yao Ziju felt the pain on his lips, but there was no taste of blood. His wife had shown mercy. Afraid that his wife would be too angry, Yao Ziju stopped and listened to what she had to say. "You mean you still don't trust me?" Ming Liui asked. Yao Ziju laughed. "Is there no relationship more reliable than being mere teammates? Rich or poor, in sickness and in health, two people who will never be separated, and even have the protection of the law. Is there such a relationship?" Ming Liui naively asked. "Dear, we're legally married, husband and wife." Ming Liui's eyes immediately widened, and she stuttered, but, we're different." "What's the difference?" Yao Ziju asked. Ming Liui said, "Are you stupid? I married you because I wanted to." Yao Ziju did not want to continue listening, so he lowered his head and kissed Ming Liui. Ming Liui closed her eyes. Their lips and tongue intertwined, and their breathing began to quicken. After a long time, Ming Liui felt her body go soft, and Yao Ziju let her go. Yao Ziju said, "From now on, we'll be like all other married couples." Ming Liui said, but, there's a supplementary credit card in the first drawer of the desk." Yao Ziju said, "If you need it, just go and get it." "I didn't mean it that way," Ming Liui said softly. "I just haven't thought about it yet." Ming Liui wanted to continue, but Yao Ziju interrupted her. The darkness of the night did not obscure Yao Ziju's beautiful face. After they kissed, Yao Ziju's lips held a glossy luster to it. Yao Ziju sighed. He did not want to force Ming Liui, so he could only take a step back. "Our previous agreement still stands, but to increase the difficulty, we have to live like a married couple, and we can't show any flaws outside. Can you do that?" Yao Ziju asked. "So it was like this. Wouldn't I have understood it better if you had just said so earlier?" Ming Liui immediately let out a sigh of relief. "Yes, there definitely won't be a problem," she said in a light voice. When he heard Ming Liui's words, he felt that he was still very far from his complete grasp. Hence, Yao Ziju did not want to let Ming Liui off just like that. "The Yao family is going to hold a family banquet soon, so let's do some practice now," he said. Ming Liui did not doubt him and immediately said, "All right, what should we do? We're newlyweds, and I just regained consciousness, so we're bound to be like glue, wanting to be together every minute of the day. So, if I'm called away by my father and come back, what will you do?" Ming Liui thought for a while. "I should be concerned about whether you're tired or not. Do you want some water?" she asked. Yao Ziju shook his head and said slowly, "You should have walked to my side and kissed my face." Ming Liui's face turned red in an instant. She quickly planted a kiss on Yao Ziju's face. "Like this?" Ming Liui asked after the kiss. Yao Ziju smiled in satisfaction, then pointed to the other side of his face. Ming Liui immediately understood and kissed him again. "That's right. Remember, if I touch my cheek with my finger, it means it's time for you to kiss me, just like today." Ming Liui agreed, and then, like a worm, she twisted left and right, leaving Yao Ziju's control little by little. Ming Liui was still a little shy, and she silently walked to her own bed, far away from Yao Ziju. She closed her eyes and said, "Time to sleep. Good night." Yao Ziju's did not reply. He was not used to it, but he quickly let it go. "My wife will come back on her own soon." The next day, the housekeepers simultaneously discovered that the master and madam seemed to be even more in love than before. Especially during breakfast, Xiao Fan noticed that the master had been eating by himself, but for some reason, he suddenly nodded. The madam had not seen it, so the master deliberately coughed a few times to attract her attention. 106 Good job, master. Xiao Fan was still confused. Why does master want to save face? The madam noticed that the master had pointed at her face. She blushed slightly, got up, and gently kissed the spot he had just pointed at. Then, she lowered her head shyly and continued to eat. "Master is so sweet, and madam is also very cute." Xiao Fan was envious. In the afternoon, while Yao Ziju was in the gym room, Zhao Qing noticed that the master had suddenly stopped to point at his face with his hand. The madam then appeared suddenly and give him a light kiss. Then, she would leave shyly. Zhao Qing pretended that he did not see anything, but he still smiled. Ming Lairii prepared a small gift for her visit to the rehabilitation center this weekend. She had discussed it with Yulingling for a long time, and in the end, they decided to make some soft cookies to take with them. It would not go bad easily, and it was edible for people in vegetative states and their family members. It was also easy to carry around, so it could be distributed to everyone. Most importantly, Yulingling thought that Ming Lairi's cookies were delicious. Ming Lairii had already started to prepare the materials and make the cookies. She pondered for a moment before finally adding a bit of spring water to the ingredients. Although it was very little, Ming Lairii still hoped to bring everyone a little bit of luck. Yulingling had also come over to help Ming Lairii in the kitchen, and they made cookies of various shapes together. Although this kept them busy the whole day, the two of them were very happy. After putting the last batch of cookies into the oven, Yulingling and Ming Lairii sat in the living room, unwilling to move. Although Yulingling's body was very tired, her voice was still full of energy. "I'm exhausted, but really happy." Ming Lairii smiled and said, "I hope everyone will like our little cookies." "You don't have to hope, they'll definitely take it," Yulingling said. She suddenly thought of something and continued, "Lairii, this is your first time going there. I have to remind you that, even though it's summer now, the temperature up in the mountain will be lower than at the foot of the mountain. It's best to bring a coat." Yulingling thought for a moment and added, "You should bring an umbrella, but a raincoat would be better. The rain in the mountains can get a little heavy." Ming Lairii nodded and said, "Okay, thank you, Lingling." Yulingling's voice was a little lonely as she said, "Lairii, I really envy you. I hope my fiancé will wake up as soon as possible." Ming Lairii immediately hugged Yulingling. She said, "I've prepared some cookies for you. Bring them back for your fiancé. I hope it'll bring him good luck. He should be able to feel everyone's concern for him," Yulingling said with a smile. Her mood changed suddenly, and she immediately said nosily, "Will your husband be attending tomorrow? When the family members see the comatose person that woke up, they'll be very excited." "There'll be a chance next time," Ming Lairii said. "If he goes to the mountains now, I'm afraid it'll be too hard on him." "That's true," Yulingling said. "I saw the weather forecast. It's going to rain this weekend. I hope everything goes well." "But, Lairii, your husband has been awake for some time. Have you guys done it?" When Ming Lairii heard this question, she said with a puzzled expression, "Done what? What is it?" "It's fine, I knew you haven't," Yulingling said quickly. After saying that, she felt a little embarrassed, and immediately took the cookies Ming Lairii had prepared for her and bid her farewell. Ming Lairii, on the other hand, packed a plate of freshly made cookies and placed it on the table in the study for Yao Ziju, so that he could eat one at any time. Ming Lairii had to go to the event the next day, so she went to bed early. However, because she was too excited, she tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Yao Ziju ruffled her hair and said, "I'm worried about you going alone, so He Xiang will go with you on behalf of the Yao Corporation." "Thank you," Ming Lairii said with a smile. "There's no sincerity in this gratitude, is there?" Yao Ziju said playfully. Ming Lairii instantly understood and kissed Yao Ziju's lips. "You're welcome," said Yao Ziju with satisfaction. The next morning, dark clouds covered the sky, as if a heavy storm was about to brew. The driver sent Ming Lairii to the meetup location, and she boarded the coach prepared by the Charity Foundation. Ming Lairii and Yulingling sat in the back, holding the name list and discussing all the details for after they arrived. The other staff and volunteers were not affected by the weather and were full of energy. The buses and trucks with donated supplies set off in the cheerful laughter of the crowd. When they arrived, the family members were standing at the entrance to welcome them. When they saw the people from the Charity Foundation, they became even more enthusiastic. It was Ming Lairi's first time participating in such an event, and she felt that the people around her were full of kindness. She felt very warm in her heart. 107 Your kindness will support them. When the Charity Foundation people arrived at the courtyard, they found that there were still some family members and people in vegetative states who could sit in wheelchairs. They were all sitting neatly and waiting for the ceremony to begin. Huang Jingting immediately started the ceremony. The director of the hospital for vegetative patients shed tears when he received the list of supplies. The director choked and said, "For most families, being in a vegetative state is a huge burden. Many people have no choice but to quit their jobs in order to take care of the patients, making the family situation more difficult. Many people can't understand why they do this, but this is also the most precious thing in family and love. I'm very grateful to all of you for being able to see that many of us here need help. Your kindness will support them to continue on. After saying that, the director bowed to the charity foundation. The family members applauded loudly. The director's words were very honest, and he had hit the nail on the head. Many people silently cried. By the time the ceremony had been successfully concluded, the rain had not yet fallen. The rest of the activities were done indoors. The part that Mr. He was involved in had already ended. He used his eyes to ask for the madam's permission. Ming Liui nodded and let him dismiss himself. Mr. He only left to sit in the car, turn on his laptop, and deal with some company's affairs. Ming Liui and Yu Lingling both had smiles on their faces, and the praise committee officially began their work. They each held a basket filled with exquisitely packed cookies and distributed them to each room. In the first room, the parent went outside, leaving a boy sprawled on the table doing his homework. Ming Liui and Yu Lingling stood behind the little boy, giving him a fright. "Hey, kid, your handwriting is pretty good. Your family must be proud of you, right?" Yu Lingling said. The boy's face was slightly red. Everyone in the family was busy every day. They were busy with work and taking care of their bedridden mother. It had been a long time since anyone had praised him, so he shook his head shyly. Ming Liui added, "You're obedient, too. You're doing your homework quietly, and you don't need anyone to supervise you. You're a good child who doesn't need to worry his parents." Yu Lingling continued, "Your mother must be proud of you, too. When she wakes up and sees how outstanding you are, she'll definitely give you a big hug." "That's right," Ming Liui said, "when you grow up, you'll also be a very powerful person. You'll earn a lot of money and buy a lot of delicious food for your mother and family." The two of them praised him for a long time. The boy's eyes were a little wet as he whispered, "Is that true? But they all said that mommy won't wake up, so there's no hope for our family. Look at my friend." Yu Lingling immediately said, her husband was also in a vegetative state before. "He just woke up not long ago." Ming Liui nodded and said, "That's right, there's still hope. You're the man of the family, and the hope of the family. If someone talks bad about you again, just tell them, only those who talk nonsense will have no hope." Yu Lingling put the cookie in the boy's hand, and said, "All good children will be rewarded. This cookie will bring you good luck, and you can share it with your mother and family." Ming Liui leaned close to the boy's ear and whispered, "If you're ever sad or in trouble in the future, just contact us. We'll definitely help you solve it." The two of them gave the boy a hug each. This made him feel very warm. He felt that these two older sisters were like angels. He secretly swore in his heart that when he grew up, he would be as warm as his older sisters. Everything went smoothly for the praise committee. Whichever room the two of them went to, there would be laughter there. It was not until noon that the heavy rain suddenly fell. The Charity Foundation's members, who had originally planned to return in the afternoon, decided to wait until the rain had died down. Who knew that what they heard next was not the rain getting lighter, but bad news? Due to the heavy rain, the only path into the mountain was blocked by a landslide. The electricity and communication in the mountain were all cut off. Fortunately, the rehabilitation center was located up on the mountain, so there was no danger yet. Mr. He was sitting in the car. When he saw that the lights in the building had gone off, he immediately rushed inside to look for the madam. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that she was fine. Mr. He was holding the coat that the president had ordered him to bring. Worried that the madam would be afraid, he immediately put the president's coat on her. Seeing this, Yu Lingling raised her eyebrows. She immediately stepped forward and said, "Sir, I'm very grateful that you're willing to donate. However, our Liui already has a husband. You don't have to be so nice to her for no reason." 108 This is my husband's coat. Ming Liui heard Yu Lingling say this and immediately laughed. She said, "Lingling, there's no need to jump to conclusions. This is my husband's coat. He was worried about me and asked his secret, Mr. He, to help take care of me." Ming Liui did not want to expose her identity as his employer yet. She had almost called him her husband's secretary. Mr. He did not say anything. He just nodded at Yu Lingling and took a step back. Yulingling asked curiously, Liui, what exactly does your husband do? He can order people from the around as he wishes. Ming Liui mysteriously said, it needs to be kept a secret. As the rain got heavier, the hospital director decided to cook all the dishes in the canteen for everyone to cope during the emergency. I can't let the foundation members who came to show their love go hungry. Huan Jingting asked for everyone's opinion, and everyone agreed that it should be given to the patients and their family members first. As for the others, they could still hold on for a while. Before Mr. He entered the building, he had asked the driver to survey the way down the mountain. At that moment, the driver had just returned. I'm afraid we won't be able to leave in the short term, the driver said. I heard that the village in the west suffered even more damage. Many houses were buried, and there will be casualties. A rescue team has already gone to that village. Everyone's hearts sank when they heard this. Huan Jingting and the director assigned empty rooms to everyone so that they could rest well. The canteen also prepared congee for everyone and sent it to their rooms. Although there was not a lot of food, they bought a lot of rice, flour, and oil every time they went up the mountain, so they did not have to worry about not having food for the time being. The weather outside was getting gloomier and gloomier. The afternoon sky was completely dark. The rain still echoed with thunder and lightning flashed across the sky, making everyone sigh at the power of nature, while the leaves rustled in the strong wind like ghosts. Just as everyone had settled down, another piece of bad news came. The tap water had turned into yellow, muddy water. Before Ming Liui left in the morning, she had said that she would be back in the afternoon. However, she suddenly sent a message saying that she would wait until the rain got lighter. And then there was no more updates from her. Yao Ziju called Mr. He many times, but to no avail. His face paled as he paid attention to the news. As expected, the news reported that due to the continuous rainstorm, landslides had occurred in the mountains, and many houses were buried. Traffic had been cut off, and communication and power lines had also stopped working. Yao Ziju was a little anxious. He immediately picked up the phone and summoned all the resources he had. In the rehabilitation center, the nurses found candles and distributed them to every room. In the dark building, many candles were lit up. Mr. He was very calm. He stayed with 2 meters of Ming Liui, constantly overseeing the madam's safety. At the same time, Mr. He was also observing the madam. According to what he knew, before the president became a vegetable, he did not get along well with her. In particular, the madam's background was not very good. She was not well educated, and even had a very irritable personality. She often screamed and even cursed madly. In the Yao family, she was said to be psychotic. Ever since the president had woken up, his attitude toward her was different. His tone was full of concern and even pampered her to a point that shocked Mr. He. Although the secretary had also noticed the change in the madam, he thought that she attended this event just for show. It was not until the hospital director's speech earlier, when the madam was on the verge of tears, that Mr. He confirmed that she was not here for show. Faced with an emergency situation like this, Mr. He was curious to know how the madam would react. Ming Liui had been busy making cookies for the past few days to express her concern. Now that she was suddenly resting, she felt very tired. She told Lingling about it. After they were done talking, she lay on the small bed beside Lingling, sleeping peacefully. Ming Liui seemed to be very calm. It was not just Ming Liui, everyone else was calm. Mr. He had immediately rushed in when he first saw the power failure. He was afraid that everyone would become anxious because they had no experience in facing such a situation. However, Mr. He did not know that the people here had all been through great storms. Although bad news came one after another, everyone was still stable. Without any life-threatening situation, everyone was doing their own thing in an orderly manner. Even had Yulingling used her natural friendliness and brought everyone to play some games to divert their attention. Mr. He could not help but smile in such an environment. He had been working for the Yao Corporation for so many years, and it had been a long time since he had such a relaxed day. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the loud roar of a helicopter suddenly came from outside. 109 saved. Everyone heard the sound and looked outside. 2 helicopters were slowly approaching in the sky. Ming Liui was woken up by the sound of the helicopters. Her heart beat quickly, and she immediately ran to the door. In the heavy rain, the helicopter landed steadily in the courtyard. A commotion began in the crowd. Everyone saw the Yao Corporation logo on the helicopters, and looked at Mr. He, but Mr. He was looking at Ming Liui. As expected, the door of one helicopter opened, and Yao Ziju was seated inside. He took off his helmet. Although he was a little far away, he could still feel the low air pressure around him due to the altitude. Mr. He immediately said, "Everyone, don't panic. Let's see how things go first." Then, Mr. He opened the umbrella and escorted Ming Liui to Yao Ziju. He was shocked once again. The president rarely showed such an expression. Mr. He held the umbrella in silence, not daring to speak. He even wanted to disappear from the president's sight at once. However, Ming Liui was getting faster and faster. She even started to run. Not noticing the unkind expression on the president's face, she threw herself into the president's arms. Ming Liui hugged Yao Ziju, her face pressed against his chest. She said, "You're here." Yao Ziju asked in a hoarse voice, "Were you scared?" Ming Liui shook her head in Yao Ziju's arms, her hair sticking up. Yao Ziju's dangerous expression immediately turned gentle, and even his terrifying aura disappeared. "President, how should we proceed?" Mr. He asked. "There are supplies in the helicopter at the back. Arrange 4 people to carry them in. One helicopter can carry 10 people on the way back, so please make the necessary arrangements. My wife and I will be leaving first." Ming Liui immediately turned back to look for Yulingling. Yulingling stood in the crowd and waved her hand, signaling for Ming Liui to leave quickly. Only then did Ming Liui leave with Yao Ziju. Soon, the helicopter landed on the top floor of the Yao Corporation building. The well-trained security guards immediately stepped forward and steadily transferred Yao Ziju to his wheelchair. Ming Liui jumped down from the helicopter herself. The two of them took the private elevator to the underground parking lot and got into the car to go home. Ming Liui had actually not been afraid at all, but at this time, she suddenly had some thoughts about surviving a disaster. Fortunately, Huang Jingting's decision was correct. If they had left at that time, the consequences would have been unimaginable if the bus had encountered a landslide. It was not convenient for them to say anything while they were on the helicopter, but in the car, Ming Liui could finally have a good talk with Yao Ziju. At this time, Ming Liui really wanted to act coquettishly. She held Yao Ziju and did not let go. "I knew you would come and save me," Ming Liui said. Yao Ziju hugged Ming Liui as well, his heart filled with emotion. When he was still in a vegetative state, Yao Ziju was helpless when he saw his wife in danger. Fortunately, his wife was never disappointed in him. At this moment, Yao Ziju was finally his wife's hero. Seeing that Yao Ziju did not speak, Ming Liui hugged him even tighter and said softly, "I'm sorry to have made you worry." Yao Ziju's voice was still hoarse. "Dear, I was really scared." When they reached home, Ming Liui was very hungry. Yao Ziju knew that she was willing to eat Zhang Quan's cooking, so he had already informed the chef to prepare a meal and ginger soup. Ming Liui and Yao Ziju changed their clothes and sat at the table, ready to eat. Xiao Fan first served Ming Liui a bowl of ginger soup and had her drink it while it was still hot. Ming Liui held the bowl and drank it bit by bit. After taking a few sips, she realized that Xiao Fan was still standing at the side looking at her. Ming Liui asked curiously, "Why are you looking at me? Give the master a bowl, too. His legs must be uncomfortable in such weather. Drink more ginger soup to ward off the cold." Xiao Fan's face instantly paled. She had only thought of the madam and had forgotten about the master. Fortunately, the master's expression was normal. Xiao Fan immediately went to the kitchen and brought out another bowl of ginger soup for Yao Ziju. Ming Liui looked at the housekeepers who were busying about in the dining room, and asked, "Why is everyone here?" "Everyone knows that you were trapped on the mountain, madam," Xiao Fan said in a low voice. They were all very worried and uneasy. When they heard that master had saved you, no one could sit still. They had to personally come to confirm whether you had safely returned home. Ming Liui smiled and lowered her head to continue drinking her ginger soup. Zhao Qian, who had always been calm, also ran outside to confirm that the madam had really returned when he was preparing the bath water for Yao Ziju. Even Zhang Quan, who rarely left the kitchen, personally brought the remaining ginger soup to the table and asked Xiao Fan to add more for the madam and master. 110 They're really lucky. When everyone saw that the madam was sitting at the dining table safe and sound, they all smiled and returning to their respective tasks. Ming Liui finished her ginger soup, put the bowl down, and ran to Yao Ziju's side. It's raining heavily, and the temperature is low, she said. Are your knees hurting again? I'm already crippled, so I don't feel much, said Yao Ziju lightly. Ming Liui heard Yao Ziju's words and immediately became angry. Her voice carried a trace of her ire. Take good care of your legs. You'll definitely get better slowly. As she spoke, Ming Liui placed her hand on Yao Ziju's knee. Her hand was still warm from the ginger soup. After touching it, Ming Liui felt that Yao Ziju's knees were very cold. She immediately rubbed her palms together, and then rubbed Yao Ziju's knees again. Xiao Fan, Ming Liui said, go get a blanket for the master. No, I don't need a blanket. It's such a hot summer's day, why would I need a blanket? Ming Liui did not answer and just said, lower your head. Although Yao Ziju was stubborn, his body was very cooperative with his wife's orders. Ming Liui patted Yao Ziju's head and gently said, be good and listen to me. Yao Ziju was speechless. It was as if his body instantly became obedient at Ming Liui's touch. Even though a blanket in summer would make one look like a useless person, since his wife had already spoken, it was better to respect her wishes. The dishes were quickly served on the table, all of which Ming Liui had said were delicious. She ate as she happily recounted the events of that day. Yao Ziju occasionally replied with a few words. The entire villa had been gloomy, depressed, and cold the whole morning. But with the madam's cheerful voice, it became lively again. The Yao Corporation helicopters went back and forth a few times before all the personnel were dismissed. Under Yao Ziju's instructions, they returned to help the firefighters and armed police to carry out the rescue and evacuate the people. Ming Liui finished eating and took a bath. After that, she received news from Yulingling and Huang Jingting. Yulingling was the first to text her. Liui, I'm lucky to have you this time. I've returned home safely. Your husband is so handsome. I can say it 10,000 times. Immediately afterward, Huang Jingting also sent her a message. Liui, all the members of the foundation have returned to the city. Thank you and the Yao family. I will continue to handle the rest. You should rest early. Ming Liui replied to everyone's messages one by one, then started to scroll through Weibo. As soon as she opened the social media platform, she saw that the Yao Corporation was trending. Yao Corporation helicopters rushed to the rescue site as soon as possible. The Yao Corporation is secretly transporting supplies. The Yao Corporation did not expect that the president would use the helicopter to rescue people. Their public relations department immediately got busy and made the necessary preparations. The company estimated that the Yao Corporation's shares would rise sharply when the stock market resumed the next morning, and all departments would start working overtime at once. Yao Ziyang clenched his fists. He had been doing a lot of charity events, but none of them had been effective. But now, Yao Ziju's first one had made the company a hot topic. The decisive Yao Ziju had also taken a bath at this time, and was asked by his serious wife to lie down immediately. Ming Liui waved her hand to dismiss all the housekeepers. Her hands were dripping with cold sweat as she massaged Yao Ziju's knees and around his eyes. After the massage, Yao Ziju grabbed her hand and kissed it. Dear, you're my lucky star, Yao Ziju said. I didn't do anything, Ming Liui said. It's your kindness that has been repaid. The comatose family members who had eaten the praise committee's cookies felt that they had become more or less lucky recently. The young boy seriously studied his homework and got first place in his exams. He was also praised by his family. His hardworking family members also had a rare smile on their faces. Another family member had trouble at work. After eating the cookies, an idea suddenly came to his mind, and he soon submitted a proposal that satisfied his superiors. As for the clients whom a vegetative patient's family member did not manage to win over, the clients suddenly changed their minds and signed their contracts, allowing the family members who ate the cookies to receive many bonuses and resolve the temporary difficulties at home. In the minds of these lucky people, they all thought of Yulingling and Ming Liui, who had said with a smile, "This little cookie will bring you luck." The family members could not help but think that they were really lucky. 111 Stealing credit. Yao Ziyang secretly asked around and found out that Yao Ziju's actions were all for Ming Liuyi. The 3 million that he had taken from Yao Ziyang was also because of Ming Liuyi, and now he had gone to rescue her because she was trapped there. Yao Ziyang had always thought of Ming Liuyi as a burden to Yao Ziju, but with Yao Ziju valuing her so much, Yao Ziyang had no choice but to treat her with respect. Yao Ziyang's vicious eyes looked around as he thought of a way to take the credit. On the second day, the Yao Corporation's stock price rose rapidly as expected. The voices calling for the president to return were getting more and more enthusiastic. At the same time, a new trending topic appeared on Weibo. Cai Rixi's words have warmed time. Below, there were many paid comments. Thank you, Cai Rixi, for warming up everyone during the disaster. Cai Rixi replied below. I don't want to take up your public resources during this critical period. Thank you to the brave heroes who fought on the front lines. Thank you to the Yao Corporation. You are the best, Yao Ziyang. After replying, she posted again on Weibo. I almost forgot to introduce everyone. Yao Ziyang, my boyfriend, the vice president of the Yao Corporation. A trending topic about Cai Rixi appeared again. The heiress of the Cai family and the vice president of the Yao Corporation have formed a strong alliance. All the netizens who did not know the truth started to comment after seeing that. The vice president of a kind enterprise, and a beautiful authoress. I'm definitely going to bet on this power couple. She's so talented that we've almost forgotten that beautiful Cai Rixi is also the daughter of a rich family. Fellow fans, I just found out that Vice President Yao Ziyang has done a lot of charities in the past. It's so romantic. The hot search that Yao Ziyang and Cai Rixi bought this time successfully diverted everyone's attention, making everyone feel that the rescue of the Yao Corporation was ordered by Yao Ziyang. Cai Rixi also made use of this opportunity to gain popularity, making the sales of her new book reach a new peak. Although Yao Ziju was still the president, since he was injured, Yao Gui had been the one making all the major decisions in the company. The rest of the unimportant decisions were left to Yao Ziyang. Even though Yao Ziju had woken up, he still could not see, so it was impossible for him to go back to work. But this time, Yao Ziju had only used a small amount of money to raise the Yao Corporation's stock prices and the company's profits for the final quarter. The board of directors was now eager for Yao Ziju to return to his job. After all, when Yao Ziju had not been around, Yao Gui's decisions were more conservative and the profits were stable. The Yao Corporation needed to grow, they needed new opportunities and turning points. However, when Yao Ziyang and Cai Rixi started trending, and with the commenters that Yao Ziyang had bought, the board of directors immediately changed their minds. Now that Yao Ziyang was trending, he could not correct the netizens' mistake. Would that not be like showing everyone how he slapped himself in the face? They were all members of the Yao Corporation, and as long as it was beneficial to the company and the stock prices, whether it was Yao Ziju or Yao Ziyang, it was the same. There were even people who said that Yao Ziyang had a good reputation and was in the limelight, so he should be suitable to take a promotion, or at least be the face of the Yao Corporation. After all, Yao Ziju was really not suitable to attend all business events. Additionally, before anyone realized it, Yao Ziyang had sent a thank you letter to all the lower-level employees. Thank you all for your support to the Yao Corporation. Without your hard work, the company would not have achieved what it has today. From now on, we will continue to move forward hand in hand. Yao Ziyang. Although it was just a thank you letter, every word in the letter felt like an inauguration speech, as if Yao Ziyang had already married a fair, rich, and beautiful woman, and was now the president of a company, reaching the peak of his life. And as expected, someone quickly spread the letter and pushed the matter to a climax. In the villa, Yao Ziju was listening to his secretary's follow-up report. Regarding Yao Ziyang stealing the credit and the board of directors' attention, Yao Ziju was very calm. The business world was a battlefield, full of lies and schemes. Yao Ziju had long been accustomed to these dirty tricks. He's not qualified to be the president yet, Yao Ziju sneered, but he can make some decisions. Yao Ziju thought for a moment before he said, it just so happens that the project in Xinghai City is a rather delicate issue. Just throw it to him and let him have fun. After the meeting, Yao Ziju walked out of the study with a relaxed expression. As for the rest of the matters, there was no need to rush, he would take it one step at a time. 112 Do you want to go out and play? Ming Liui had wanted to find Yao Ziju several times, but she was afraid of disturbing him. When she saw Yao Ziju come out from his study, she could not help but ask, "Are you all right? Liui, do you want to go out and play?" Yao Ziju asked. Ming Liui was surprised at first, then she asked curiously, "Where to?" Yao Ziju said, "Xinghai City. There's a project of the Yao Corporation there. Xinghai City has the ocean and white beaches. Most importantly, the temperature is just right. You can relax there." Ming Liui saw Yao Ziju's confident look and agreed. Just as Yao Ziyang was waiting for Yao Ziju's counterattack, he suddenly received a notice from Yao Ziju to the board of directors, saying that he needed to go to Xinghai City for a vacation because of his health. Xinghai City. Yao Ziyang immediately remembered that there was a suspended project there. If Yao Ziju wanted to win back this round, he had to make a big move, and Xinghai City was a very good place to start from. Since Yao Ziju had gone to inspect it himself, it meant that he was already in a mess. Since he had snatched one from Yao Ziju once, he could naturally snatch a second one. Yao Ziyang was determined to win the Xinghai City project. Xinghai City was a place that had not undergone overdevelopment, and many tourists did not know the charm of the city. It was also because this place had not yet become a popular tourist spot that the sea here was very clear, and the white sand beaches was soft and clean. The Yao Corporation had been optimistic about the future of this place for many years, but the project had never officially took off. They had only invested in the early stages of building some seaside villas. Mr. He had already contacted the person in charge and asked him to arrange for about a week's worth of food and accommodation. Until today, there were no private jets to put Xinghai City. Mr. He had followed Yao Ziju for many years and was very familiar with this project. He had already applied for a private jet route with the Air Traffic Authority a day in advance. The night before, Xiaofan had happily packed Yao Ziju's luggage because he had said that the madam's luggage had already been prepared. Xiaofan only needed to pack his. Xiaofan had never thought that as a maid, she could also travel at the employer's expense. It was simply too wonderful. Zhao Qian was more composed. When he heard the news, he did not have any other reaction and remained calm. The next day, the group embarked on their journey. When they arrived in Xinghai City, Shenrui, the person in charge, was waiting to welcome them. The Xinghai City project had been suspended for nearly a year. During this period, no one from the Yao family had come here. Shenrui had not seen anyone from upper management for a long time and had been very idle here. Now that he suddenly saw such a high-ranking superior, he felt a little nervous. When he saw Yao Ziju being pushed out in a wheelchair, Shenrui sighed. Fate made fools of people. Shenrui still remembered the last time the president had come by private jet. He was tall and mighty in his expensive suit. He had a cold face and disembarked from the plane calmly. He was so confident and magnificent. It was as if he was born to be superior. Now, he even had to rely on others in his ordinary life. Before Shenrui could think too much, his eyes were drawn by the woman who came down with him. This woman was surprisingly beautiful, with a hint of a smile in her almond-shaped eyes. The others around Yao Ziju were a little reserved, but this woman was very relaxed when she spoke to the president. When he saw Yao Ziju's wheelchair coming over, Shenrui immediately ran over and said, "President, you've had a hard journey. I'm Shenrui. I'll be in charge of the schedule for the next few days. If there's anything you need, I'll do my best." "Thanks for your hard work," said Yao Ziju lightly. "This is the president's wife," said Mr. He. "Madam Ming Liui. This must be your first time meeting her." Shenrui was a little surprised. The president was married. Outwardly, Shenrui's face was very calm. He immediately said, "Hello, madam, it's our first time meeting. If there's anything that is not to your satisfaction, please forgive me." Ming Liui smiled and said softly, "Hello, you can just call me Liui." Shenrui noticed that the madam wife did not put on any airs, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Shenrui looked at the president, then at the madam, and an idea came to him. He said, "President, the villa that you used to live in is under maintenance. A new one has been prepared next to it. Would you like to change to that one?" Yao Ziju did not have much of an impression of the previous one, and casually said, "All right." Shenrui was a little excited when he heard that. He even forgot to control his small movements and rubbed his hands together. Mr. He gave Shenrui a strange look. His tone sounded like he was asking for credit, and he seemed so excited. Could it be that there was a special feature in the villa? In Xinghai City, the weather was clear. The occasional sea breeze blew away part of the summer heat, making everyone subconsciously slow down and enjoy the good time. 113 Going into vacation mode. After arriving at the location, Mr. He entered the room first. After carefully checking upstairs and downstairs and confirming that there were no problems, he indicated that everyone could enter. The villa had 2 floors, in which the first floor was especially large. Other than the master bedroom, there were many guest rooms. The second floor was for leisure, entertainment, fitness, and an infinity pool. Ming Liui pushed Yao Ziju to the master bedroom. The next step was to go into her vacation mode and enjoy this time. Mr. He and their 2 employees naturally chose the guest rooms that were further away from the master bedroom. Zhao Qing had helped Yao Ziju change his clothes before he left. "You've been on the plane for so long, are you tired? Why don't you take a nap?" Ming Liui asked. Yao Ziju nodded, and Ming Liui pushed him up to the bedside, making it easier for him to get onto the bed by himself. But Yao Ziju's face suddenly changed as he placed his hands on the bed. He withdrew his hand and said, "Ask Zhao Qing to come over." Ming Liui said, "Is it because we're in a different place and you're not familiar with the environment yet? There's no need to ask Zhao Qing to come over. I'll help you get on the bed." Ming Liui sat on the side of the bed. Her entire body immediately sank in while the bed was still moving. Ming Liui bounced up from the bed. This is a water bed." The bedsheets so tightly wrapped around it that even the cautious Mr. He didn't notice it. Then I'll have Zhao Qing come over now," Ming Liui said with some embarrassment. Zhao Qing walked into the room and helped Yao Ziju lie on the bed. Yao Ziju's face was extremely dark. Ming Liui thought that it was probably because the bed was too inconvenient that Yao Ziju could not move up and down on his own, which hurt his self-esteem. After Zhao Qing left, Ming Liui said, "Well, shall we change rooms? There are still many other rooms." Yao Ziju lay on the bed, his face growing colder and colder. "No need, let's just sleep here," said Yao Ziju coldly. Ming Liui raised her eyebrows, not expecting Yao Ziju to be so stubborn. She did not wish to continue to dwell on the matter, so she changed her clothes and lay on the bed to rest for a while. This was her first time sleeping on a water bed, so it was a novel experience. Yao Ziju could not control his body at all, as if he was lying on a wave. After a while, he finally calmed down. He thought he could finally sleep in peace, but he did not expect that the moment of silence was just Ming Liui sitting down, waiting for the water bed to stop moving. Ming Liui first sat on the edge of the bed. Then, her side of the bed sank down, causing the entire bed to shake. Yao Ziju started shaking along with the bed, and there was even the sound of water flowing. When Ming Liui thought that the water bed was no longer fluctuating, so she carefully laid down. However, no matter how light Ming Liui's movements were, it still caused the water bed to fluctuate violently. "Lie down and don't move." Yao Ziju gritted his teeth. Ming Liui was also a little annoyed. Since it was useless to be so gentle, then she would do everything all at once. After that, Ming Liui suddenly rolled over a few times, tidied up the covers, and even did a few yoga poses. Every time Ming Liui moved, Yao Ziju would shake up and down with the water bed. He clenched his fists. Ming Liui even wanted to stand up and try jumping on the water bed. Just as she was about to get up, she was pulled into Yao Ziju's arms, right in the middle of the waterbed. The slight pressure from the waterbed made the two of them stick even closer. "Since you don't want to sleep, then you might as well not sleep," said Yao Ziju. Ming Liui suddenly became quiet. She laid down obediently, covered her neck with the blanket, and then closed her eyes. Ming Liui's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she said in a low voice, "I want to sleep." In the afternoon, Shenrui chose some local specialty seafood and brought the chef to the villa to prepare their first meal of the day. Shenrui took the freshly caught oysters and said to Ming Liui, "Madam, since it's your first time in Xinghai City, let me give you a brief introduction to the seafood. These are the internal organs of the oysters. We have to dispose of them first. The green and black parts are the metabolism of the oysters. We have to dispose of them as well. The rest of it is edible. After he finished speaking, Shunrui just ate the entire clam straight away. Ming Liuai was speechless. He had said that those parts should be disposed of, yet he ate the entire thing regardless. After Shunrui finished eating, he explained, "Madam, please don't laugh at us. We people from the beach can eat the entire thing. But you don't come here often, so your stomach isn't as strong. It's better to cut off those parts." After that, Shunrui continued to explain all the seafood that could be eaten and how to get rid of the inedible parts. "Madam, do you want to process it yourself, or ask the chef to clean it up?" Shunrui asked. "I want to do it myself," Ming Liuai immediately said. 114 The joy of doing it herself. Soon, authentic steamed seafood was served on the table, and Ming Liuai was eager to try it. First, she picked up a huge conch and followed Shunrui's method. He had used a small fork to twist the conch meat out. Ming Liuai was very careful during the whole process as she was afraid that the conch meat would break inside. After taking out the conch meat, Ming Liuai felt a sense of satisfaction. This was the joy of doing it herself. Ming Liuai removed the internal organs from the conch, dipped it in sauce, and fed it to Yao Ziju. When Shunrui saw this scene, he did not know why, but he suddenly felt nervous. He swallowed his saliva and waited to see the president's reaction. Yao Ziju ate it very naturally, chewed it gently, and swallowed it down. His expression was normal. "How is it?" Ming Liuai immediately asked. "Is it good?" Yao Ziju said with a smile, "It's very fresh and delicious. Try it yourself." Ming Liuai immediately prepared a piece of conch meat for herself. She ate it in one bite. The crunchy texture and fresh taste made Ming Liuai nod her head. Usually, Yao Ziju could eat by himself. However, the seafood he would be eating for the next few days would be difficult to handle, so he could only wait for Ming Liuai to feed him bit by bit. Although Xiao Fan and Zhao Qing were beside them, the two employees had a tacit understanding not to step forward to snatch the job from the madam. Shunrui was completely dumbfounded. He thought, although the madam looks young and beautiful, she's so good at taking care of people. Ming Liuai was very clever. She remembered all the actions that Shunrui had done once. Every time, she would gently remove the shell, then slowly remove the inedible parts, and then put the whole meat into Yao Ziju's mouth. Moreover, even in serving Yao Ziju first, she did not seem lower than him. The two of them took turns to take their own bite of food. They were so engrossed with each other that they really seemed like newlyweds. This was also the nth time Ming Liuai had been observed by Yao Ziju's subordinates. The president Shunrui had met before was decisive and assertive. He would actually deliver what was promised, and his subordinates admired him very much. However, when they found out that the president got married after he was crippled, they were all shocked. They even guessed that there might be some secrets here only the rich would understand. Of course, it was undeniable that the subordinates were also worried that the madam would dislike the president's poor health and that the president would not be happy. Shunrui looked at the madam and the president in front of him. They were so close. He did not know why, but he felt like crying. Shunrui quickly found an excuse to keep watch at the door. After the meal, everyone prepared to go to the beach to have some fun. Liuai changed into a beautiful dress. Her hair was braided, and she put on a straw hat. Then she went to the yard to wait for Yao Ziju. The gardenias in the courtyard had just bloomed. Ming Liuai walked under the tree and a flower fell down. She caught the flower and casually pinned it in her hair. When Xiao Fan came out and saw Ming Liuai, her eyes lit up, and she immediately said, "Madam, you're really too beautiful." Zhao Qing helped Yao Ziju change into casual clothes, saw that the sun was shining outside, and asked, "Sir, do you need to put on some sunscreen?" "There's no need," said Yao Ziju. Hearing Yao Ziju's rejection, Zhao Qing did not say anything else, and pushed him out of the room. Ming Liuai turned around and saw Yao Ziju. His face was cold, and he was wearing sunglasses, which covered some of his ascetic temperament, but it was still difficult to hide the noble temperament of his body. He was wearing a white t-shirt and a pair of linen pants. He looked comfortable and casual, giving off the feeling of a rich young master. Ming Liui and Xiao Fan were walking on the beach, while Yao Ziju was lying in his chair, listening to his report on the progress of the Xinghai City project. After Ming Liui was tired from playing, she came back to have some cold drinks. Seeing that Yao Ziju's fair skin had turned slightly red from the sun, she asked, "Don't you have any sun protection?" "No," replied Yao Ziju quickly. Ming Liui sighed and picked up the sunscreen beside her. She squeezed it in her hand and began to apply it on Yao Ziju. Yao Ziju even obediently took off his sunglasses and allowed his wife to apply it on his face. He did not wish to stay here and watch their lovey-dovey display, so he quickly said, "There are still some coconuts left. I'll go get them for the madam." Yao Ziju snorted coldly, as if to say, "Why are you still here? Hurry up and leave." Ming Liui smeared the cream on Yao Ziju's face and said, "Raise your head. I'll help you apply it on your neck." Yao Ziju obediently raised his head, his slender neck muscles fully displayed in front of Ming Liui. This made her suddenly think of wolf dogs, who would only show their most vulnerable side to those they trusted. Ming Liui gently applied it on Yao Ziju's neck, and she gulped involuntarily. 115 Have you touched enough? It was the first time Ming Liui touched his throat. She was stunned to experience the difference between a man and a woman's body at such a close distance. When Ming Liui retracted her hand, she felt her fingers heat up. "Apply it to my arms as well," Yao Ziju said. Recently, Yao Ziju had been working out his arms very well, and the muscle lines had become quite obvious. He could not wait for his wife to notice. The moment Ming Liui touched Yao Ziju's arm, he immediately exerted his strength and expanded his muscles. As expected, under such circumstances, his wife paid special attention. Madam's hand rubbed back and forth on the muscles several times. Yao Ziju seemed to be enjoying it. He smiled and asked, "Have you touched enough?" Ming Liui's face instantly turned red, and she let go of his arm as though she had been electrocuted. She immediately took the coconut from his hand and fled to the beach. On the other side of the city, Yao Ziyang could not wait to steal the Xinghai City project. He ordered his secretary to book a plane to Xinghai City immediately, and the secretary informed him that Xinghai City was not open for aircraft travel yet. The secretary immediately made a suggestion: they could fly to the next city first and then have the driver send them to Xinghai City. However, the drive would take more than 3 hours. Yao Ziyang got a little irritated and said, "Then arrange a private jet for me." The secretary said, "We need to apply for a flight route in advance for the stupid plane. We've contacted the air traffic authority, but the flight route has been busy recently. The air traffic authority has directly rejected the application." "I got it," Yao Ziyang said impatiently. "We'll do as you suggested and fly to the next city first." "No problem, Vice President," the secretary replied immediately. "The earliest flight we can get is 11:00 p.m. The estimated time of arrival is around 5:00 am the next day." Fine, Yao Ziyao replied impatiently. When Yao Ziyang arrived at Xinghai City with his secretary, his eyes were bloodshot, his suit was a mess, and his face was haggard. He looked quite disheveled. Yao Ziyang went to the hotel and rested for 3 hours. Then, he and his secretary went to the studio where the Yao Corporation's Xinghai City project was located. The person in charge, Wang Difa, was already there waiting. Difa was a little puzzled. This project had always been handled by the CEO, Yao Ziju. But when he came to Xinghai City, he went straight to the seaside villa to relax. He did not even come to take a look. It had only been a day, yet the vice president had come over in a hurry. They had a meeting scheduled for early in the morning. This project had been suspended for almost a year, and suddenly, 2 presidents had come. Could it be that the project was going to start up again? Wang Difa prepared the information for the project and waited to report to the vice president. As soon as Yao Ziyang got out of the car, Wang Difa saw that Yao Ziyang's eyes were heavy with eye bags. He probably didn't have good rest, and most likely not in a good mood. When everyone arrived at the meeting room, Yao Ziyang said, "I'm sure you all know about the president's current situation. I will take over the Xinghai City project from now on. Now, report the current situation." Wang Difa felt that it did not matter who he reported to. They were all their employers anyway, so Wang Difa had nothing to hide. Yao Ziyang also wanted to get Wang Difa to work for him. If this man could become his subordinate, it would be very easy to get the Xinghai City project. Even though Yao Ziyang's journey had not been smooth, and he was in a bad mood, he maintained a pleasant expression toward Wang Difa. After the report was delivered, Wang Difa looked at Yao Ziyang, waiting for the vice president's instructions. Yao Ziyang suddenly said, "Everyone has worked hard, let's take a break for a while." Then, Yao Ziyang asked Wang Difa to arrange a reservation at a private restaurant. He wanted to talk to Wang Difa about the specific things. Wang Difa felt that it was very strange. The Yao Corporation's style had always been businesslike, but this vice president was different. When they arrived at the restaurant, Yao Ziyang had nothing to say, so he took out a card and threw it to Wang Difa. Yao Ziyang said, "You've worked hard in Xinghai City for the past few years. It's my first time here, so I should give you a gift. From now on, I'll have to cooperate with you, Mr. Wang." Even though Yao Ziyang was the vice president of the group, he was still very polite to Wang Difa. Wang Difa was also a veteran in the workplace. This did not surprise him, but it was a waste not to take the benefits. It just depended on what Yao Ziyang wanted and whether Wang Difa could give it to him. "Come now, Vice President, you're being too serious." "I'm only doing my job," Wang Difa said. Although he said no, his hand quickly picked up the bank card and tucked it aside. He did not say yes, neither did he say no. Yao Ziyang smiled. As long as Wang Difa did not reject him straight away, things would be much easier. It was obvious that Wang Difa was waiting for Yao Ziyang to state his conditions. 116 Smooth cooperation. Yao Ziyang looked at Wang Difa, and stopped beating around the bush. He said, "Mr. Wang, you're a smart man. There's only 200,000 yuan in there, but as long as you help me take this project from Yao Ziju, I'll make it worth your while even more." When Wang Difa heard this, he was a little confused. The Xinghai City project had been suspended for a year. It would be more difficult to restart it at this point. It was not only because of the internal problems of the Yao Corporation, but also because there was no set plan for the policies and supporting facilities of Xinghai City. Moreover, he had heard that some people among the board of directors were dissatisfied with the Xinghai City project. Why were they still fighting to take over the project? In any case, as long as someone could take over and the project could continue, Wang Difa would benefit. After hearing Yao Ziyang's request, Wang Difa put the bank card in his pocket. He laughed and said, "Okay. If there's anything here, I will report it directly to you. As for the president, I know what to do." When Yao Ziyang heard this, his heart was instantly at ease. The effort he had put in to come here was worth it, and the fatigue he had felt after such a long day had disappeared. Yao Ziyang could even feel that the scales of fate were already leaning toward him. Inside the villa, Yao Ziju was sitting at the dining table, waiting. Ming Liui had yet to come out of her room. The relaxation of their vacation allowed everyone to sleep a little longer, so the time for dinner was naturally delayed. Mr. He took this opportunity to report Yao Ziyang's movements. Yao Ziju had just woken up and was feeling a little lazy, which was rare for him. He was sitting in his wheelchair and listening to Mr. His report. Hearing that Yao Ziyang and Wang Difa were going to a private restaurant to eat, Yao Ziju said lightly, "Wang Difa isn't someone who would be satisfied with just a small amount of money. I don't know how much Yao Ziyang has paid to be able to keep him in his pocket. Then should we need to think of a way to intervene?" Mr. He asked. "No need, it's time for Yao Ziyang to pay for his own tuition. As for what Wang Difa has taken, he'll pay it back sooner or later," Yao Ziju said. Mr. He continued to talk about other things and was about to leave when Ming Liui came out of the room. Seeing Mr. He, Ming Liui said, "Mr. He, have you eaten? Would you like to eat with us?" Mr. He immediately said, "Madam, I have already eaten, and still have much to do. Please, enjoy yourselves at leisure." After Mr. He left, Ming Liui whispered, "Mr. He is too strict." Yao Ziju mimicked Ming Liui and whispered, "He's just a boring person. After we eat, we'll go to the beach and teach him a lesson." However, before Ming Liui could figure out how to bully Mr. He, Zhao Qing walked into the room with a few water guns. Zhao Qing followed the master's instructions and specially prepared a super large water gun for the madam. Everyone else had more normal water guns, but they seemed a little too small in comparison. When Ming Liui saw this, she ran over happily to take the water gun. After their meal, Ming Liui brought everyone to the beach to play. At the start, everyone was still a little restrained and did not dare to use their water guns on the madam. However, after Ming Liui's provocations and drenching everyone in water, they all began to take revenge. Mr. He was not excluded either. When Ming Liui bullied Mr. He, she obviously showed mercy and only wet his sleeve. The secretary seemed to turn into a child at that moment. He picked up the water gun and played with them happily. With Ming Liui wielding her extra-large water gun, she quickly became the strongest player. Naturally, that resulted in everyone else forming a team as they began to surround her and attack. Everyone played for a long time, until their bodies were all wet. Only Yao Ziju was sitting in a chair, listening to the laughter of Ming Liui and the others. The temperature by the sea was pleasant, and with the handsome Yao Ziju sat there, it created such a beautiful scene. However, Ming Liui wanted to destroy this beautiful scene. She gave everyone a look, indicating that they should go against Yao Ziju together. Everyone shook their heads frantically, expressing no, no. Ming Liui, on the other hand, raised her eyebrows and responded with an I'm going in expression. She ran to Yao Ziju, held her water gun, and pointed it at his chest. Yao Ziju's expression changed instantly, and his smile disappeared. He picked up a water gun from the side, and fired back in the direction of the attack. Ming Liui did not dodge in time and was hit by Yao Ziju. She immediately moved like a snake and returned fire non-stop. Thank you for reading on miboxnovel.com. 117 A Man's Virtue. Not long afterward, Yao Ziju's entire body was drenched. The once loose clothing were now stuck to Yao Ziju's skin, and his muscles could be seen. Yao Ziju retorted with a cold face, not caring about his drenched body at all. Ming Liui suddenly stopped and covered Yao Ziju with a towel. It's already so wet, Ming Liui said quickly. Hurry and go change. Yao Ziju did not care much about it and reached down to take off his wet clothes. Ming Liui immediately pressed down Yao Ziju's hand, and her soft voice fiercely whispered into his ear, "Don't take it off. You have to be a man. Dear, this is the beach. Aren't you being a little too possessive?" Yao Ziju laughed. After Wang Difa received the money, of course, he had to start doing the work. That night, Wang Difa sent the feasibility analysis report of the Xinghai City project to Yao Ziyang. At 11:00 p.m., Yao Ziyang was having a video conference in the living room of his hotel suite. When he saw Wang Difa's message, he motioned for Wang Difa to wait at the side. Wang Difa waved his hand, indicating that it was fine and that the vice president should go ahead with his work. About 10 minutes later, Yao Ziyang seemed to have finally finished his last task, and he stretched his back in exhaustion. Wang Difa immediately said, "Vice President, it's almost midnight. You're so busy every day. It's so tiring. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Wang," Yao Ziyang said with a smile. "I still have to send the analysis report to you." After that, Yao Ziyang reached out and took the documents from Wang Difa. He flipped through the feasibility analysis report, which would be very useful for the subsequent progress of the project. There was also the budget. Based on previous experience, this budget was also reasonable. With these two documents, it meant that the preliminary work was very good, and the project could continue. "Has Yao Ziju read these reports?" Yao Ziyang asked lightly. Difa Wang scratched the back of his head and said, "The president didn't look at a single one." Yao Ziyang nodded and passed the report to his secretary, instructing that he should send it back to headquarters immediately and ask them to recalculate and see if there was any room for reduction. Now, with the right time, place, and people on his side, Yao Ziyang believed that the Xinghai City project was the key to the next step. After Wang Difa submitted the report, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he stood to the side hesitantly. Yao Ziyang looked at Wang Difa's expression and asked curiously, "Mr. Wang, do you still have something to say?" Wang Difa immediately said, "Vice President, you don't know this, but the Xinghai City project has been suspended for a year. All the workers we previously gathered have left because they could not start work. If you really want to take over this project now, I can definitely arrange everything for you in the early stages." Yao Ziyang just looked at Wang Difa, as if he did not understand what he meant. Wang Difa could only be more direct. He said, "The workers will be in a bad mood when they come back. We should at least give them some incentives to ease their mood." Yao Ziyang knew that this was normal, and casually said, "Just report to headquarters how much you need." "No." Wang Defa immediately waved his hand. "The Yao family will not allow it. How much do you want? I'll give it to you personally." Yao Ziyang gritted his teeth. Defa immediately raised 3 fingers. 30,000 is enough, asked Yao Ziyang. Wang Defa shook his head. He still showed 3 fingers. 300,000? Yao Ziyang was surprised. Only then did Wang Defa nod. He said, 300,000 yuan is actually too little. Those contractors don't lack money, they can make money anywhere. The Xinghai City project has a few scandals, because I was shameless enough to negotiate the price with them. Yao Ziyang was speechless. This was really a little absurd. Yao Ziyang was also in need of money. He had already given Wang Defa 200,000, and now he wanted another 300,000. The two of them instantly felt awkward. Yao Ziyang took a deep breath and said, "When I get back to headquarters, I'll give you the money. Just wait for me." Wang Defa smiled and said a few polite words. "I wish Vice President a victory in your first battle. All the best." Wang Defa left the room, closing the door behind him. The smile on his face immediately disappeared. Previously, when it was Yao Ziju, Wang Defa could not control him, but this vice president was quite easy to manipulate. As night fell, everyone was happily preparing for a beach barbecue in the villa's courtyard. Shenrui had supervised all the arrangements at the beach. 118 I really want to see her. Shenrui had hired someone to decorate the beach. There was a small stage surrounded by pink roses and white ribbons. The barbecue area had a double-layered grill, and there was beer and drinks crammed into buckets of ice. Not far away was a long table covered with a tablecloth. In the middle was a row of candlesticks, with exquisite desserts and fresh fruits. There was a romantic atmosphere everywhere. Ming Liui had changed into a long dress. The sea breeze blew, and the hem of her dress fluttered, making her look even more charming. Yao Ziju was in a casual suit, sitting in his wheelchair and looking calm. After everyone was seated, a 2-man band began to play. The band consisted of a man and a woman. They looked like a couple. The man carried a guitar and was in charge of the vocals. His hair was tied into a braid. The girl had a buzz cut and her facial features were very beautiful. She lowered her head and was working on her electronic keyboard. Xiao Fan whispered, "Madam, look, they're so cool. That girl is super handsome, too." Ming Liui described the two of them to Yao Ziju in a low voice, and Yao Ziju listened quietly. Soon, the band tuned their instruments and began to perform. The man had a clear and youthful voice. There was a slight drawl in his voice, and it sounded very nice. The chefs had also started the barbecuing, and the aroma began to spread everywhere. Ming Liui picked up a skewer of black tiger prawns with garlic that had already been cooked and handed it to Yao Ziju. Then, Ming Liui herself ate some scallops. "It's really delicious," she exclaimed. The food had been prepared by professional chefs, and the fragrance made everyone drool. When the food entered their mouths, it was fresh, tender, and juicy. Ming Liui finished the scallops, while Yao Ziju was still eating the black tiger prawns. The prawns were very big, and they were even longer than Yao Ziju's hand. The man ate slowly, and the whole process was very pleasing to the eyes. Ming Liui immediately took out her phone. Looking at the black tiger prawns Yao Ziju was eating, Ming Liui felt that the prawns seemed more delicious than the scallops, so she picked up a skewer for herself. With one bite, the fresh sweetness stimulated Ming Liui's taste buds. She closed her eyes in satisfaction and could not help but sigh, "The prawns are really too delicious." Yao Ziju heard Ming Liui's voice and could not help but smile. Ming Liui divided the scallop meat into small pieces and fed it to Yao Ziju. As soon as he finished, she immediately asked, "Which is better, the prawns or the scallops?" "Scallops," Yao Ziju said. "How could that be?" Ming Liui asked. "I think the prawns are the best. It's better when it's fed by you," said Yao Ziju. Ming Liui was speechless. This was a little alluring. Ming Liui's face grew red, and her tone was a little fierce as she said, "Eat your food and don't talk." "Madam," Xiao Fan whispered, "Master was only answering your question." Ming Liui just stared at her, too flustered to say anything. "Liui, I want to have a smoke," said Yao Ziju. Ming Liui was stunned for a moment and said, but there's nothing to smoke here." There's one pack of cigarettes at the head of the bed in our room. Help me get it, I'll smoke one, Yao Ziju replied. Ming Liui bit her lip and wanted to refuse. After all, Yao Ziju's body had not fully recovered yet. But today's environment and atmosphere was so good, she did not want to dampen Yao Ziju's mood. Ming Liui ran back to their room and opened the drawer. There was a luxurious box in the middle with a card on it. A gift for Liui. Ming Liui's heart beat faster, and she nervously opened the box. The moment the box was open, Ming Liui held her breath. It was a pair of earrings, each embedded with a pink gem. A ring of diamonds surrounded the pink gemstone in the middle, like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. Ming Liui took out the earrings and put them on. They made her look very beautiful together with her red dress. Then, she continued to search, but there were no cigarettes. Only then did Ming Liui understand that this was a surprise Yao Ziju had specially prepared for her. She immediately ran back to the beach. Ming Liui sat down beside Yao Ziju and whispered into his ear, "Thank you for the surprise. I love it." Yao Ziju reached out and touched Ming Liui's ear. Ming Liui's ear was very sensitive, and with Yao Ziju's touch, it turned red in an instant. Ming Liui subconsciously shied from it. Yao Ziju knew that his wife would look especially beautiful with these earrings on, but he could not imagine what she would look like. The sea breeze was comfortable, the music was nice, the food was delicious, and the person he loved the most was by his side. With this, Yao Ziju should not have asked for anything more, but at this moment, he really wanted to see her. Even if he could only see her tonight, he really wanted to see her. 119 Where's my cigarette? Yao Ziju's hand rubbed Ming Liui's earlobe. Although Yao Ziju's eyes were closed, Ming Liui felt that there was a faint sadness there. The distance between the two of them got closer and closer, and Ming Liui felt that if Yao Ziju used a little more force, they would kiss. Although Yao Ziju really wanted to kiss her, there were so many people around, and he did not want to perform a kiss in front of them. He quickly calmed himself down, and a smile appeared on his face again. Yao Ziju gave Ming Liui a light kiss, and leaned close to her ear, his voice full of temptation as he said, "You didn't bring me a cigarette. You only took the gift." Ming Liui felt numb from the onslaught of Yao Ziju's teasing and the light peck from earlier. This feeling quickly traveled to her ears and back, and all the hair on Ming Liui's whole body was standing on end. The band had sung for a long while, and it was time for the two performers to go off stage to take a break. Yao Ziju only leaned away from Ming Liui after the music had stopped. Shen Rui beckoned the performers over to eat something. They nodded, and after they got off the stage, neither of them spoke much. "I'm going for a smoke over there," the girl said as she stood up. Ming Liui immediately looked at the girl and also stood up. The girl was speechless. Ming Liui said with an embarrassed look, "Can I have a cigarette?" The performer glanced at Ming Liui and casually took out a stick. She handed it to Ming Liui and then walked away, as if he didn't want to be disturbed. Ming Liui thanked her and immediately gave the cigarette to Yao Ziju. Ming Liui said, "Here, the cigarette you wanted." Yao Ziju sniffed the long and thin lady's cigarette, and said, "It's a good cigarette, but it's not time for me to smoke yet." Ming Liui was dumbfounded. One moment he wanted to smoke, the next moment it was not the right time. Why is he so fickle? He changes his mood even faster than the weather. However, she had already brought it to him. It would be rude to return it at this point. It would also be rude if he did not smoke it. Ming Liui was at a loss on what to do with the cigarette. Mr. He saw that something was wrong and immediately said, "Madam, leave the cigarettes to me. I'll handle it." Ming Liui did not know this, but Mr. He did. The president never accepted such things from outsiders. Even the madam personally went to get it from someone. One must remember that Yao Ziyang was also in Xinghai City, and he always used underhand tactics. At such the critical moment, no complications were allowed. Ming Liui praised Mr. He in her heart. In front of Yao Ziju, only he could keep the situation under control. The female performer returned after her smoke break. The chef served the meat. Ming Liui gave Yao Ziju a skewer, and they started eating again. The two members of the band had a simple meal and soon stood on the stage again to continue their performance. The girl's fingers played deftly on the electronic keyboard. Her aura was not hidden by the vocalist, and the two of them worked together perfectly. After eating a few bites of barbecued meat, Ming Liui felt that it was a little greasy. She casually took out a bottle of juice from the ice bucket, poured it into a glass, and drank more than half the glass in one go. The taste of the passion fruit was cold and delicious. Yao Ziju felt something was wrong and asked, "What are you drinking?" Ming Liui replied, "It should be a passion fruit drink. It's really good. Do you want to try it? Take a good look." "What is it?" Yao Ziju said. Ming Liui then picked up the bottle and looked at it seriously. She found that it was actually a bottle of passion fruit cider with an alcohol content of 4%. Once more, Ming Liui was speechless. "So that's why I didn't smell any alcohol. It's only 4%. There shouldn't be any problems. Let's change it to another drink," Yao Ziju said lightly. "No need," Ming Liui said. "I'll finish this, or it'll be a waste." Yao Ziju nodded and did not say anything. While she ate, Ming Liui finished the rest of the cider in her glass. Ming Liui had never drunk before. Although a glass of cider was not much, Ming Liui drank it quickly and nervously. The power of alcohol revealed itself here. Ming Liui felt her face heat up, and her eyelids felt heavy. "Madam," Xiaofan said, "are you tired? Should we go back and rest?" Ming Liui shook her head and said, "No, I'm not tired. I can still go on." Yao Ziju reached out and touched her forehead, and found that it was a little warm. He raised his hand and called Shenrui over. Yao Ziju said, "My wife has drunk too much. That's all for today. The fee will be the same. 120 good alcohol." Shenrui immediately nodded and asked everyone to start the cleanup. Xiaofan wanted to go forward and help Ming Liui, but the madam seemed to be fine. She stood up and walked to the villa. Zhao Qing also sent Yao Ziju back to his bedroom. Although the barbecue that night was on the beach, their clothes still smelled of smoke and greasy food. Ming Liui asked Zhao Qing to help Yao Ziju bathe. When he was done, Ming Liui went into shower herself. When Ming Liui came out of the shower, Yao Ziju was leaning against the head of the waterbed. Because Ming Liui had taken a bath, the headiness she felt that was caused by the cider had dissipated a lot. Ming Liui did her usual routine. She dried her hair and applied her skincare products before she went to massage Yao Ziju's eyes and legs. Although Ming Liui felt like she had returned to normal, when she moved, it actually felt very different. What should have been 1 drop of spirit spring water had involuntarily become 3 drops. Ming Liui's heart ached. If it was wasted, it would be even more painful. She gently rubbed her palms together, and then used her fingers with the spiritual spring water to gently press it onto Yao Ziju's eyes. Yao Ziju felt it at once. Usually, when his wife massaged his eyes, there would be a bit of coolness, but it was especially obvious today. The cool scent of spring water from the mountains was also very strong, as if there was a lot of energy entering his body through his eyes and spreading in all directions. Yao Ziju felt a slight pain in his eyes, but it was still tolerable. When Ming Liui's hand left, Yao Ziju felt his muscles tighten and quickly relax. After that, Ming Liui began to massage Yao Ziju's knees and calves. In the past, Ming Liui's massage strength was almost the same, but today it was indeed sometimes light and sometimes heavy. The uneven force and the water bed made it even more obvious. Ming Liui seemed very tired and stopped what she was doing without waiting for Yao Ziju to mention it. She lay down beside him on the bed. The water bed moved along with Ming Liui's movements, and likewise, her body moved up and down with the water bed. Not long after she lied down, Ming Liui leaned toward Yao Ziju's body, and placed her head on his chest. She fell asleep just like that. In the darkness, Yao Ziju touched Ming Liui's face. It was smooth and delicate, and the feeling made him very satisfied. He even felt that he should be glad that his wife was a lightweight. When Yao Ziyang heard that Yao Ziju and Ming Liui were having fun in the villa every day, and even invited a band to perform at the beach that night, he sneered in his heart. This big brother of his was blind, crippled, and a playboy. When the time came, what could he use to compete against Yao Ziyang? After the rescue attempt ended up on the trending lists, Yao Ziyang had sent someone to investigate it. The charity foundation had no background and was not affiliated with any large corporation. Yao Ziyang had been sure that it was just a coincidence. Although Ming Liui was married from the Cai family, be it the environment she grew up in, her knowledge, or her status, she could not compare to Cai Rixi. The Cai family could not have helped Ming Liui. Thinking about it this way, Ming Liui, that country bumpkin, should not have had any influence on the current situation. She only had a few skills in seduction, and could have used that to make Yao Ziju love her more. This was exactly what Yao Ziyang wanted, to give him more time and opportunities. Yao Ziyang had a basic understanding of the Xinghai City project and had almost won over all the personnel. The next step was to compete with the board of directors for this project. Everything was going according to Yao Ziyang's plan. Thinking of this, Yao Ziyang was in a good mood and did not feel that the journey back was very torturous. Mr. He also reported the situation to Yao Ziju. President Mr. He said, Yao Ziyang left Xinghai City this morning. The time was similar to our estimation. We'll follow the plan. Yao Ziju nodded. Send word that we'll be going to Lychee village tomorrow morning. As the name suggests, this village mainly produced lychees, and the village had a very long history. They had been growing lychees since their ancestors' time. The location of the village happened to be in the proposed area of the Xinghai City project, which was also a problem that the project could not solve at the moment. The villagers did not want to leave this place nor abandon their lychee plantation. The lychee trees bloomed in spring and bore fruit in summer. It was very pleasing to the eye both during the flowering and fruit-bearing season. Moreover, the lychees here were of a very good variety. It was as if they had been blessed by the heavens. The harvest every year was bountiful. The lychees were also large and sweet. The village also had another special feature, the ancient method of brewing lychee wine. Many products related to lychees were also invented here with every changing era. 121 Discussion. It would be a pity to let the villagers move away just like that. However, if he could ensure the safety of the villagers and the lychees during the development of the Xinghai City project, it would be a highlight for Xinghai City. Yao Ziju would see to that. However, both the villagers and the village chief were very conservative. They did not want to change their plain and simple lives. Thus, the project in Xinghai City was suspended for more than a year. If this path did not work, maybe another one would. Yao Ziju changed his original plan. He wanted to build the Lychee Cultural Village first to show the villagers its effect and his sincerity. Then, he would proceed with the other projects in Xinghai City. Mr. He had already prepared a few plans in advance. All they had left was to hold the discussion with Lychee Village. This was the purpose of Yao Ziju's visit. When Yao Ziju woke up, his eyes were a little uncomfortable, but he ignored that. He thought that it was because he had eaten too much seafood these days, which might have irritated his eyes. After finishing his work in the morning, he felt like taking a nap after lunch. Ming Liui had entered the room, only to see Yao Ziju sleeping soundly, so she did not disturb him. It was not until nighttime that Ming Liui finally woke Yao Ziju up for dinner. Yao Ziju acknowledged her, but did not get up. He was still a little sleepy and his body felt heavy, so he quickly fell asleep again. Yao Ziju did not know how long he had slept, but he felt that his wife was in bed as well, and her breathing was even, so she must be asleep. Yao Ziju gently held his wife in his arms. He had missed her so much, even though he did not spend time with her in the afternoon. Yao Ziju raised his hand and caressed his wife's face, from her eyes to her soft lips. Ming Liui was sleeping very sweetly. Her small mouth was slightly open, as if waiting for someone to taste it. Yao Ziju caressed her like she was a treasure, and lightly kissed her, saying, "Thank you for taking care of me." Then, he stroked her hair a few more times before he went back to sleep. The next morning, the atmosphere suddenly became serious and tense. Ming Liui felt that something was wrong and asked in confusion, "Do you have something important to do today?" "It's nothing important. I'll take you to Lychee village for a tour," said Yao Ziju lightly. Although he said it was nothing, it was hard to believe that it was nothing serious when Zhao Qing helped him change into formal clothes and Ming Liui helped him put on his tie. In order to match Yao Ziju, Ming Liui also changed into a formal dress. Mr. He recounted the information to him again, and after Yao Ziju confirmed it, the group set off. The village chief knew the purpose of Yao Ziju's visit and did not really want to meet him, but seeing the wheelchair-bound Yao Ziju still coming all the way here, the village chief decided to meet with him. This was the first time the simple village chief had seen Ming Lairii. Perhaps it was because he grew lychees all year round, he could often feel the spirituality of plants, so he could also feel the spirituality of Ming Lairii. After learning that Ming Lairii was Yao Ziju's wife, the village chief's impression of Yao Ziju improved. He asked a few young people from the village to come over and listen to Mr. His plans, which the secretary explained in detail. Everyone's expression began to turn serious. This time, the young people and the village chief all felt that the village was being valued. The Yao Corporation not only wanted to develop a project, but also really wanted to develop the culture of Lychee Village and make everyone's lives better. The chief put down the plan in his hand and said, "We need to study this carefully. Thank you for your sincerity today." Hearing the village chief's words, the heavy atmosphere among the crowd instantly relaxed. "It's the lychee harvest season right now," the village chief continued. "It's very beautiful. I'll take you to the lychee plantation to have a look." Everyone came out of the chief's house and found many villagers outside, all waiting anxiously for the news. "Go about your own business," the village chief said with a wave of his hand. "I'll take our honored guests to our lychee plantation for a walk." When everyone heard the word honored guests and understood the village chief's attitude, they all left with peace of mind. One of the children present said to their parent, "Mom, can a blind man in a wheelchair be a boss?" The child's mother immediately covered her child's mouth and smiled awkwardly. She whispered, "Don't talk nonsense. It's very rude." The child continued, "But Mom, didn't you say that it's impolite to talk behind people's backs? And now it's also rude to say it in front of them." The child's mother wished she could strangle her child. She awkwardly picked the child up and tried to leave at once. Afraid that people would get angry, Ming Lairii walked over and smiled. "Hello, little friend. Anyone can become a boss as long as they work hard. You're very smart. Study hard and listen to your mother. You'll be a boss someday too." 122 Fairy Sister. The child's eyes lit up when he saw Ming Lairii, and he said in a childish voice, "Sister, you're so pretty. Are you a fairy? I really like you. When I grow up, can I marry you?" Ming Lairii could not help but laugh. The child's mother also smiled. Afraid that her child would say something embarrassing again, she carried the boy and quickly left. Yao Ziju's face was a bit dark and his voice was a bit cold. He childishly said, "You have no chance. She's my wife." As expected, the little boy burst into tears when he heard Yao Ziju's words. "Mommy, let's go and save the fairy sister," the child cried. "She's been captured by the devil." The child's mother felt the urge to throttle the boy. She apologized to the crowd from time to time, then quickly disappeared with her child in her arms. Yao Ziju's face turned even darker. Was he that terrifying? Ming Lairii looked at Yao Ziju. He was wearing a decent suit, his shirt was buttoned up meticulously, and he had handsome facial features. He just had a cold temperament, but no matter how you looked at him, he was a handsome man. How did he become a devil? On the way to the lychee plantation, Yao Ziju's expression did not look good. Ming Lairii, on the other hand, was very happy. Along the way, the small vendors on both sides of the road were constantly peddling their wares, and Ming Lairii shopped as she walked. They were all products made from lychees, lychee wine, lychee egg rolls, and lychee drinks. When they arrived at the lychee plantation, everyone was shocked by the scenery in front of them. The lychee trees themselves were tall, with many branches and luxuriant green leaves. The ripe lychees were like gems among the emerald green leaves. "There are many lychee trees here that have been around for more than 100 years, the village chief said proudly. "The tallest ones can be more than 10 meters high." With a sigh, the village chief continued, "There are many trees here that are older than me. How can they withstand the relocation?" Although Yao Ziju could not see the scene in front of him, he could smell the sweetness of the fresh lychees and feel the vitality in his surroundings. The village chief said, "You can walk around here as you like. Eat as many lychees as you want. Although our lychees aren't very expensive, they're all very sweet. If you don't mind, you can bring some home for your family." With that, the village chief turned and left. Ming Lairii looked at the red lychees and suddenly felt a little hungry. Although she had eaten a lot of lychees on the way here, she still wanted to try them after seeing such fresh ones. Ming Lairii looked at Yao Ziju and asked in a low voice, "Can we eat them?" Yao Ziju laughed helplessly. Did she really think he was the devil? You even need to ask for permission before eating lychee. Go, eat as much as you want, Yao Ziju said lightly. Yay! Ming Liui shouted happily. She brought Xiao Fan back and forth through the lychee plantation. The surrounding lychee trees were all over 100 years old. Ming Liui felt especially comfortable here, and the spiritual spring was also a little excited. Ming Liui searched around for a long time and finally found a very big one. When she reached out, she realized that her own palm was just enough to hold the lychee. She peeled the skin off the lychee, revealing the white and smooth flesh inside, which had a sweet aroma. After eating it in one bite, she thought the flesh of the fruit was crisp, and the juice was abundant. It was very sweet. Ming Liui immediately fell in love with the taste. After eating one, she immediately picked another, and walked to Yao Ziju's side while peeling it. Yao Ziju's wheelchair was parked under the tree, and he was surrounded by tall lychee trees, so there was plenty of shade for him. But Yao Ziju felt as though a ray of light shone straight into his eyes. He blinked uncomfortably. He seemed to have blocked out all the sounds around him, and all his energy was focused in his eyes. His wife's soft voice suddenly came through. Ming Liui said, Yao Ziju, I've peeled a lychee for you, have a taste. As if he had heard a call, Yao Ziju turned his head around and looked in her direction. His eyelashes trembled a few times before he slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, a bright light appeared in front of him. As if he could not stand the light, Yao Ziju blinked again. The blurry reality slowly focused on the woman in front of him. She was wearing a long dress, and behind her was a field of lychee trees. Her eyes were bright and clear, like a pool of clear water, but also full of charm. Her fair skin glowed under the shade of the tree, and her soft lips seemed to have just eaten something, for they were still moist. Holding a peeled lychee in her hand, she called out Yao Ziju's name as she slowly walked over. Yao Ziju was stunned, and Ming Liui also noticed that he had opened his eyes. 123 I can see now. Yao Ziju's eyes were very beautiful, with feather-like eyelashes and deep eye sockets. His gem-like eyes even had stars in them. Although she knew that Yao Ziju could not see, Ming Liui still felt embarrassed. She quickly walked up and squatted beside Yao Ziju, asking, Are your eyes uncomfortable? Yao Ziju's eyes followed Ming Liui's figure, and the two looked at each other. It almost seemed like Yao Ziju could see through her heart. Ming Liui raised her head to look at Yao Ziju, her slender white neck seemingly showing a beautiful arc. She was still holding a peeled lychee in her hand, but the meat of the lychee was not even half as white as hers. Liui, eat it, Yao Ziju said. Ming Liui's movements seemed controlled as she took a bite of the lychee. Yao Ziju then lowered his head and kissed Ming Liui on the lips. Yao Ziju pried open her teeth with his tongue and nimbly entered her mouth, snatching away the piece of lychee. With the sweet taste spreading in his mouth, Yao Ziju smiled and said, It's really sweet. Ming Liui was stunned. The kiss was too sudden, and she was not prepared. Ming Liui's face suddenly turned red, and it spread to her neck. Yao Ziju suppressed the joy in his heart and said in a low and magnetic voice, Dear, this is the first time we're seeing each other. Please take care of me from now on. When Ming Liui heard this, she raised her hand and waved it in front of Yao Ziju. She said in surprise, You can see? Yao Ziju nodded affirmatively. Ming Liui immediately shed tears. She said, I knew you would recover. I knew it. After experiencing so many dark times, the proud elite in front of her could finally see again. Mr. He, Xiao Fan, and Zhao Qing were also very excited. They could not believe that the master had really recovered. Yao Ziju hugged Ming Liui and patted her back. Don't cry, dear, don't cry, he consoled. Ming Liui's tears, however, flowed uncontrollably. Yao Ziju let out a sigh and gently rubbed her earlobe. Only then did she stop crying. She raised her head. Her eyes were red from crying, which made her look even more pitiful. Yao Ziju could not help but lower his head and kiss away the tears on her face. Ming Liui shyly lowered her head again. The two of them hugged for a long time before letting go. After returning from the lychee plantation, everyone was in a relaxed and happy mood. Even Xiao Fan felt that this lychee plantation was magical, allowing the master's eyes to see again. Everyone was smiling. When the village chief saw them return, he immediately noticed that Yao Ziju's eyes were different from before. He could not help but be amazed. Yao Ziju's eyes were glued to Ming Laiui. No matter what she did, he kept watching. He was afraid that if he did not look at her, he would go back to the dark days. Before he saw her, Yao Ziju had only heard others talk about how beautiful she was, but he did not expect her to be this beautiful. She was wearing a dress, her long hair draped over her shoulders, her waist was slim, and her figure was well proportioned. After watching for a while, Yao Ziju had a selfish and dark thought. He wanted to hide Ming Laiui. Ming Laiui's beauty could only belong to him. Seeing the smile on Ming Laiui's face, Yao Ziju immediately shook his head, shaking away the dark thoughts in his heart. As long as she was happy, everything was fine. On the way back, Yao Ziju sat in the car and said, "Everyone, I need to keep the fact that I've recovered my vision a secret for the time being. I hope you can cooperate with me. I'll make the announcement when the time is right." So, after returning to the villa, everyone took care of Yao Ziju as usual. "We'll be leaving tomorrow," Yao Ziju said. "We'll have a break this afternoon, so you don't have to work. Let's all enjoy the view." Xiao Fan immediately asked happily, "Master, can I go out and do some shopping? I want to bring back some of the local specialties here." "You can ask my wife about that," Yao Ziju said lightly. Ming Laiui immediately said, "Sure, go quickly, and be careful." After everyone had left, only Ming Laiui and Yao Ziju were left in the room. Yao Ziju raised his hand and pointed at his face. Before, this was their secret signal, and Ming Laiui would immediately run over to kiss Yao Ziju's face. But at that moment, no matter what Yao Ziju did, Ming Laiui did not immediately go over. Yao Ziju found it funny, knowing that she was embarrassed. "What, now that I can see it, this teamwork has crumbled?" Yao Ziju asked. 124 How about you close your eyes? Ming Laiui walked over with a red face. She whispered, "When you look at me like this, I feel shy. Why don't you close your eyes?" Yao Ziju's eyes darkened, and his voice turned hoarse. "If I close my eyes, I won't be able to see your face." Ming Laiui was speechless. Yao Ziju raised his hand to let Ming Laiui come a little closer. He said, "Come on, I'll teach you." Since he could see the world again, Yao Ziju's temperament also seemed stronger than before. Ming Laiui approached with small steps, and Yao Ziju impatiently slid his wheelchair over. When he reached Ming Laiui's side, he wrapped his arms around her waist and made her sit on his lap. With the beauty in his arms, Yao Ziju sighed with satisfaction. Ming Laiui was suddenly pulled in, and her hands immediately wrapped around Yao Ziju's neck. The temperature in Xinghai City was still quite warm, and the clothes they wore were light. Ming Laiui felt that whether it was her legs or her face and chest, they were all very hot. Yao Ziju did not teach her right away. He took the hand off his neck and grabbed Ming Laiui's hand. Yao Ziju had thought more than once about how beautiful these hands would be, but seeing them in person, he realized that they were even more beautiful than he had imagined. Her fingers were long and slender, as if they were boneless. Her skin was pale and smooth, and her fingernails were also very neatly trimmed, like a perfect piece of art. It was this pair of hands that had helped him redeem himself countless times in the darkness. Each time, she would gently stroke his eyes and legs, giving him hope for the future. Yao Ziju gently kissed the back of Ming Laiui's hand, and then her palm. His eyes were warm and gentle. Ming Laiui shyly lowered her head, and very shyly rubbed against Yao Ziju's shoulder. Her actions almost melted Yao Ziju. Yao Ziju let go of Ming Laiui's hand and gently lifted her chin, making her look up at him. Their eyes met, and they could hear each other's breathing. In the original book, Yao Ziju was described as a cold and aloof man who was too lazy to even look at others. However, Yao Ziju was a completely different person at this moment, his eyes filled with emotions that Ming Laiui could not comprehend. Ming Laiui could see her own reflection in her husband's eyes. Yao Ziju lifted Ming Laiui's chin, one hand still around her waist, and lowered his head to get closer. Just as he was about to kiss her, he said in a low and hoarse voice, "Now I can close my eyes." Ming Laiui obediently closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling uneasily. It was a light kiss at first. Then it spiraled out of control, intense and hot. Ming Lairii felt her heart beating so fast that she could not fully focus. Her hand gently pushed Yao Ziju's chest, and her toes curled up because of nervousness. But Yao Ziju did not allow Ming Lairii to whine, his tongue gently opening her pearly white teeth, allowing him to taste its soft sweetness. Ming Lairi's spiritual spring also grew excited. The refreshing smell of the spring water wafted into his nose again, and he raised his head. Yao Ziju stared at Ming Lairii and asked, "I smell the refreshing scent of spring water. What is it?" Ming Lairii did not know how to explain it, so she could only hug Yao Ziju's neck and use her mouth to seal his. The cool taste was not able to offset the lingering heat, but instead acted as a catalyst. Ming Lairi's initiative surprised Yao Ziju, making it harder for him to control himself. As the atmosphere heated up, Ming Lairii felt a slight sense of danger, and immediately pushed Yao Ziju away, struggling to stand up. "Let's go shopping, too," she said. Ming Lairi's face was red as she added, "I'll go wash my face." Then, she walked into the bathroom. Yao Ziju looked at the fleeing Ming Lairii and thought that his wife was too cute. When Ming Lairii came out again, everything returned to normal, and Yao Ziju also returned to his usual cold and noble self. At first, Ming Lairii did not even dare to look at Yao Ziju, and just silently pushed his wheelchair. Yao Ziju was very relaxed, allowing Ming Lairii to push him. When she saw the beautiful flowers and butterflies on the side of the road, Ming Lairii would let go of his wheelchair and chase after the butterflies for a while. Yao Ziju rolled his wheelchair himself and followed Ming Lairii. When he got tired, he would use the remote control to make the wheelchair move on its own. The two of them enjoyed this relaxing time. It did not take long for the two of them to reach the lively beach. There were many people there. Some were swimming, some were surfing, and some were eating barbecue and drinking cold drinks on the shore. It was a relaxing atmosphere. 125 The dream has become reality. Yao Ziju's wheelchair was an electric one, and because of the strong resistance of the beach, it moved slower, but it could still move without any other hindrances. It only returned to its normal speed when it reached a wet and hard area. Thus, Yao Ziju strolled around the places where the waves had washed over, letting the tide wash over his path again and again. Not far away, there was an ice cream truck where some children were lining up. Ming Lairii immediately ran over to it. Yao Ziju stopped not far away and watched Ming Lairii and the other children lining up. Not long after, the boss gave Ming Lairii 2 different colored ice creams. From Ming Lairi's eager eyes, it was obvious that she really wanted to try it immediately, but she held it in and brought it back to eat it with Yao Ziju. The weather was very hot. Even if Ming Luyi jogged back, the ice cream still ended up a little melted, even dripping onto hands. Ming Lairii handed the ice cream to Yao Ziju, then quickly licked the ice cream on her hand. She really liked the taro flavor, and she closed her eyes happily. Yao Ziju also took a bite, and the ice cream melted in his mouth. To be able to see his wife, to have such good weather, and to have such sweet the ice cream, it was like a dream had become reality. The next morning, everyone boarded the private jet and went back. The moment Yao Ziju's eyes were rested, he turned into a workaholic. On the plane, Ming Lairii slept for a while before woke up. When she saw Yao Ziju and Mr. He working, she started to feel restless. Thinking that her food vlogging account had not been updated for a long time, she took out her tablet and began to organize and edit the videos she had recently shot. Yao Ziju saw that Ming Lairii had woken up and lovingly stroked her hair. He asked, "You're not sleeping. Do you want to eat something?" Ming Lairii shook her head. She was not used to being able to meet her husband's gaze. It was as if she had suddenly changed from taking care of others to others taking care of her. "I'm busy, too," Ming Lairii said. "I'm editing a video." "Is it mine?" Yao Ziju asked. Ming Lairii nodded and said, "Not entirely. There are a lot of scenery shots. Your eyes are fine now, but it must be uncomfortable from being used all day. I'll take more pictures from now on. I'm also looking forward to my bonus from the videos," said Yao Ziju with a smile. "You're already a big shot CEO," Ming Lairii said. "Do you still care about such a small amount of money?" Yao Ziju raised his eyebrows. "Who knows? One day I might be thrown away by the Yao family. I'll have to rely on you to support me." Ming Lairii glared at Yao Ziju. There was no such plot in the original story, so why did the male lead want to add more tragic scenes for himself? I almost forgot to tell you, you're coming with me to attend the CAI family's birthday party the day after tomorrow. The CAI family? Ming Liui asked, puzzled. Yes, you're also from the CAI family, right? Yao Ziju nodded. Do you know that it's going to be CAI Wenlun's birthday? Ming Liui thought to herself, the original Ming Liui was just a substitute that was sent away. She basically didn't know anything about the CAI family. According to the original storyline, Yao Ziju hasn't woken up yet, so Ming Liui wouldn't know about CAI Wenlun's birthday at all. CAI Wenlun was original Ming Liui's biological father. Ming Liui's heart felt a little heavy. She had replaced original Ming Liui, so she should go and pay her respects to the character's father. Ming Liui said, okay, I'll go with you, but I've never been to such an occasion before. I've already prepared everything for you, just stay by my side the entire time, no one will dare make things difficult for you. Ming Liui thought for a moment and said, I need to be honest, and don't feel sad for me. I've actually never had any contact with the CAI family before. I still don't know why I was forced to marry you. Naturally, I shall deal with these matters of the past, but that's not important. You're my wife now, that's what's important. I'll protect you from now on. Ming Liui's heart felt warm. After coming to this world, she no longer had any relatives. Original Ming Liui's biological parents would not acknowledge each other, and her adoptive parents did not care about her. They even forced her to marry a crippled stranger. Ming Liui was the cannon fodder in the original story, so her ending was naturally quite miserable. Even though she always seemed to be at ease, she had always been looking for a way out. Although Ming Liui managed to make friends with Yu Lingling, it would be a lie to say that she had not been lonely or anxious. After all this time, she still could not approve of original Ming Liui's attempt to kill Yao Ziju. But at this moment, Ming Liui understood original Ming Liui's life of grief and indignation. Ming Liui felt that she had been accepted, had her own preferences, and would no longer be a helpless child in the future. 126 The Words of Liars. Ming Liui had already quietly adapted to the plot of the original storyline. As long as she treated Yao Ziju well and loved the male lead, she would be able to live a good life in this book. Ming Liui finished the video editing along the way and set it to upload automatically. When the plane landed and the tablet had a signal, the video would be uploaded. After returning home, just as she stepped through the main entrance, Ming Liui's phone started to ring. This made Yao Ziju a little suspicious. She usually did not receive this many notifications. So many notifications? Asked Yao Ziju. That's right, Ming Liui said. They are all comments for the latest uploaded video. I did say you're popular. Although they left a lot of comments, I don't really understand them. Do you want me to help you take a look? Asked Yao Ziju. Ming Liui handed the phone to Yao Ziju. He turned it on and immediately saw hundreds of messages. How can those cold, thin lips have such a puppy-like eating manner? He's a grown man, but he's still so obedient even after being fed. He's also eating so cleanly. The breeder must be very happy. Is this the guy who pulled his tie last time? This contrast is too irresistible. I never thought that seafood was delicious before, but I still have to ask, what kind of scallops are these? They look like they were cooked by the gods. Do you have OFO? I want to place an order for delivery. Yao Ziju was speechless. What kind of ridiculous words were the netizens saying this time? It's a good video, but no more videos, said Yao Ziju. Ming Liui was dumbstruck. Didn't he agree to it before? Yao Ziju paused for a moment and looked at the video of the tie. One of the most liked comments was particularly eye-catching. Uploader, are your hands tied up? That night, Yao Ziju changed into his pajamas and lay down. When Ming Liui also laid down, Yao Ziju suddenly sat up and took out a tie. Come, let's have a pop quiz on the results of our studies. Now, help me tie my tie. Ming Liui said dubiously, didn't you already do that in Lychee Village? I've already learned it. Although she said that, Ming Liui still sat up and tied the tie. After that, Yao Ziju suddenly pressed Ming Liui down on the bed. He loosened his tie and quickly tied Ming Liui's hands with it. Ming Liui was in a state of confusion the whole time, and her hands were raised above her head. Then, Ming Liria was enveloped by Yao Ziju. She wanted to struggle, but her hands could not break free, making her feel helpless. Yao Ziju laughed, afraid that he would really scare Ming Liria, so he only gently kissed her face and let go. He had no interest in using force. "Do you understand the meaning of those messages now?" Yao Ziju asked in a low voice. Ming Liria was tongue-tied. A lot of nonsensical thoughts flew through her mind. Her speechlessness from before continued. Yao Ziju saw Ming Liria's expression and deliberately misinterpreted it. "Or perhaps, you like it this way. Why don't we continue?" Ming Liria shook her head. Yao Ziju laughed and whispered into her ear, "All right, then we'll leave first and continue next time." Ming Liria had no words in response to that. She could only cough a few times. "Stop talking nonsense. It's time for me to massage your legs for you." Ming Liria wanted to apply a drop of spiritual spring water when she felt Yao Ziju staring at her. "Crap! I forgot that Yao Ziju can see now. I almost got exposed." Ming Liria immediately tried to cover up her suspicious behavior, so she made some exaggerated movements. However, Yao Ziju did not care about Ming Liria's actions at all. He only wanted to take a closer look at his wife's expression when she saw the wound on his knees. The two of them were in different mindsets. Yao Ziju's face turned pale, and his body tensed up. Ming Liria, on the other hand, was immersed in her acting. She pretended to think of something and ran to the bathroom. She peeked outside and made sure that Yao Ziju could not see her. She found a small bottle and dripped some spiritual spring water into it. Then, she added some normal water to dilute it. After doing all this, Ming Liria quickly returned to bed and said in an exaggerated manner, "I forgot about this just now. The spring water from the mountain you asked Miao Ruoming to look into." Yao Ziju nodded. Seeing that he was not suspicious, Ming Liria rolled up his pants and poured some of the liquid onto her hands. She rubbed her hands gently before placing it on the scars on his knees. The white hand and the hideous scar formed a strong contrast. Yao Ziju could not help but close his eyes. 127 So it has to be me after all. Yao Ziju seemed to have come to terms with it in his heart. He opened his eyes and stared at his wife's face, not wanting to miss a single expression. Yao Ziju despised his legs so much. For such a beautiful woman, she probably hated them, too. But his wife did not hate them. There was a smile on her face the whole time, as if she did not care about the scars at all. She just massaged them gently without any bias. Her hands were so delicate, yet they seemed to carry a slight electric current. Every time she touched Yao Ziju's paralyzed legs, they would feel a numbing sensation. After the massage, Ming Liria saw Yao Ziju staring at her and smiled. "All right, I didn't massage you yesterday, so I'll do it a little longer today." Ming Liria's smile dispersed the fog, and the sun shone into Yao Ziju's eyes. Ming Liria was not in a hurry to lie down. When she went to Xinghai City, she did not do much yoga before bed. Today, she could finally do yoga properly. She knelt on the bed, her hands stretched out, and her body moved down slowly, preparing to do the Balasana pose. Just as Ming Liria's forehead was about to touch the bedsheet, Yao Ziju felt something warm. He placed his hand under Ming Liria's forehead. Before Yao Ziju woke up, his wife would use his hand to support her forehead every night. Yao Ziju knew that she was doing yoga, but he never knew what it was like. Now that he saw it, he could not help but wonder. His wife had a well-proportioned body and looked especially elegant when she did yoga. Yao Ziju wanted to make up for all the things he had missed out on. Ever since he woke up, other than the first time, his wife had not done yoga with him for a long time. Today, Yao Ziju had seized the opportunity and the right timing to match his wife's rhythm. He could not help but smile. "Today is the day we finally did two-person yoga." Seeing his wife smile, Yao Ziju thought triumphantly, "My wife is delighted too. Looks like I performed well. So it has to be me after all." The Cai family was a family of scholars, and they were all cultured people. In Cai Wenlun's generation, he became a famous economist in the industry, and was extremely knowledgeable. Moreover, Cai Wenlun did not rely on his family. His first pot of gold when he was young was earned by giving speeches at various companies, and analyzing various business data. Later on, he embraced the fast-paced advancement of the internet, and his wealth grew rapidly. He became an upstart, and grew his family's wealth. It was nothing but smooth sailing for many years. Cai Wenlun was only 53 years old this year. It was not a big year, but they still had to set up a few tables and interact with a few families. Although it was not a big event, they were still a wealthy family. Naturally, it could not be a simple function, and there was a lot of attention given to it. In order to match the venue of the banquet, it was specifically stated in the invitation that all attendees must wear Chinese-style clothing. Yao Ziju had already hired someone to custom order a chaipao for Ming Liuai, and it was delivered to them 2 days ago. After Ming Liuai saw the chaipao, she could not move her eyes away. There was a thin layer of gold on the white chaipao. Under the light, it shimmered like stars. The pattern was layered with auspicious clouds, giving off a hazy sense of mystery. The buttons over her chest were also very exquisite. The modified chaipao still retained its traditional characteristics. The sleeves were changed into lotus leaf sleeves, and the slit was directly wrapped in a fishtail wrap. There was even a little train at the bottom, which made it less charming and more elegant. Such a modified chaipao could also be called a formal dress. Ming Liuai could not wait to try it on while the designer helped her do up her hair with a simple hairpin. With the new hairstyle, it was almost as though the chaipao was being given a life of its own. The moment Ming Liuai came out from the dressing room, Yao Ziju, the wife-staring devil, came alive. Even though she did not have any makeup on, she was still exceptionally beautiful. Ming Liuai walked over to him with small steps, a hint of shyness on her face. The chaipao perfectly outlined Ming Liuai's figure, giving her the youthful vitality of a young girl, and also a graceful bearing. Wouldn't it be like a wedding scene if a white veil was added? Yao Ziju gazed at the beautiful Ming Liuai and could not help but yearn for the sight of his wife in a wedding dress. She would definitely be even more beautiful than today. The designer said, "This chaipao is very picky. It fits Madame Yao very well. It's a very fortunate thing to find such a suitable owner." After Ming Liuai was praised, she became even happier. She smiled and said, "Thank you for the compliment." After that, Ming Liuai looked at Yao Ziju. From the moment they left, Yao Ziju had not said a single word. 128 You're so beautiful. Yao Ziju had many things he wanted to say, but in the end, it all became one sentence. He said, "You're so beautiful." When Ming Liuai heard this, she instantly relaxed and a bright smile appeared on her face. She had thought that the chaipao might not fit in some places, and the designer had even set aside 2 days to adjust it. But it seemed that the sizes provided by Yao Ziju were just right, and there was nothing that needed to be changed. The designer also received a satisfactory reward and left the place happily. At this moment, Xiao Fan said, "Madam, you're so beautiful. It would be great if I could be half as amazing as you." Ming Liuai smiled. "Xiao Fan is also very beautiful. When you become a bride, I'll get this designer to make you something beautiful." Xiao Fan nodded excitedly. "Madam, you're too kind." A moment after Xiao Fan's jubilation, the housekeeper saw that Mr. He had brought a set of Chinese-style clothing for Zhao Qian, who was trying it on. Xiao Fan said, "Sigh, but I don't know if this gift would ever arrive." It was not very convenient for Yao Ziju to go out nowadays, as he needed someone to take care of him. Since he was going to a formal event today, he had to be dressed properly. Ming Liuai noticed that Xiao Fan was just staring at her and tried to comfort her, but Xiao Fan suddenly thought of something, and said, "This seems to be the uniform that the Yao family had designated. I saw the security guards wearing it before. I think mine's better." Zhao Qian, who had always been calm, said nothing in reply. 2 days later, all kinds of luxury cars were parked at the Cai family's venue, and the owners of the luxury cars were dressed to the nines for a dinner party. Usually, people would attend such an event in a car. When the extended Maybach slowly entered the Cai family's venue, everyone knew that the young master of the Yao family had arrived. The door slowly opened, and Yao Ziju appeared in a formal suit. He must have heard the sound of the car door opening. He turned his face slightly, revealing a high nose bridge and a well-defined jawline. Even if his eyebrows were covered by his fringe, it could not hide his handsome appearance. In his wheelchair, Yao Ziju's posture was straight, his expression cold, and his aura still overbearing. After opening the door, Yao Ziju slid out from under the car and was slowly pushed down. This was Yao Ziju's first time attending such a banquet after the accident, so everyone was looking at him curiously. Cai Wenlun was already standing at the door, waiting to exchange pleasantries with Yao Ziju. However, Yao Ziju did not rush in. Instead, he turned around and raised an arm, as if to pick someone up. Everyone immediately held their breaths. They did not know if it was a saint who could make the high and mighty president of the Yao Corporation personally offer an arm. All of a sudden, a fair and delicate hand touched Yao Ziju's arm. A charming woman came out of the car. She had delicate facial features and fair skin, and the chai pao she wore looked exquisite. Ming Liui held onto Yao Ziju's arm in a natural manner as they got off the car, not feeling nervous at all. Everyone could feel that when this woman touched Yao Ziju's cold aura immediately softened. It was normal for most people to bring a female companion to the event, but Yao Ziju had never brought one before, and no one was familiar with this girl beside him, so they were all very curious. Although it was called a birthday party, it was actually just a vanity fair. Everyone had their own ulterior motives, and the reason why so many people were here was mostly because of Yao Ziju. During the time of the incident, the Yao family had sealed off all information regarding Yao Ziju. Everyone only knew that he had met with an accident, and later on, there were many rumors that he had become blind, crippled, and even a vegetable. But unexpectedly, the comatose person actually woke up. The Yao family's celebratory banquet had not even been held yet, but they were here to attend the Cai family's banquet. This was also giving them face. Yao Ziyang stood on the second floor. When he saw Ming Liui, his eyes were filled with shock. However, he quickly suppressed it, afraid that Cai Rixi would notice. When Cai Wenlun saw Ming Liui appear, he did not know why, but he was a little moved and felt a bit of a connection to this girl. Cai Rixi said softly, "That's Yao Ziju's wife, Ming Liui." After being reminded, Cai Wenlun remembered that this was the girl who had married into the Yao family in Cai Rixi's place. The marriage was not a glorious thing, so the Yao family had kept it a secret. Original Ming Liui had never participated in any activities with the identity of Madame Yao. She had only used this title to shop in the Yao family's shopping mall, but she did not reveal anything. As for the Cai family, it was even more impossible for them to spread the news that they had married off their daughter. Therefore, only the Cai family and the Yao family knew Ming Liui's true identity. 129 Hello, sister-in-law. Before Cai Wenlun could think of anything else, Yao Ziju had already arrived at the door. "Mr. Cai, I wish you good fortune and longevity," Yao Ziju said to him. Yao Ziju did not announce that he had recovered his vision, so he had been wearing sunglasses the whole time. "Mr. Yao, you're too kind," Cai Wenlun said. The two shook hands, and Cai Wenlun personally escorted Yao Ziju to the elevator that led to the banquet hall. He then instructed the servants to escort Yao Ziju to the VIP balcony on the second floor. Cai Wenlun said, "Ziyang is already here. You brothers can chat among yourselves first. I'll come see you again in a while." The elevator door opened. One man was already standing inside. He looked at Yao Ziju and said, Well, Yao Ziju, you never told me you woke up, and you even made us wait for you at the banquet." Then, he saw Ming Liui and asked, "You even brought a female companion. Did your personality change after waking up? Don't tell me you don't recognize me anymore. You talk too much," Yao Ziju said. Yao Ziju recognized Cheng Sanjin's voice. Although he sounded a bit annoyed, he did not look impatient. Ming Liui knew that Cheng Sanjin was one of Yao Ziju's few friends. The other friend was Xiao Mo, whose family was very powerful. Yao Ziju gestured to Liui and said, "Ming Liui, my wife." "Hello, sister-in-law," Cheng Sanjin said in surprise. He originally had a mental list full of words to say, but he immediately swallowed them back. Since Yao Ziju had already introduced her so formally, Cheng Sanjin could not embarrass his best friend, so he could only put on a noble posture. Soon, they reached the second floor. Someone was there waiting outside the elevator. When Cheng Sanjin saw Xiao Mo, he walked out first and pulled Xiao Mo to a place a little further away. He whispered something to him, and the two of them came back. Ming Liui found that Xiao Mo's temperament had become very serious, along with his walking posture. Xiao Mo acted like a gentleman. "Hello, Lady Ming. My name is Xiao Mo. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." "Just say it, there's no need to act like this," Yao Ziju chuckled. When Xiao Mo heard this, he instantly broke his gentlemanly mask and said, "Good day, sister-in-law." This was how their first time meeting their sister-in-law went. There was not much description for these two characters in the original story, but seeing them today, Ming Liui thought they were already quite handsome. Ming Liui smiled and said, "Hello, everyone. Please take care of me from now on." Cheng Sanjin and Xiao Mo realized that their sister-in-law was quite easy to get along with. She was so gentle. They immediately relaxed and returned to their original selves. Xiao Mo quietly reached out his hand and waved it in front of Yao Ziju, trying to see if he was blind. Yao Ziju slapped Xiao Mo's hand away. "You can see," Xiao Mo said in surprise. "I can't see, but I can feel the wind you keep fanning at me." At this time, Yao Ziyang came over, and said, "Big brother, sister-in-law, you're both here." Yao Ziju nodded and did not say anything. Yao Ziyang did not want to court a rebuff, so he only came to do some face-saving work by greeting Yao Ziju. The others could do as they liked. Yao Ziyang always felt uncomfortable when he was with Yao Ziju, so he went downstairs to welcome the guests with Cai Rixi instead. When they heard that Yao Ziju had come upstairs, all the guests wanted to have a look. The Yao family had been at the height of their power these past few years, and after Yao Ziju took over, they stood like a crane among chickens. Everyone wanted to go up and chat with Yao Ziju so that they could form a good relationship. Yao Ziju and the others found a corner for themselves to have a good chat, but obviously they could not chat for long. No one wanted to miss this opportunity. Yao Ziju looked at Ming Liui, and he asked in a low voice, "Are you hungry? Do you want Jiaoqing to get some food?" "I'm not that hungry," Ming Liui said. "I'm just a little thirsty." Feeling the gazes of the people around him, Yao Ziju said, "If you find it boring, let my two friends accompany you for a stroll. The elegant Hua-style garden might hold some interest for you." Ming Liui immediately understood that Yao Ziju was probably here to discuss business. There was no point for her to stay here, so she decided to go out for a walk. Just as Ming Liui stood up, Yao Ziju pulled her hand and whispered, "No alcohol." Ming Liui patted Yao Ziju's hand and softly said, "Don't worry, I know." Cheng Sanjin and Xiao Mo had never seen such a gentle Yao Ziju before. They exchanged a look and were both a little shocked. This was an iron tree blooming. Finally, there was a saint who could suppress Yao Ziju's darkness. She must be treasured. The two of them followed behind Ming Liui like two great protectors. 130 Outshadowing the host. As soon as the elevator door opened, they saw Cai Rixi, who was walking over with two wine glasses. Cai Rixi was tall and a naturally imposing aura. Ming Liui was very radiant today, and her aura was not suppressed by Cai Rixi at all. If one had to compare, be it appearance or clothing, Ming Liui was better than Cai Rixi. Cai Rixi subtly mocked, "Liui's outfit today seems to be trying to overshadow the host." It was as though there was gunpowder in the air. Cheng Sanjin and Xiao Mo looked at each other, wondering if they should help their sister-in-law handle the problem. They had to think of a way. After all, Cai Rixi was mocking their sister-in-law, but Cai Rixi was a girl, so the two men could not say anything. However, if their sister-in-law was bullied, Yao Ziju would definitely tear them apart. Ming Liui's expression was calm, as if she did not hear the hidden meaning in Cai Rixi's words. She looked at Cai Wenlun, who was welcoming the guests, and said indifferently, "Today is Mr. Cai's birthday banquet. I'm just a girl. How can I overshadow the host?" Then she blinked her eyes, as if she had understood something, and continued, "You meant yourself? Oh, thank you. You're very pretty, too." The meaning of Ming Liui's words was very obvious. "Since you praised me, I will also praise you back." Cheng Sanjin and Xiao Mo were astounded. The two of them exchanged a look. This sister-in-law looked gentle, but she was really cool when she dissed someone. Cai Rixi's face instantly darkened, but she could not flare up in such an occasion. She had wanted to come and mock Ming Liui for not having a good family background and not knowing the rules, and then explain it to her condescendingly, hoping that she would lose her composure in public. But Cai Rixie did not expect Ming Liui to not play by the rules. Cai Rixie's expression changed again and again. In the end, she pretended to be decent and said, "Thank you, Liui. I'll get back to work. Take care of yourself." After saying that, Cai Rixie nodded to the two men and left. Since she did not succeed the first time, of course she must attempt another. Cai Rixie called a waiter over and asked him to prepare a cocktail. The fruity flavor had to be very strong, and the alcohol even stronger. Ming Liui did not think too much about her encounter with Cai Rixie, and went straight to the bar. "Sister-in-law, what do you want to drink?" Cheng Sanjin asked. "I'll order it for you." "Orange juice will do," Ming Liui said. The waiter at the bar counter immediately said, "I'm sorry, we just used up our last batch of orange juice for another table's order and sent it to them. If you're in a hurry, I'll go get more for you now. If you can wait for a moment, some fresh oranges will be arriving soon, and I can prepare the juice for you at once." Cheng Sanjin looked at Ming Liui. Ming Liui shook her head and said, "Forget it, just give me a glass of sparkling water." The waiter nodded and turned to get a bottle of sparkling water. He placed it in front of Ming Liui and said, "I'm very sorry. I'll make you a fresh glass of orange juice and serve it to you at once." By the time Cai Wenlun finished receiving his guests, it was almost time to start the banquet. He brought his wife, Chen Xiaomi, to the stage in the courtyard. After making sure that everyone's eyes were on them, he said a few words of thanks for everyone's warm support. He especially wanted to thank Yao Ziju for coming over. Yao Ziju nodded slightly from the balcony on the second floor. After that, Cai Rixie went on stage. She had quickly changed into a plain chaipao. Time was short, and it was impossible for Cai Rixie to win a point against Ming Liui. So, she tried to win a point using the elegant route. She stood on the stage like a lotus flower out of the water, pure and beautiful. She also attracted everyone's attention and they all started talking. Miss Cai is an excellent writer, and her books are bestsellers. Her temperament is indeed different, as expected of a family of scholars. Although she doesn't have any jewelry on her, there's a different kind of beauty. Mr. Cai is already very successful. His daughter is also outstanding. I'm really envious. When she heard everyone's chatter, Cai Rixie revealed a satisfied smile. She said, "Today is the birthday of my most beloved and respected father. As a daughter, I hope that my father will not be too busy with work in the future. He must be healthy and happy. What my father is most anxious about is when I would get married. So today, on the day of my father's birthday, I would like to double the happiness. Ziyang, come here." Cai Wenlun was dumbstruck, and so was Yao Ziyang. "What's she doing? We never discussed this before." This was not a surprise, it was a shock, and it had ruined Yao Ziyang's plan. Under everyone's gaze, Yao Ziyang could only brace himself and go onto the stage. Cai Rixie said in a pretentious voice, "This is Yao Ziyang from the Yao Corporation. I'm sure everyone knows him. We're about to be engaged." Yao Ziyang could only say, "I wish Uncle good health, and may all your hopes be fulfilled. Thank you, everyone, for your blessings." Cai Wenlun had nothing to say. He had never agreed to this marriage.